like a museum or something that just is on another gyrometer, so it's not being affected by the friction above, and it's just set to oscillate, and it over a day it oscillates in a circle, a 360-degree circle. It oscillates, and all that's being done by the machinery. Sorry.
Does it?
Yes. I'm trying to look at it. Oh fucking hell! What's the name of it? Hold on. Oh, bejesus, what's the name of it?
Sounds like you got fuck all.
Wait, hold on. Like what? Because I'm not omniscient and I don't immediately recall everything.
Sounds like you've got a fuck all pendulum.
Are you saying it doesn't exist before I'm trying to look it up?
No, I'm giving you a clue to the name of it.
Foucault. Yeah, yes, yeah. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They have a massive one at it's like a museum or a library or something.
A big ball hanging on a string. Is it a big ball hanging on a string?
Yeah, it looks like that. How do flat earthers explain that?
Explain a ball on a string.
Yeah.
It's a ball on a string.
Yeah.
Why is it turning by 360 degrees over the course of a day? Why do they all do that?
I don't know if that's even true.
Do you want a video?
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah. Thanks. What is it? I don't know. What's the movie? What are we watching?
Do you guys genuinely not have an answer for this?
Well, why do I need one?
Because it implies motion. It's a pendulum. If the Earth's not,
motion of what?
If the Earth's not moving, and all it's the only force it's having done is an oscillation between one amplitude and another, it shouldn't be turning.
Why not?
Because the Earth wouldn't be moving. What would be causing it to turn?
I don't know. That's your claim.
Yeah, the rotation of the Earth.
What starts
what rotation
the
of the
pendulum
Earth?
moving?
Sorry?
What initiates this first movement of the pendulum?
What
Sounds like
initiates
circular reasoning to me.
Sorry?
No, sorry. Go ahead.
So, right, the pendulum has
Does it
its
start
own...
moving by itself, or does someone else starts to push it or cause the movement of its initiation first?
Well, I assume it's attached to like a motor, so that's what causes the oscillation left and right. So the counter argument
of the Earth?
The counter argument is sound effects.
What motion of the Earth are you talking about? I don't get it.
What motion of the Earth? It's rotation.
What rotation?
What?
What rotation?
So, are you unfamiliar with the globe Earth model that you're saying is a bunch of bullshit?
No, I'm not unfamiliar with it, but I'm saying you haven't proven it. The Earth's rotating. In order to claim that
so why is
it causes this pendulum to oscillate or whatever.
Yeah. So why is it oscillating? All right. Why is it?
It's not my burden to explain that. It's not my burden to explain that.
It is when you say the Earth's motionless, because you made a claim, and then we provide a piece of evidence that shows that it's clearly not motionless. If it's causing
that's not. That's you claiming it is. How is it evidence that the Earth's in motion?
Because if the Earth wasn't in motion, what would the pendulum do? It's just set to
Don't ask me a question. Don't need to ask me a question.
So I can't establish any information from you.
No, this needs to stand on its own. So if it's true, it's true. It doesn't require me answering any questions. It'll just be what it is.
If it doesn't require you answering any questions, it shows that because the pendulum, right, is just keeping its angular momentum, right, oscillating between one side or the other, the fact it is going round over the course of a day in a 360-degree circle shows that there is some external moving reference frame to the pendulum, causing it to make a full turn in a day, because it's preserving its angular momentum.
And you know that how?
Because that's how gyrometers work.
How do you know that's how?
Sorry?
How do you know that's how they work?
Well, not only did we have kind of a demonstration in a physics class one time, it's how planes work.
Planes?
Well, they use like it's a level gyrometer, but yeah, the fundamental principle is the same.
Okay, so a gyrometer, right, was taken to a place where they know there was no external forces acting on it. They knew, right, that it wasn't on any turning reference frame, right, and they saw that it didn't oscillate or precess or change in any way. It kept its momentum. It kept its plane of motion.
Can you give the source?
So they established that, did they? Did they establish that?
Can you give the source?
No, where? Where did they do this? So they obviously took a gyrometer to a place where they knew it wasn't on a turning reference frame, so that they could know that it will maintain its angular momentum. It will maintain the motion in the one continuous plane without oscillation. They've observed that part, right? First.
Who has done this? Who has done this?
Well, they would have to have.
What are you talking about?
To know that it wouldn't do that on a turning reference frame.
What on earth? How are we? What are you supposed to do?
You're the one making this claim that this thing would only do this thing, this gyrometer, this pendulum would only do what we're seeing it do if it was on a turning frame of reference.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means you know that it wouldn't do that.
No, that it wouldn't do
on a motionless reference plane.
Right. When the pendulum is not in motion, when when like a gyrometer is not in motion, it will stay on its level. A level in terms of the vector, like towards the ground, when it's not in motion. Right. When it is constantly in motion.
When isn't it in motion?
Well, buy a gyrometer and just leave it on the table. It's going to stay in that position all day.
So it's not in motion.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to motionless Earth.
Right. Why does it turn throughout the day.
You don't have to ask me a question. It's not my claim. It's not my burden to explain anything about it.
So as in your claim has zero explanatory power, is what you're saying.
What am I trying to explain?
Right. Do you claim that we live on a motionless flat Earth?
Yeah, that's self-evident.
That's the claim. That's the claim.
No, it's just self-evident. It's an observation.
Right. So observations of things like the Foucault pendulum contradicts that.
Why?
Because it turns.
What did you see? What did you see? Oh, it turns. So the gyroscope turns.
What?
The gyroscope turns.
Yeah, if you
it turns the gyroscope,
if you had a gyroscope that was moving constantly, and it's on a free spinning axis, it will turn throughout the day.
How do you know that?
Because we've witnessed it.
On what?
Do you want me to just show you another video?
On what? What was it tested on? Obviously, there's going to be a juxtaposition. There's going to be a contrast. We tested the gyroscope on this thing, and then we tested it on this other thing that's doing something different, and therefore we know that it does X.
Does it still get it or not?
Right. I'll just link the video.
I'm not monitoring the side chat.
You're not monitoring the side chat?
No, you just need to tell me how this tells you anything about what the ground is doing.
What?
So far, what you've told me is that you're observing a pendulum move, not the Earth.
Yeah. Why is the pendulum?
Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question.
Then you're not even engaging in debate.
No, you're supposed to be describing to us how this tells you.
I did like twice.
Right. How does it then? How does it tell you the ground is in motion?
You just keep.
So what is it that's moving? What is the thing that's moving? Is it the pendulum that's moving, or is it the Earth?
Both. That's why we have two reference frames.
Oh, we have two reference frames. An inertial and a non-inertial. Is that right?
Well, both. You'd say, yeah. You could describe it as inertial and non-inertial if you wanted.
Okay. So anything that is not part of the turning non-inertial reference frame will show a deviation, will show an apparent deflection.
Yeah, and the deflection is what we see as it turns around.
Does that apply to all things, or just this in this special magical pendulum?
What's magical about it? You've suddenly made the claim it's magical.
Yeah, because you're saying that somehow it shows you the Earth's turning when all you've witnessed is the pendulum turning.
Yeah, that's not what magic is. Give you definition of magic.
Yeah, it is, because you're saying it somehow tells you that the ground is moving when all you've seen and observed is the pendulum move, not the ground.
Right. Can you give your definition of magic?
No, I don't need to give a definition of fucking magic. All right. So what if something else leaves the turning non-inertial reference frame and enters the inertial reference frame? That would be something that's not attached to the turning non-inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so do we see that when something else leaves the turning non-inertial reference frame? Do we see an apparent deflection?
What can you give an example of what you mean by this?
Like throwing a ball in the air, a drone, a helicopter, a hot air balloon, an aeroplane, a bird, a cloud?
It's going to depend on how much they're subject to the inertial reference frame.
No, they're just in the inertial reference frame because they're not attached to the turning non-inertial reference frame, right?
They are.
They are? How are they attached when they're not part of it?
If you're in the atmosphere, right, and you're not going a certain speed, you're generally going to be within it's a ratio. You're generally going to be within the inertial reference frame.
Oh, but the pendulum isn't.
The pendulum isn't because it has its own angular momentum and there's nothing disturbing it.
When is it moving with the Earth?
It's moving with the Earth, yeah.
So it's not in the it's not in an inertial reference frame then. It's part of the turning non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, because it has its own preserved angular momentum.
So not two separate reference frames then.
You've got a mix. It depends on what type of motion it is.
Well, what's happening with the pendulum? What do you think's happening with the pendulum?
It has its own. Well, what do you mean? It has its own trajectory.
Is it fixed in space?
Relative to its position.
No, is it fixed in space?
No, nothing's fixed in space.
Right. Okay. So it's not in a separate reference frame then.
Yeah, but nothing is absolutely fixed in space, so it's a red herring.
Right. So how are you going to be able to tell what it's doing then, what this is showing you then?
By observing it.
Okay, so you observe it do what?
It processes relative to... It processes.
It changes. It's the thing that changes. Okay. Somehow you have to get from it's the thing that's changing, right, to it's not the thing that's changing, it's the ground below it that's changing.
Yeah, that's what... Why do Flurfs not understand relative motion? When you say it changes, that thing doesn't change. They both change with respect to each other.
No,
that's what
you've described to me the pendulum changing. It is the thing that processes.
Do you understand relative motion? Because Flurfs are really, really bad at this. Like, do you understand?
I'm not going to continue to engage with you if you call me a fucking Flurf again.
If I run at someone at 50 miles per hour, do you understand that from relative motion just in state space, they could be argued that they're moving 50 miles an hour towards me?
No, that's that's stupid.
Right, yeah. You can say it's stupid, it's incredulous, whatever. I don't get it. It doesn't. That is how all our physics is conducted, because the forces are the same. If we both impact, relative to you, relative to me, the forces are the same, and the relative velocities are the same. Now, of course, in colloquial terms...
there is no fucking velocity. If something's not moving, it is not moving. Now you can mathemagic it all you like, where you can divide the velocity of one thing with two things, where one thing is in motion and another thing isn't, like a car and a tree. All right, you're not going to mathemagic me into believing that you can think of the tree as the thing that's fucking moving. No, I'm talking about reality.
Well,
reality.
You can't. This is the thing. Like, if you're not willing to kind of accept principles in physics,
to accept things that aren't reality,
there's nowhere you can go with it. There's nowhere you can go with it because
there's nowhere you can go with it because you're not describing reality.
I mean, you guys are flat earthers. You don't describe reality either.
No, I'm a fucking human being. That's what I am.
No, you're a flat earther.
Don't fucking call me a flat earther again.
Well, it's not mutually exclusive. You're a human being and you're a flurf.
I'm not a fucking flurf. I'm someone who understands. If you want to call me a flat earther, that's fine, because that's a human being that understands the reality around them.
No,
is willing to entertain imaginary bullshit that you can't prove.
No, because if you were right, the thing is, and it's a problem that I keep coming back to. If you were truly skeptical, if you're saying I'm just seeing reality and I'm not making any special pleading or special claims about it or begging the question, do you realize logically you wouldn't be saying the Earth is flat? You would just say I don't know. I just see existence, but I'm not going to make any special claims. I don't know if
what I see is real. No, I'm not going to say that. That's dumb.
No,
tell me, okay. When you see a bird flying in the sky, right? Do you think, oh, that might not be the bird that's flying. That might be me that's moving and making the bird appear to move. Do you think that to yourself?
I literally just said in common language and understanding, we just say the bird is moving because the bird is the one seemingly exerting like energy to create motion.
No, is it in motion? Is it the thing that's moving? The bird. So you understand that you're not the one that's moving, right?
I'm talking moving. I'm talking in pure state space. If you're talking about velocities, you typically dumb it down to state space. You don't start including for everything going on within reality because your equations will just become nonsense.
So why is it that you want to say that when you see a swinging pendulum change its plane of swing, that right? Yeah, it's precession, right? Why, just like the bird, right? Why do you want to say that it's suddenly not that thing that's doing that? It's the ground.
Because what's an alternative explanation?
No, not an alternative. I could ask you for the fucking alternative for the fucking bird.
Yeah, but again, argumentum a fortiori, argument from the strongest reason.
You don't have a reason.
I don't have a reason.
No.
So
what difference is there? What different reason do you have for the swinging pendulum than that you don't have for the bird? Why is the pendulum a special case?
Because the bird doesn't have an angular momentum. It's just moving in a direction somewhere.
What are you talking about? Angular momentum?
If something's spinning, right, it has an usually friction will slow this thing down unless there's an external force.
So birds can't turn.
Birds can turn.
Okay. So there's a turning bird in the air. It's in flight and it's turning. Has it got angular momentum?
Yeah, you could say if it's doing a turn.
Yeah, so what is the exception for the fucking pendulum and not the bird?
Because it's not spinning relative to its you'd say central axis. It's spinning relative to.
It's still a change in motion. You're just observing something move.
Yeah, but it's the difference.
Change.
Yes, it's the difference in the physical principle applied. So it's not turning relative to its central axis. It's turning relative to some defined circle that you could point, that you could make out with your finger in the sky and say the bird is generally moving along this arc.
Yeah, and the pendulum isn't
right. If the bird does a little twirl, you could say, well, that's a turn relative to its central axis. And the thing is, if the bird kept doing that, if the bird was just spinning along its longitudinal axis, and that was just preserved, the bird would do the same as the pendulum. But obviously birds don't do that.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the crescendo. This tells you the ground is moving.
Yes, because there is a precession. Because there's a precession. So there must be some other moving reference frame.
Okay, prove it.
That is the proof. It's the explanation.
No, that's circular reasoning.
No, because I'm not starting with the position that the Earth is moving.
Okay, does the precession of the pendulum tell you that the Earth is in motion, or does an understanding of the Earth being in motion tell you why the pendulum precesses? Which way around is it?
It's the first one.
So the precession of the pendulum tells you that the Earth is in motion. So you're saying that the swinging pendulum is maintaining its momentum in the same plane continuously. It's not actually precessing.
In pure state space, it wouldn't be precessing, but it's on Earth, so it does.
No. It wouldn't be precessing. You'd be saying that the ground is the thing precessing, making the pendulum appear to process.
But this is why it's so. Yeah, but this is why we talk about relative motion, because to us it appears like the pendulum is precessing. We're not wrong,
right? But it's not actually, is it? It's not actually, is it?
In pure state
it's just
space,
swinging back and forth in the same plane.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Right. Okay, so that means that anything else that leaves the turning non-inertial reference frame would display the same characteristics.
Such as?
A hovering helicopter could just go up and hover and wait for the destination to arrive to it.
No, because it's moving with the atmosphere. The atmosphere is pulling the helicopter along. It has to fight the atmosphere to move. If the atmosphere wasn't moving with the Earth, we get hundreds and thousands of miles of wind. So it's obvious that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
So what are winds then?
Again, it's the movement of air around the Earth relative to its overall motion.
So it's begging the question that it's in motion to begin with.
You're asking me under this framework what are winds, so it's not begging the question, because if I've established one, it's not begging the question to say
it is begging the question.
No, it's
assuming that the bro, does the air move? Do gases move independently?
The gases move independently. Yeah,
off the ground.
you could say
So
generally gas.
and not in tandem with the Earth. Now, this is allowing you the fucking Earth to be moving in the first instance. This is stupid. If the Earth was moving, a helicopter would leave that non-inertial turning reference frame. Yeah, it would.
The air is
Just
moving.
like your pendulum.
The air is moving with the Earth.
Just like your pendulum.
Yeah, it's moving with the. That's why it's processing.
No, the helicopter. The helicopter would process or would appear to deflect.
Why would it do that?
Because it's no longer attached to the non-inertial turning reference frame. It would be now in the inertial reference frame. All right.
It is. It's in the atmosphere, and it's not. The thing is,
isn't.
The rotors spin. The helicopter doesn't spin because obviously it has the rear rotor to prevent it just spinning wildly.
It's the plane of the oscillation of the pendulum that isn't moving with the Earth. The pendulum itself is moving with the Earth.
Yeah, that's what we've established. The thing is, we can't when you talk about winds and you say you're begging the question because you've already said that the Earth is moving at this point. I can't start most facts from zero premises because then I have nothing. If I say I drop this bottle, right? The problem is if I go with zero premises, I'm not confirming anything beforehand. So I can't even confirm that I'm lifting a bottle. I can't even confirm the bottle exists because I'm just starting with zero premises. But if you build a framework, other explanations have to be offshoot. They have to be downstream of that framework. That's how first order logic, second order logic, third order logic works. You're working towards a conclusion from what you've already established. So when you keep saying you're begging the question, how would I work from zero premises? I can't. Or else I can't confirm anything.
Yeah, this argument about a helicopter leaving the Earth, and why doesn't the pendulum? That's a disingenuous argument because nobody's saying the pendulum is leaving the inertial reference frame. It's the plane of the swing.
Well, the thing is, the armature that the pendulum is attached to should be rotating in the direction of Earth.
And it is, but the point at which that bob connects to the armature is freely rotating.
Right, so the armature should be dragging the pendulum from an at-rest position.
No, the Foucault pendulum is on a gyro itself, so it has almost frictionless motion.
Right, and Earth is turning underneath it. Should be pulling the armature with the Earth, and the pendulum from a free-hanging string should be catching up to it.
Well, it is being dragged along with the Earth, but the point at which the bob connects to the armature, like that other guy said, it's near frictionless.
Right. So why is the pendulum at rest?
Nobody said the pendulum's at rest.
Well, it doesn't move.
It does move.
It's in oscillation.
You have to move it.
It's in a main. But that's how preservation of angular momentum works. We know due to just friction of the air.
Constant angular momentum, though. It's constantly accelerating, changing direction.
No, there's a constant oscillation.
Yes, that's uniform circular motion. It's constant acceleration, not constant speed.
Yeah, but then we're just picking hairs. We're just picking hairs there.
They're two different things. Acceleration and speed are not the same because you have a change of direction with speed, and that causes velocity.
Yeah, you're explaining this to a mechanical engineer. Like, well done.
A pendulum is an accelerometer. A pendulum is measuring the acceleration of Earth.
No, that's the thing you're trying to prove. It does do that. You can't just assert that that's what it's doing. It would be begging the question and affirming the consequence.
How is it begging the question? When we say we're affirming the consequence, what is the?
You're just declaring. You're just setting up this device, watching it do something, and saying that's because the Earth's moving.
What is the alternative? Because
you need to provide one. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
No, right. You can't accuse somebody of affirming the consequent and then say there's no feasible alternative, or you can't think
Yes,
of an alternative.
Yes, I fucking can.
Right, so can you give me an example?
I don't need to tell you that you've affirmed the proof reversal. Yeah, I don't need to. I just need to point out that you've affirmed the consequent. If you've affirmed the consequent, you've affirmed the consequent. It's independent of anything that I might add to it or subtract from it.
So I can accuse you of a fallacy then and not explain why.
Let's do it this way. Let's say I got conked on the head and I woke up and I'm in a gigantic room and there's a pendulum hanging from a ceiling and the pendulum is like 300 feet high. Nothing is fucking moving. And somebody comes by and says that Earth is in constant acceleration. Due to uniform circular motion, it's constantly accelerating, changing direction with speed, hence velocity. What evidence do I have that it's doing that? Why would I accept that claim?
With the pendulum that's just sat there?
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't. It's just sat there.
Right, because there's no acceleration. There's no change in speed and or direction.
It doesn't have any angular momentum.
I know. Welcome to flat stationary Earth.
Right. The Foucault pendulum is in motion.
No, I wake up in the room and it's not in motion.
How did Oliver affirm the consequent?
They're not going to answer that.
Because it's like this. If Earth is in motion, then I will observe Foucault pendulum precession.
That's what you're testing for. That's what you're testing for. It's not saying I know. Right. That's what you're testing for.
Yeah, you're saying if Earth in motion. Well, so which one are you testing? You're testing to see if there will be precession, or you're testing to see if the Earth's in motion?
Yeah, that's whether there's a hypothesis, right? If I didn't say I didn't even know,
precession in Foucault pendulum, precession in Foucault pendulum, therefore Earth in motion.
Yeah,
just say I then Q therefore P, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
T-dub, that's a deductive.
Don't fucking T-dub me. No, don't T-dub me. Don't ever fucking T-dub me.
As a deductive argument, a scientist is not making any deductive argument. It is testing hypotheses, right? They're not doing it deductively. They're saying
that's what a hypothesis test is. It's a deductive test.
No.
You use deduction.
No.
After you form a hypothesis. That's what experimentation is. Yeah. Prior to that, you use induction and abduction to form your hypothesis.
Consequence.
Holy cow, dude. Listen, you can't form a viable hypothesis without doing some abductive and inductive inferences first, and then you form a hypothesis, and then you subject it to deductive testing and logic.
Yeah, that's not how science works. You don't do it.
Yeah, that is a scientific method. I'm sorry. Now, if you could provide some kind of reference quote citation for me to read,
Wait
it
a
says that
second.
science does not apply it. Yeah, like you can't prove anything. You can't prove anything without
Scientific
deduction.
method is just affirmative consequence.
There's no way you can prove a single thing unless you do it deductively.
Wait, it's a
Science is
whole
about
other ball
proving
game.
things.
Wait, it's a whole other ball game if these
Science
guys are
isn't
claiming the Foucault pendulum is a scientific experiment. Are you guys claiming the Foucault pendulum is a scientific experiment?
Thanks for taking it there, T-Dub. Yep. Good transition point.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so it's the DV.
What are
I
you
think we can
guys
start
asking?
there. Yeah, what is the dependent variable? How about nobody speaks until you have an answer?
The dependent variable is what you're measuring, the precession.
Is that a naturally occurring phenomenon?
Right. Where, when, how is
it's
that
occurring in nature. It's occurring in nature.
Where?
With the Foucault
Before the
pendulum.
construction of the pendulum, where was it occurring?
What do you say is occurring in nature?
That's for you to tell us.
Yeah.
What was
I say
observed.
right. Yeah. I say everything is occurring in nature.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, have you never heard the term man-made, Ollie? Do you live under a rock?
Okay. So the man-made things are they non-natural?
They're not natural. They're happening in reality, but they're not a natural occurring phenomenon.
So when I talk about nature, I'm talking about happening in reality.
Okay, so someone building a swinging pendulum and hooking it to the ceiling of a science building or a science museum wouldn't be that.
No, because it's happening. Yes, because it's happening in reality.
Okay, but it's not natural.
No, everything's natural.
So no wonder why you think the Cavendish shed is also a naturally occurring phenomenon. You guys are bricked. Yeah, Ollie, you were making fun of people yesterday about shit, and you don't even know the difference between man-made and natural?
Yeah, because I don't go off colloquial definitions for argumentation.
So how about a shoe?
What?
How about the existence of a shoe?
Yeah. Shoes.
Man-made or natural? I want to hear you say it.
When we talk about natural, and I'm talking
is the existence of a shoe pointing to a shoe? Is that pointing to a naturally occurring phenomenon?
What, as in just subject to if we're talking
shoe, what you put on your foot, Einstein.
I know
your Velcro things.
I know what a shoe is, Einstein.
Okay, is it naturally occurring?
Coming about by processes not human guided.
I love it. You're a silly goof. So neither's your pendulum. You guys have been tricked by parlor tricks. All these things are appealing to dunces like you, and it worked.
Right. Is physics universal?
Right, isn't it?
Hoss, is physics universal?
That's not what we're talking about, bro. You guys have seen a pendulum, and you have this big story and circular reasoning, voila, Earth ball.
Hoss, stop spurging. Is physics universal?
Dude. What the hell does this have to do with the price of rice, Ollie?
The laws of physics universal.
Okay, is your pendulum an experiment?
You could call it that if you wanted to.
Okay, but that's you admitting that it's not obeying the scientific method. Thank you.
What would the Foucault's pendulum do if the Earth wasn't in motion?
It would just move along its plane and it wouldn't process.
Show me.
What?
Show me. Yeah.
Take a pendulum, right?
Mm.
And just move it right?
Yeah.
Right, so it's not because it's subject also to the forces from say like the what's it called, like apparatus and stuff. And it's not on like a free spinning sort of gyro.
Okay, show me the Foucault pendulum not processing.
What on earth though?
On a thing that's not in motion.
How would I do that?
That's your problem, not mine, man. You're saying it would do this on this thing, it wouldn't do that on this other thing. So show me both.
Right. Should our default be to auto accept baseless claims? No.
No, your counter is show me something that's impossible.
So you just get to say that the reason for the precession is the Earth in motion, even though you've never seen it not precess.
Yeah. What precession anyway? Like, I haven't seen reliable test data results indicating that precession even happens the way that they imagine it does. There is precession, but not with respect to a claimed globe moving underneath.
Okay, well, what is it precessing with reference to?
It often has to do with like the tensile strength of the string, the connection point to the armature, the way that the weight was released. There are so many of these confounding variables that also have to be controlled for, whose magnitude of error is much bigger than any claimed Earth curvature rotation underneath, I should add. Very difficult to control.
So
Right.
can you provide the source?
If we were to even accept this as a scientific experiment, which it isn't, you would have to manipulate or vary your presumed cause.
You can't vary it if you're on a spinning, but you can't conduct the same experiment in the same conditions on something not spinning because you're on Earth.
Yeah, so that leaves you with begging the question, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Right. The conclusion that the Earth's spinning means that it's impossible to conduct the same experiment on a non-spinning plane.
So it's unfalsifiable then.
It'd be the same thing if I said, right,
This is over, dude. You just said it's unfalsifiable. Therefore, this is not a valid experiment or test of any kind to determine cause and effect relationships.
This is over.
Earl Hopper would like to have a word with you, mister.
Well, hold on, because you can use the latitude as your independent variable. You can vary and manipulate the latitude at which you precess the pendulum, and that would...
Right, so latitude causes the precession then?
Uh-oh.
No, latitude would cause a change in the time it takes for the precession.
So yeah, Mushkane, how you're wrong is that you just provided what's called a moderator variable, which may be linked to a yet unproven independent variable. It's like saying temperature when the cause is heat or friction, right?
Moderator variable.
Yeah, it's a moderator variable. In an experimental setup, you have moderator variables that can alter the magnitude or direction of an independent variable, which you're testing to see if it exists in the first instance. They're also called modulating factors in statistical tests.
Well, I've never heard of a moderator variable, but I could imagine.
Not my problem.
If we said
happy to educate you, right? Flat Earthers educating Globers is what we do. So I appreciate it. Thanks for the feedback.
I mean, you've already been destroyed because you've got no alternative hypothesis or explanation.
That's a burden of proof reversal. Sorry. You're affirming the consequent, reversing the burden. Listen, my criticism of the claim is not a positive claim, dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah. My criticism of the claim is not the claim to make. I'm asking for evidence for you to substantiate your claim, and I'm providing counter criticisms so that you can go provide the evidence needed that you need to substantiate your claim in the first instance, which you haven't done yet.
Yeah, your counter criticisms had zero substantiation. You haven't provided anything.
What do I need to provide? Listen, you haven't provided anything.
Yes, so they have no substantiation.
You haven't provided anything.
I'm glad you agree. They have no substantiation.
Excuse me, you haven't provided anything. So
I'm
criticizing your conjecture at this point because you haven't put a claim on the table for us to examine with any substantive evidence behind it.
Yeah,
so where is the test data? Show me the test data of all the Foucault pendulums. Their successes and failures, so I can plug it into some kind of Python analysis or spreadsheet in Excel or something, so I can run the statistical analyses on it. Go ahead.
You can model a Foucault pendulum if you want to.
No, test data, not a model. Like, I'm tired of people offering simulations in place of reality. That's not what we do here. We benchmark our claims to reality, not models. Again, you're affirming the consequent, and you're now committing the concept reification fallacy by offering a model in place of reality for your claim.
I work as a design engineer. Do you think
you have no idea what I do because it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Right. No. I'm making a point. Stop spurging out. I'm making a point.
Stop spurging out. Listen, I don't care what you do. So if the next word that flies out of your mouth is something about your profession, you can shove it. Give me the data.
Right. Just chill out. Right. We get data from how to design things and how to optimize things and whether things are safe.
Great. I put you on mute until you provide the data and post it in the chat. You're on mute until you can put up some data, field data, not model data, not simulation data, actual field test data. So these are your conditions to earn an unmute. And if you're muted all day, well, time to get cracking. It'd be unfortunate if you had to step out all weekend because you made a claim and you're unwilling to concede that you're unable to back it up.
Yeah, maybe you could just post some cartoons like Mushkane. Mushkane's already admitted there's no data. Back up the Foucault claim.
Yeah, so cartoon animations again.
Yep, that's all we get. Geez, this Oliver guy's a sucker for punishment.
Yep, so I'm going to post in the back chats to all the moderators that Oliver is to be left on mute until he provides the test data for the Foucault pendulum from the field, including all the ugly warts that come with it, all the times and trials that it failed, not just cherry picking the successes. Okay? Sound fair? Because we're all about data-driven science, right, Oliver? Your words. Anyway, good morning, DJ. Good morning to you, T-Dub, and anybody else out there.
Good morning.
Hey, man.
It's unbelievable how we encounter this from time to time. They want to offer anything but what is needed to substantiate their claims and hope that we in the audience is not keen enough to realize that they're playing a bait and switch. It's the Jedi mind trick. I'm going to bloviate and talk about my profession, about how much I know better, how much I know that data has to drive results. All right. So I'm going to just tell you the story about how empirical I am in my daily job. And therefore, this alleviates the need for me to provide data to back up my claims regarding Foucault pendulum for the discussion at hand. I'm sorry. No, we don't operate like that. I don't care what you do for a living. I care that you back up your claims. So convince me it's possible first and then prove to me it's done. You're at step one. Like, we can't even move off the convince me it's possible part first because of the jumbled up reference frames nonsense that these Globers seem to have. They can't figure out Coriolis. It's amazing. No, you don't need two accelerative reference frames for claiming Coriolis. You only need one. You can have an inertial and a non-inertial. I mean, what doesn't work are two inertial reference frames, I mean, with respect to each other, obviously. So you need something at rest and something accelerating. So in this case, is Earth a non-inertial or inertial frame of reference, and how do you decide? Oh dear. This is the problem with like Sagnac effect claims and inertial navigation systems using the Sagnac effect too. They have the same inertial reference frame issue. They arbitrarily select sidereal rotation to be a reference frame that is causing the phase shift from the two different arms that are shooting lasers out, rejoining them at a photographic plate or sensor, whatever. Why did they choose a sidereal frame? Why not the solar frame? It'd be off, wouldn't it? Or why not the lunar? Why not some asteroid frame? Why choose sidereal? Or how about no frame at all? How about it's just a feature of the world we live in? Could be electromagnetic drag, could also be nothing. Show me a gyroscope, right? A mechanical gyro that is holding rigidity in space inertially with respect to a non-inertial Earth rotating beneath it. Oh, you can't do it. So the same problem exists with this inertial frame of reference versus non-inertial frame of reference in Foucault's pendulum, as does exist with inertial reference systems that are used in ships with mechanical gyro compasses. There's this urban myth that they automatically seek north, and nobody can provide the test data. Nobody can provide field data to validate this. It's a gigantic urban myth. And you go through all the manuals. I have several of them. I've got one from a Northrop Grumman INS that's used in big ships. It's a big old mechanical gyro compass. And they're like, yeah, don't wait for it to seek north. It's never going to happen. Slave it to a GPS device or use magnetic compass or use maps, punch in your coordinates and your orientation, and then go. You can do it dockside. You could do it outside after you leave port. If you sit around and wait for it to do it on its own, you're going to have a bad time. I mean, this is everywhere. It's in the literature. I've got some oceaneering manuals and presentations from various institutions around the world. Some from Norway, some from Indonesia, where they're like, yeah, these gyro compasses, man, you can't really trust them by themselves. You need two of them for redundancy, and you want to slave them to a secondary device like a compass or GPS so that you can feed into it updates so it can automatically correct itself.
Well, they got to be calibrated because it depends on where they're calibrated on Earth. So that's kind of further evidence.
They got to be calibrated. Even a gyroscope has to be calibrated. Like,
well, yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but it's not with respect to Earth curve, right?
Well, it's respect to where on it has to do with gravity. With the gyroscope, it depends on what latitude on Earth you're at, where you calibrate it.
Oh, that's begging the question, though. If you have to tell it where it is on Earth because it can't detect where it is on Earth, then you're caught in the same circular logic as before.
Yeah, but there's no way to get out of that, because if we're on Earth, and I mean, the only way to do that would be to leave that reference frame, correct? I mean, there's no,
yeah,
that's
well,
not.
No, wait. Isn't that what a Foucault pendulum's claiming to do? When it processes.
Well, no, it's not the pendulum that's doing it, though. It's just the plane of the oscillation. It's that inertial.
It's leaving that reference frame, isn't it? That's the claim.
Yeah, you're saying it's independent of the non-inertial reference frame.
You can't have it both ways, Mushkane. I mean, Coriolis screws you guys up like nothing else. It's amazing.
Well, the inertial and non-inertial reference frame, this is the silver bullet to the whole argument. There's no getting past it. So that's why it's just lacking the data. All we need is the data. And
Yeah, we've been waiting for it, dude. It doesn't exist. We claim it doesn't exist because nobody's been able to present it. And hence, that's why we say it's an unverified claim. It's a baseless claim. I'm not going to auto-believe baseless claims. Urban myths are one example, like of gyro compasses and Foucault pendulums and Bigfoot. Giant urban freaking myths, dude. Just like Coriolis and snipers and Coriolis and artillerymen and all this other stuff, baseless. The data does not show that it is there. And if it were to be there, then it's hiding within margins of error that can't be meted out or sussed out. Nobody seems to have the precision that's capable of identifying it.
Well, yeah, the only way to do that is to construct a Foucault's pendulum. I mean, you can claim the sniper thing, but that's, like you said, the margin of error, it's too small.
Right.
If a Foucault pendulum, I was just going to say, if a Foucault pendulum, if the swinging string and weight is maintaining its motion in the same plane, then show me that. How can you say it does that if you've never seen it do that?
Well, I have seen it do that. I could post a video of that right now.
You're saying it does, but you're saying it processes in the same breath. And you're saying you're just declaring that it is. I want to see it maintain its plane.
Well, I could post a video of a pendulum on a rotating base, and you'll see that it maintains its plane.
Yeah, show me the data. I want to see the trials and errors, and I want to see what they did to overcome their errors. Okay? Because we've already looked into this, and we've got a nice little library of such. Like Antarctic geologist research scientists going to the South Pole and setting up their Foucault pendulum, declaring victory, and somebody realizing later that it's processing in the opposite direction the whole time. Like, we have stories like that we just kind of hold back in abeyance. So, why does it take flat earthers to do this kind of research? I just don't get it.
What's the topic, Amish?
Very broadly, it's Coriolis.
It's a bunch of globers making claims about pendulums and then not being able to present any data to back their claims up.
Ah, yes. Who's on deck?
Well, we had Oliver, and I asked Oliver to post the data that he said must exist somewhere. And instead of offering data, he wanted to give us stories about how he uses data in his job effectively. So I put him on mute, and I put into our mod back chat that he'll remain on mute until he either concedes that he doesn't have it or presents the data that we can review together. So then Mushkane over here, Mushkane, you've been honest, okay? I tip my hat to you for not losing your mind like a lot of these other folks that come in. But Mushkane is putting up some of his arguments for the Coriolis, for precession and other things too, which so far have been acknowledged to be unfalsifiable and without merit.
He kind of took over Oliver's point, right? Sort of. Took it a bit tangential, but...
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so looks like Oliver dipped. He's not here anymore.
No, he just wanted to tell us how good of a mechanical engineer he is. Like, great, irrelevant. You don't know what I do or T-Dub or anybody else does in here for a living because it's not relevant.
I just I posted a video that shows the pendulum maintaining its plane of swing with a rotating base.
Yeah, okay, so now it's on a rotating plane that's on a rotating object.
Yeah, we understand the principle is true. Okay, the Coriolis effect itself is true. It can be observed. What is in contention is whether or not you have Earth-based Coriolis.
Yeah, how do you figure that out, Mushkane?
You have to set a properly constructed pendulum in motion and then observe it process.
That's wrong. Okay, when you're seeing something like this, you see that thumbnail? It shows that merry-go-round.
Yeah.
You can see the entire thing moving. Yes. Am I mistaken? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're doing an observation first of all, right?
Yeah, it's an observation.
Okay, we do see things spinning around. That merry-go-round spinning around. That's obviously true, right?
Yeah.
So when do you see the Earth doing that?
Well, you see the stars. That's what first brought the question up.
No, that would be if you had looked at this from the angle of what you're talking about using that thumbnail. That would be you standing inside of that merry-go-round, looking up.
Yeah.
That's what you think it is. Now, in this case, we can identify something is moving. That merry-go-round. Now, when we say something is moving, the Earth, just like the merry-go-round, do you witness that?
Well, you witness the stars move.
Well, we understand what Coriolis is to identify how to appropriate that term. Now, if we're saying that we're witnessing the Earth do something, like we're witnessing the merry-go-round do something, well, that would be okay. But if you don't see, let's say you didn't see the merry-go-round, you don't know where you are, you had a blindfold, and all you could see was up. How would you know you're on a merry-go-round if you couldn't see it?
Well, the only way to do that is you'd have to set something up, but you couldn't get away from affirming the consequent on that.
Right. Thank you. No further questions.
That's an honest. Yeah, exactly. Honesty. I mean, and that's what we appreciate. It's difficult. Listen, Mushkane, like, you're not alone in this. Like, mainstream physicists have been wrestling with this. People at Caltech, like in their forums, students and stuff, talk about this kind of thing. It's the conversations we're having here is by far not just relegated to flat earthers on Discord.
Yeah, I just want to bring this forward into the minds of people that are trying to figure this out from a more technical standpoint. I think you're missing the forest to the trees, right? You can't see it because you're only focused on one thing, and that's an effect. But if you don't know the cause for the effect, then you're just going to be affirming the consequent, just like you said. That's all you're doing. See how easy that was, Mushkane?
Join the dark side.
It didn't take me like an hour and a half to belabor the point. I just got right to it. If you're witnessing something like that, we understand Coriolis, what it is. But you're thinking that's what's happening on the Earth. Well, it would be the same if you were on that merry-go-round and you didn't know you were on one. You would be affirming the consequent. That's right.
It's funny, like, if you take this whole thing out of like Newtonian and Galilean reference frames and just go to like straight up relativity, Einstein's like, well, all of these reference frames are valid. Haha, Einstein equivalence principle.
Yeah, there is.
So,
you can
why argue with us at all? Mm-hmm. There's no argument then. Like, if you're, I mean, you could like thermodynamically diagram a system to see where work and energy is flowing from and into, and you can figure out which is which. But I mean, according to Einstein and astrophysics and stuff, like, they have no way to do any of that because they're relying on gravitation, which isn't a force, has no thermodynamic properties.
Yeah. And I appreciate Mushkane posting that. That's kind of what I was asking for. But now I have to assume that merry-go-round, that's not on Earth.
Why would you need to assume that?
Because the rotation of the Earth would affect that pendulum now as well. But it's not.
Well, because it's a very small pendulum. The reason they make the Foucault's pendulum so large is because to measure an acceleration so small, you need that long oscillation. But with a shorter oscillation, it's not going to pick up the change in the reference frame.
It's gotten to the point, Mushkane, where they claim that no pendulum is long enough to really detect it unless you have one that is the length of Earth's radius.
Mushkane, you're going hard in the paint, dude, with this affirming the consequent business.
Yeah. I'm just kind of wondering how much distance you think Earth has covered in the time it takes the pendulum to swing from one side of the circle to the other side. How much distance do you think Earth has covered in that small amount of time?
Oh, that's a really good question. We could figure that out. Hold on.
Don't forget about orbital as well, and the sun's rotation around the galaxy and the galaxy's motion through the universe.
Yeah, on that note, related. You know, it's funny, Mushkane, like, people don't think about this globe or flat very much, but if Earth is a spinning globe that has an orbital velocity of about 66,000 miles an hour, with a rotational velocity of about 1,000 at the equator, it means that at nighttime, you are accelerating into the direction of Earth's orbit, and in the daytime, you're decelerating. Plus 1,000 miles an hour, minus 1,000 miles an hour over a 24-hour period. Nobody's detecting
pushed
that.
along and then pulled along.
Nobody detects that oscillation either.
Right, can you repeat that?
All right, so Earth is spinning on an axis, right? It's got a rotational velocity, tangential velocity, rim velocity, whatever you want to call it, of about 1,037 miles per hour at the equator.
All right.
This is compounded. There's compound motion here because Earth is also traveling at 66,000 miles per hour in an orbital circuit on average. So it's spinning and moving with respect to where it was in an absolute frame of reference. So if at nighttime you're on the dark side of Earth, away from the sun, and Earth is rotating towards the daylight. So if you're looking from the top, it is turning in a counterclockwise fashion. So if you're on Earth at the equator, you're accelerating into the direction of Earth's orbit. And then once daybreak happens, you're decelerating away from Earth's orbit. Like a teacup, it's compound motion. So when you start adding these velocity vectors up, right, it's like, okay, what do I need to detect this? I mean, I tried to source some accelerometers, highly sensitive ones, using industrial applications that should be able to detect this, and they cost like $700. I'm not made of money, but it'd be kind of fun to set one up and show up. Doesn't detect anything. How do you calibrate it? Right? You need to calibrate it based on latitude and time of day. Like, and time of day, does it need to be constantly recalibrated over the course of a day?
What time of day do you need to calibrate it at?
And at your latitude, yeah. Do you calibrate it when you're decelerating or when you're accelerating? Do you calibrate it when you change from 45 degrees north latitude all the way down to 0 degrees equator? I mean,
you'd have to leave this.
You have to move.
You'd have to leave this place to actually get a zero.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be any movement. But then the Earth would leave you behind.
But according to Einstein, right, how do you have an absolute zero reference frame? You don't. All reference frames are moving with respect to each other. So you got this big problem on your hands. It's unfalsifiable garbage, top to bottom.
even if you were to leave the Earth, there'd be other forces that would be, on you. Other gravitational force, like in the globe Earth paradigm, leaving the Earth just to get that zero, you'd have like other gravitational forces to contend with. So you never could be like in a place where you're not moving. Everything would be moving, always.
Right. So then they explain this away with bendy space-time and say, well, you're within the frame of reference that's being bent. So everything looks straight to you and is and measures as such, but it's really curved if you leave that reference frame. So Earth looks flat, measures flat, observes flat, seems motionless. You can only tell if you leave that reference frame. Okay, show me the goods.
Hey, just to answer T-Dub's question earlier, I think when you talked about how far it's moved, I remember looking up like since the beginning of creation, and their science, by them saying it's this many light years, expanded or whatever, and the total like movement, like the galactic traveling of Earth in their paradigm is 23 quintillion miles, 18 zeros. How they come up with that number? All math. It's just all math, bro. But that's what they believe.
Do you have anybody else? Except for Mushkane? Oh. Good morning to everybody. You having a good morning?
Yeah, it's a good morning.
It's a beautiful morning.
I shaved my head, cutting my nails, just getting ready.
For what rally? I'm just kidding.
We're gonna go get it.
He's like, I shaved my head. Yeah. Let's go, brother.
Getting ready for war. For Mother's Day. Getting ready for Mother's Day. Gonna celebrate it today.
How does Mother's Day work on a globe?
Well, that's how we know it's a globe, because there's a Mother's Day. That's some dumb shit they would say.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dude, some of the comments on my TikTok are retarded, bro. Like, we know it's a globe because of blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what in the actual... this guy serious?
I don't know when he's going to want to do it, but Overlord got the ability to host, live TikToks. So I don't know what he's planning to do with that. But I got to get another account up on there. I got an Alpha Veritas account over there. I need to get up on some.
You got to get the followers. I know I could do live streams too, because I have more. You have to have more than 1,000 followers.
Yep.
And once you just put the right video, dude, and you'll get a lot. You get a lot of followers quick.
Yeah, I know. It's all on how I'm gonna do this whole thing.
Oh, you know what I got? Oh, you also, I think, to speak, you have to have so many followers, I think.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you could, like, if you only have like 2 followers, like I don't think you could join the conversation. You have to have 1,000 followers too, I think.
It's funny, Oliver's asking a question that he wouldn't even be able to answer if he was in here. Look at 27 minutes after the hour.
What it looks like?
That question right there, he thinks he knows because he has a map projection. Another affirming the consequent. Dude, it's like this whole morning's filled with affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so I don't know if he's equipped to go into a discussion about how maps are made and coordinate reference systems are made.
I bet you he's not ready for that one. And he's basing it off of, like, the cardinal direction. How cute.
Yeah, so that's not even in accordance with Latin longs.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, these guys, they really think the Earth's a globe based on what they've been shown. Kind of funny. The extent of their critical thinking goes so far as to only the things they can recall from a knowledge base that's been given to them, instead of being able to critically think how it's possible. How is it possible? These methods or operations that happen on the surface of the Earth to detect anything about it being a globe is just non-existent. See, and that's what usually people say. Let me see if I can. Oh, he can't come to the call, right? I was gonna put join the call, but you have him on. You're holding him to not speak. Sporadic.
Yeah, he wants the data. He wants all the data for the Foucault pendulum, or every single Foucault pendulum test that's been done, every failure, every so-called success.
He's on a tangent point, so he's going to come in hot and heavy on that tangent point and not answering his other previous point, which is disingenuous.
Yeah, and to be pedantic and clear, I don't want all of it, right? I want to see enough. I want to see enough that allows him to substantiate his claim. And I want to see the good stuff and the bad stuff, trials and errors.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, wherever the data was recorded, like that, should be good enough. Obviously, like there's people have said to have like performed this in their own home, right? Which kind of contradicts what Mushkane said about, well, the reason they make them so big.
You definitely can't do it in your own home. There's this guy, Peter Lean, who's been working on his own Foucault pendulum for like a year now. And yeah, he hasn't worked it out because his scale is too small.
Kosho, are you listening? I hope you're listening, Kosho. You shitting on your test you did, bro.
In Columbus, Ohio, there's a science center they set up in Columbus, Ohio, in like 1992 for a bicentennial thing called COSI, C-O-S-I. It featured a big Foucault pendulum when you walked in. It never worked. They never had it running, ever. And I remember once going in, they did have it running, and it was not working right. Like it was swinging way too fast, and they had to mess with it. I think they had to adjust its height or something. I don't know what was wrong with it, but it just wasn't working. And they're telling everybody, yeah, don't bother like correcting us on this. We're just doing a demonstration.
It's funny though, man. Every time they talk about Coriolis, they doublespeak. They're like, well, yeah, something that's not attached to the surface will experience a Coriolis effect. And you're like, okay, so let's talk about how balloons go up and they're not moved by the fact that the Earth is spinning underneath them. Well, that's because the Earth is spinning with the balloon spinning with the Earth. They switch it up, dude. Just back and forth from both. The Coriolis effect is being noticed, and then it's not. Well, of course that wouldn't happen. Duh. The balloon is spinning with the Earth.
We know
conservation of momentum. Duh.
That's why we don't detect any movement.
Yep. Speaking of two sides of their mouth, dude, they want to have it both ways. You can't. It either is when something leaves the floor, you're going to experience Coriolis, or you're not.
Well, I brought up the hovering helicopter, right? And Oliver said, no, the air's moving with the Earth.
Well, see, how the fuck do you know Coriolis is going on? You don't. You wouldn't be able to.
He's throwing all the claims of the weather patterns, your hurricanes and that. He's throwing that under the bus.
It's kind of like with refraction, right? Refraction only exists if we can see too clear and too far.
What are you going to say, Mushkane? I know you're coming in like trying to smooth the point, but you're just going to be train wrecked, dude.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to try to smooth the point. You said something. It was when you said, okay, you were talking about how Globers are talking out of both sides of their mouth when they say, when something leaves the surface of the Earth, it's still in the reference frame or not. Like it's either or. But that's not at least what I was saying. What I was saying is that whatever object it is that's not in contact with the surface of the Earth, it needs inertia. So like a bullet flying, a sniper bullet going down a path, that's inertia. Or a pendulum, once you release it, then it has inertia. But a helicopter, a drone, something like that, that's itself moving massive amounts of air. It doesn't have.
Okay. How about the helicopter? How about the helicopter hovers and moves back and forth?
If it's decelerating, then is it really resisting a change in velocity? So, Mushkane, in your point about the bullet, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, this is. I mean, it seems funny to say. It sounds so confusing. Like I hang out with engineers. I have these fun discussions with them too. And like, do you really mean inertia?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean inertia.
So shouldn't a hovering helicopter at least be at the end of hovering in the air for 5 hours, 6 hours, however many hours, should be facing a different direction?
Well, according to him, he says if it's moving massive amounts of air, it wouldn't feel the effects. You got to move enough air. You got to move enough air so that you don't experience the Coriolis effect.
Well, right. Yeah. But shouldn't it at least be facing in a different direction?
Oh no!
Well, yeah, no, because somebody's controlling that. Somebody's controlling that drone.
Someone's holding it steady. Obviously, we're fighting against the Coriolis effect. Yeah. Well, that's true. Mushkane says that, so it must be the case. So, hot air balloons, the same. Somebody's controlling it. They're fighting against the Coriolis effect.
Well, yeah, there's other forces other than when you really? Release
other forces.
Yeah,
what are the forces? What are the forces?
Well, so with a drone, it's the propellers. That's
what is that a force?
Well, the propellers itself, if it's creating the force.
Okay, and what force is that?
What would you call that force from the propellers? That would just be a
propeller force.
I don't know the name. I don't know the name for it.
What's
but it's not. It's not just inertia.
What is it?
So there's other forces acting on it.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because that's how a helicopter or a drone stays in the air.
That's just how it is? Is that just how it is? Well, it's just how it is.
It's not just.
How did you make the distinction that's? How did you parse it out that there's other forces that are causing the Coriolis effect to be nullified?
By the fact of something keeping itself in the air, it has to maintain that.
Yeah, I know that sounds like you're not understanding what's going on here. So, how did you make the distinction that it's nullifying the Coriolis effect? How do you know that?
Well, I'm not.
Oh,
because
you're not.
in the first place, you have to assume.
Just say because it's not being affected.
Yeah. We'd have to maintain inertia, and in so doing, against an accelerated frame, you have to expend work, and you should be able to measure that.
Yeah. And so, Mushkane, how do you know that the propeller force is not affecting the Coriolis force? How do you know that?
Well, I mean, that would be an assumption, I guess.
Ouch. Ouch.
Whoa.
That hurt me way over here on the flat earth.
Could you show that on your little merry-go-round like you did with the Foucault pendulum?
Yeah, we know it's an assumption.
That's got to sting a little, dude.
Yeah.
Just a little.
The reason they know is because it's acting as if the Earth isn't moving.
Mushkane, come on, brother. Put my arm around your shoulder, bro. I'm like, come on. You don't really buy into this, that what you're saying.
You know, at this point, you start to wonder, like, is the whole world really this dumb?
Yeah, because...
yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're hypnotized.
It's not what you think, bro. This is the cultist mentality. You're not a cultist. You would like that the Earth would be a globe and all that kind of stuff, but it's not the case, bro. Sorry. I mean, you at some point you're gonna have to wake up. Santa Claus isn't real, nor is the Easter Bunny, nor Tooth Fairy. All that stuff is just made up gobbledygook. The globe is a part of that too. It's fantasy, bro. Why are you defending it? I just asked you very specific things. You didn't understand how you could parse out whether or not Coriolis was nullified. You're just assuming it because you're clutching your pearls tightly. You don't want it to be the case. You're going to wake up and the Earth is not a globe.
It's harder to believe that the world is mad with this globe delusion than it is to really accept the world that you directly experience and can prove. This is one of the biggest sticking points with people, too. I mean, a lot of times, especially the anti-flat earthers, right? I mean, they're like, well, why would they lie? How could everybody be wrong and you guys be right? They're having that realization. It's bananas.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that is pretty crazy. If you think about it, it would be harder to believe that everybody is deceived than the Earth is
but
flat.
Just think about it. Yeah, I think you're going hard in the paint with that idea. Just think about it like this: everybody believes Santa Claus, Christmas, and all that stuff because the young people they can't discern from the reality that Santa doesn't exist because everybody's making it look like he does. That's what's happening here. The same thing with the globe. The young people of the world think that there's Santa. There's a Santa. Because everybody's making it look like that's the case, right? But just because everybody gets all crazy at Christmas time and makes it look that way doesn't mean it's real. You know, that's the same thing with the globe. You have everything, even the vernacular, right? People are talking about globalist this and globalist that. And then, you know, you get hit with the globe, you know, at school. And you're talking about the planets. So your mind has so much information about it, like just topical information, not that you can, you know, source anything with physics. It's just, it's a fantasy that you want to perpetuate. You don't want to stop believing that the Earth is not what you've been told. It's really just psychological, Mushkane. That's all it is. You're fighting against a belief. That's why you're coming in here every day trying to figure out if you're going to give something to us that's going to make it be like, oh, okay, Mushkane, yeah. We were wrong. You're right. It's Coriolis. Yep. You got us, bro. That day will never come, Mushkane. Ever, bro.
You know, Alpha, just like I like to ask people to consider for a moment, even if they don't agree with what we're saying, suppose we are right. We know we're right, but suppose in your world that we're right because they think we're actually wrong, but suppose we're right. What does that mean? What does it mean for institutions, for states, for governments, and all the people that work in them, all the credentials, all the awards that have been given for discoveries in physics and everything else? And what does that mean? And then you look at what Congress is doing to us on social media.
Yeah, that's the big point, Sporadic Key. That's what does it mean? For if what you say is true, then what does that mean? I mean, that implies a lot.
Yeah,
I know.
It's amazing.
I know.
It's the biggest revelation of my entire life. I still, like when I'm driving home from work and I have a calm moment to myself, I ponder these things. And I look at the sun and the moon and I say, what really is this place? Because I know for a fact it can't be what they told me.
Right. Even in an Enochian standpoint, like where the way he's, because people even in religious circles want to talk about, well, we got the keys to decrypt, understand Enoch. No, you don't. There's no possible way on earth you could tell me what all of what he said meant. You can hear what he's saying, but you can never say that you know from a perspective that it's exactly how it is. The cosmology Enoch spoke of is not anything like something that you could describe, because he was basically saying what he saw is how the mechanical operations of the earth are looking like. It has nothing to do with our concept of what they are within a understandable like physics and science, and nothing could describe what he was describing. Like we couldn't do it, not on Earth. So you'd have to be in a different location to then look back at what we're, the whole Earth and the way it operates to make a very clear distinction of what things are happening. So I'm just saying, like, nobody can do that. Nobody's ever given that like perspective. So yeah, everybody's getting accolades and they're getting pats on the back and celebrated and all this kind of stuff because they're big brains and contemplating complex theories, all this kind of stuff, right? But so what? If you can never provide evidence that what they're saying is true, it's just a big circle jerk, bro. Giant, huge circle jerk. The sooner you're accepting that right there, then you can realize, yeah, well, so what about these awards? The guy won a fancy award for contemplating gravitational theory. Yeah, but he's just talking a whole lot of nonsense. Which, of course, they even say, well, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, which means he disproved somebody else. So that means that in the future, somebody else will come up with a better idea. That's how science works. So what essentially they're telling you is just somebody's going to replace that story with another one.
We get maligned for being like anti-science and stuff when it's from our perspective the exact opposite. We're not throwing anything from applied physics out, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
It's all the theoretical mumbo jumbo that we question.
Yeah, the causation for the effects that we experience.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, we're probably not the same as these TikTok flat earthers and Twitter X-based flat earthers out there posting all kinds of ridiculous flat earth science fiction, making bold positive claims about things that are ludicrous. People come into here and they're used to seeing all that, and they talk to us. They find out, wow, these guys are different. They can't be real flat earthers, can they? It's like, no, we're actually the real ones. I mean, unfortunately, our community spawned a lot of the trash that you see out there from people that we ejected because they wanted to promote some brand of occultism or whatever the case is. And we've maintained higher standards.
Yeah, Bev, try thinking. Oh, my God.
Yeah, Bev tries the globe now.
Some of the people that were really close with us, yeah. We started off all together. It just, they splintered off into wanting to have these big brain discussions. For what? So they can wax philosophical in front of other people and tout their knowledge as like saying big verbose words and just come out sounding like, oh, well, that guy knows something. Yeah, no, he don't. He's doing exactly what globe earthers are doing, dude, and just saying more gobbledygook. Nothing that can be. There's no cause for an effect, dude. You don't. That's the hard part for people to actually get over.
Oh yeah, like gravitation. Is it the cause of the effect of the cause of the effect?
Yeah. It's a big Russian doll.
Or IV?
It's a big Russian doll like test. Oh well, we found something else is underlying that thing, and the thing is supporting the other thing. It's like you'll never get to the bottom.
It kind of paints a picture where there's like a bifurcation of technological progress and scientific discovery. We've had amazing technological feats with the internet and all kinds of other things. existing independent of people's cosmological beliefs about the systems in the greater world that surrounds them. And they believe that the first is inextricably linked to the second, when it's not. We're actually still using the same base like physics that was around during the first industrial revolution of the early 1800s, further developed by the later 1800s and second industrial revolution. We really haven't left any of that. We've just gotten better at scale, better at application.
Yep. So, I mean, in regards to this, the type of technology that we're utilizing right now, you still haven't found out the cause for effects of things. Like, you can utilize light in many very different applications, right? Fiber optics and all kinds of, it's crazy, right? But yet when you sit down with the people that are utilizing it and tell them, hey, what is light? What do you think you're going to get?
Audio, what are you talking about?
Oh, gosh.
The conversation of the shape of the earth or the lack thereof. So,
but I ask you this question every day.
Same with electricity and magnetism. Like, what is a magnet? Like, people don't really know. What does a magnetic field do? Like, why does it exhibit certain behaviors? People can describe what's happening at like a quantum level, great.
Yeah.
But descriptions are just that. I mean, you have the what, but you don't really have the how or why.
And I think everybody's working within that particular framework. Yeah, you are utilizing this and every day, and you're being able to use the effect and quantify it and say, oh, well, this thing has this much, so forth. But you never get to the part where you're talking about what's causing that to be what it is. What made that to be like the way it is? Cause for the effect. So that's creator territory right there. So no one, think about it, man. The mysteries of the world.
What's going on, chat?
All my fellas.
All my fellas. It's a huge panel. What's going on?
Yeah, we got Kevin Caslano with the cope coming in, licking his wounds from yesterday.
Kevin, you just gonna sit there and take that, dude?
Obviously. We got deleted account that just joined our chat.
I see Mushkane. I see Hush. There was that Jeet that popped in there for a second. I think he bounced though.
This guy.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you were, you had a good night's rest and you slept and you had a dream, Kevin, that you were cooking me, but it didn't happen in this. It didn't happen in this chat, bro. Because in this chat, dude, you got roasted.
That's what you believe in.
You got roasted, dude.
But this is a no belief panel. We don't do beliefs.
Yeah, you got so frustrated and angry, you started ad homing me. Bitches and hoes and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, Kevin, come on.
What?
Oh, yeah. He went all out, dude. He was... Because he's little Kevin. Like, little Kevin doesn't understand things.
Like from Home Alone?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie.
He says, yeah. So, I gave him ample opportunity to go ahead and describe his cultist globe ideas, but turns out he doesn't know.
What were the main points that I gave?
He said, I know. I don't believe, I know the Earth is a globe.
No, dude, that's a big claim.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
That isn't a big claim, but that's what I said.
That isn't a big claim, he says. Oh, really? So you still know the Earth is a globe, Kevin?
Of course, 110%.
Holy shit.
It's not possible to be 110%, Kevin. It can only be 100%.
Alpha, come on, guys. Guys, calm down. This could be the proof we've been waiting for the last 10 years.
It could be, but I just want to confirm, though. I just want to confirm. He doesn't think he could be a brain in a jar?
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
Choose your words carefully here, Kevin.
Is he on Discord?
Oh yeah, the 99% test. That's a good opener.
Yeah, what do you think, Kevin?
I know I am on Discord.
Yeah, I know, but are you 100% sure you're on Discord?
I am 100%. I know I'm 100% on Discord.
Excellent. So is it possible in this reality that you could be Don DeMarco? Is it possible in this reality that you could be schizophrenic?
Well, are you a psychologist?
I'm asking you a question.
What kind of question is that? You're not a psychologist.
Well, it's like this, right? You can answer the question, is it possible in this reality that you could be, as in possible, you could be schizophrenic? Is it possible?
We need to test that, though.
No, I'm asking you, just answer. It's a closed-ended question. It's either yes or no. Is it possible that you could be schizophrenic?
No.
Okay. So is it possible that you could be, a brain in a jar?
No.
Oh, we got somebody who's standing by principles of logic. The principles of logic.
Got bigger guts than anyone else who comes in here.
Okay.
Yes, right. He might
now we've grounded.
It's time for the globe proof, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to move into that. So now we've logically grounded ourselves. We know now that Kevin's going to talk about the physical and natural world in a logical sense. So we don't need to concern ourselves with Kevin wandering off into speculation land. Okay, go ahead, Kevin. Give us your evidence that the Earth is a globe. We're ready now.
Can I grab the pictures and then we can
grab whatever you like, dude? Bring whatever. Bring your friends over here. Like, let them witness this. We're about to get the globe evidence. That's what we're gonna get.
You know what happens, Kevin, if you present this? You know what happens? We go away. We issue a public apology. 24/7 Flat Earth shuts down. Discord gets deleted. Our presence on social media goes away. We all become Globers.
You would single-handedly bring down one of the biggest groups of Flat Earth.
And here we go.
Exciting times, Kevin. Everybody's got their popcorn?
The male version of a Karen is Kevin.
There'll be a parade.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
It's going to be magnificent, man.
Yeah, we need Clipcord to be standing at attention for Kevin's response.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Man, I'm so excited. I got to go in a minute, guys, so I'll be around later.
All right, brother. Catch you after a while.
All right. You don't realize how iconic you are, Miggy.
Dude. Well, Clipcord is still missing in action, so we got to get him back wherever he is. So
shout out to Clipcord. No, literally, Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Yeah, I've been saying that, dude. I'm like, oh man, we were saying that before. Look at Helio's got his popcorn. Dude, you better brush your teeth and comb your hair, man, because this thing's gonna be amazing. You better be ready for it.
It's nice knowing y'all.
I know, right? Yeah,
are we saying goodbye
guys.
already? Like, okay.
Let me get the violins out already. Holy.
Yeah, it was a good run. I mean, Helio stream on May 10th, 2025. We'll stop broadcasting. Yeah, go ahead and take your time, Kevin, with that information. Just hurry the hell up.
Where did that saying "chop chop" come from? That's so funny, Platter. Nice
It's
one.
kind of old, actually. It's a bit old.
Yeah. That's a good one, though. Chop chop. Like, who started that? That's funny. Is that like
late 80s, early 90s reference?
Oh, I thought it was French from the guillotine days.
Oh no, I don't know.
Damn, Tito,
Was it
you're
I don't think it came from there. I don't think it came from there, dude.
You are a savage. I thought it was it's like a chef thing. Like, hurry up and cut those onions.
Yeah,
Chop.
yeah. I think it's a reference to like chefs. I do think. All right, well, let's look it up.
All right, let's check it out.
Chat GPT, where you at, brother?
Ethergris should get on that, but I don't think he's here. I'll check it out.
Clipcord, dude.
Friggin'
yeah, we miss you, homie, wherever you are. Hopefully you're having a good time. Ignoring the
TOS UK
homies.
too. He was a good clipper. Wherever you are, TOS UK.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think I pissed him off, low key. Sorry, chat.
My arm's still just up in the air, waiting for Clipcord's dap, dude. Like I'm waiting for that dap.
I know.
He's like leaving me hanging, bro. Like I'm like, bro, who are you? You ain't supposed to leave homies like this.
Dude, we need Indio in here for this. Like, this is it, right? This could be the end of his server.
Oh yeah. Hey, you need to go to your wardrobe right now. Bust out the Sunday best, dude. Yeah.
Someone needs to say his name 3 times and do a circle so we summon him.
Indio.
Yeah. It's gonna be those those guys carrying that coffin dancing. That's what Kevin's gonna do for the flat earth.
Yeah, like Black Masons or whatever.
Yeah, he's gonna be dancing, carrying the coffin, squatting up and down.
So what are we waiting on? Glow proof?
Yeah,
Dang,
Kevin.
I need to
He says I got the proof. I'm collecting it. I'm putting it together.
All right, my hair's combed. I'm ready.
You brush your teeth though.
Let me do that real quick.
Okay. Yeah, because
this is a huge panel, man. What the heck?
Platter. Kevin!
The chat is going crazy right now.
Kevin! Oh, shit.
Sweats,
yeah,
dude.
really. That's where we're going to be, dude, once Kevin drops the bomb on us. Amish is just going to be looking at that the nuclear bomb just come towards him and close his eyes and just accept it, dude. A refreshing nuclear holocaust. Well, it was good. Either that or Kevin's all talk. Oh shit! There he goes. There he
goes. That's the evidence.
That couldn't be more.
Yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
No, not this again.
Yeah, round of applause, everybody. This is what Kevin Caslana put up yesterday.
Oh man.
Thanks for that,
bro. What the fuck, man? Oh my god.
Nah, bro. Like,
why did you edit out the table being curved?
Look at sporadic.
What the? Oh my god.
Do we really want to talk? Yeah, the table's curved. Also, look at it.
But it was outside.
Kevin,
isn't that what matters? If it was outside, since it was outside.
Kevin, come on. I thought this is the globe evidence. Look at everybody's already looked into this. DJ's put an image up.
It's not curved. It's
you're getting cooked by the chat, bro.
It's outside.
You're eviscerated, dude. Like the chat's just gonna take care of it. I mean, we could really talk about why you even put that in there.
I'm not looking at the chat right now.
Do you need to? What do you mean you're not looking at it? You posted something and the chat's responding to you.
Yeah, I'm shooting some zombies. Can we talk about the picture that I just posted?
We are.
Oh, you mean the doctored image that you put in there that I said it was doctored and you admitted to yesterday?
It
was not doctored? It's not doctored. Is that what you're gonna say?
Together.
Okay, check this out. Kevin Kozlana says that image is not doctored. What's the panel's
It is in
reaction
real
to
life. I just told you it's in real life.
that? Really? It's not real life, bro. What's wrong with you, Kevin? Are you sick? You must be, dude, because your fever and stuff is just causing you to be delirious.
Like H2O delirious.
Kevin, the bit that's cut out of the photo.
Yes, DJ.
Right? Yeah. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, the bit that's cut out of the photo, right? The table, it's curved more than the horizon.
Kevin.
But we already agree with the horizon.
Yeah, shooting all the zombies in the world in your little game there, Kevin, it's not going to help this be evidence for the globe. It's not. It just really isn't.
Well, I'm gonna.
You should stick to what you know, and that's being an ignorant globe cultist and shooting zombies in a game instead of inserting your opinions in a intellectual forum such as this.
But the room is flat and it's a game.
Well, see how you're diverting away from the fact that you didn't put any globe evidence, Kevin?
But we're still talking about flat.
Once again. Ah.
Dang.
You make this too easy for us, Kevin. Sorry. You see, I didn't even cook you this time. The chat did.
Okay.
Look at CB. Dude, oh my goodness.
But Kevin, why is the table curved?
I didn't post the table. I posted
You don't even know what you posted?
No.
Let's scroll up again. Let me see.
We've seen this a gazillion times, dude. You posted a curved table. Do you have any tables in your house that curve like that?
Oh no, the tables are not curved. It's the it's
Why
a
is it
pressure
curved?
from those two things right above it. Those red pipes.
The red pipes.
Because of gravity.
Gravity?
You're an idiot. Planks.
The table's curving because of gravity?
No, I think the table is curving because of gravity. The weights that's being pulled down because they're dense, in the planks is what makes that shape.
Do you have any tables that do that in your house?
Tables that I know that do that in my house? No, I'm talking not the table. I'm talking about the wood plank that's above
I'm asking about the table.
The tables?
Yeah, the table. The green table.
All right. Let me take a look.
Why is it
Look, Sasha put one in there.
Did you try to claim that the wood plank is the only thing that's bending and not the table?
Yeah, look at it. It's making that curve. But yeah, the table is pretty flat.
Look at it. It's making that curve.
The table's not flat. The table is not flat in the image.
Look at it. It's making that curve. Tables are making curves, Kevin.
Well, why would you make a table that's curved like that? That doesn't make any sense.
But I still see the curve of the water there, the body of the water. So
Oh, you do? Well, is that because the image is doctored? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
unless you're gonna assume and believe it is fisheye lens, and that's
No, it's not, dude. The image is doctored. So we don't need to assume there's a lens that's fisheye because the image is doctored. Kevin Kozlana, do you know that or
You
not?
define doctrine. I just want to know how you define doctrine.
Somebody took the original photo and played around with the settings, and now it looks different than the original photo.
And who was that?
I just told you what it is. Don't tell me who did it. You
I'm
fucking crazy guy.
We already established what it is. I'm just asking.
It's a doctored image.
Who did it?
Yeah.
Who did it though? It's like if I'm asking you,
You agreed.
who are the person in the crime scene? You're
Yeah,
gonna
I
tell
don't
me-
care if you know. It doesn't matter if Sylvester the cat did it. Like, it doesn't matter. The thing is, it's a doctored image. You agreed to it yesterday. It was a doctored image.
I did not.
Oh, you're denying the fact. Why don't we? Dude, there was witnesses here. Why are you lying, Kevin? You said yesterday it
Why
was
are
a
you
doctored
gaslighting
image.
me?
I told you from the original image, it's been doctored. Now it looks this way. Come on, Kevin. Everybody knows it's doctored except you denying it right now. Why are you denying it, Kevin? It's so much better when you don't fight. Just accept.
Hello, sir. How are you? What are you talking about?
Oh, we're talking about the flat Earth. Yeah. All right. So, Kevin, this is a doctored image. Yeah.
I didn't agree to that yesterday, nor today.
Yes, you did. Oh, yeah, you did.
No, I
yes,
didn't.
you did.
Can we talk about like reality here? About the body of water?
We're gonna talk. We're gonna stay right here and talk about how it's a doctored image, Kevin. Until you give up the ghost again.
Can we
wanna
talk about
see-
India?
Oh, don't you worry.
You gay?
We will get back to your point, sir. Kevin, you have to realize this is a doctored image, man. You cannot continue.
Do you think North Korea is the center of the world?
I don't know why you're asking this, sir. Do you not see a map? I don't think you've ever seen a map.
But the supreme leader Kim Jong-un has his own map.
Yes, but are you following Kim Jong-un, sir? I don't think so.
Yes, he's powerful leader.
Okay, then.
Do you speak
Take your happy ass off of this forum, sir. You don't belong here.
This is a no Jeep panel.
But
Kevin, it's a doctored image, dude. We all know this. And the sooner you accept and believe that you understand, as soon as you understand, I believe. As soon as you understand that's true, then yeah, we'll be happy.
What are you talking about?
Kevin Castellana has a doctored image, sir. And he thinks it's a globe, but it's not.
I work with retards.
But I think, what do you think?
I think you're throwing your bodies into the gear so that Kevin doesn't get roasted. But he's getting roasted right now.
But he's not roasted. He's not a chicken.
Or he's been roasted. He's a chicken. Yes, he is. All right, Kevin. Your little friend here is not helping, so.
What time is over there in India? Just kind of curious. Jack?
Yeah, we're not worried about Jack. Nice diversion. You can't shoot zombies, talk to Jack, and then accept that you've been defeated all at the same time. You gotta choose one of them.
Hold on a second, Alpha.
Pick one.
Do you realize over on Discord, I can see who's talking right now. Right now, Batman.
Yeah. So, are you going to realize that it's a doctored image?
Those people are not taking any money.
Shut up.
All right,
are you going to realize it's a doctored image?
Well, I'm asking you who did the doctored image. If you claim so, that you made a claim right now. Who did it?
Is it a doctored image from the original photo that everybody can see wasn't the original?
Now your head is in a John. Damn, that sucks to be you, right? Yikes. Let's start with again. Who did it? Is it not hard to say who did it?
What difference does it make? The original photo's not like this.
You're making a claim right now.
It's okay. It's okay. You know what? It's like this. It's obvious that it's been doctored.
It's obvious. So you're making a claim. You believe in it.
It's not a claim.
It
is. The claim is that it's doctored, but the point is that it's not. It's validated because the original image is not like the new one where you have side by side.
Well, then post it in the chat.
You did. You posted it. I'll do it again. You want me to extract your?
You're making a claim that it's doctrine. But I'm asking you.
Let me go back up to your image, Kevin, because you think that this point is a one you can stand on. You're just a fool. Here, let me see. I'm just gonna get your image. How about that?
All right. I'm just asking who did it.
I don't need to know that, Kevin. Here.
Are you sure you're 100% sure you're sitting on a chair right now?
Here, right here. What? There you go. Look.
Why is
look at
Kevin
that.
spiraling again?
You see what I just posted?
Okay. But I'm asking
you. See look at the one on the right. Look at the one on the right. Look at the one on the right. That's the image. That's the image. The one on the right is the image. The one on the left is a doctored image. Yeah?
Right, but who did it though?
Right. You said right. Got him. Got him, boys. Right. That's all I needed was a concession. Thank you. I got you, Kevin. Yeah. You were trying to avoid the fact that it wasn't doctrine, and you just said
and then he said and. He just said and.
And
yeah, like he's whistling past the graveyard, like, and because you were saying that it wasn't doctored, and I got you to admit that, yeah, right, it is doctored.
What
Thank
is
you,
doctored
Kevin.
here? I'm asking you who did it though.
Go shoot zombies, dude. You gave up the ghost again, right?
You failed miserably. Go play your video games.
Yeah. Thanks
All
for
right.
that.
Oh, gaslighting. Wait, what if I rejoin the server?
Oh man. Hey, he's been fighting so hard that it wasn't doctored, and all of a sudden, when I put that image back here, look, I'm gonna put it again in chat. This one right here, and I demonstrated to the audience that he's on the right is the image, and on the left is a doctored image, and he says right. That's what he was fighting this whole time against.
Oh, you're cherry picking my words, but okay.
Right. That's what you said.
Yeah,
right.
then you said so and. Yeah, that happened.
That just happened, Kevin. Isn't that fun? How wrong you are.
Do appreciate the gaslighting.
I appreciate the gaslighting. I appreciate the concession. I got an image for you. Right here.
What concession?
Look at this image. That was you standing in one of those pairs of shoes right there. All you gotta do is just be honest, Kevin. That's all you gotta do.
Appreciate the peer pressure, but you're not going to get anything out of me.
Peer pressure. Play your game. Let me talk to somebody else. Hey, we got
304 in the panel.
Who's that?
Pissy Missy number 1.
What? Pissy Missy. Number 1 Transformer. I mean, yeah, do we have anybody in here that wants to go ahead and tell us how the Earth is a globe? This is an open panel. You can go ahead and chime in.
Wait, how what?
How the Earth is a globe.
Is it glow?
Globe. Globe.
Oh my god! Oh, are you guys like are you guys like flat earthers?
We're not like flat earthers. We are flat earthers.
Do you know where you are right now?
Wait, and this is like live streamed?
Yes, on YouTube.
We are
every
live.
conversation.
Like
and then we
every
get
day?
reactions. We get reactions from the panel. It's pretty cool. Yeah, subscribe to Helio Skeptic on YouTube. Go ahead and drop him a like and a follow.
So do you get like a lot of hate as a flat earther on YouTube?
Oh yeah, for sure. Facts. And on here too.
They think that flat surface is flat.
That's pretty amazing revelation. I can't speak this morning. Pissy Missy left. Bye.
They left?
Yeah. I don't know if that's a baby there, but you know.
I know, right? I don't know what that was.
We also got Hush in the channel. He's a fairly decent glober.
Thought he was a new flat earther.
Nah, is he? I don't know. Nah, he's got a little planet next to his name, so just putting it out there. We got a disingenuous troll, Pads, in the chat. He never usually likes to chime in. Stays in the shadows.
I thought he literally was a new flat earther.
Yo, how's it going, boys and girls? I always chime in, bro. What do you mean?
Well, no, I haven't heard you.
I speak
lately.
too much. How have you been, though, Arthur? You good, mate? How shit, bro?
Oh, shit's amazing. It is amazing. How about you?
Amazing.
Living on the other side of the conversation. Mr. Cogdis, Imagination, Globe Cultist. How's it feel to be on the losing side? Feels great? Okay. Good to hear. I've been waiting for the evidence for the Earth as a globe, but 2025, all we got is Kevin Caslana posting images that are doctored. That's all we got. I mean, what are we going to do with that, chat? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely.
I missed some of the convo. Who posted that like ping pong table originally? Was it that Kevin guy?
No, ping pong table. What are you talking about?
It's not ping pong table. One sec. This one here. What is this? I just tagged it. It was Shaz, I think, who posted it.
Oh, yeah.
Was you just memeing Shaz, or?
Yeah. He's memeing.
Oh, okay. Right,
that's a meme.
Yeah. I thought.
No, that's not.
That genuinely.
No. But this is what Kevin posted right here.
It's a sport, man. You had also.
Yeah, that's where I joined. Yeah, that's where I joined when you were on about that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what Kevin posted. So he posted that image that you see on the left and on the right. So the right is the image that was taken. On the left is a doctored image, which Kevin was saying
you would never ever see that on the left. Why?
No. He said it wasn't doctored though. He was standing by that.
Doctored, bro. Like.
No. He said it's not, and I'm like, dude, all you gotta do is just say that it's doctored. I mean, it's fine if you stick by that the Earth is a globe, but dude, you just gotta be honest with the chat and tell everybody. And of course, everybody's showing the image, why it's and how it's doctored. And he's like, well, if you can't tell me who doctored it, then you don't have a way to say it's doctored. I'm like, bro, like we can all see the original photo and then the one that's been doctored. Duh. Like we don't. I'm like, okay, man, what territory have we came in? We're just. Did he run away? He's not even in here anymore.
Oh, he left.
He slid out the back door. We're having a conversation with someone else. Poor little Kevin.
But yeah, I've been away for a few. I heard you mention you've not seen me or spoke to me. I've been away on and off. Is there any like new things emerged for like the last month or anything? Anything flying around the community? Any new info or anything?
Well, I'll tell you something that has been not updated, but we've been talking about a little more. We brought forward that the container argument. I don't know if you've heard the argument.
Yeah, I know. Well, unless it's been updated, yeah.
Well, it has, is what I'm saying.
So not recently. I've not heard to.
Okay, so allegedly, gas pressure without containment, right? That was the argument and the stance. Because there's said to be lower pressure values up by where the Kármán line is and low Earth orbit and all this kind of good stuff, right?
Yeah.
According to the globe, your rockets are going to this place where, now they're going to enter into low Earth orbit and you got the ISS going around the Earth every 90 minutes. It's 255 miles above the Earth's surface, going 17,500 miles per hour in a sine wave pattern. But now, if this is true, right, and it's supposed to be in that area where the super low pressure exists, and the pressure values at that region are said to be in the ballpark of 10 to the negative 2 to the negative 6, pressure. And it's so like, if we're talking about how that is up there, the way it's supposed to be, the question should be, how do people know, or how has it been verified that the pressure values are measured to be that consistent in that region? How were they measured? So even before we talk, even before we have this would be the prequel to the container argument.
I was gonna say, yeah, it definitely seems like something we should already fucking know, really, bro.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, this was like the back and forth between the argument. The argument was to be had of how you need a container for the pressure because you have a vast pressure differential. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that the argument?
Yeah, like a gradient, isn't it?
Well, no. I mean, the gradient is apparent, right? From where we're at and where things can be measured, up into I think what it's said to be where things can be measured, and I'm only using this in the terms of the globe so you can understand, so you don't get too confused, right? But up into the stratosphere. So right above the troposphere and the stratosphere is the highest that the measurements for the air pressure values can actually extend to.
Measured. Yeah,
measured. And we have confirmation from meteorologists that come through here. We got Brendan, who is a very knowledgeable person about meteorology, and he often comes in and we have conversations about this, but he's like, nowhere in academia can you find resources that show it's been measured any farther past that region. So up into the mesosphere and stuff, it's just calculations and inferences. So I'm asking now, this way, that before we have the container argument, right? Because that container argument is the thing after this. Once we establish the pressure values, then we can talk about vast pressure differentials.
That's fair.
You follow?
Yeah, that's
right. I think it's fair too. So what I'm saying is, if we're going to have the argument, let's build the foundation. So what we're establishing is, how do we know the pressure values exist in the way that they do? And this is the task for the globe earther. You're going to have to find out how space, according to the vacuum of space, the way they propose it, has been said to be, with the pressure values right at the Kármán line, to be what they are. Because they categorize space as the place right outside the Kármán line, which is really just an arbitrary place that they put it. Now, the Kármán line, I'm just going to say, the Kármán line exists in a place where they've arbitrarily put it, because it's now at a different place. It's like, I think, 55 miles above the Earth's surface, where it was like 62, I think it was, and they moved it to 55.
Probably probably going to change as technology allows us to detect and measure more smaller, like.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care about that. Yeah. Like, that doesn't matter to me. But they're defining space by anything that's outside of that. Or
right, that's more political than anything else, honestly. If you look at the
low Earth orbit. Sorry, low Earth orbit. Go ahead, Amish.
Sorry, didn't mean to butt in. I'm lagged, but yeah, that line is actually politically negotiated.
Yes. I think interesting. But the interesting part, right? Yeah, of course, right. But the thing we're saying is that because we're already into the container argument, we've bypassed the grounding information of like how people know the pressure values are said to be measured at those altitudes. And this is important because if we don't have them established, the argument is not valid. So in other words, I have to validate, or at least not me, the globe earther would have to validate the vacuum of space being the vast pressure differential so in other words, who has to talk about a container would have to be the glober. Because I don't need to produce a container if there is nothing to substantiate the pressure values being what they are.
Okay.
You get me?
Okay, yeah. I definitely see the need as to why you've formulated that argument.
Yeah, it would have to.
Questioning for evidence of a container?
No, well, I mean, yeah, that's the step after we establish. Because then we would still have another argument on top of that one, is if, let's just say, okay, now we've established the pressure values. Well, how do you have gas pressure without a container? So all this stuff is afterwards. So it's not, I don't have to produce the evidence of a container, the glober would. Because you're going to have an issue once you say, oh, we've measured it, this is the way we've done it. But the problem is, it's never been done. This is the update. I think most people that should get along with this argument would find out you could still even engage in that, but then the glober would have to produce how they've measured it and the exact instrument that was used to measure it. And a measurement is not inferred; it's directly observed.
Measurement. Yeah, like an actual measurement.
Space genocide.
Hold on, Sasha. What'd you say?
Oh, not a calculation, like you said, like an actual measurement, like an actual reading measurement. Yeah.
They do that. They do that with balloons. They send up into the thermosphere and the upper parts of the thermosphere, and then the stratosphere, of course. That's it. So if they measured that high, but no further, then what are we doing with the further?
Well, that's what we consider the space, isn't it? Like you say.
No. The further than stratosphere is mesosphere. Then you got the thermosphere. So there's parts above that that haven't been measured. And the question is, how can you propose that the vast pressure differential at those altitudes are said to be, because there's the values they put it at.
I get it, yeah.
You get me? But there's no way to verify. There's no way to verify that the pressure values exist in the exact pressure values that they're giving us.
Like you say, so far. So obviously, with this, then what's the research? Because obviously, to counter any argument the Globe is going to present to us, we need to know their argument. So what
present to us? What do you? You're not a flat earther.
I'm telling you, he's a flat earther, man. I knew it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No. Well, if that's the case, that's fine. I'm just saying what I've noticed is that you've been vehemently against flat Earth. In the chat,
I just don't follow.
You mock it. You do everything you can. You go out of your way to make it like distracted. So like the container argument, I think, is what you were giving. I'm just telling you what I've seen.
I mock idiots on both sides, bro. There's idiots on both sides. I'll mock the individual, not the community. You know.
All right. Well, let's just. Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. What I'm only concerned with is the fact that these arguments that people have, they need to be substantiated by information that would support them, right? So if you're saying that we're going to have a container argument, okay, is it established? This is a true or false? Is it established that the pressure values are said to be what they are when somebody says they go to space, which is beyond the Kármán line? Are the pressure values established as measured? I'm asking the room. I'm not you, Pads, but the room. The room now. Are the pressure values measured so that we can have the argument at the place where they say space is beyond the Kármán line?
Negative.
Nope, they're not. They're inferred. Just ask Brendan, the meteorologist who comes in here. He talks about it all the time.
Yep. So this is a key factor to why the container argument, even though we can still have it, let's just say that even if they take it to, it's been measured. Okay, fine. A step above that would be now you're going to have to produce a container for that they do, not us. So burden of proof is going to have to be even theirs when it comes to the container argument, not ours. See how amazing that works? Because they just now said, well, it's been measured to be this. Well, you just made a vast pressure differential, sir. That's what you've done. But if it hasn't been measured, space is fake.
And it's definitely not been measured. Obviously, I get this Brendan character might be, have some sort of credentials, but your own research, your own research. So what are the arguments Globe is going to present? So obviously they're going to say shit like gravity acts as a container and shit like that.
Yeah. Okay. Hyperspecificity, right? How do we know the vast pressure differential, or at least the pressure reading value, the pressure value is said to be what it is right at the Kármán line. To then say when somebody goes to space that the pressure values are what they are. Do you get it, Pads? I don't think you get it. Yeah, I think the long pause is showing me that you don't understand what I'm saying.
I just don't want to keep asking, making you repeat yourself. No, I fully get it, bro. I just feel like we're hogging the room with it. Yeah.
Well, what did you say, Sasha?
No, I wanted to tell him, if you have a cold, let's say, weather on Antarctica, and if you measure with the thermometer minus 70, then you have the instrument what measures the temperature in Antarctica, and that's the same thing with the pressure in the, let's say, whatever altitude.
The vacuum of space.
Yeah. Plus, when you speak about that, Miggy, it's problem. When you say stratosphere, mesosphere, and all other spheres,
Yeah. No, I know that. I know what I'm saying, and the reason why I'm using it colloquially is so that we don't we highlight the issue, right? Because for the Globe, these terms are the way they see the Earth. So to them, they're going to have to show how at the altitude that they're talking about, where the ISS is and all that those vast pressure differentials exist as a measured, value.
Yeah.
And it's not. This is what I'm telling you. There's no instrument that's measuring this. You could search online for it if you'd like. I mean, where else can you try to figure out if somebody actively measured that vast pressure differential?
But that's what I was just asking, just to save myself a massive research. You sound like you've been on it, so that's what I was asking. So far, what has the research yielded? Absolutely nothing.
No. There's. I'll tell you. There's a couple of satellites. What was the name of one of them?
Just a rough guide, bro.
It's like GoSat or something. I might get that wrong, but the satellite is not
sounding rockets. Since the Cold War and stuff, they've launched sounding rockets up.
Yeah. Well, the satellite's using infrared, right? And they're using that to measure the cloud tops. The cloud tops, and according to what Brendan was talking about with infrared, you can infer like a lot of things from that, but nowhere near is it a direct measurement. But these inferences they're making with satellite infrared technology has been only put forward to say that from the cloud tops you can have, I think he said, a certain range of temperature, but you're measuring something different than air pressure. So it's not, they're not measuring air pressure is what I'm saying. And there has been some instances where inside the cabin of specific, like, I don't know, either ISS or satellites, to say that the pressure inside the cabin is measured to be something, not outside. That was brought up, I guess, in another instance that somebody was having a discussion with me about it. I was like, yeah, but you're not, what instrument is measuring the outside pressure? We're looking for outside pressure. And nothing so far. And that's not to say that there isn't anything that is out there that's not measuring. It's just there isn't a device that could. And I asked a question to Brendan. I'm like, dude, why? I was kind of curious when I first started down this path. I'm like, why? How come? He's like, because at some level, you're beyond the stratosphere, it doesn't work. It does not work. That's what his answer was. And he deals with this equipment. Of course, he talks about it, but he's like, yeah, we don't have anything to measure that. Isn't that curious? Doesn't that get the juices flowing? You're like, dude, are you serious? So what do you mean? Everything beyond a certain point, everybody's just guessing that's what it is? Wow, that blew my mind. I was like, so the whole container argument is based on the fact that there's a vast pressure differential from the surface to that place that they say space begins, and we're basing it off of like a Glober argument, thinking that those pressure values are something measured. Bro, it blew my mind. I'm like, this is not, we can't even have the pressure argument. The container argument. Because the container argument is based on the high pressure differential. But if it's not nowhere measured, then what do we have? Space being fake? Ooh, man, that's a whopper right there. So the Glober's going to have to produce the evidence. So it's worse than before. The Glober had at least to contend with the container argument. It's a little bit worse than that. A little bit, a lot. Now the whole idea of a vacuum of space is now in contention. When at first we were like, okay, well, you say there's a vacuum. Go ahead and show how you can have pressure, with that vacuum existing next to it. But if you can't even produce the vacuum existing, oh boy. How you like them apples? And that's not to say you cannot have the argument for the container. What I'm saying is they can't even show the vast pressure differential to have it. All I'm saying is show. Just show. If you know, then it's been measured and show us. What instrument? How did they do it? Hopefully I put some people up on game and they start researching this, because it's just going to blow your mind even more. You're like, dude, we are so freaking fried from the globe. Like,
but Miggy, can I put some another logic? That when they explain the gradient, they want to put inside the gradients. You must know that thing, it's not moving, it's static. Do you understand me? That's what they're explaining. It's static. It cannot, because in their system, the sun and earth, it's moving together with atmosphere, however you want to call it. But that would means that if you want the same altitude, that means that earth, it's linearly, does not change the altitude in the space. Do you understand me? And the vacuum of the space, that trouble, what it's doing, it's always the same, that vacuum, whatever it is, it's always that pressure. It's you don't have altitude in the space, if you understand.
No, I don't. Not really sure where you're going with that, Sasha.
Alpha, have you heard of? Oh, go on.
How you have altitude if you have? What is your reference point? If your Earth is a sphere and it's moving 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, what is your reference point for the altitude in the space for the globe?
Oh, I don't think that was my.
No, I know, but I'm telling you that when they are describing the gradients, they need to think about something static, not something what is moving.
That could be a tangential point, but I don't think it's related to mine.
I know there is no machine to measure the pressure. I think you can find out it's not even that low pressure on 30, 40 kilometers or whatever. That's what.
No. Yeah. I guess if you weren't following what I was saying, according to the globe, right, they have these layers of atmosphere. The layers of atmosphere, when they're proposing it to everybody, is troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere. And as far as the balloons can go and measure, they go as high as the stratosphere. So that's an altitude range. It's a range. But beyond that would be the mesosphere, and you can't measure beyond the stratosphere. You can only measure to the stratosphere. And of course, because people are concerned with the weather on the surface, so you're really only going to really need the troposphere measurement. But beyond that, it's not measured. I don't know if you're following what I'm saying, but it's not measured, Sasha. It doesn't have a measurement, and there's no way to do it because there isn't a device that can measure the air pressure in those regions. So when you start getting high in altitude, your equipment will not function to measure pressure.
So, can we open that to debate? Is that true, Alpha? With that,
yes.
I don't want to challenge.
Yes. No, what I'm saying is there isn't any information in academia to support the case that it is measured, or in some device that can do it, because you can't produce measurement. In other words, because the argument would be people are not concerned with trying to measure beyond that, because the weather really happens only at the troposphere level.
I mean, obviously, you've just introduced me to this argument. I've just been quiet for 5 minutes, so I'm not going to act like a fucking don on it.
No, I don't care. If whatever you come up with has to be something that argues for the global stance. They don't have a.
Well, I'm a flat earther at this stage, bro. But this is a space. I consider it slightly different to the shape of the. For me, this has got nothing to do with the shape of the surface, personally. But whatever. So,
it has to do with space.
Do you know what ionization gauges are? Or gauges?
Ionization gauges? No, put that in the text.
So the instruments specifically used to measure pressure in extreme orbits, bro. Essentially.
No. That's not what I. You could say there's a lot of fancy things you're trying to introduce. I want you to show. This is the thing what's in contention is the pressure values where they're said to reside satellites and all that. So I need that information. Support what the argument would have to be, not that some certain technology exists, that they're utilizing it for pressure readings at those altitudes. That's the argument.
That's what they do, yeah.
No, that's not what they do. Show.
Just Google.
No, I'm not going to Google it. It's not up to me. It would have to be up to you. You need to post all the information that's relevant to this.
Sure, I've said sure. One sec. So, I mean, you mentioned these things don't exist. I'm not being a cunt. I've just thought, well, let's.
No, I'm saying what I'm telling you is that if you say they exist, are they utilizing them to measure the pressure readings?
Just take a minute to read what I posted. I know you don't want to do your, you asked for it. I posted it. If you want to take a minute. It could be not to do with what you're saying, so.
Yeah. Nope.
If he's measuring,
no, those devices have an altitude where they work in, and then beyond that, they're not able to recognize pressure readings.
So these altitudes will only work at extreme altitudes, bro. Like the vacuum space.
No. That's not represented in that link that you gave me. What you just said, that's not represented in the link you gave me.
Well, I've been reading for 5 minutes, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I have only given you 20 seconds, to be fair. But
dude, you need to produce. Okay, so we're talking about 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Show where it has the correlation to that. Do it.
Probably better off if we just went away for 5 minutes.
No, because you should have waited until you've actually. This is the problem with people who are anxious to put something in there to show.
Just take a few minutes to read.
No, I don't need to. I need you to show how the pressure values at 62 miles above the Earth's surface are being read. How are we measuring there? I guarantee you, this is an argument that's not winnable, dude. Nothing you can produce is going to show an instrument that can read that pressure value.
I think if we just spent a couple of minutes.
No, I don't need to. It's not up to me. It's up to you. If the argument's coming from your side, you need to do the research.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you there isn't. And if you say something, if the flying spaghetti monster exists, then it's up to you to produce the evidence that he does.
So ionization gauges, they do.
Yeah, so they do is not, and they do is not evidence that they do. Sorry, that's not acceptable.
What is the range from this pressure to this pressure?
He doesn't know. He's he's shooting from the hip.
Well, I'll go away and I'll get it and come back.
Yeah, go away and tell us the altitude. You had better come with altitude.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, 1 minute.
Not even that, Miggy. The instrument must have some kind of possibility that can measure the low pressure.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, Sasha. Or he is.
Yeah, anyway. But does he know that we can produce the vacuum chamber of 10 to minus 6 torr on the air, but we have the measurement of the 10 to minus 70 torr in the space? That's something like a 1 billion times stronger.
Yeah, the problem is there isn't something that's going up there to measure those pressure readings.
Of course.
I don't care if we're doing it on the surface. What I'm telling you is, how does that device go up into the air in altitude? Okay, can you guys see what I'm proposing here? Is the chat getting lost with this?
Yeah, 1,000%. I get it. They don't have the measurement to. They don't have the device to measure those claimed sphere differentials or whatever they call them.
Yeah,
they don't have the device to measure it, so they need to provide the evidence for the containment to measure it in the first place.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, Sporadic. That's what I'm trying to... Pads, he advocates for globe every... He does that, dude. He likes doing that. So he's not a glober. I've already said that plenty of times. He wants it to be a globe, of course. He doesn't want to live in a world where the Earth is flat. So he will do the best he can to advocate for globe. I already know this. This is who he is.
Well, I'm away collecting the data, so just... Give me a pass for a couple of minutes because I don't want to keep getting into it.
No, I want to talk about this while you're doing that. So just do whatever you do. I do what I do. How about that? You don't need to come in and chime in and give me a commentary. Just go do what you do. Find the information, come back, and then show.
No need to mention me for a few minutes.
Oh, what are you talking about? No need to mention you. I'm going to talk. You're the one that's coming against this, so you're going to have to support your claim.
Jesus, I knew it weren't worth trying to...
Well, yeah, see, this is why you need to be prepared, Pads, when you actually argue against something. You need to have all relevant information to support your claim. You don't have that. Yeah, so your frustration is coming from the fact you were ill-equipped to have this conversation.
One of us is going away and doing active research, bro. One of us is not doing that and kind of.
No, one of us is shooting from the hip, like you.
One of us is making a claim without any evidence to back it.
Yeah,
I just gave a link and said, look, rather
no, a link does not support the altitude ranges. Pads, I already told you. The device that you think is
used on satellites, bro. So how high is it?
Really?
Yeah.
So let's talk about the altitude then. How do you know they're being? How do you know that the pressure readings are being utilized at the altitude support?
How do I know?
Go on.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do. You know what I mean, Pads. You know exactly what I mean.
I don't know.
You know that the pressure readings at the altitude that they said to be residing in, low Earth orbit, how are they measuring those pressure values? I'm still saying the same thing. I haven't changed. I'm not changing what I'm saying.
Oh, right. Okay, so the actual physics behind it, like the actual, like how the instrument works. Is it like how?
No. Okay. How is it working in the altitude that it's said to reside in? Right.
So,
evidence, please.
So you have
No, I don't want you. I don't want your explanation of what the device is. I want the evidence that there's one there, dude. I don't care about your explanations.
I've given you the link, bro. Like,
no, it's not. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Okay.
That doesn't help.
Okay. Better question. What do you need from me
I want to know how we're getting the pressure. I'm repeating myself at this point.
Yeah, and
I want to know how the device at the altitude it's supposed to be in is reading the pressure values. What device is it? And tell me how it's being utilized to measure pressure values. Go.
That sounds to me like how does the device work, bro?
Oh my God! In the region that it's said to reside in. That clear enough?
Kind of.
Okay, then go away and go find that. Meanwhile, I talk about you not finding it.
Well, I think I already know the answer, to be fair, bro.
Go find it. If you think it exists, go and find it, because this is just a stall tactic.
Well,
no, I'm not going to hear any more, Pads. Go and find it. It was you. You task yourself with this, so go find it. Go.
I'm trying to explain.
No, you didn't present any. No, not what I asked. What I requested was not what you provided.
Okay.
Go find it.
Well, there's the link for this.
Off you go.
I'm trying to explain how it works.
Off you go. Off you go.
I've been away. I'm kind of confident. If you'd let me.
Are you giving up? Are you giving up?
No, I'm specifically asking to speak.
Okay, so either you find it or you give up. One of the two.
God, this is
this is truth coming at you at light speed. Truth is coming at you at light speed, and you can't defend yourself.
So, I mean,
it's frustrating, isn't it, Pads?
You know, if you want to spend 2 minutes reading the link,
I don't need to spend 2 minutes reading the link, dude. It has nothing to do with my question.
Okay.
Dude, go away and research. Yeah.
You keep doing that like I'm stuttering.
Yeah, you are, because you're trying to find a way to validate this, and there's no validation. Simply not.
You presented a point saying there is no instruments. Yep. I said there is an instrument.
That validates. You changed what I said. You changed what I said. That there's no instruments. No. Is there an instrument that's reading the pressure values at the altitude that they say they're in, where the vacuum of space resides, which is above the Kármán line? Now go and find that. Yes is the answer. Now show. Yes is the answer. Now show.
Okay, perfect. So if you look into the chat, you'll see a link.
This better not be the same one.
Of course it's the same one.
Oh, you shithead. I'm not asking for that information. I'm asking for how it's being measured in the satellites or wherever. I don't know what technology they're using. You seem to show that there's something there. Show that they're using it in that region. That's not. That's what this link is not showing us. That, Pads. This link is not showing us that.
Well, it's a big article. Like I said, spend 5
minutes. Really? So where does it say that? Where does it say that in the article? Where does it say that in the article? If it's a big article, where does it say that?
It is a big article. Would you like me to reiterate?
No, I already skimmed through it. I didn't see anything.
Christ.
Yeah. He's not going to help you. He doesn't help liars. So, sorry.
No, I think I've done everything I need to do.
Yeah. Well, then you didn't do enough. Let's put it that way.
All right.
So it still remains.
Yeah, this article doesn't describe any actual measurements. It just describes theory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says yeah. he's confirming the fact that it's not measuring. How cute.
No.
Which my point still stands, Pads. How you like them apples?
Making me look bad, Pads.
How you like them apples, Pads? Dude, all that egg on your face. You don't listen. Why must you resist, Pads? Why must you resist? You are not a flat earther, bro.
Ionization gauge.
You're not a flat earther. You gave up the ghost here. You'll do it every time we have a conversation.
It's nothing. This is nothing.
You make this so easy, Pads. All you got to do, is produce the evidence that counters what I'm saying. You can't do it because it doesn't exist, and you fight so hard. You don't need to, bro.
Sporadic, bro. Just Google it, bro. You'll find so much.
Just Google it, dude. It's that easy. You can't do it. You can't do it. Why do you expect somebody else to do it? You can't do it.
Because I'm encouraging people to go and find.
No, you're not. You're trying so hard to validate a point that has no validation, bro. Everybody can see right past through. I say I can. I know you're not a flat earther. 100%.
This has nothing to do with the shape of the surface, in my opinion. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Yeah, the vacuum of space doesn't exist like you think it does, Pads. Ouch.
That hurts. To do with the shape of the surface? I'm sorry. Like, you keep mentioning.
Well, right now, what's in contention is the cosmology aspect of the idea that the Earth resides in a vacuum of space with all planets doing what they do. So guess what? If you can't produce, if you can't produce, we're going to do what I'm saying we're going to do because I'm the one that's driving this car, not you. So if we're showing that the vacuum of space doesn't exist, yeah, you're in the passenger seat, bro, just going along for a ride. So the problem is, where are you going, bro? You don't leave the vehicle. This Uber hasn't finished reaching its destination. All right, so what we're doing right now is showing how the vacuum of space, according to the cosmological idea that we're floating around as a ball, doesn't exist, because how can they even know what the pressure values are said to be beyond the stratosphere, because the mesosphere, the thermosphere, the exosphere pressure values are not being measured. So there isn't any way they can exist in the physical natural world, because first of all you have to substantiate the claim that they exist. Yeah?
Yeah.
We got satellites.
Okay, so go ahead. That's you as a glober gonna have to produce that evidence. Otherwise, you got a fantasy claim about the vacuum of space existing. You are a passenger and not a driver. Somebody's chiming in.
Bro. Yeah, satellites are in the stratosphere. So I don't know what you mean by we have to substantiate that.
You're riding
satellites
shotgun.
Wouldn't be floating up there. We wouldn't have cell phone signals without them. They're in the stratosphere.
What the fuck? Cell phone?
Yeah, go look it up, bro.
Everyone's on about though. Like, we're not always on about that. He's not saying that.
He just said that we have to substantiate the stratosphere existing. The stratosphere exists. Now what?
Oh shit! Cell phone. That's what he said. Then
that's a whole different
argument,
using
bro. Devices right now that wouldn't be able to function without the stratosphere existing.
Like your cell phone.
Yeah, seriously. It's called science and physics.
Telecommunications are done primarily on the ground, Bowie.
No, they're. You know that? Oh my God! You're
say that again.
What?
Cellular phone.
What? Are you denying the fact that telecommunications are happening primarily on the ground? You denying that fact?
What this way? Look this up.
Primarily happening on the ground doesn't disprove the fact that we have satellites in the stratosphere that provide us with telecommunication signals.
Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, your cell phone. You gotta look this up, okay? This is a 10% rule. You have to at least be 10% as smart as the person who invented it to use it. If you think your cell phone...
That is so brain dead. That is the most brain dead take I've ever heard.
If you think your cell phone is using satellites, turn it off right now.
Dude, Bowie, come on.
What do you think GPS is, bro?
I can't believe that you just appealed to GPS when you didn't substantiate the claim that telecommunications are primarily happening on the ground, Bowie.
That's crazy. You guys have an object in your hand, and the code in your hand.
Bowie, I need you to realize
are in the fucking sky.
I need you to.
You're saying those things are real.
Yeah. No, wait a minute.
That's crazy to me. You think satellites don't exist, bro?
All these towers built for 5G in last 5 years. What was that?
5G isn't the fucking satellites, bro.
No. Wait. No.
Existing doesn't disprove
Bowie,
the satellites.
Listen, man. Telecommunications primarily happen on the ground, bro.
That doesn't disprove the satellites, though. There's still fucking
Wait a minute. Are you agreeing that that's true?
Yes.
Okay, so then why would you
never said it wasn't? You saying one true thing doesn't disprove my true thing.
You were saying that all of telecommunications happen because we have satellites.
That's one of the reasons we have telecommunications. Yes, crazy.
No, it's primarily. Why are you switching back to that, dude? It's primarily the towers on the ground.
On some like nitty gritty detail when the whole
this isn't nitty gritty, dude. This is how this technology.
To change the fucking topic. Explain
this is how
satellites.
the technology.
Explain
Bowie,
satellites, Mr.
You're way too hot under the collar for this, man.
Explain satellites.
You won't be able to listen to people if you're really excited.
You keep trying to talk about the ground and talk about telecommunications on the ground. I brought up satellites, and you're trying not to talk about them. That's all.
Yeah. So the fact that telecommunications are primarily.
Are we going to talk about the satellites or telecommunications? The point was satellites.
Yeah, because that's what you came in with. You were leading with.
I came in with satellites. I'm waiting.
No, you didn't. You said phones are using satellite technology.
The whole point of that was satellites.
Phones are using satellite technology. That's what you said.
You don't want to talk about the point. I get that your entire strategy relies on not talking about the topic, but we're talking about satellites.
Dude, your tangential point that now you're changing.
It's not tangential. The whole point was satellites, and you're talking about telecommunications. I'm waiting.
Yeah, because that's what you were saying the cell phone uses.
In the stratosphere.
You were saying that the cell phone uses satellites.
Explain it.
To communicate.
Stop talking about cell phones, bro. We don't care about cell phones.
You're the one that brought it up.
Dumbass that came in here with cell phones.
No, you weren't, dude.
What are you on? Everyone can hear me talking about satellites. Satellites. Now, don't start with telecommunications.
You were. Just you, dumbass.
Let's go. Satellites.
Just you, dumbass.
Just me? Yeah. I've been talking about satellites this entire time.
So can you, before we move forward,
Only you, yeah.
But if we are going to say that you're conceding that primarily telecommunications happen on the ground, then we can move forward.
I've already said this is true, bro. That's crazy. Okay. Let's talk about satellites.
All right. So what other? Okay. So what do you want to talk about with satellites? In regards to satellites, what is your question or what is your point?
You said the stratosphere doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh my! You literally said that.
I didn't say the stratosphere does not exist. You came in.
You can't substantiate the stratosphere existing.
And maybe that's a miscommunication. That's a miscommunication on your part. All right. So here's what.
You're the one who fucking said it.
He talks more than he listens, and he won't let you
just listen, dude.
Alpha, maybe.
I'm going to tell you what I said. All right. You don't have to think about what I said. I'll tell you. I told the gentleman, all right, pads, that when you're trying to get a pressure values can only be, as far as the globe Earth is concerned, because I'm only going to speak to you from globe Earth perspective, right? So it goes troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere, right? And we're talking about these like altitude layers, right? There's ranges that they supposedly are, right? So within the thermosphere and the stratosphere is the highest pressure readings that you can get from any technology that we can send up on balloons. Now, this is already well established and understood, right? So we don't have to discuss that. What I'm saying is, beyond that, there's supposed to be air pressure values that are read at different altitudes. Now, those pressure values that we have been given from the globe Earth are said to be what they are, but based on calculations and not measurements. So the argument to everybody was, how can you verify that the pressure readings are said to be what they are at 62 miles above the Earth's surface? That would be right around the thermosphere. I think the lower parts of...
62 miles?
Yes. That would be right around the thermosphere, like lower parts of the thermosphere, in that range. And then for that to be substantiated as when you pass that Kármán line, because it's just an arbitrary line that they put up there, it's really political than anything else. So when they say that you pass that, you're going into low Earth orbit. That's what the vacuum of space is considered, right? So in order for us to say that the pressure readings are what they are in that location, that we have to know beyond the stratosphere where pressure readings are measured, how do we know the pressure values exist the way they do from those regions beyond the Kármán line? That's the question that was on the table that was going back and forth. You came into the middle of it where you heard something that you thought it was me saying that the stratosphere doesn't exist. That's not what I was saying. What I just told you is what I was saying. So we can take it from there if you like.
I mean,
or
sure, but
if you have another
I don't really
point.
understand your question still.
The pressure readings.
For a very specific measurement is what I'm
Yeah, so not just that, because they're telling all of humanity that the pressure readings are said to be a specific reading from beyond the stratosphere. And that's just not true, because you can't.
I mean, I know the math you're talking about.
I get it, Bowie. That's my point, though.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying exactly what I'm saying. We're not disagreeing. What I'm challenging. Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say I haven't disagreed with what you're saying yet. I'm trying to figure out what you want, if that makes sense.
I'm waiting. Okay, what I'm waiting for, and anybody who thinks the Earth is a globe, is that there's certain pressure values that are supposed to be a highly vast pressure differential from the surface, or at least from what we can measure from, to know that the pressure readings are said to be what they are at the regions where they said to be in low Earth orbit or the vacuum of space. According to these pressure readings, this is something that's been substantiated, and I'm asking for the substantiation of it being measured. That's what I'm asking. The measured values for low Earth orbit. You can look it up. I don't care if people take their time doing this. It's been a challenge. Ever since I started getting into this argument, it's been a challenge for people to actually look this up and try to figure out how they're doing it. So you don't have to answer right now. It's a bit rhetorical, I think. I'm just putting it to the audience that this has been a challenge. So it's not a new argument for flat Earth, but I think it kind of is, because we never really talked about it in this way. I'm just kind of elucidating the fact that we're taking that information for granted and just automatically putting that the pressure values are said to be, a specific negative pressure reading, right, within the Tor value, right? So we're saying that they are specifically a certain value where the Kármán line is, but we're saying that as flat earthers, and what I'm saying is it's never been substantiated. So we're using an argument that's said to be from the Glober side of things.
Well, yeah. It's the reason why I brought up satellites is because they're able to use the drag on the satellites to determine what the air pressure is.
Okay. Well, do you have any information to substantiate that claim? Here's the challenge, though. We need either
just really source before you hold on. I just want to clarify. When you say substantiate, do you? Because from my perspective, the satellites being able to fly up there substantiates it, because they would have to know the drag and be able to calculate for that to be able to stay in the air in the first place. So, this is something that they have to take into account and calculate while they're trying to launch the satellite.
That's but I get Santa Claus is real because they made a song about them.
Yeah,
no, we literally have satellites in space right now that fly.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. If you say if you say that's the reality that we live in, I'm asking for the pressure readings in that region. Pressure readings, which would equate to things that are being measured, not calculated, not assumed. We're not assuming or inferring. We're not inferring anything. We're actually directly observing pressure values.
It's not
directly observing pressure values.
Well, I mean, it's derived from a calculation, but
yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. So that's the argument is, I know that.
But it's how do I put this?
I don't know. Try to put it. There's a meteorologist, Bowie, that comes in here and has already given us the information. I wouldn't be having this argument if this didn't come from information that was backed up by academic resources. Dude, people that have studied this. This is a field that they're very knowledgeable in, and he's a good friend of ours. He comes in here and he's a glober, but not like some people that advocate for the globe, but he will say there is no way to measure this. The instruments won't work in those regions.
Well, because they don't like if you're trying to measure it like in the same way we measure air pressure here on like the ground, it wouldn't work. You're correct, right? Because there's not enough like air molecules up. There's not air molecules, but there's not enough different.
No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
In the atmosphere, which is why it's easier to calculate the air pressure based off of drag.
Yeah,
because
dude. But what I'm
particles horizontally than
I know. No. But this is the thing, though. The issue has been, or at least for the argument to stand, that things already understood to be established, but not by empirical means. It is like outside of that. They're inferences. That's the argument. What I'm proposing, and it doesn't seem like from the. I'm saying do the due diligence, man. Look into this. Come back in a couple of weeks or whatever. I don't care. Come back and substantiate that. All right, if anybody else is in here, I think that's been the argument, and it's otherwise. I'll put it to you this way: space, as you might know it, with the pressure readings, it's fake. It's not substantiated, and I'm gonna stand by it until a glober comes in here and says, "Look, this is the way we measure it. This is how it's measured. We can measure beyond the stratosphere into the meso, and so on." So I'm waiting for that.
They can only really measure in places where the satellites are flying.
Let me see, what do you got?
Like satellite drag literally makes it so that the satellite will crash. They had to calculate for it actively they have to measure it and calculate for it as they're flying the satellite.
No, that's the air pressure. It's not measured.
What do you mean it's not measured, bro?
It's inferred, dude. It's inferred.
It's
that's what I've been saying.
Inferred, bro. When you're flying in a plane and you have drag on
What's
the plane,
the instrument?
That's
What's the instrument that's
on the plane you can measure and you can account for.
What is
it's
the
the same with the satellite.
What's the instrument that's used to measure the pressure
What do you mean?
reading?
What instrument, bro? It's the whole
What's
thing.
measuring the pressure
air
reading?
Particles. That's the whole device is encountering the fucking air pressure and the atmospheric pressure.
That's an inference.
It's no paperwork.
How is that an inference, bro? It's encountering the exact thing that we're talking about.
How do you know how many air molecules it's colliding with as it's moving through there?
Because it fucking stops moving a little bit. It encounters more drag because it's running into more fucking particles.
And how much particles
is
measured?
Works, bro.
How much particles is measured to be there?
Oh my! Do you think they're like fucking taking a fucking net, like the same thing that they used?
Yeah, this is my point, though, Bowie.
What was that?
This is my point.
The satellite. Do you think that they used the same technology as they did on Osiris when they were trying to collect material from the sun?
I'm just saying.
They went into the fucking low Earth orbit and were like calculating. We need to find out exactly how many oxygen molecules and nitrogen atoms we're running into. Like
you've already admitted the very thing that I'm telling you.
Why don't we do the same thing with our planes then, so we know exactly what the air
doesn't
pressure
matter.
is on our
It doesn't matter how much energy you have, Bowie, in this conversation.
Plane engines.
It doesn't matter how much energy you have, dude. It doesn't matter how much energy you have, dude.
That level of specificity when encountering or asking for empirical evidence.
So we don't need that level of specificity.
That something that is taken as factual is now inferred.
It's not facts.
That's
it's not
crazy to me, bro.
It's not facts. Yeah, it is inferred.
They literally have to account for it to fly the fucking satellites.
Really? How do they measure
that? It's the active forces acting on the satellite that they're taking into account. Yes, active forces, not inferred, dumbass.
Active forces.
Yeah, show.
Satellite.
Show. I want the pressure value.
I fucking linked the NOAA article. You can go read
satellite drag.
Satellites fly,
yeah,
bro.
Satellite drag is not showing how the pressure readings are meant to be what they are.
Dude, if you don't have pressure, are you gonna have drag?
Then show the instrument that shows that that's the case. Show the instrument that shows that's the case. Go.
You must be.
Show the instrument that's the case. That's all I'm asking for.
On an airplane, it's
a satellite, not an airplane. That's what's in contention right now. You brought forward this information.
On a satellite, the entire satellite is encountering.
Yeah, the entire satellite is not the instrument, dude. You don't get a pressure reading from a satellite moving through atmosphere. Yeah,
homie.
No, I'm not your homie, bro. You need to understand this.
Drag.
No. How do they know the pressure values are said to be what they are?
Craft.
How do they know the pressure values?
No. You can fucking measure it.
That's an inference. That's an inference. You're not measuring. It's an inference. You're inferring.
It seems like you're asking him for something very specific, Alpha, and he's just spiraling out of control.
Whatever,
That's what he's doing.
you guys don't understand how satellites fly, and that's
No, yeah, it's not about how they fly. That's not what's in contention. What's in contention is the pressure readings from that location. Yeah? Follow, please. You're losing the plot.
And I'm not losing anything, bro. You don't understand drag.
It's not about me understanding drag. It's producing the evidence that the air pressure values are said to be what they are in that region. You don't have a device that shows
it is about drag because you...
No, it's not. It's not about drag. It's about how they're reading the pressure values.
You're going to let me talk or just keep muting me in the middle of my point?
I have to redirect you to the point.
No, you keep muting me because you don't want me to finish. Yeah. It's very clear, bro. Let me fucking finish. No, shut the fuck up really quick.
No, we don't play that game around here. We don't play that game. So it's just produce the evidence, dude. That's all we're asking for. Other than that, it's just you getting hot under the collar because you can't say what you want. And you've already said, you posted a link, we've seen what you put, and it's just inferred if you're saying the satellite's moving through air molecules which are not being understood to have a pressure value that's being read. You don't know what the pressure value that satellite is in. You don't know that. It's an inference.
He's just a story believer, pretty much.
I'm a story believer, bro. You guys literally don't even know what infer means. You think?
Oh, really?
That
so you don't think they're inferring?
No, don't let me finish a point really quick.
No, it's either an inference or they're actually measuring it. Well, that's fine. You can dip out of here.
Evan, what happened to your boy Cooking Alpha? It looks like he just quit.
Was that his dude right there?
Yeah, he's all cheering him on.
He kept changing the point. Like, it's not about what you think, how much pressure the satellite's being put on it as it's moving through the vacuum of space, which you still don't know is a vacuum because you haven't produced the evidence that it is in one. So I want to know how you know that's true. And he kept diverting away from that.
No, Alpha, then you stopped, reiterated, he sounded humbled a little bit, and then he spiraled out of control again.
Well, he gave the clue. He gave his clue, Alpha, that what he is saying, taken as fact. That's the clue right there. So yes, it's an inference taken as fact.
That's so.
True. Yeah.
He's a bit excited, because he thinks that it's going to lead him to the place where he knows that it's the case that it's been measured, but it's not. I mean, you could see in that article that he posted, it's nowhere shown there. Let's see, he's back.
It's the same. It's the same verbiage as pads.
Hold on, Bowie. Go ahead, Roto. Finish what you're saying.
Just saying it's the same verbiage as pads. There's a comfortability in vagueness, right? It's comfortable to be inexact, right? Instead of being held to details.
Yeah, he said specificity, and that's what we want. We want the specifics on how this is being read. And it's not an unreasonable ask. It's something that should be already well established, and it should be given in a way that we know there's a device that takes care of this pressure reading. And it sounds like he's talking about the whole entire satellite. No, we're talking about something that we're directly observing pressure values at that altitude. Go ahead, Bowie.
Yep. So when you have drag is caused by molecules in the atmosphere bumping into you.
It'll drag, not an instrument.
You have less drag. You have less molecules you're bumping into. Therefore, ergo, less fucking pressure. It's not that fucking hard. It's not inference. It's fact. You're bumping into less shit. There's less fucking pressure.
Now, what is the pressure reading? What is the pressure reading using that method?
It's based on the fucking drag, dumbass. It's right.
Well, show me how.
Directly correlated. They're directly correlated.
Instead of getting upset, show me how it's being
Don't act like they're not directly correlated. They are directly correlated. Don't.
All right. So show me the pressure readings from this particular type of method.
Homie, it's calculated.
I'm not your homie. Just show me the pressure reading of how this is being done by the method. The outcome
calculated based off the drag.
There you go. Way to go. Calculations, not a measurement. Thank you, sir. That'll be all, Your Honor. I'm going to unmute you now, but if anybody else wants to talk to you.
What do you think calculations are? What do you think measurements are? Calculations, you dumbass.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. What do you mean, no, they're not. What is a measurement? What are you doing when you measure something?
You're directly observing something.
No, you're not. What are you doing when you measure something? All of our measurements are based off of fucking structured breakdowns and metrics that we calculated, dumbass.
Really?
What do you think the fucking Planck length is? How do you think we derived the Planck length? We calculated that shit. Get the fuck out of here. You don't know math. You don't understand science. What the fuck is this?
Because you're being wrong.
Can you calculate
Me being wrong? You think drag means nothing to air pressure. Drag is fundamental to air pressure.
No, we're going...
Air pressure directly correlates to drag. So drag is empirical evidence of...
No, it's not. It's inferred that you're saying that the pressure readings... Because I asked for the method. You didn't produce that. And now you're saying that calculation is the same as a measurement. You're wrong there.
Is this a 12-year-old?
Yeah, he's just hot into the... He's really excited. That's fine.
I'm really excited. I'm excited because you're brain dead. Holy shit, bro. You don't even understand basic math.
He might be 11.
You don't understand basic facts.
Have you produced any math?
Fucking physics.
Have you produced any math? What's the math, sir? Let's see you produce the math. Since I'm basic and you're not, what's the math?
Would you understand it if I produce it?
Yeah, go ahead. Show.
Because you couldn't even read an O article.
Go ahead
and understand that. Could
post it? Yeah, post it in the text chat. Post your math in the text
He's
chat.
done. He's not going to do it.
It's calc level math.
Yeah, well then post it. Show. We got some people that know that. Post it in the text.
I got you.
Okay.
Here,
Why are you doing that?
Go ahead.
Please give me something so I can show people in Discord.
Hey, Bowie, how tall are you?
Well, let me calculate.
He needs to ask his brain in the jar.
Expose his dumbass.
Yeah, ChatGPT is getting an upload right now. How can you measure the pressure values at...
No, he wanted to burp in the mic like a 11-year-old. I'm sorry.
Bro, y'all sound brain dead. I really don't give a shit. My IQ is probably higher than all y'all.
Oh, he doesn't have anything.
You're not bro. Shut the fuck up.
You're not taller than anyone.
Just posted a fucking NAS. Go read it, bro. The calculation's right fucking there.
Alpha,
they use the same thing for fucking airplanes every day. It's not fucking hard.
Why did you hurt his feelings, Alpha? You broke him, I think.
I broke him? Bro, go look at the fucking article, but you're not going to read it because you can't. You don't understand math. I get it.
Yeah, calculate your height.
The equation's right there. It's real shit.
Calculate your height, man, and everything is fine. Just calculate your height. Go in your front of your computer and calculate how much your height.
All right, let's confront.
Yeah, sporadic.
Hold on, I have
Keep
to.
mocking me for fucking reading.
I have to pause him. I have to pause him for now. Hold on, Bowie. Let's look at what he posted for everybody. I can post the here. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of the top part of this. We'll do a little examination to what he posted. I think it's good, right? We'll bring it up. Let the audience look.
Oh, bottle rockets, guys.
Here you go. I'll post this. There you go. Everybody can click on that image. It's a drag coefficient. Here, the drag
calculation. It's the calculation.
Is that for an airplane? Is that for an airplane?
Yes, and not a satellite.
Yes. Okay, that's what I was wondering.
It looks like an airplane right there. I mean, that's what I can see. I don't see a satellite there.
Not a satellite, then.
Oh, man.
Y'all must be really brain dead if you think drag changes based on the shape of the fucking craft. It does, but you can still calculate it the same way, retards.
Yeah, aren't we talking about satellites, though?
The same. That's the beauty behind math.
Yeah, so here's the beauty behind math. So we're talking about if you think that the pressure values, because we can measure pressure values where the airplanes fly. So I can see how you're putting that there, that math to support that. We're talking about where planes are not flying, where satellites are. And that's said to be pressure values that should be understood where we're not reading. We're reading the pressure values where airplanes are. We're not reading pressure values where satellites are. That's the problem. Get the issue?
Like he didn't hear it the first 20 times. You reiterated it.
Yeah, well, I just didn't want to link the complex math because you guys wouldn't understand it. Or if you guys are taking a look at this next thing about satellites, you'll see it's the same fucking equation.
Let's take a look. All right,
wild, bro. It's all the same shit. Who would have fucking thought? You can go read this.
This PDF is like lengthy to upload. Hold on. Takes a while.
You don't have any math, dude.
Now I'm gonna look at everything he's throwing at this. I think it's good. Give me a second. Grand Challenge, University of Colorado, Boulder Space Weather Center, satellite drag, aerodynamic forces, and LEO, low Earth orbit, which is what I was saying. Okay, so let's. Here, I'm gonna post the image of what the PDF that he put in here.
And you have this one, which goes even further. They actually have.
Well, let's just
devices.
use. Hold on, let's just use one at a time. We gotta put things in the chat.
I'm just saying this next one's fucking good too. They have tons of shit on this, bro.
Oh, here we go. I posted an image. That's what we're looking at.
Not seeing any math here.
Look through it.
Also, they have accelerometers, tracking systems, and fucking processing systems on the ground to calculate.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm actually just gonna quickly go through this because you didn't show specifically where in the PDF. So it's basically you hurled an elephant at us.
Oh, hell
now
yeah.
we got to do your work for you.
Good. You guys should read more. Reading's good.
No, I think you're just assuming.
You didn't even read it.
Okay.
No, I didn't. You're so right.
Here's what we got.
Face.
Here's what we got. I found something. I'm gonna post this and then you guys look through this and tell me. Give me a second. I'll put it in text chat. This was within the first link of the PDF that he sent. Atmospheric winds.
Satellites aren't in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So
which is why they're able to measure
orbiting.
low
So they're
Earth
not
orbit
orbiting
pressure.
around the ball. So they're not orbiting around a ball. Then.
No, they're not. The ISS isn't in space either, technically.
Oh shit!
Oh wow!
This is a hell of a concession from a
the
Glover.
ISS isn't in space either, technically.
Golly.
They're both still orbiting, just not in space.
Where's Clipcord when you need him?
I know, it's what I'm trying to tell you, man. We're missing all the juicy tidbits here. Hang on a second. Let me look through some more.
He said they're not orbiting. He said, no, they are. Which are they?
Yeah.
Orbiting or not orbiting?
They're orbiting, bro.
You just said they weren't orbiting. I said, so that means they're not orbiting.
No, I said they weren't orbiting in space. They're orbiting in low Earth orbit.
Oh, how do they keep going? What keeps them going?
Actually, they have to fucking use like air jets and shit to keep them in the air. They have to readjust.
So that's not orbit. Dork.
Yeah.
Like, bro.
I'm posting some things in the chat. This is from
everything in orbit slowly
from the
falls
PDF.
towards the object. It's not like in perfect orbit.
I'm just going through the PDF. I'm showing people what. Just look at the wording there, guys. Pour yourselves through the wording. Never be afraid to investigate claims that are being put forward as what evidence is. Because usually in the things that they post, it's going to say right there whether it's measured or calculated. But I'll let you guys be the judge. I want him to at least do his best to post information, and then we're going to look through it to see if it's a calculation or a measurement. Then, of course, you guys can come up with a. I'll let chat look into this.
It's not.
I want to break open the word orbit.
Let's see here.
Yeah, like pitch data for that. I was also thinking of the Hubble Space Telescope, how it doesn't have anything on its schematics to indicate that it does station keeping, yet it's subject to drag.
Come on, bro. It uses air blasters, bro.
So what we know about aerodynamics, right? So we have a craft, a man-made craft. It's going to have a density. With that craft is going to be in the air of less density. So aerodynamics, when you put something of density in a lighter medium like air, it will fall. So we have to keep it afloat. So it's either buoyant with like a gas, like a balloon, or it's a propulsion, like a jet. We can glide like a piece of plywood, but we're going to need air. So the thing is to stay up, orbit, what orbit is claiming to do is put density into a very light medium and have it float without propulsion, without gas. That's what the claim of orbit is. I want to see that. I want to see that craft.
You're forgetting the motion.
I posted two satellites, one looking at another one. Go ahead and tell me how that orbit works. Tell me how that orbit works on the picture I posted. Those two satellites, one's following the other one. They're keeping track of each other. What's that orbit look like?
You're claiming free floating without propulsion or gas of a density, a metal.
I already clarified that they use fucking things, propulsion systems to keep them in the air. It's not perfect orbit. Not a lot of our shit's perfect orbit. I don't think any of it is.
Does it require propulsion?
Most of the time, yeah, to keep it in the air. Like they have to constantly.
So without propulsion, it would fall. Correct.
Correct. Yes.
So it's subject to aerodynamics.
Correct, because it's
not in orbit. So it's in flight, not orbit.
Hold on. Yes. Hold on. I want to clarify something. When I say orbit, I simply mean the motion. Gotcha, bitch. When you wow. Gotcha, bitch. Bro, shut the fuck up. This guy is like actually clear now. And actually fucking talking and saying shit. Anyways, what's it called? I'm referring to simply the motion of going around the Earth. Not like orbit in the same sense that like the moon is orbiting the Earth.
Right. So we're not putting anything into orbit, are we? Where they're free floating.
If we want to be like really technical about it, yes, we're not putting anything in orbit.
Yeah, we do.
It requires propulsion.
Holy smokes, dude!
Hovering above the Earth.
Do you think the Earth is a globe? It doesn't sound like it from the way you're speaking.
Yeah, it is a globe. That doesn't.
All right, here's another image for the chat. I'm posting images from the PDF. I'm looking through while you guys are talking. I put it in there. It says high accuracy satellite drag model. Model? Wow, that's weird. Why do you need model? Wouldn't it be direct, empirical?
Yeah, it would be a measurement and a tool for the measurement.
Yep. Doesn't look like anything that's measured to me.
I didn't even
that's
read it.
Because you provided a model. I didn't say anything was measured in the model. I said things are measured and there's models. There's two things.
Yeah, well,
you can have models.
Where's the? Well, yeah, okay. So if you're just proposing the model here, I don't want to see that. I want to show the measure. I want to see the measurement. Show me the measurement.
In the second link I provided, they used.
All right, let's take a look.
They used a.
So
Did you read it, Kevin? And they
this first link was. This first link was bogus.
It's the.
Where's the second one? 27 minutes after the hour.
Syndrome.
Is that where you posted it? 27 minutes after the hour. Oh, yeah. A critical assessment of satellite drag and atmospheric density modeling. Bro.
I'll repost it again, too.
It's right in the title.
Dang, modeling in the title.
Hell, I reposted the link that I'm talking about.
All right, here's the other thing he posted. I didn't even start reading it yet, but look. I posted in the chat the image. I'm going through your stuff. Look at the very top page.
Estimated calculation. No device used for measurements at all.
Yeah, that's crazy. Go click on the link above that image that you just sent, because that's not the same.
Hold on a second.
I did. I just read it. It says the same thing.
No, it does. What are you talking about?
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, he's correct. Hold on. Let me post it. I'm taking images of everything that you're posting, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the same thing. He said drag torque estimation. No device used for measurements at all.
What do you mean? They literally list the fucking devices they use for fucking percent.
Yeah, we're going to look, because this here shows localized in situ. Let's say this right here is what Brendan was talking about. Remember, we're asking the question, what does it mean by in situ? So, and of course, localized, we want to know what that means. Let me look into this article. This is far beyond anything I would be doing, but since we got some time and, this guy's willing to be here, we'll go through it. He's actually put forward he's actually put forward a bit more effort, so we'll give it a bit of due diligence. Even though, like I said, it's an elephant hurling fallacy, he'd have to point out within the PDF where it says what would validate his claim, but I'm
He doesn't
giving him
know
a
how to
pass.
do
Yeah, it'll be tedious to do that. So let's see here. Oh. Here's this. Let's see. Orbital forecasting is an essential part of precision satellite operations. Okay, that's just what they're saying that the satellite's going to do. Okay. So it says here, and I'm just going to read a little tidbit of it. It says, orbital forecasting is an essential part of precision satellite operations. The largest contributor orbital propagation error in low Earth orbits is atmospheric drag, which varies widely due to altitude, latitude, and solar activity. Accurate in situ measurements would enable improved orbital forecasting, but conventional methods for density measurement require precision accelerators, tracking systems, or processing on the ground. This work introduces the novel satellite producing aerodynamic torque to understand LEO atmospheric spatula concept. I think that's an acronym there. And provide supporting preliminary simulations. Provide supporting preliminary simulations of a 1, density recovery capability of spatula satellite, and 2, the efficacy of estimating a global density map via a spatula constellation. It says here, results suggest that spatula CubeSat would provide measurement capability or on par with current methods in both error and bandwidth using commercially available sensors. This measurement is enabled by considering drag torque instead of drag force. Measuring in this domain eliminates many sources of perturbation and leverages a large body of pre-existing attitude sensors for small satellites to achieve a density measurement with root mean square error of, and it's showing the equation here. The high accuracy and low expected cost of this method would enable a constellation to estimate a high order spherical harmonic global density map in real time. Let's see here.
In the summary,
still no measurement. I'm near the bottom and still no measurement.
Yeah,
just calculations.
So
there's a nomenclature here that shows
this is a satellite that they designed to measure air pressure, air density in low.
Yeah, I know, but we're looking to see where it's measuring it. That's what I'm looking for.
What do you mean? The entire process they use for measuring it in low Earth orbit is described above. That's what the entire.
You guys can continue. I'm going to keep reading this. So,
also at the bottom there in the summary, excuse me, it lists off 2 satellites that they currently already have in orbit, Grace and Champ. That I'm not sure if they're theirs, like this company's, but they're like scientific satellites that are currently in orbit that measure atmospheric conditions.
How do they stay up there?
Yeah, you're still talking about torque. You're still talking about torque and drag.
We still getting hung up on the semantics of the speech I use when we.
No, I mean they're said. Here's a claim, though, man. Here's a problem, right? That without the fact that there's a high vast pressure differential where there's less air molecules, where propulsion would even be something considered, this drag coefficient couldn't operate the way that it does. There needs to be something to push off of.
The act of pushing the stuff out of the engine is the push. That's where the force is generated. Push up force.
You're not in orbit.
No, you're not in free orbit. Correct. It's not free orbit. I've said
so.
That
You're just flying around. So you're flying around. So you notice pressure. So you notice pressure differences. So what?
That's what about satellites are able to measure them.
What about it? What are you trying to say about the satellites? They're in flight.
That's Alpha's entire argument is that we can't measure the atmospheric conditions and pressure in that space region, but we can, and we currently fly satellites based on that math and measure.
I found something. Here, let me see if I can highlight it. Shoot, it's a little bit it's a bit lengthy, a couple of sentences. Thus, the greatest errors in real-life orbit prediction often come from the uncertainties of atmospheric drag effects. Though there are many models used to predict these, often to great precision, accurate real-time measurements could provide better input to orbit propagators and provide the basis of new improved thermospheric models, as well as decrease the error included in orbital propagation by unpredictable weather and space weather events. Solar particle events, solar flares, and solar cycle greatly affect the overall atmospheric density in LEO, low Earth orbit, and dynamics such as tides and waves within the atmosphere can cause further local deviation from expected values. However, these measurements are very difficult to make, especially in situ. Due to the very low densities being measured, high vacuum gauges often coupled with the measurement with gas temperature are also very difficult to predict in the free molecular flow region considered, which would be in the thermosphere, said to reside where the Kármán line is. Thanks for playing, Bowie. It's nothing new. This is something that Brendan was already saying. There's no way to measure this.
Hasrad, bro, you not understanding the difference between low Earth orbit and orbit isn't my problem.
I just finished saying that's what I wanted to know. That's where they're saying that they.
I heard you. I'm just replying to that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that the argument is it still stands. There's nothing that reads that pressure value, and this actually goes into that. It says it right there.
This satellite's designed for, and there's other satellites that are designed for measuring this.
Oh, so this isn't your princess is in another castle? This wasn't it yet.
Cool.
So we got another. Okay, well then this isn't going to get us to the end.
It didn't say that they don't have the measurement.
Yeah, it did. It just said it right there. I just read it.
No, it didn't. It literally said
okay, let's go over this, Bowie.
Calculations and we have precise
Dude, a meteorologist told us, are you a meteorologist? He said the very same thing I just read. The same thing.
I'm gonna just head out. You guys not understanding it, that's not my problem.
Okay. You're dipskis. Okay. Well, nice try, Bowie. See ya.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's gonna leave after he got cooked.
After I got cooked, bro. If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was
flat, Bowie. We're gonna
selling that shit.
We're gonna get a reaction from the panel now.
The edge of the Earth would be an attraction.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for playing. Take your consolation prize and leave. Well, that's a waste of something. No, that's exactly. See what I just read here in this particular. And let me see if I can highlight it. That's what Brendan was saying overall. Let's see if I can. Right here.
Isn't that great? You read his own citation. He's like, well, not that one. Well, why'd you post it?
Let me see where we at here. Right here.
You're not supposed to actually read what I posted.
All right, I'm going to post exactly what I just read where it shows right there. You can click on that image. But it starts where it says solar particle events, solar flares, and solar cycle greatly affect the overall atmospheric density in LEO, low Earth orbit. That's where I was talking about. And dynamics such as tides and waves within the atmosphere can cause further local deviation from expected values. So they don't know what values are based on these calculations. However, these measurements, are very difficult to make. So how can you measure something that's very difficult, especially in situ? Due to the very low densities being measured, low densities, not when there, but high vacuum gauges, like the actual thing that's measuring, right? High vacuum gauges often coupled the measurement with gas temperature, also very difficult to predict in the free molecular flow region considered, which would be in low Earth orbit. There's no way to measure, is what they're saying. So they're saying measurement, but we're not measuring. Oh shit.
And you see how they also conveniently changed from measure to predict?
Yeah. It's going back. The wording here is disingenuous.
Oh man, poor guy orbited right out of control, bud.
Nice. See what you did there. I wanted to chime in when he was like, "You calculations are measurements." He was doing this again. We just had this conversation like a few days ago.
Yeah.
Okay, how tall are you? I don't know. I'm like 5'5". Did you measure that or calculate it? Cooked.
Yeah, check this out. Given the incredible low densities on the order of grams per kilometer cubed, it is effective to increase the measured quantity by taking advantage of the high orbital velocity to produce a drag force orders of magnitude higher than the density alone. However, taking these measurements in real time is difficult due to the number of perturbating forces with a greater effect than that of drag. So even the drag that he was talking about would be nullified by other forces. You couldn't measure it. Oh, shit, dude. Look at this. It says, however, taking these measurements. Oh, I already read that. Let's see. Figure 1a shows the worst case of magnitudes of the different perturbation forces and torques in Leo. As normalized, the effects of drag. Figure 1, it can clearly be seen that the drag force can be overwhelmed by gravitational potential, terms, and third body effects. It could be lost without proper compensation and prediction.
Huh. Meaning flight.
Yeah.
And I saw that same intro at the beginning of a Star Trek movie.
Gobbledygook. Where did Pads go? Wasn't that his man?
So, guys, seriously, your orbit, right? The concept of orbit. If I aim a cannon straight up vertically, right? What it's saying is, if I shoot a cannonball with enough force straight up, that instead of falling back down, because of the ball's density, as we know, things go up or down because of the density differentials between the object and its medium. But orbit is claiming to break that. What's known here on Earth, the way that we experience anything going up of density, right? In a less dense medium, that is, it comes down. But what it's claiming is that cannonball gets to an altitude where it breaks free from wanting to come back down in a very light medium, that attains free float, right? It doesn't have to come back down anymore, without propulsion, without any aerodynamics, just free floating, orbit. Of course, yes, circular, all that, whatever. Nevertheless, without propulsion, without what we know of aerodynamic flight. So that's what its claim is it breaks those rules that we know about flight. I mean, low Earth orbit may be of an altitude where it pushes the limits of aerodynamic flight. Yet, do we still have to adhere to the rules of flight, like propulsion or gliding on air or balloons to go up?
I like how the guy was denying space as well. He's like, well, they're not in space. Well, duh.
It just seemed like a really inappropriate time to leave, you know? Like, you guys can't even read. Here's all these links. We read it.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Really?
I don't think he was expecting Alpha to read it.
Oh no,
bro, he didn't even read that shit.
Exactly. I think he was surprised.
Yeah, within this, it doesn't describe how they're measuring in Leo. It says that there's problems. They're using high vacuum gauges, and they're not able to produce the element of measuring. It's not doing that. It's not possible because using this is a difficult task. Apparently, to these guys, they're trying to figure out how to do such a task. It says here it's really expensive. Let me see. It says here the performance of these systems is excellent, but the high precision accelerometers used are very specialized, expensive instruments, unsuited for small satellite use. The data must be processed on the ground to yield useful estimates. Spatula aims to produce measurements of similar quality, but estimated on board and performed by a CubeSat with commercially available sensors. They're trying to attempt to do the thing that I'm saying that they're not able to do. Leo has been mentioned here more often in this particular article, which is what I'm saying is in contention. So it says high vacuum gauges. I'm just reading a little bit because I think this is important, right? I want to go through the information. In order to have a sound argument, you have to be able to look at the other side. If they're producing anything that's anyway near close to something that can be substantiated, which in the article I just posted right there, high vacuum gauges. Measurement of the drag force is not the only way to measure the density in LEO, low Earth orbit. Many vacuum gauge technologies have been developed that are capable of detecting pressures in LEO. For example, the Tithe et al., I think that's the way it's pronounced, has demonstrated a cold cathode discharge vacuum gauge in orbit. The gauge is on the ram face of the Columbus Laboratory on the ISS. This gauge is easily able to measure the pressure in orbit, as well as the diurnal variation. However, this pressure data cannot be simply converted directly into the density measurements. The instrument shows a strong dependence on attitude, experiencing a difference of multiple orders of magnitude when the station reoriented to face the instrument in the anti-ram direction. Additionally, the diurnal pressure variation is not just function of density change. Pressure is coupled with a temperature variation caused by solar heating. These effects, combined with the large size and expense of the precision gauge, make this type of measurement unsuitable for low-cost small satellite missions. So it's telling you a lot about what they think it's doing, but I don't see it actually producing the results of the measured pressure values. This is what I'm asking for. And this is what's not being produced. It says that one's on the ISS, according to this. But as far as like what we're seeing, the pressure values being measured, well, that's a bit of like finding a ghost in the dark. So I'm looking for the cowbell. I don't see it.
Yeah, why would it not be there?
Yeah.
Is there a reason there's no precision instrument readings?
Well, it says here, it says this shows the value of constellation in measuring density, but also emphasizes that the need for the satellites involved to be low cost due to the large number of required satellites. So you'd have to put this really high, expensive equipment. It's too costly to be mass produced. And that's kind of like it's a cop-out, isn't it? Like you hear that, you're like, dude, that's a cop-out. So you're saying that we don't have satellites that have this technology that ISS has, These effects, combined with the large size and expense of the precision gauge, make this type of measurement unsuitable for low-cost small satellite missions. So none of the small satellites that everybody claims are out there measuring anything as far as the atmospheric pressures. But it says that the ISS has one, according to here, but I don't see what it's doing and how it's doing, because it's even saying that it's very difficult for that specific instrument to measure pressure readings. So it's almost like it can't do the thing that it was designed to do.
Well, we know it wasn't in free fall.
Oh yeah. Whatever the thing is that they see up there that they call the ISS, it's not a free fall. It's not in a decaying orbit.
Yeah, man. When the rubber hits the road, that's when they run.
It's all calculations, estimations. Yeah, they're not measuring anything.
It's hard to look at. They have to account for it when they look at it. Yeah, keeping it vague is it's an art.
Yeah, so long as you're not ever held down to a point, I think that's where they want to be at.
Imaginative and subjective. It absolutely breeds wiggle room. And that's where it thrives.
Yeah, what up, panel? What's going on, guys? I don't think we have anybody else in here. What did you think about that interaction with that guy? Like I said, I wouldn't have got in on those elephant hurling, fallacies, but
You guys believe in a lie.
yeah, right.
Show your work.
Let me save you guys.
I think it was great, Alpha, to answer your question before sleepy time gets in here.
Spitter of Truth is my name.
We got SDFGH, whatever your name is. You think the Earth is a globe, sir?
Yes, dude.
All right.
No, I don't think. I know. I know.
Oh,
it's a
I
globe.
like the confidence. So how do you know it's a globe?
Because of NASA.
Because NASA. All you had to do was say how it's okay. So, how did anyone measure the surface to have the curve that they say it exists? Who measured that curve?
Wait, why would we need to measure if there's pictures from outer space showing it's a globe?
Well, we're talking about the origins, right? Where did this all come from? Who started to contemplate?
I don't know, and I don't care about where the origin is. I'm saying NASA has pictures.
Okay, so the picture that they show you, it looks like a sphere, yes?
Yes, it's a globe, yes.
Yeah. Well, they're telling you, well, not they, but you think it's a globe based on the image. But when you go outside, you don't see the thing that they're showing you the image of. It's not represented in the world you see outside.
Have you ever read the fine print on those images? How it says that they're CGI.
Yeah, that's great. No, I want him to realize he doesn't notice that globe anywhere.
Cool. I was just asking if he read the subtext.
Sounds like bro has the standards of a Bigfoot believer.
Yeah, just images.
Yeah.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
He left. Damn, the drive-by, that's crazy. Why did he leave, though? That's crazy.
He's hurt. His feelings are hurt.
Are they still here, Alpha?
No.
She left.
Oh my God! They were so confident they didn't even spend 3 minutes to prove their point.
Oh, duck. He got caught lacking.
Exactly. Duck, goose. That's funny.
Earth is a globe because of NASA. We've never heard that before. Ever.
Took him less than 30 seconds to verify his globe.
Unfortunately, that does it for a lot of people.
I'm telling you, this argument's got legs, man. I'm telling you. The people that are trying to say that the vacuum of space exists like the way it does need to provide evidence that it does in the way that they claim that the pressure values exist. So if they can't show you that in any measurable way, what does that mean? That they still are residing within the realm that has air pressure. That's what the only thing he was showing us was that. That's what we were looking at. Like, yeah, it was more evidence that there's air pressure than not. We're looking for the not, bro. Did you notice that? Everything he was posting was everything to show how there's drag?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure about I'm not sure about the rest of you folks, but when I see a vacuum chamber like contained the way it is to be a vacuum chamber, and I try to think to myself, how could I get into that vacuum chamber from the pressurized system I'm standing in? I just can't think of anything. There's no way I could penetrate that barrier and get inside that vacuum.
And it's more gobbledygook when you see these papers where they're like, oh, we could measure it, but there's a lot of confounding variables. Makes it difficult. And you're like, dude, what? How did you come up with it in the first place, bro?
Yeah.
We want to know that. Like, we got people believing in the vacuum of space, and there's no evidence to follow that up. We have a problem. So yeah, the container argument is superb, right? But we can't even get there unless they show how they know that the vacuum of space exists, specifically how they tell us. You understand the weight of this argument? It's
long overdue.
Yeah, and it's proper good, man. I mean, it's really, really amazing. When I started getting into it, I was like, dude, this could be the thing that actually gets them to realize they can't even put the argument for container anymore. Like, because it's their argument, by the way. You do realize that, right? When you ask them to show how the air pressure values are said to be what they are, even if by some miracle they produce that evidence, then they're going to have to contend with how do you have gas pressure, the high pressure differential from the Kármán line to the surface. Go ahead and show that. Then they have to produce the evidence that there's containment. Other than that, they haven't done so. So we're dealt with, with whatever. Tell us.
They are working on it. They are crafting, the next stage of this, which is the gravity barrier.
Yeah, but we still have to get
as the working container.
Yeah, but they have to get through how they have the pressure values measured to even substantiate that it is the case that the vacuum of space exists. Yeah, this is a monster.
I would add to that another factor, huge, weighty factor in this is the supposed movement and the rate of movement through the vacuum of space while having containment.
We could couple that in with the pressure readings at those altitudes. Couple that together. It's the impossible task. Because even those guys in that article I was reading are saying, dude, There's variables, bros. There's no way we're going to be able to tell you exactly what's going on, as we're dealing with too much. Well, that's just sounding like you are not in the places you think you are. To me. That's kind of funny, isn't it? We've gotten all this far, now it's like morphed into them not even having space being what they think it is. It's just, higher altitude, that's all it is. But you're not leaving anything. Not going out there into the vacuum of space.
That's right.
Because he was denying, he was throwing it. Yeah, they're not going into space. Dude, that's the whole argument. You're going into space. Oh, shit, if we're not doing that, then we're still just flying planes and whatnot. Technology is above our head.
Yeah, just doing it above the clouds.
Yeah. That's it. Which everybody here can get on board with. They were like, yeah, so what? Who cares about that? We're talking about beyond the place where people say they can go with the super low pressure values. It's bad, isn't it? When you take stock of like all the things that, considered, you're like, oh man, these guys they got it bad.
Oh, it's domino effect bad.
I've been working on this angle for quite some time, but like now that it's coming time to push this out, dude, now it's just, you guys can see the weight of this argument. It's so good. I like it.
It's so good because it resonates with the listener easily. I think it's the ease that it does so that makes this so good. It helps that the Globe representatives are doing a shabby job.
Exactly.
Right? Exposing themselves.
I think at one point of the argument, he was saying the measurements are calculations. He was bothered by that, which is another point of contention. I mean, there's so many different directions. When they offer themselves up in the argument like that, we can take our pick. What do you want to go with? Do you want to harp on the fact that he's not given the pressure values as a reading, empirically, or do we want to go with his non-understanding of what a calculation and measurement are? So you can take it in many different ways, right? But they're all valid to have. At that point, you have just, you can pick and choose which direction you want to go.
I find it super interesting how all the Globe defenders are regular, average, everyday Joes. And they don't really have anyone with any sort of field experience coming in to back them up, whereas we as truth and knowledge seekers have on camera more than one pilot professing that it's flat and stationary. Pilots are in the field, out there, flying the planes, doing the shit. We at least have that to back us up.
Yeah, I'm like, if you think this is true, show me. Show me the evidence. Show me the work. Show me the measurements. Go ahead and prove it. And just like I know Pads is not a flat earther. He's not. He got really bothered by the fact that he couldn't produce the evidence that there's any pressure readings in low Earth orbit. And he was trying to make it sound like a different argument, but it's the same one.
You guys believe your bullshit.
Thanks for that. You're going to just keep running away from the chat, dude, so why engage with you? Just stay in the chat if you're going to have an argument.
Who the fuck is running away? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you left when we were talking to you, so why are we going to engage?
Away. I had to go. That's why I'm back now.
Do you got time to talk or no?
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm back.
All right, so
don't ever say I'm running away. That's crazy.
So produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Give us evidence for that. You said NASA pictures?
Okay, let me go ahead. I always do this. I always provide.
That's good. One, either it's going to be a meme or his attempt to produce something is going to be something.
It's going to be a meme when it's provided by NASA? Are you
No,
serious?
I'm saying usually it's a meme because somebody says, "Hold on, I'll get my evidence." Usually it's a meme or it's a something that people just believe that is.
This is what I've always provided. Look.
All right, how do you know that's what the Earth looks like?
Because NASA said so. What do you mean? They went to outer space. They took a picture.
Trust me, bro. Doesn't work here. I want to know how you know that's what the Earth looks like.
It's not a trust me. They went to outer
how do you
space.
know? How do you know that's what the Earth
Because
looks
that's
like?
the picture. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. So I can show you a picture of a flying spaghetti monster. Are you going to believe that too?
No, because that's not from NASA.
Okay. So really, so if NASA was to show you a flying spaghetti monster, you would believe that?
First of all, that doesn't exist.
Answer the question.
That's not NASA's objective.
Answer the question. If they produced a flying spaghetti monster, would you believe in that too?
I believe NASA if they provide me a picture of a flying spaghetti monster.
So you can't in any way go outside and detail to me that the Earth looks like that thing that you're pointing at to say that's the Earth. Because when I say that's the Earth, I'm pointing outside. When you walk outside, that's the Earth. That, sir, is a cartoon. I don't point at cartoons when I tell you what the Earth is. You're pointing at cartoons. I'm pointing outside. That's the Earth. This isn't the Earth. This cartoon? That's not it.
The reason gentlemen, are you aware that the
talk to
individual...
Excuse me, I could only talk to one person at a time. Stop it.
No, you can. You can listen to more than one person. Pay attention.
Oh my God.
Are you aware that the individual who created that image himself tells you how he created the image?
You keep repeating this. You keep repeating this.
Photo.
As the 1972
Are you aware of that?
Just do a little more research about the 1972 one. That's the photo.
Oh my God. Okay, go ahead, Alpha.
Yeah, so I'm just pointing out the fact that even if you show this cartoon image, there's no way that you can validate that that's what the Earth looks like because the Earth is outside and it's not this cartoon ball that you think that it shows.
It's not a cartoon.
Yeah, it is. Because how can you then show me how you validated this photo being what reality is represented as?
It's like I keep repeating myself.
No, you don't have to. You can just show me. Bro, do this. Now, show how you can substantiate that image is what the Earth looks like.
Well, unless
how
I go
you know
to
that
space, I cannot provide you.
Well, that's I don't know what to call you. SD, whatever. Like, that's the problem. They're putting the standard of evidence to validate is so far out of your reach that you can't validate it. You can only trust them, which is what you said you did. I trust the organization. That's not science. That's not empiricism. That's you believing an image.
There's all I'm telling you is there's not just
no,
black
there's
and
not.
white.
This is it, man. This is all that there is. They're handing you information, and you're just choosing to believe this is what the Earth looks like. You can choose not to. You're choosing to believe it. You can say, wait a minute, how did you figure this? I don't see this image when I go outside. I don't look at a ball.
Because you're
not looking at a ball.
SDF. Is this your
so it's a cartoon, dude.
Flat Earthers?
I can't hear two people at the same time. I'm sorry.
Is this like, are you new to debating flat earthers?
Oh my God, dude, we don't need commentary from the peanut gallery.
No, it's not commentary from the peanut gallery.
It's commentary from the peanut gallery. I don't need that. Go ahead.
Look, it's not black and white like you're making it seem to be. The reason why it's reasonable to believe this is an actual picture of Earth is going to be because NASA, first of all, their objective is outer space exploration. We know they've been to outer space. We know they sent man to the moon. We know they have. What do you mean we?
You don't. How did you validate? How did you validate any of the information you just said they did? How do you know they did that?
Because it's recorded? What do you mean? Like, I don't know.
Recorded? No. Yeah. How does SD, as a human being, know that they've done that thing, that they said it? I don't care about it being... Avoid pictures and video. How do you know they did that?
So you're just going to reject every sort of evidence there is that actually provides...
Okay, so if evidence substantiates a claim, then it would be validated. Did you validate the evidence?
Did I validate? Yes, I watched
the evidence of the video. Did you go to the location that the video was said to be shot in?
Dude, no, I didn't go to outer space.
Okay, so then you didn't validate evidence, so therefore it's not evidence. It's tossed out as not evidence. Your evidence needs to be validated. In order for it to be evidence, in order for it to be evidence, it needs to be validated as evidence, and it wasn't, because as we can say, they can show you videos. You can only trust that information. You can't validate it. Therefore, it's not evidence. It needs to be validated for it to be considered as evidence. Otherwise, we can toss it out as not evidence.
No, you're missing the point.
No, I'm not. I got the point correctly. You're saying it's evidence. I'm saying, did you validate it for it to be evidence? You're like, no, then it's not evidence. We can toss it out. Got anything else?
It's primitive, okay? This is like the basic.
No, it's not primitive. It's empirical.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think majority of people accept the fact that NASA...
Yeah, who cares, dude? Who cares? You don't have to appeal to the majority. You can only appeal to whether this is evidence or not. And it's not. We can toss it out. You didn't validate it. Nor can anybody else. Dude. Yeah, this is the realm of the real. We don't deal with cartoon balls. We deal with what you can test and you can provide as evidence. You can validate. That's what we're dealing with, dude. And you have a great imagination to think it's a globe, but there's no evidence to back up the claim. None that you can validate anyway.
Okay, I guess if we're going to move away from pictures and videos, then I'm going to be like, I want to talk about like family members that are in Europe. When it's morning for me, it's night for them.
No!
So it's reasonable to make an assumption that the world is a sphere because...
You just used the word assumption, SD. Why are we going to assume things? Why can't we validate the things we know, bro? Why does it have to be an assumption?
How could it be possible if the sun is up and we're on flat plain ground?
Think about this. You're asking me a question. You should be able to produce the evidence that it is the case that a globe would show that you're having night and day cycles. But you can't do it in a form that you're showing me that it's the case. You have to give me a question. Well, what else do you think it could be going on? Like, you don't get away from asking me questions.
Hold on. Just give me a chance.
Get away from asking me questions. I want you to show how night and day shows that the Earth is a geometric shape. In other words, it has to be a ball from this example.
Okay. So if I guess it's going to be, okay, if we, for a minute, make an assumption that the world is a sphere.
We don't need to. SD, we don't need to. Okay, so if it's an actual globe, you don't have to assume. You can just show me how it's a globe. Don't assume that.
Okay, then the fact that we have 9 different time zones prove that it is a sphere.
No, you're not proving geometry, brother. You're assuming geometry. It's a begging the question, logical fallacy. You're just begging the question that a sphere exists because you have night and day. You didn't prove that it exists.
If it was not a sphere, it would not be possible for certain points.
No, that's incorrect too. That's incorrect
How is that
too.
Correct.
Because did you experience every other shape that it could possibly be?
Every other shape, but it cannot be flat. Is the point?
No. I didn't say flat. Flat is an aspect of a shape. I'm saying the shape of anything that it could possibly be. Did you experience all the other shapes?
I guess it would be possible in some other ones, but it's going to be like
okay. Then it couldn't be.
It's going to be like a rectangle square.
Then you answered your question. It couldn't only be a globe. That question is false, or the premise is false. I'm sorry. Premise.
Dude, okay.
You just used yourself, bro. Nice job.
Yeah. You admitted it yourself. So now you know. It can not just only be a sphere. Could be a myriad of other shapes.
Yes, but the reasonable one is going to be a sphere because
we're not trying to reason with the idea. There's established information like the size of the Earth being a radius, diameter, and circumference. So they're already saying it's a ball, dude. You can't get away from that. So it's not just it's reasonable, it's established. How did we get to be established if we're just reasoning with ourselves? It could be.
And assumptions aren't reasonable. That's the opposite of reason.
Yeah, I want you to think about this, SD. Many people come through here and they try to produce evidence in the form of trying to reason with themselves, trying to use popular information because other people think, or the trust me bro experience. Well, NASA, bro, I trust them. It doesn't get us to how you know the Earth is a globe, not a sphere.
I wanted to point that out to SD, that it's a little frustrating when Alpha says, please let us know how you know that it's a globe, And he starts out with, well, if we assume it's a globe.
No, I was trying to show a hypothetical. But
I know you are, dude. Many people come in here that way, but at the end of the day, that doesn't get us to how we know something is true. You're just assuming it like every other person on the earth.
I think it's funny that they'll stack a bunch of logical fallacies and then say it's reasonable. No, buddy, that's the opposite of reason.
No, that wasn't logical.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Nah, it's good, man.
Yeah, I've talked this guy before. He's just a long series of logical fallacies. You don't even know how to think. Oh, you know it, Stevie. He did. Yeah.
I got my chef hat on, dude. I've been cooking this morning, so.
Yeah, I heard you earlier too. I was listening on the live stream on YouTube. You been cooking? You got the buffet going, man.
I got the buffet, dude. What you need, man? I got some shrimp on the grill. Got some prawns on the barbie.
Some chopped cheese,
some steaks.
What about Amateur
Dude,
Wizard?
Like the utility belt of globe arguments, man. You're just bringing everything out of the closet, out of the basement, the freaking garage. Like maybe this will work.
They're dusting off some old arguments from 2015, like an old LP. Blowing the dust off the.
Yeah, maybe this will work. Maybe they forgot about it.
We haven't used this one in a while. Let's try this. Possibly. No, but the guy had a link to how they're trying to get these measurements, and you read the article, dude. It's so convoluted. They're like, why we got a lot of confounding variables that could cause pressure reading changes, and like, dude, how you're reading any pressure, like, so these articles that come up, it's just a bunch of like people that are trying to confuse.
I heard you talk about that. That was pads, right? So you argued with him about that. Like, what was it, like 2 weeks ago? And like, he's been like, at least he's doing his research, right? But it took him that long, right? 2 weeks of searching to find something that even remotely supported what he already believed. That's the crazy thing. And he's trying to pass it off as like, oh, everybody knows this, right? This is 100% fact. No, it ain't a fact. It's blind faith in the story, right? It's a story you heard. That's all it is.
He's trying to pass himself off as a flat earther. I'm like, dude, shut up, dude. You're not a flat earther. Yeah, I am, dude. I'm like, well, dude, shut up, man. Every time you.
Dude, he thinks it's going to keep him out of crosshairs. No, that's going to put you in. Now everybody's being locked and loaded on you. Now it is.
Yeah, if you're a flat earther failing this hard, there's a problem.
Hey, our peanut gallery's back. Amateur Wizard. What's up, dude?
Was I talking to you?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
I was talking to that other SDF guy. I was trying to understand where he's coming from. I wasn't talking to you, Creation Bear. But if you want to back up, that's fine.
Talking to you now.
This guy.
Dude, it's easy to understand where that guy's coming from. He has a worldview, and anything that goes against it has to be wrong. Otherwise, this whole internal world will collapse. So
interesting.
We have to be wrong for him to go on in life.
It's a coping mechanism.
Hypocritical saying that?
No. So if you want to engage in a discussion about the shape of the earth conversation, that'd be great. If you actually think it is, and this is just your long way around, I think it's better if you just like dive right in.
Okay, sure. So I've had dozens, and when I say dozens, I think the longest I've ever had debating with flat earthers was probably like 8-9 hours.
Excellent. Now, what was it that you even talked to them about? Let's get to the crux.
Enough of the waffling. The thing at the core of it was that most of you guys, it's not even about the Earth's shape. It's mostly about the government.
Quit your yapping, bro. Tell us if you know if the Earth is a globe and put some evidence forward. Enough of the yapping.
Government, organization.
Hell, bro.
Yeah, hey, Linda, stop telling me. And I understand to a degree. I understand.
Amateur
no one gives a fuck,
skepticism, but it's like no, you can't.
These psychoanalyzations, bro. These psychoanalyzations of yours. It's just a bullshit time waster.
Not
Get to the fucking point, bro.
You are.
There's nothing to do. I'm saying that about you. I said my experiences debating flat earthers.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? You're off topic.
Yeah, amateur.
Can you prove to me that it's flat?
Stop telling me what I think and give us your globe proof. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we aren't the topic. The topic isn't us, right?
Great. I asked you to explain to me why it's flat. How it's flat.
I asked you a question, and you've just deflected to asking us a question. Why did you deflect, and why didn't you answer? No, I do want to get into it. So how do you know it's a globe? Go.
How do you know it's flat?
Stop asking. I'm the one that asked you. Well, you don't have an answer, and you're just going to deflect.
Listen.
See, here's the thing. I'll let you listen. I'll let you ask us the question if you give up the fact that you can't prove the Earth as a globe. Just say it. Say it for the audience. I want it to sting when you say it. Say it. You don't know how the Earth is a globe, and then I'll tell you all about flat Earth. I'll gladly tell you everything you want to know.
Do it. Go for it.
No. I want the words coming out of your mouth. The concession live. We're recording live on YouTube. I want to record it.
Yeah, I know. I've been on Flatter 24/7.
Say it.
Whatever. Say what?
I don't know that the Earth is a globe.
I know beyond plausible deniability that the Earth is a globe.
Give us your evidence.
Okay, then now you're going to have to produce the evidence. Go. See what happened? You just affirmed that you know the Earth's a globe. Produce the evidence.
Spice it up a little bit.
Yeah, good. Because now it's time to show. Yeah, now it's time to show.
You have people coming in here every single day.
I don't care. I don't care.
And you go through the same rigmarole.
I don't care.
I want to hear it from you because you know better.
No, you just admitted that there's, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the Earth is a globe. Show.
You've heard all this information before. You're just in denial about it. That's fine.
Okay, so you're not going to give me the information that you said you had?
I asked you to explain to me like I'm 5.
No, I'm not going to feed into your little red herring. It's not going to work on me. You might work on some other guys that are out there. Not in here, sir. Show that the information that you think the Earth is a globe is true. Go ahead.
The basis of this entire channel is that you ask people...
Amateur wizard, this isn't amateur hour, okay? So show that the Earth is a globe, or else you're just going to stay on there. More Yappuccino,
dude. If you're confident the Earth's a globe, you have nothing to present us.
Yeah, that's what we're all hearing. We're all hearing your confidence levels dwindling. Yeah, right. Mr. Big Shot, I'm going to tell you how I know the Earth's a globe. Look at you now. Not doing it.
Yeah.
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 You like that? Like the taste of that? Of you being wrong? Because you say it is a globe, now you're not able to produce the evidence? In 2025, you should be oozing with evidence. You're not doing that, are you?
I am. I just can't be bothered repeating something that...
I can't be bothered? Is that all you're going to say? I can't be bothered when everybody here listening to you say that you're confident enough to tell us, oh, it's a globe. Now you can't be bothered.
For someone who claims they debated flat earthers for 9 hours, you're bad in...
I did. On 24/7 Flat Earth Live. If you want to go back and find the video, that's...
No one cares.
15 minutes of this debate, you suck, Linda.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it again. It's a waste of time.
Okay, so if you're not going to do it, if you're not going to do it, then just sit there quietly. We'll wait for the next guy, the next champion.
Then you already know, if you lasted that long, then you already know what our evidence is.
Yeah, but...
So why are you playing to pretend?
He's like, man, I got you guys. I got all the evidence, man. Okay, where's it at? I can't be bothered.
Literally have a clip of a girl on Fresh and Fit saying the exact same shit.
Oh my God, dude. Can you believe this?
That for 9 hours you got cooked in 24/7 Flat Earth.
No, I think for 9 hours he was saying the exact thing. I can't be bothered. Dude, come on, give us your evidence. No, I can't be bothered. Like, then why would you come in here saying to another person when that's what you were doing? You came in here, do you know you're arguing with flat earthers? And then you can't even do it. That's cool. What are we going to do? Probably talk about you some more, but I don't know. That gets boring. We'll wait for another globe champion.
The consistency of the lack of evidence and arguments and just like rhetorical gimmicks. Oh, I'd show you the evidence, but you'll just say it's fake, or like the copium and just the nonsense. It's like it never stops. It's like you'd think that like every once in a while someone would come in with something solid. Just like if there was anything to the globe, right? Every once in a while, by random chance, someone would just make a random argument that would be solid. Instead, it's all smoke and mirrors.
The interesting part, and is that he came in like with this chip on his shoulder. He was telling the other guy who was in there talking to us, SD, "Oh, do you know you're in a room full of flat earthers?" And it's like, dude, you know what? He's trying to belly up to the bar, so let's give him that opportunity. And then when the spotlight's on him, he's like, "I can't be bothered." Yeah, real good.
Yeah, because we all know what he's going to do, right? He's going to just like read off the list. And then we're going to have some of the evidence, the things on his little list of things that prove the globe. And then he's not going to be able to even produce any of those. And then we're like, okay, so you have a shitload of claims. Now where's the evidence of the claims? And it's going to be, you guys just deny everything. Yeah, we just deny claims that don't have any evidence. We don't even have to deny. There's nothing even to deny, technically.
Dude, my freaking deflection meter is over 9,000, bro. They can't get past it. He's trying to get away from the point. No, you tell me how the Earth's flat. You tell me how the Earth's flat. I'm like, nah, it's not going to work. Not going to happen.
I just like a low astrophotography zealot tell me that. So I showed him like a image of Saturn where Saturn looks like an egg that's supposed to be taken from the Pioneer 10 spacecraft. He's like, that's because it's stacked. Like it was 1972. Like they didn't do stacking then. He's like, they've been doing stacking since 1841. 1841, dude. They're stacking digital images. How did they do that? Like, dude, like they're so crazy sometimes. They'll just say anything.
Well, that's the newest syndrome. They'll say anything syndrome.
Or they don't say anything. They will say anything, but then sometimes they won't say anything. Because like that guy was like, I could tell you, just can't be bothered. Fucking hell, bro.
I think it's one of those things where like
and repeat it, it becomes real.
It's one of those things where they think that if someone reads the thread, that they can say anything and they'll be believed over the flat earth, just automatically. And that is probably the case for some people. But when you say something so outrageous as like, they stacked images in 1841. They didn't even have film. They smeared a chemical on a piece of cardboard and then exposed it, right? You can't stack an image like that. It's not possible. They're called daguerreotypes. I'm sure you guys have seen them. Old photographs are called daguerreotypes. But they're not on film. They're just like on a piece of paper. It's like, how would you even stack that image? You guys know what image stacking is. They take a bunch of images of something and then they digitally process it. So it only takes the best pixels to make a full image. Well, obviously you can't do that on a piece of cardboard. This is crazy. And this is more of the same with this guy. Going to come in and gossip. I talk to flat earthers, and flat earth is this, and flat earth is that. And, fuck your social commentary.
I like the way he said. Well, I mean, he's debated for 9 hours, and that means something, right?
Oh, he's a real veteran.
9 freaking hours. Who is the flat earther doing now with him? Come on, who is it? Are you in this room right now? Did you debate 9 hours with that guy? If it is, dude, we got to take stock of how you're doing flat earth right now at the moment. Like a 9 hours.
I know who it wasn't. I know it definitely was not QE.
No, hell no, dude. Fucking 9 hours, bro. Golly. That's way too long for exposure. Even I'm saying that. Fucking 9 hours? God dang.
Y'all gotta know it wasn't me, because I'd have been calling Crayon Muncher
Exactly how much is.
Is that freaking Neil?
It sounds like it. Yeah. And we got Helios.
How you doing, Neil?
I'm walking here.
We got Helio Skeptic in the chat saying 9 hours sounds like a filibuster. Yeah, don't disagree with it. He said in the 24/7 channel, so that must have been that was long time ago. There's two Dazes in here. Have we spoken to Daz Waz? I know Daz 68. Daz Waz, are you there? I guess not. It's been more of that this morning, though. People just coming in here saying things and not backing up their claims. I know Pads is usually one to start the conversation moving because he's like, I'm a flat earther. I'm like, no, you're not.
Like I said, man, that's not going to, they think that like that's going to get him out of the crosshair. No, like now everybody's crosshairs are on me. Global crosshairs, and now we're going to be exactly because like now we're going to be like, yo, you're a flat earther and you said that. Oh no, you can't. Dude, stop. Right now we're going to be criticizing them too. They think that we're just going to go, okay, you can say anything because you're a flat earther. Nah, dude, it don't work like that.
Hey, let me see if I can pull up what was said earlier.
Yeah, Paz thinks the Earth is flat, but believes in gravity and outer space and the core. Like he has like 18 like globe attachments still.
You what?
You say globe attachments? What is this, Call of Duty?
We got a bunch of globe strap-ons. Shout out Adam.
Oh my god, I was actually here for that.
What do I can't find it? That's what Pads put up. I think, it might be still in text chat. Let's see. Scroll up. I hate that this chat erases things like within, what, an hour? 2 hours?
I know. I'm gonna spend some more time over on our home server. Every Thursday or something? I don't know.
Scrolling through. We got Kevin Kozlana. Little Kevin denies reality.
Yo, that always blows me away when they say that we deny reality. It's really like you're standing the situation on its head. You guys deny reality. Okay. You deny directly experience a globe? No. Well, then aren't you denying reality?
It must have been way earlier. I don't see Pad's link anymore. He must have deleted it or it moved off the chat. But it was a whole pressure argument. The air pressure said to be in the region where they're claiming it is. And he posted some information, but I thought I had the link to it, I guess in my history, because I clicked on it and it's an elephant hurling fallacy for sure. He's like, this substantiates that the drag on a satellite will show that the pressure values on it. I'm like, dude, you're going to tell me what instrument's measuring that? Still nothing. And he got all up in a tizzy about it.
Yeah. Here's more links. Oh, man. But don't read. More crazy that he got mad at you for reading it.
Yeah, because I looked through it, right? The link that Pads put up, I just kind of kind of glossed over it, and it didn't have anything where it's having any pressure values being read at the altitude that they say it's supposed to be, where the high vast pressure differential would exist for the surface. And it's like, well, if you're not producing, that's what I'm asking for. He's like, it kind of, you know how they act like they're feigning ignorance at that point. Oh, are you saying that this other one you're asking for? No, like, dude, listen to what I'm saying. I'm asking for the pressure values that are supposed to be empirically measured at the altitude you said they are. He's like, well, that's how they do it. I put the link in, and I was like, that doesn't show that they're reading any pressure values at the altitude, dude. I kept reiterating that point over and over again. And he was getting all frustrated and whatnot. He's like, I've only looked at it 5 minutes, but dude, didn't we have this argument before? That's the other thing too that you mentioned. He was like, dude, he had months to kind of look through this. Now, and he just made it seem like, you're not giving me enough time, Jesus. And I'm like, dude, first of all, he ain't going to help you. And second of all, you are saying that this information exists when you haven't even looked into it. Like, you're just now doing it? It's a bit frustrating.
We're so cooking. We're so winning right now.
All we got lately is people psychoanalyzing the people in here. Let me just tell you about you flat earthers. This is what it's like. You guys don't ever do this and that, blah, 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 yada, yada. Like, dude, god dang. Never about the topic. Always about the people. You're muting people and shit like this.
Give us your evidence for the. Let me tell you what you think.
Yeah,
you flat earthers think X, Y, and Z instead of giving proof of the globe.
That amateur loser sounded like that 1-304 we talked to a couple days ago. She's like, "You guys don't really think it's flat. You just come together as a community." Like, remember that? This is pretty much what
talking
you
about Allison. No. Psych or some shit her name was.
Yeah, the one that's like, I study occupational therapy. I just know how people work, whatever. Remember this? This is just a few days ago. This guy came in with the same shit. Oh, you guys
Indio didn't hear that conversation, I don't think.
Yeah, Indio, you missed it, bro. I think it was like...
Dude, it was like... It was a conversation you would love to be in chat about.
Everyone had their rifles out pointed at this bitch. It was hilarious.
Dude, I came in with the Hadouken, bro, because it was like oh hell no. You know how we feel about those psychoanalyzation types? They come in here and like, well, let me tell you what you guys are. I'm like, oh, fuck that, dude. You're about to, this is gonna be a brawl fest, And then the thing is, AI was in here, so. She went on to proceed to tell us, who we are, what we're about, and everybody was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" And everybody wanted a pound of flesh at that point. So everybody's trying to get, chomping at the bit to get on the mic.
If you came in with the Hadouken, freaking Mated Tetrix came in with that Falcon Punch.
Falcon Punch!
Bro, he was so hot. He was like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, I dropped a big C on her. Oh, so good.
Oh, hey, Overlord?
Yeah.
Overlord.
Was that? Oh, that was AI. Yeah, that was mad funny. I was dying, dude. So funny.
He, as well as I, and probably Indio, like, the Scott Mackey types, right? Those guys. Tell me why you really think the Earth is flat. I know you don't think it's flat because you look, Well, I want to know the real reason. Like those types, dude. I'm gonna fucking roast those guys hard.
Yeah, man, it was funny. That was funny. Whole chat was. We had her in our sights.
I've got you in my sights.
Yeah, but Indio would have been like twisting his cat back and everything. Oh, fuck this.
You're drive by psychiatrists, dude. It's laughable.
Yeah, but she stayed in the chat, bro. And dude, she even got she had the audacity to play the victim, bro. She was playing the victim in the chat, like, oh, we're all ganging up on her. I'm like, motherfucker, you're the one coming in and talking shit. You're telling us that she's demeaning us, essentially. That we're lowbrow, that we fucking just need this chat because we want to have a community and cling to each other, and we're only here because we want to belong. And fucking hell, bro, it was like, oh, dude, yeah, it was epic, bro.
That was pretty.
I'm like, what's the basis of it? Why are you saying all that? I mean, have you interacted with a lot of flat earthers? Like, you have some knowledge, or you just like feeling?
It was her assessment of like the flat earther experience.
It's just like anything else, right? You make an assessment has to be based upon something. Can't be. I've been in the chat 30 seconds. Like, how do you make an assessment from that?
Yeah, it wasn't of this group at all. Period. It wasn't if anybody here. It was what she's been out there of seeing flat Earth on the internet. Well, I know flat earthers, and they just like.
Dude, I bet you she ain't seen nothing, dude. Like, listen, it's just like anything else. Like, what's your evidence? I would ask her, okay, what's your evidence for like this? And it would have been like, the same crap. Go look it up. Google it. Ask ChatGPT. Like, we would have had to go find her evidence. It's the same thing. These people, they all think the same way. Like, their methodology of analysis is all the same. You believe something, and then you go look for the evidence to conform to your belief. But then they don't even do the looking part. They just believe it first and just assume there's evidence for their belief. Because why else would they believe it, right? Why would I believe something without evidence? Obviously, there's evidence because I believe it. Like, this is how they think, like the circular reasoning thing. You heard the guy you were talking to about the space fix, right? How do you know the space fix are real? Oh, because NASA took them. Well, how do you know NASA's doing what they said they? Yeah, why would you trust NASA? Because they took SpaceX. Like, dude, like, what the fuck you are? you just made a big circle. Wasn't even a big circle; it was a little circle.
That was it. A day ago? 2 days ago? When did that conversation take place?
What, with the girl?
Yeah, I think it was maybe 2 days ago.
You remember her name? I'll go back and listen. If I know their name,
Psych. It started with psych something. It was more too. It was a big word. Psych something or other. But she was
it's easier to find, like, because everyone's name on YouTube that pops up, so it's easier to just like skim through the video to just watch for the name to pop up than to like listen to it.
You might have clipped it.
Who clipped it, Neil?
I think AI. He might have clipped it. He's been clipping stuff lately.
Oh yeah, clip it.
Sex therapists make terrible lovers.
Clipcord, if you're in here, clip it.
No, I was just gonna say, I love how like girls will claim, I know people, man. I know how people operate, blah, blah, blah. Then you look at their personal life, it's absolute wreckage, right?
Yeah.
Everyone in their personal life, they're shitheads, right? And they run through strings of fucking men that they can't keep. And they're telling us they know people. Well, here's a person you don't know, yourself.
Yep.
Well, her whole shtick was, she's like, I don't want to talk about evidence. I just want to analyze you guys.
Yeah.
I was like, what she said. I was like, what?
That's what I'm saying. India would have been all over that shit. He'd be like, come get some.
Like, how does that even make sense?
Dude, if you search for that clip, dude, you're gonna want to find out who she is on Discord. You're like, fuck this shit. It was bad, bro. It was really bad.
Has she been in before, or was that like?
Not to my knowledge. The name was new, so.
Yeah. He flat out bitch slapped her though. It's like, damn. I'm just gonna finish my drink.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do stuff.
I had to step away for a second. Did Miggy leave? What happened? He's not allowed to leave, bro. All right, we got ninjas leaving. Are we still live? Is this thing on?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. We do it live, chat. Literally, probably the nicest day of the year here right now. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stay. Are we gonna bounce out too? I'm going to the beach right now. But I hate to see a good panel die out. Nate, what's up?
I'm here now.
Hey.
What's going on, Nate?
Oh, not much. I just got home. Yeah. What about you, man?
I'm about to leave home. But
no.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Where
what's strictly hanging around the flat earthers?
That's a good question. Mostly it's just analyzing psychology.
Classic. Right, Indio? Classic, bro. You're more interested in, like, this psychoanalysis or psychanalysis over just the actual, like, presentation or the argument? What do you think, Rotowalks?
What about our visitor here?
Yeah, you know when people come in, like, do the psychanalysis shit, they don't actually address the topic.
It's not even an analysis, dude. It's really just feelings. I mean, let's call it what it is. They're trying to pretend it's some, objective analysis, where it's really just their feelings. How do you feel about flat Earth and flat earthers? Oh, well, let me tell you. Pull up a chair. Like, I don't give a shit about your opinion. Honestly, I don't.
Yeah.
Like, why would I care? When, like, we've been doing this for like a while. They just like, you know, just like, oh my God, I'm in a room with flat earthers. I'm literally a flat earth virgin, but somehow I got this crazy, strong, convoluted opinion about them, their motivations, how they think, what they do, what they have for breakfast, what their social security numbers are. Like, shut up, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know, the irony of all that is that they themselves are in a curated box.
Well, imagine going to China, right? You've never been there before. You never interact with Chinese people. Your plane lands, you walk from the airport to your hotel like a mile, and you have opinions about Chinese people because you were exposed to Chinese people for fucking 5 minutes. That's just retarded, dude. It's so retarded on so many levels.
You know how the museum is curated for the visitor?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
You know, it's pre-planned to be viewed with the story. You know, for the viewer.
Are you saying the globe is like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
It's curated for you.
Oh yeah, all mainstream information is curated. And the weird thing is that, like, didn't you ever take a science class? Yeah, like, these are facts. Like, why do you think they're facts? Well, I learned them in school. Okay, who wrote the textbook? Who fact checked the textbook? See that what they're printing in it is actual facts. They don't know. You're just told this is the information. They're not even told it's true. They just say, listen, this is your textbook. We're gonna have a test where what's in this textbook, and you got to get the answer that it says that corresponds to the answer in the textbook. That's all they say. They don't say anything more than that. They don't say it's true. They don't say it's false. They don't even make declarations about it. They just say, hey, this is the content that'll be on the test. Make sure that the test matches the textbook. I should show you how shit our education system is on so many levels.
Yeah, when it's all colored in for you, then you don't have to swim deep. You can live the shallow life. You don't have to bother looking in the door that says, you know, taken care of by NASA. Right? You put a whole lot of trust of the contents of that, what's inside that room, you know, that it is being colored in for you. So when they make an announcement to the public, then they're doing it for the benefit of humanity. To share, right, the cutting edge science and technology and man's achievements with the public, altruistically, freely. And the decades fly by, man. Who's looking? More and more people are, though.
I think you guys would have like a way better chance if you were just called NASA deniers or NASA skeptics. But going the whole like full on the Earth is flat, that's where you lose a lot of people, I think.
You think so?
Well,
I disagree with that. What do you think about that?
Well, why do you disagree?
I think this information is resonating with a lot of people in a very common sense. What do you think about that?
I think you might be using a lot of people in a different manner than I'm accustomed to. But yeah.
What are you accustomed to?
Well, a lot of people would be a significant amount of the populace, right? A significant amount is not flat earthers, so that's what I'm accustomed to.
So what do you know?
Just gonna move away from that. Okay. Well, I'm not going to go in the whole ontology and 100% certainty. I'm just going to say, I think, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the Earth is round, right? A spheroid. Yeah.
Yeah. Based on what you've been told?
No, based on research.
Such as?
Well, I did my due diligence after school, and I referenced all the international space agencies, so the ESA, Roscosmos, NASA, Blue Origin, SpaceX.
Why'd you do that? You didn't believe it, or you didn't?
Because I have gone through university, and you're taught to look at different sources for the same topic matter if you want a complete understanding that's not biased or less prone to bias. So that's what I did.
I see.
You just say, dude, you just saying freaking weasel words, dude. You think this gimmick is actually work? Weasel words
I
like
took in a
reasonable
lot of
doubt.
information
These
from
are words
different
like
people.
reasonable doubt when you've done nothing reasonable.
Well, I explained to you what I did, and I think it's reasonable. You can disagree, but you
Yeah, and no, it's
you'd
not
have a hard time.
disagree. It's objectively not reasonable. Objectively, not reasonable as a matter of logic.
And I guess you're the judge of objectivity, huh?
No, analyzing the qualities of the person making the claim does not determine the truth of the claim, does it?
Well, I mean, you didn't answer my question.
Does it? No. Does it? Does analyzing the qualities of the people making a claim tell you anything about the truth of that claim?
No, that's why I
Is it
specifically
even
avoided
possible?
truth, and I said I'm not 100%, but I think beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm invoking a
But you're
system
not-
that relies on
Okay, no,
on
no,
uncertainty.
that's not reason. No, that's not reason. It's a logical fallacy. Reason uses logic. Using logical fallacies is not reason. It's irrational.
Well, you haven't heard my modus ponens, so how can you conclude that?
There's no way you can construct an argument that the truth of a claim is true because of the
Why
person
even
that
bother?
said it. It's not possible because they're not even the same questions. One is a question about a person, an entity saying something, and the other is a question about what they said and whether it's true or not. They're two different questions. One question can't answer the other question as a matter of logic. It's not possible to even construct an argument, period.
I think you're attacking the wrong thing, respectfully.
You're the one who said NASA and all these space agencies. It's irrelevant. It could be fucking Adolf Hitler, fucking Stalin, and Mao. It doesn't matter who said it.
Oh, okay. Let's
No
not go
one.
there.
You think it matters who said it? You think it matters who said something, whether they claim
Yeah,
it's true
I
or not?
absolutely do. Yeah.
Then you're a retard. Congratulations.
No, because you didn't ask if I did any other research, right?
Doesn't matter.
Independent research, measurement.
Doesn't matter.
It
You're
doesn't matter.
retarded,
Okay.
dude.
Okay.
Yes,
Fair
because
enough.
you're retarded. So
Well, this is why I say I'm not here to convert you guys, because this is not a conversation, right? I just see how you engage with me. You bring up like dictators, call me retarded. I mean,
so if Hitler says we lost World War II,
this is what I'm here for.
Germans. Yeah, we lost World War II. Hitler says that. Is it not true because Hitler said it? Yes or no,
Is that a
dude?
legitimate question?
Yes, that's a legitimate question. It's called a reduction to absurdity, dude. Showing your argument is absurd on its face.
Well, you would have, if you want to go like autistic about it, I would say you would have to give me the requirement of winning a war, and then we would use that as a measuring stick, right?
Okay, Germans surrendered. They signed a surrender. They lost.
Okay, so if the requirement is
Unconditional
you have to
surrender
not.
means they lost.
Okay. Okay, I'm not denying. I'm asking you, right? What is your requirement for winning or losing a war? You're given that. Then we ask, okay, did Germany declare a surrender or ask to surrender? Yes. Okay, so they lost.
It was an
So it's not
unconditional
true.
surrender.
Yeah, so it's not true.
No, I said
According to them.
if Hitler says he lost the war, I didn't say won the war, lost. Is it not true because Hitler said it?
I just said no.
Is Hitler's credibility a factor in whether that event happened or not?
I mean, I'm answering the question 3 times.
The credibility of the speaker has nothing to do with the substance of the claim. Nothing. And to even argue otherwise, you are retarded.
No, so this is a common misconception in logic and rhetoric. So it's only a fallacy if the argument is not sound. But if you appeal to an authority, it actually strengthens an argument as long as the argument
No,
is
it
sound.
does not,
Yes.
dude. No, it does not, dude. That's horseshit.
Okay, I mean, I'm not going to bother teaching you about rhetoric and argumentation because you're not in the mood, right? But if you want to have a conversation,
I gave you an example.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Yeah. Can I respond, or do you want to?
Is Hitler not an authority on World War II? Is Hitler an authority on World War II?
He's one of them.
Yeah, but is he one?
Yeah, he's one. Oh, he was.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So does anything you say about World War II, that's true, no? Because he's Hitler.
No,
He's
that's
an
not what
expert
it
on World
means
War
to be
II.
an authority.
Okay, what does it mean to be an authority? Let's see if you can salvage it, then I'll play the game. Let's go.
Dude,
let's go.
I literally just explained to you that if you're invoking an authority in an unsound argument, then your argument is not strengthened, and you should not believe that person because the argument is unsound. However, if everybody agrees on it and they all have sound arguments, or one authority on the matter agrees with it and he has a sound argument, as long as that argument is not rebutted with a sound rebuttal, that is a strong argument. It's stronger than you having that argument.
Okay. If you say nothing, you lose by default. Okay? You lose by default. That's if you say nothing, right?
Yeah, but what do you mean say nothing?
Well,
I understand.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me, dude? I let you fucking
I'm asking you to clarify.
No. I am not asking for clarification. Only absurdity of what you're saying. Okay? And I made a declarative statement.
Yeah, let's not try and understand each other. You're right.
You're interrupting again, dude. Okay? Why? So I said, there's an ancient maxim. He who moves the field of battle loses by default. If someone makes an argument and you don't rebut it, then you lose by default. But if someone makes an appeal to a majority and you actually made an appeal to unanimity, that if everybody agrees on something, it's true. That's horse shit. Everybody.
And they had sound argumentation, is what I said. And you removed that part quite conveniently, huh?
Everybody used to agree to Earth is flat. Is it true?
If everybody agrees on it and there is sound argumentation, right, that strengthens the argument. It's not necessarily, listen, you operate in this...
The argument argumentation doesn't need anything else.
Wait, dude.
You
operate
don't
in
need
this...
to agree, dude, if the argument's already strong. What an idiotic claim.
You know what? I'm not trying to change your mind, so I'm
You're trying to mix subjective and objective as if they're like mixable. They're not mixable.
I'm done talking to you. You're outside the scope of a normal conversation. So
yeah,
he's saying if 90% of people saying that ice boiling water, then ice boiling water.
Or majority if they have a PhD in chemistry and they say ice boils water, ice boils water. Obviously, because they have a PhD in chemistry.
Yeah, so you ignored what I said. It was a two-parter, and you
What
only
you said
picked
is
one.
stupid, and you're just digging a hole.
That's kind of crazy.
Look, if you're not allowed to question the authority, and there's like, oh, they have sound argument, but when you question it and you actually have a good question, and they can't rebut that question because their argument isn't sound, but yet 90% of humanity agrees with it, that's not a sound argument.
I agree. I never disagree. You're the only one that listened so far.
So what's your next argument? If 90% of people agree that unsound arguments are actually sound arguments, then they are sound arguments.
I don't think you're listening, dude.
Yeah, I am listening. You're stupid, dude.
Okay. You have a college degree?
Yeah, you said that because they have a sound argument.
Why do you care?
And they're the authority, that they must be right. That's what you said.
Oh, I said it's then more likely that their argument is strong. Their argument becomes strong.
No, it's not.
It's not about being right.
An argument is an argument.
Probability fallacy. So use the logical fallacy to support.
No, so here's the thing, right? I can make an argument that is the Earth is flat because I see no curvature. So absence of curvature means flat, right? And I could make a modus ponens if I wanted to. I'd be like, yeah, if spheroid, it has curvature. If no curvature, it cannot be a spheroid. There no curvature, therefore flat, right? Or therefore not spheroid. That would be a non-glow argument in modus ponens. But I'm just saying I could make that argument, and that's an argument. But that argument is not as strong as if I had said, I have scoured every single inch of Earth, and I've found the edge 4 places. Here it is documented. Here it is peer-reviewed. And you can see all these angles and different mechanics that I use to capture this information. And you can come here and here on these coordinates, and it's been peer-reviewed by these and these people, and these authorities have vouched for it. That's a much stronger argument. Now, they both accomplish the same end goal, and they're both right, in that world. But they're not equally strong, right? One is
Let me
more.
ask you this. If I falsify your argument, but I don't have a replacement argument, does that mean I'm wrong?
No, of course not. But it doesn't mean that you're right either. It just means that I'm wrong, right?
Okay, so if the Earth is not curving, then the Earth must be what?
That's a fantastic question. You guys seem to think flat, right?
Well, if it's not, if the surface of Earth is not curving, then what's happening?
Yeah, well, it is curving, right? So I'm glad we're not in that universe, but you would think
you're indoctrinated, bro.
What it is, right?
Okay.
How it's curving? Is it any scale that it's curving, or it's curving whatever?
No, I mean, here's the thing, right? I've had this conversation.
Is it their scale for the curving, or it's curving wherever you want?
Yeah, try that in English.
Is it any scale for that curvature, or it could be everywhere where you want?
Is there? I don't understand. Like, are you saying it's curving everywhere?
Basketball has the size. Can that basketball be bigger 10 times than size it is?
Are you saying can you create a bigger one, or can the same thing be different?
Can we speak about the same size? Let's say about this Earth. Let's not speak about someone that, but because of that, I'm asking you: is there some?
The Earth does not change. Yeah, it doesn't change in size. If that's your question.
Okay. And what is what is for your size height? What is observation distance on this sphere?
How am I? I'm 6'2".
How much you can type it on Google it. How much I can see on this Earth, and then it will give you the answer.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
This is not my first rodeo, brother.
Yeah,
I've had this conversation.
Okay, can you tell me this? If you see 10 miles of flat surface, if you measure the 10 miles of the flat surface, how you will call that surface?
Can you try to say that in a different way?
If you measure the distance of 10 miles flat, not changing elevation, how you will call that surface?
Oh, then you would call it flat.
We have that surface.
Great.
Okay, now another sentence. You cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on this ball. Maybe on some bigger, yes, but on this, no.
I don't think anybody is saying you can't have that, but you, right? Or
No,
flat Earth.
you cannot have 10 miles of the. That's my claim. You cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on the globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Yeah.
I would say like this: if you're trying to say I have a measurement that is going against what is to be expected on a globe, therefore I'm debunking the globe. That's a fine argument. But the problem with that argument is the argument only holds true if the flatness is consistent throughout, right? You can have a basketball and you can make it so that
the flatness is consistent.
Listen.
Yeah, you asked me if
If
flatness
you don't
is
want to listen, I'm
consistent.
talking to you. Okay? If you want to interrupt me, I'm done talking. Okay.
And Nate, you're not saying anything. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk to yourself again if you want.
No, I'm saying when you speak, you're not saying anything.
Well, I'm telling you why your argument doesn't hold true. So.
No, you're highlighting how dunce you are and how naive you are.
Okay, yeah,
So,
I'm dumb now. Can we move on?
Yeah,
I don't care whether or not you think I'm smart or dumb.
Snap out of it,
really
bro.
don't give a shit.
Snap
That's
out of
not
it.
about me. Yeah, but it's not about me.
How elevation changing in reality? Due to what?
I guess movement of an object. What do you mean? How does elevation change?
How the height of the mountains and distance, how that's changing due to distance? Due to what?
Like how far you can see? You're asking?
No, you have a mountain, for example. Your town has the elevation height. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess that would be the same, right, for a mountain?
Yeah. What if you... Yeah, I'm asking you that. What is reference to?
The ground level or sea level, or I guess where you measure it at. You could choose
Sea
to
level.
measure it.
Sea level. Yeah. But what if is your town? It's in the middle of the continent.
Well, then you add the sea level difference that you already have, right? So you know how high up your city sits, right? Because you have a coastline and you can measure from that, and you could go in. Or I guess there are ways to dig a hole and do like supersonic waves or some shit.
I'm asking you this: how you have a 100-meter hill 2,000 miles away from the sea level, above the sea level, 100 meters above the sea level?
I don't know how they measure. If they added, I said I guess they added because you know where your city's at. You can find your elevation height in your city if you Google it.
Yeah. If you move, and now let's move and let's put points on every 10 miles. From that you point in the middle to the sea level. Okay. Then you have a valley, that is flat. You have like a 1 kilometer or 1 mile of the zero elevation. Then you go up. You have 200 meters above the sea level. Then you go up. There is a mountain 2,000 meters. Then you go again valley. Then again it's zero. And it's going like that to the sea level.
Oh, it's flat all the way to the sea, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's measuring all the time the height, and the base is...
Oh, you would see at sea level, right?
Yeah, that means sea level everywhere, even on the ground.
I'm not following. Is this a question?
You are not following. How much of the curvature is on the 2,000 miles?
In this example, there is none.
There is none.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, but you don't have a 2,000-mile distance with no curvature. That's a made-up example.
You have a hill of 100 meters above the sea level in the middle of the continent. You have that.
Brother, I'm not trying to change your mind, and you can't change mine either. Right?
Brother, I don't want to change your mind. I don't want that you deny reality. It's not about the mind. It's about reality.
Okay, I don't want that you're called this, bro.
I don't want to change
yourself.
I know you're 8 people, and you're all losing. I understand how you're doing that.
Only thing I'm thinking is it looks more like, it looks like killer whale fin more than a freaking shark. If it's a shark, that's a big ass freaking shark fin, man. There's a couple of them too, man. Like either way, man, it's pretty freaking cool, right?
Yeah, that does sound like a California thing to do.
Dude, who would jump over a freaking pier if you've seen like great whites down there with with a rod with a bunch of meat on it? Oh my lord, funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks a little fake there. Because I'm pretty sure sharks only detect the blood when they see food, and cuts of beef, like it looks like what he has there, don't really have a lot of blood.
I want to believe it, man. I want to believe it so bad. I don't know. I think they might have just superimposed the surfer guy in front of, looks to me like orcas. Doesn't look like freaking sharks. Fins are too big. Unless it's a 25-foot freaking great white.
Exactly. Looks like they just put like used one of those electric scuba devices that they use to travel underwater, and then stuck a fin on it to make it look like a shark.
Oh yeah.
Oh, freaking what kind of make me buy it that was old? They made it look old. I don't know. Like, dude, doesn't it look like 80s or some shit? Doesn't look recent, right? And then they're playing Skittered. Dude, bitches.
Yeah, the low video quality is to hide all the defects.
Mm-hmm. That'll do it.
Balls of steel.
It's like why we're stuck with bad UFO footage and glitchy ISS footage.
You look into it, it's literally NASA guys. They're bored. They're on to making other fake shit. Roasting frickin' some coffee for the guys in England. Hopefully some of it'll make its way to shit. Damn it. What's his name?
Old dude, right? Old dude was asking you.
Yeah.
A couple other guys.
Make Jetty and who else is over there? He said something about somebody else. So get him some beans.
Guys, Public service announcement. This is why you got to correspond with Paraplegic Bear over the phone. You do it on the internet, the orders get fucked up.
Yeah, but I don't have a damn. I don't want a website. I don't.
No, it's okay. I mean,
handle it.
What you're doing is fine. I'm just saying. It's fine, man.
You go on Shark Tank if you think you can't handle it, and they'll show you how to handle it.
Yeah. Hey, what do I? Let me see. 10% of. I don't even want to say any. Tell them my revenue. I'm asking for $100,000. They'll be like, holy crap, dude! I've seen them give money to people that barely have any sales. At least have sales.
No shit. They'll just give you the money on a loan. Tell them you don't want to give them a percentage. They'll say, okay, we'll give you a loan.
I'm not giving, yeah, but I'm not paying you any interest. Just giving me a loan is fame for you. You're gonna be famous, flat Earth community. It's everybody you give me a loan, Mr. Wonderful. Oh, that dude. I don't know why anybody needs to have that much money. I'll never understand it. Why do you need more than a freaking $100 million? There should be a law against having more than $100 million. Once you've got like 6 freaking homes and 30 cars, shouldn't you be like, maybe it's enough?
Yeah. Time to put more money back into my business. Time to start another enterprise. Time to do something.
Yeah, another business that pays people at least. I don't.
Yeah, but it's usually just paper assets. It's not real assets.
Right, and that's not what's being reported though. But you're right.
Yeah, the only way the billionaires get paid billions of dollars is the companies that they have the shares in buys the shares back from them. They will never be able to sell them on the open market.
I don't know how
Because as soon as you start selling a share, it goes down in price.
Yeah,
you can lever that shit for private credit though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that too.
They lever that up for private credit, and then they get the free money that way. And then they take their credit and they invest in real estate, and then they pay off the banks.
Yeah, he's a big investor in Apple. I know he likes them. I see Mr. Wonderful talk about that. I think he might have been on Jim Cramer's when I heard him talk about that shit or something. But he owns a lot. I mean, them guys own a lot of companies. I wouldn't want to own 50 freaking companies. I don't know how you'd keep track or even run one right. You'd have to pay people to run it. I wouldn't trust anybody to run it. Screw up shit.
That's not how you do things. You don't run the companies that you buy into.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, he's just buying a piece of it, but I don't know. I don't trust idiots, so it'd be hard for me to just buy into a company just on the whim, even just because of the product, you might have a great product. I always think about that stupid sponge, the sponge with the smiley face in it. Girl, Laura, she bought that, and I'm like, that's a stupid company. Why do I need a freaking sponge with a smiley face? What, because the spoon fits in there? I'm never going to buy that stupid sponge. Yeah.
Oh, you don't know how it works. That's why.
I don't understand the smiley sponge.
No, you don't use it wet. You use it dry and it scrubs pans clean.
Before you said that thing goes in your sink, doesn't it? It's not a damn, it's not for wood. I wouldn't use that thing dry. No way. I think the Magic Erasers are a way better product. product.
You can buy those in bulk off Alibaba. They come in these massive, like 1 yard sheets for like
What,
$15.
erasers? Magic erasers?
Yeah.
Just cut off pieces?
Yeah, there's a chemical name for them that you can look up and you'll get the generic.
Yeah, you just they probably just pour it and it swells up. And they cut it. I'm trying to think of the best thing I've ever seen on Shark Tank. I think the guy that had the thing that held your glasses on your shirt was kind of cool. Back when I wore glasses, that was a good idea. I don't know if you guys remember that one. That's an old no. I haven't watched Shark Tank for years. Remember the guy that came on there and sold the fly catching cone, that whatever freaking dog shit. I was like, holy crap. Is this guy gonna get a freaking investor? The guy that sells cones that go over freaking horse crap or dog crap or whatever. I'm just like, whoa. It's not even that good of an idea. That's how you're gonna catch flies. I guess he's got the right bait though. I don't know why I'm talking about this. People are gonna start dropping off. Better shut up.
Yeah, that was interesting. Come on.
Hello, anyone in here think they live on a spinning ball that defies all natural physics? Go ahead. Somebody might have missed the question if my mic's working. We're looking for evidence of the spinning ball that people think they live on that defies all natural physics as far as we know. Go ahead.
Your silence equals the Earth is flat. Thank you.
Sonny on the plane does not have globe evidence, I would conjecture.
That is correct, Dave. I hope you avoided the storms that were there a couple days ago.
Only by about 40 miles or so. It was pretty rough, but nothing, no major damage in my area, thank God.
Good for you. That's awesome.
There was a few dozen loss of life. Shout out to their souls in peace.
Yeah, Tornado Alley is no joke, man. I used to live there in St. Louis, and
yeah, we're like sort of on the edge of it normally. The plains is the main area, Oklahoma and in there, but sometimes we're here to Kentucky and we get some issues going on. When that wind gets up, it gets scary. I'll be first to admit that, man. 60, 70 mile an hour winds, that's scary.
Really, exactly.
It's funny how all this dynamic wind system works on the spinning globe, isn't it, Sonny?
Yeah, it can't possibly. I mean, they want to say that the Earth is spinning in a certain direction, and that the Atmo is supposed to be velcroed to the Earth, and that the Atmo, that doesn't make sense with these storms. How these storms zigzag, they should all be straight lines, and they should only be going east to west.
And meanwhile, birds and bugs are flying in and out of the Velcroed atmosphere. That all makes sense, right? The Velcro atmosphere is their main claim that it's just ridiculous if people would actually think about it. How could the atmosphere be in motion with the Earth in lockstep? How is that possible? Winds going all different directions and blah, blah, blah. Clouds floating around. You know what I mean, Sonny?
Exactly.
If I had to vote for one of the most ridiculous globe claim, I mean, there's a lot to choose from, don't get me wrong. But the Velcro atmosphere is the most ridiculous, in my opinion. Back to you, son.
Yeah, they're saying that Atmo is velcroed to the Earth, and that requires higher and higher speeds the higher up you go. So the aircraft moving in the opposite direction of the spin would have to increase on the way up their speed and decrease on the way back down. And we can show with the pitch data this isn't happening.
If you were to have a God's eye view of that airplane from like where they supposedly took the moon pictures, that plane would appear to go backwards to you. You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
it's
exactly.
going.
Yeah, exactly.
Against the speed, so it's actually going back. Makes all kinds of sense. Got to be a globe, right?
Hell no.
Exactly. It's just ludicrous thinking aircraft could land in those kind of conditions.
Yeah, that's a new perspective's favorite argument. The trying to hit the spinning runway because the ground's spinning, and they're trying to hit their target. How's that work?
Mm-hmm.
All they treat it as flat and not moving. That solves it, right? It's really a globe and it is moving, but we don't need to worry about it for an airplane. Go ahead.
I want to hear the pilot that leaving California for BWI in Maryland and says, "I'm not going to be able to do this. I can't catch up to my destination."
Exactly. And they try to pull out these magic words, conservation of momentum, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Let's see a model of that.
Well, you see, Sonny, the relative motion of the conservation of bullshit, insert other bullshit here, and then there you go. Still a globe.
I know. They might as well just say it just like you said it, because that's how much proof they have of it.
You have selective gravity doing whatever it needs to do there to make it appear to be motionless. So that's happening. But it's not. I mean, it's not really happening, but you know it's happening because it's not happening. You understand?
Yep. So if the Earth was spinning and it's supposed to be dragging the entire atmo around with it, how could an aircraft break free of that and move to its destination? At the speeds they're trying to say, yeah.
Yeah, I want to know how it moves at the same speed all the way up to higher altitudes.
Yeah, the average globe will just say 3 words: conservation of momentum. That's all they got to say. They got it.
They don't even know what it is. And then they bring these terms up. Oh, it's the spin, just like they do with the curvature claim. But with the spin, oh, it's so minimal. It's only 1 degree per hour, as if we're measuring everything from the axle or the axis. Who's
That's
measuring?
The most frustrating. Yeah, that's the most frustrating thing, Sonny. There's 2 most obvious things. This place is not, the surface is not curving, and it's not moving. But they convinced everybody that both of those things are true. And they figure smart scientists got it figured out. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I think Hell's Angles. Go ahead.
So you just say Velcro, though, then you take the Coriolis away, technically.
Yeah, I want to know with the conservation of momentum, wouldn't they have to build that into the design, the aircraft, to account for those forces? And where is that?
That's just an average Glover catchphrase like refraction or gravity or conservation of momentum. That's all you got to say, and it's still globe. If you don't actually look into the subject. Anyway, I got to shut up.
Conservation of bullshit. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, to be honest. They just say shit, buzzword earthers. I don't even know what they're saying. Just put any random words together. That's why I have that soundboard that's like, the gluteus maximus of the radical equation, therefore the juxtaposition. You guys heard that one before?
It's literally what they sound like, bro. This is it right here.
The gluteus maximus of the question. We also ask ourselves, what is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm? Speaking from sort of crustacean zeitgeist, calcium deficient paradoxical exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition.
Dude, there are guys that come in here and sound literally exactly like that. Sort of calcium deficient paradoxical exfoliation. It's like,
That's hilarious. We literally just random words. That's hilarious.
yeah, dude. Globers be on that same shit, bro. Some sort of zeitgeist, paradoxical exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition. That shit cracks me up, bro. I'm so glad I found that clip. It was perfect.
Yeah, that's appropriate. So I like it when they run into a point that they can't justify. Then they just start saying, "Oh, it's negligible."
Oh my god.
It's negligible.
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour is negligible.
Yeah. So that means you don't need it. What is it used for? Oh, nothing. It's negligible. Oh, we don't even notice it. Yeah, you're right. We don't notice it, do we? Yeah, the curvature. It's so small, the curvature. We don't know. It's negligible.
Yeah, that's right, Sonny. That 10-mile distance, that 66-foot drop is, you don't see it because it's negligible, even though it's the size of a 10-story building. Back you go.
Exactly. And my photo of Catalina 30 miles, which is a good shot, even though it's a cheap camera, it's a cheap cell phone. It should be 486, nearly 500 feet of drop. I want to go there with a better camera and get that same shot on a nice day, like where I can see all the way to the shoreline with like a P900 or something, and be able to see the lights on shore, Catalina 30 miles away, or boats right near the shore there.
You want the P1100 now.
Where were you standing, son? Or where were you at?
I'll show you. I'll post it in the chat.
All right.
Yeah, the day I was absolutely convinced the Earth was flat was when I was sitting down on the beach on the southern shore of Lake Ontario, and I could see the Rogers Center with the naked eye. No cameras needed, nothing.
Yeah, I think I've seen that shot.
Roger.
That was one of the early, like 2016, 2017 videos. Some girl did that shot of the Rogers Center across that lake, Ontario, from New York Beach. It's like 26 miles, something like that.
Yeah, Jenna Fredo.
Yep. Shout out to her. That was a great shot. She zoomed right in. There it was. You could see it all the way down to the street level. You see cars driving around in Toronto. Anyway.
Well, you couldn't quite see the cars because there's a giant island in front of the downtown. So, but it definitely shows a lot more than you're supposed to see. You should never see the Rogers Center from 30 miles away.
Yeah, the bodies of water aren't curving, but so many people just tacitly accept that they do. They don't really think about it. But the body of water just doesn't do that. So, anyway.
I wonder what globe is gonna get smoked today. Sonny, we really need to put that flow chart together. It's like, there's only so many things they can say anyway. They're either coming here with that gluteus maximus juxtaposition of the bullshit, or they'll say both go over the curve, or what about sunsets, or whatever. It's chess. Only 10 steps ahead.
Okay, 1 second. Let me pull up the shot itself and the distance.
I just read the chat. CB, your mom's so fat you were negligible when she was pregnant. Sunset Beach?
Yeah, it's right near Huntington Beach. It's a little bit north of Huntington Beach. It's a beautiful spot, man. Okay, coming up here. Takes me a while to find it. There we go. So right where it says Sunset Beach, that's basically almost exactly where I'm standing. And let's see, here's the photo itself. There's the photo. And I'll post the distance. Hold on.
Damn, what were you doing all the way up there?
I was at a Flat Earth get-together.
Oh, damn. Oh, wait, so
Yeah.
you saw the island?
Oh, yeah. I walked right down to the beach, took a photo of it. Yep.
Holy
with my
shit,
cell
bro.
phone. Yep, with my cell phone.
That's
Isn't
like
that great?
20 miles.
30. Watch, I'll show you.
Oh, damn.
30 miles. And so if you blow that photo up, here's the distance. So that's almost exactly where I'm standing.
Oh.
And as you can see, right where in the first image from Google Earth, which is at 23 minutes after, you see the little green patch, and there's a round circle in that green patch there on the bottom of the view. That's my friend's trampoline.
Oh, wow. Holy wow.
Yeah. And so I'm standing almost right where it says Sunset Beach, and almost exactly on that spot. Not very far from it. So there you go. My feet are about, I don't know. I mean, I say it's like 8 feet height, but I mean, it could be a little more, even if I was 10 feet high, because my feet are maybe 10 or 15 feet away from the water at the highest point where it comes up. So it's not very much incline for that first part. It's pretty flat right there.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm standing. And so if you blow that photo up, and I know if some people have like a larger screen, like a big flat screen, like a TV, and put that on there, you can see that first oil rig. Now, that first one is pretty close, and I'll have to get more information about that first one. But you see there's like 2 other platforms out there. There's basically like 3. I think one might be a ship. But yeah, so the furthest platform is 9.95 miles. And I know you can't see it very well, but you can actually see the glow of the shoreline. And if you zoom in closer, You can actually see like the glow of lights right on the shoreline. Anyway, but yeah, I would like to get a better picture when it's even less haze in the air, because as you can see off to the right, quite a bit of haze. I mean, it's a pretty clear day, but right near the surface, there's some haze out there, especially right near the island on the north side of it. You can see the haze there. Yeah, but the highest mountain is 1,097 feet.
Wow.
So there should be like basically there should be half of the island should be missing. My bad. The highest
What do
mountain.
Globers have to say about that?
Yeah, the
Well,
highest
Frank,
mountain is
like, what do they say?
2,000. Sorry, go ahead.
No, man, I cut you off.
It's all right. So the highest mountain, my mistake, is 2,097 feet, or 639 meters. So 2,000 feet is the highest mountain. There still should be, 486 feet missing on the bottom. And you can clearly see the oil rig at 9.95 miles, 10 miles.
I am. When you present this to Globe Earthers, what do they say about it?
I'll tell you honestly, basically they just ignore it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they don't even really want to talk about it. Now,
I feel like
I've
they
had
don't like observations like this guy.
No, I've talked to Matthew about it, and he's like, "Well, I still think there's a missing part of the island." I mean, he was there in person. He was there in person.
Missing part of the island. So he's saying, well, yeah, but it's technically being blocked by the curvature of the Earth a little bit.
Right. Even though you can see all the oil rigs going out to the island, what is that?
Right. Dude,
I'm gonna have to get a better view.
God.
Yeah.
That's such a cope, dude.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense, especially on a ball that is dropping away at your feet in all directions at approximately 8 inches with the miles squared. Well, if you're able to see, like every view we have over water, think about this, folks. This is something I thought about from the very beginning. Now, if you look at the water that's down right near the shore, right where my feet, like just in front of where my feet are, you see in the image itself that water, the first water that's closest to me, is down lower in the image, right? Obviously. I mean, it's almost at the bottom of the image.
Was Kenny there with you and Matthew?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So when I took this photo, I was by myself. I ran down to the beach and snapped the shot. But so that water is lower in the image. And then as you go up further, obviously, the waves that you see, the small waves, are higher up in the image. And you go out, the water keeps rising up in my visual range until you get to the first oil rig. That oil rig is higher up in my view. And then you go out further and you can clearly see, if you zoom in, that all the other oil rigs, if you put a straight edge on them, they're higher up in my visual range than the first oil rig. And then the island is higher up than all the rest of them. So all that water is rising up in my visual range as you go out further. So out further and up higher. That's because perspective, and we can show this like we're always showing this on a flat surface. How flat surfaces appear to us because of the way our eyesight works. Flat surfaces appear to be out further and higher up in our visual range. So if you were to take and use glurfspective, which I'm going to coin that. So glurfspective on a ball, your visual range would never have a surface of water rising up in your visual range. It would have to drop away. So the further out it got until it reached the point where it dropped below your line of sight, however far that geometric horizon would be, for me at, let's say, 8 feet above the surface, would be like, really no more than 4 miles, but let's just say 3.5 miles. So after that 3.5 miles, so that view, until you get to the geometric horizon, after it would have to drop away from my view, not rise up. It would have to be lowering in view. And so you would be able to see this and measure it on an image. You'd be able to put a straight edge up on the image and say, okay, this first oil rig, and then everything behind it would be lower down in the view, in your visual range, it would be lower. They never want to talk about this. They never want to talk about how perspective would actually look on a globe. Things would have to drop away. They would have to be lower in your visual range. And I pretty much beat a dead horse there, I know. But that's it, man.
Oh, good shit right there, man.
Yeah, same thing. If you look at the Black Swan, as you notice, everything is rising up as it goes out further. It's higher up in your visual range. So the first oil rig, so the water down, right at your feet is lowest in your visual range. Because to see it, you have to look down. Okay, so then as you look out further towards the first oil rig, it's higher up than the water that's at your feet. The next oil rig is higher up in your visual range than the first oil rig. And as a matter of fact, the boat in between the oil rigs is higher up than the first one. And the second oil rig is higher up than the boat and the first oil rig. Then as you go out further to the horizon is higher up in your visual range. Impossible on a ball.
Impossible.
Yeah, it absolutely cannot happen on their ball. They want to ignore perspective completely. So I would say bring that perspective thing up when they start talking about this. Because they won't be able to tell you. Ask them, okay, and the Black Swan, you know how they start squirming when we show them the Black Swan? And we present the argument to them and the distances and so forth. They start squirming. Ask them in the refraction, where did perspective go?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, the Black Swan. What a gem. So dope. I think the one thing that annoys me the most is when they're like, the numbers are fake, fake. Dude, I always jump on that shit so hard. People try to say the numbers are fake. I'm like, shut the hell up, dude.
Yeah, they start going into the minutia, the data. Oh, how do we know they're that far out?
It's like, bro, what are you even saying? Now you're the conspiracy theorist. Like
Exactly.
I thought we were the conspiracy guys. Now you're saying, oh, the numbers on Google Maps, those are all fake. It's like, you sound crazy, dude.
Yeah. The information from the people that put the oil rigs in the ground at that location, they're all in on it.
Yeah. Like, dude, no, I'm not gonna pretend along with you. Sorry, not happening, buddy. That's not going to happen. Fake, fake. Like, no, I don't think
Yeah.
so. I don't think so, Bubba.
Yeah. So also in that original video by BMLSB69 of the Black Swan, that particular one in the video, you can actually see, and some people have gotten like little GIFs. They've made GIFs of that first part where he's setting the camera up, which is great, man. And but you can see the islands out beyond the oil rigs, and they're also at 29, 30 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So there's another 30-mile observation. Wait a second, what am I posting? Oh, yeah, here's the original video. Yeah, another 30-mile observation, like of the islands. That's off the Santa Barbara coast.
So we have them for days. We got tons. I feel like they always hate the surface stuff. Nope. Let's look at the sky.
Yeah.
The sky can't be flat because the sky. Like, what about the actual Earth that is flat? Like, you're going to keep ignoring that? We're not going to. Hell no.
Yeah, I think I have a screenshot from the original video of the islands off of Santa Barbara. You know, not to be confused with my image, which is further south in Orange County. Two different locations. They're not the same location, just in case anybody was not sure of that.
Mm-hmm. I don't care about anything in the sky, gang. I don't think the answers are up there anywhere. You know? The answers are down here, not up there.
I should play some of these clips from Luster Bonnie. Somebody changed his name to Luster Bonnie. So
You should
Bonnie.
actually. You should play
So
that.
so Bonnie is a Scottish word for pretty. It's like saying Luster Bonnie. Like, that's hilarious. Yeah, I could play some of these from yesterday. A couple of clips here. I put them on my mic here, which seems to play pretty well actually on the live stream through my speakers. So hold on just a second here. Okay, here's Luster Bonnie. Doesn't understand level flight. Just a short clip here. Let's see. I'm bringing it up here. Okay.
Either climbing or descending. Yes. Maintaining altitude. Horizontal, flat. Well, not horizontal or flat. Zero vertical acceleration.
That means it's flying straight ahead, not up or down.
No, it doesn't mean it's flying straight ahead. It means it's not climbing or descending.
Oh, really? From your own definition, now you're
from the
you're
definition.
going against your own definition.
No, I haven't changed my definition.
Yeah, if it's not accelerating up or down, that means it's in level flight. So if the surface is descending and the plane is flying in level flight, then the surface would be dropping away from the aircraft.
But the surface isn't descending because altitude is measured relative to the Earth.
So are you telling me that the aircraft is on its own sagitta at all times?
Is on its own what, sorry?
The aircraft is on a sagitta, the peak of the ball, at all times?
Either climbing or descending. Yes.
That was one. Hold on, I got one more. Yeah, 1 second. Here's another one. This is also Luster Bunny doesn't know what a Sagitta is. Here we go. Yeah, I got these clips, man. He said, I didn't say that. I'm like, I'll record it. Yes, you did say it. Here we go. Here's another one. Up, then, and it's flying in level flight with 3% up.
Mm-hmm.
Then is it on a Sagitta of the ball at all times?
No. It would be
no. Then where's the Sagitta? Where's the Sagitta of the ball?
Slightly, probably 3 degrees.
No, 3 degrees in which direction?
Upwards. I don't know. I've got a digital. I'm not sure, but it would probably be.
The Earth is beneath you, not above you.
Wait, are you talking about the instrument, or are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Sagitta of the ball Earth. Where is that compared to the aircraft?
So can you define? I'm not sure what this is that you're talking about.
Sagitta, you have a ball, you have a curved surface, and you have the peak or the highest point of the sphere. Where is that in relationship up? Then, and it's flying in. Yeah, ridiculous. So he doesn't know what a Sagitta is. Hold on. Here's another one. Here, and then I keep asking him about the Sagitta, and now I go to like, if you have 2 planes, listen to what he says. Here we go. So that aircraft has the Sagitta of the ball Earth, 3% behind it. Now, what about a plane 20 miles away? Where is the Sagitta on that next plane?
Well, it depends. Does it have the same pitch?
Let's just say 3%.
If it has the same pitch, it would have the same.
Oh, so you have a plane that has a pitch. You have the plane that has a Sagitta 3% behind it, and then another plane 20 miles off that has a Sagitta 3% behind it. These planes are 20 miles apart, so that means you have a chasm in between.
What?
A chasm in between. Sagittas are descending in front of the aircraft, and you said both of them have a Sagitta 3% behind them. That's a paradox. What about
Can you explain more detail what it said? I'm not sure what it is.
It's so that aircraft has the Sagitta of the ball Earth, 3% behind it. Now, what about a plane 20 Yeah, so that one. Hilarious. So the Sagitta, they both have the Sagitta at 3% behind. Then it got worse because I brought up the third plane. Then what? Like, wow. Okay, here's his white knight buddy, T Maher 683, that says on a flat Earth magnetic headings would be straight lines. Let's play that one. I mean, and then this guy doubled down, and said, "I didn't say that." After we played the record.
Could we talk about the green line a little bit?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Sagitta of the ball Earth right now, and he's stumped. Okay, so the green line he's talking about is the green line on the pitch data, which is the cardinal direction, the magnetic heading. So let's go on.
And the green line completely destroys your argument.
No, it doesn't, because the pitch data and the elevation of the altitude are the same. They're straight lines.
Yeah, but the green line, I think you should take a look at that. That's the magnetic heading, right? Shows which way the aircraft is pointing relative to the magnetic north.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if the Earth were flat, the optimal route would just be a straight line with a constant heading, right?
Yeah.
But in the flight data, the heading changes.
What the paradox is. Why can't two like?
So that was that one. A magnetic heading would be a straight line. Oh my God! Then he doubled down on it. Anyway, That was the two I have. I got more of different people. Let's see here. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, I got some more from Numpty Random Guy. When he was talking to Indio, and he was saying that the Atlantic Ocean was lying to Indio. He kept saying that. Yeah, Indio was like, he's going like, okay, where did you get your information? Indio's like telling him. Indio's saying, I got it by observing the Atlantic Ocean. Is the Atlantic like? And so the guy's like, this was Random Guy, really ridiculous. But he's saying, yeah, somebody's lying to you. And Indio kept saying, like, who's lying to me? Is the Atlantic Ocean lying to me? And he kept doubling down, like, I don't know why you believe the lie of the flat earth. And he said, who's lying to me if I see the observation over the Atlantic Ocean? He kept, it's so weird how they'll double down. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. M. Scott Veach, a straight line can be curved. Oh, that's hilarious. Hold on a second. Let me play that. I got to play that. 1 second. That's hilarious. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what this one is. They're only short clips, so 1 second.
Oh, these are good.
Good content, though. It's great stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll play some more of these. Let's see.
M. Scott Veach, Mr. PhD. A straight line can be curved as long as it curves in a straight way.
What the heck?
I'm not fucking lying to you, dude. You want to hear it? I'll send it to you guys. It's hilarious. Yeah. PhD. Yeah. PhD, Holmes.
He said PhD Holmes.
The guy last week who said over distance, nothing straight. Who was that guy?
I don't remember if he plays it.
I don't even remember who it was.
Here we go. Enjoy. M. Scott Veach, PhD. There he is.
Yeah, we'll have to get that clip from QE. I don't have the entire clip with M. Scott Veach, but that was just, of course, QE talking about it. So let's see here. Here's something from Numpty Random Guy. Let's play that. There's about 3 of these. Let me see what.
The measure, we're looking to measure the distance of a curve, or the rate of curve, rather.
The fact that you said there's no linear line on a curve is dumbfounding to me. It's like,
what?
How many lines does it take to make a circle?
He walked around
You can walk in a linear path.
Okay, so he walked around a curved surface, and that formed a straight line from A to B?
You're not listening. When you listen, I'll answer you. Okay? Let's make a deal.
Say yes or no.
No, that's not how it works. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's not what happened.
No, when you stop muting, I'll answer you. Okay? Let's do that. If you cannot mute like a child.
No, I'll just mute you if you talk about mutes. How about that? We'll do that. We'll just do it my way since I'm the one that decides whether you get muted or not. How about that?
We understand you had a tough childhood. It's okay. You're power hungry and you want to like show you have power.
No, I just really want to know how the globe was measured. That's all, and I'm just not getting the answers I want, so I'm getting impatient. That's all. Just really, really want to know.
Okay, hold on. I got another one that's like a continuation of that. 1 second. Hilarious. Okay, here we go. Now we're talking to Numpty Guy still about the first grade intro to lines. He doesn't understand what a straight line is. Hold on.
Yeah, so the slanted line, that'll be curved. And then he said later, well, no, I'm not saying that. He doesn't know what he's trying to do.
Well, after he said a curved line can be straight, it's time to mute him and move on.
He tried to recover by saying a slanted line would be a curved one.
That's a perfect recovery from a glue sniffer.
Yep.
let's get down. Where do I got this at? Let's do first grade intro to lines. Yes? Would that be fun? Did you have him sing his ABCs first? Without the song? I guess not.
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to have to get some of these original clips that QE has. Here's another one from Numpty Random Guy.
There we go.
Number 3. Clip number 3.
Of a sphere, not a ball. Yes.
Okay, so then that's going to be a curve. It's not going to be a straight line.
Is that a straight line? What you're looking at right now?
Oh my lord.
Okay, let's see it from a side view. What does it look like there?
The fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. You don't know how to define
that is what that means.
The one who keeps nitpicking at the definitions, you don't know what it means.
Yes, that is what that means. Can somebody clip it out? The fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it.
The fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. You don't know how to define
that is what that means.
The one who keeps nitpicking at the definitions, you don't know what it means.
Yes, that is what that means. Can somebody clip it out? The fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. Can somebody clip that?
That was the most cringe thing I've ever heard.
A straight line. You don't know how to define it. Can't be a straight line. You don't curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. You don't know it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. You don't know how to the fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. You don't know how to define
that is what that means. Can somebody clip it out? The fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. Can somebody clip that?
That was the most cringe thing I've ever heard.
That's literally insane. Watch this. You're not going to like this either.
Isn't that ridiculous? The fact that it doesn't mean it can't be a straight line. Hold on, here's a repeat of that. He says it again. He keeps repeating it. Like, what? Okay, hold on.
Okay, all right. We'll just play it over the live stream. 1 second. All right. So he's going to deny what he said. We're going to have to just play it back. Sorry, technical errors. 1 sec.
I love when they deny what they say. That's recorded.
It can't be a straight line. You don't know how to.
Yes, that is.
The fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Wow.
Look inside chat.
The fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line.
Your own quote. Your own quote. Look in your own quote. It can be a
If the fact that it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line.
He doesn't understand what the word slanted means.
Yeah, slanted doesn't mean curved. Oh, God. We do have to do more definitions for him.
Sloping or leaning. What does sloping mean?
Yeah, you guys retarded. Yeah. So
slanted.
Yeah, then he started going to slanted lines.
Bruh.
Yeah. Yeah. Unbelievable. The lengths they'll go to, like it's really crazy. I mean, it's just cringe how they can say these things. Like it's like you have somebody with a brain, but nobody's in charge. And they just say shit with no one's at the controls. Like who's controlling their speech pattern or their cognition to say that just because it's a curved line doesn't mean it can't be a straight line? Think about that for a second. Who would say that? Not even if you presented this to anyone like K through 3, they could tell you what the difference between a straight line and a curved line. Like this guy's an adult and he doesn't know the difference and will actually blurt that stuff out as if it has some kind of merit or some kind of logic attached to it. Oh, just because it's a curved line. I mean, just think about it for a second, folks. I mean, we've heard it for so many years. I think we've become conditioned to it. But if you actually put the brakes on, go back and look at the statement that they're making. Like we just tend to ride over it, like it rolls off us like water off a duck's back, right? But because, like I said, because we've heard it for so long that it just seems like that's just the way it is. Like we don't pay much attention. But yeah, if you try to identify like where's the logic in the statements, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's like you're talking to a schizophrenic that doesn't know the difference between up or down or sideways, perpendicular. Like, what is a corner? It's like we have to go back to simple shapes and lines. Like, okay, the difference between a curved line and a straight line today, class. Okay, here's a flat floor. You would call that horizontal. Now, if you have a wall that's on the floor and you have a corner, what is a corner, children? Like, you're going to have to go back to the very basics. And what do you do with a bunch of kids who want to deny the facts of like a right angle? No, teacher, that's not a right angle. The straight line could be curved. The right angle could be horizontal. Like they don't even understand the words that are coming out of their own mouths. Like crazy.
I think in a vacuum they would never say this thing, but for some reason, because they're going up against us, they feel the need to like lie to us just because they're talking to flat earthers. It's called they'll say anything syndrome. They'll just say anything.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's freaking embarrassing, man.
Go ahead.
No, it's really embarrassing that they'll do stuff like this.
Oh yeah.
You know, they wouldn't say it if it was any other group of people. They wouldn't say it because it's us. Oh well, no. I'm just gonna make a bunch of stuff up, say anything syndrome. It's stupid.
And I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but when I first came in here this morning, Lester Bunny was still here. He was
really?
in here, and he didn't say anything. Of course, nobody else was speaking either. And I don't know if it's a coincidence, but when I came in, a couple minutes after I came in, he left.
Oh wow, you cooked him.
Because I cooked them so well and I recorded what they said. So I think they're starting to get the hint. Okay, if this guy's in here, if I say something stupid, which I can't avoid saying something stupid, it's almost like they know they can't help themselves, but to say something they think is true, but that it's really stupid when they hear it played back. So I don't know if they're connecting the dots between them saying something stupid and me recording it and then telling them, yeah, I dropped all these clips of you on all of our channels, all the servers, in the live stream voice text on the main server. So anybody can look that up as a reference. All you got to do is go like from Sunny on the plane and pull up what I posted and you'll see all those clips. And then I told them, yeah, this is broadcasted to Twitch, to YouTube channels, and Rumble, and we have this channel, and then politics and religion channel server. Like it's everywhere now. You're going to be famous for saying this stupid shit.
Yeah. Holy smokes, dude, got cooked.
Wrecked them.
Nice, dude. Nice job, Bunny. Yeah, that's funny, man. That's funny. I didn't realize he was here.
Yeah, that's a great tool to use. Just go to YouTube and make some clips and then post it. They say they didn't say it. Well, now I'm starting to get on the bandwagon as far as like, okay, this guy's saying he didn't say it. I'm going to get the clip right this minute and show it. And you saw when I presented the clip, Heretic had it. I don't know if he made his own clip or if he used the one I made, but I had it pretty quickly. I had that clip in the voice chat, in the text chat rather, and yeah, and he was able to play it back again. And this guy kept on doubling down with this curved lines can be straight. They got to be stopped.
Yeah. Well, good. I mean, this is good stuff. Gotta expose these dummies. I love the fact that it's live recorded, so they cannot get away from it. They'll say something and then turn around and say, "Nope, didn't say it." Oh, really? Well, good thing we're recording. Hit it, boys.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Too funny. Clip it and rip it, boys. Clip it and rip it.
Yeah, and it's really easy now to get a clip of 30 seconds or whatever, however long they are. That it's super easy now to get that clip on YouTube. And I used to think, oh, how are they getting these clips? Like, do they have to go to Audacity and record it? And I'm like, seems like a hassle, And it probably was a lot more difficult. But I mean, I've screen recorded YouTube videos and stuff like that. But this tool of making these clips is really easy now, and anybody can do it, which I think is really awesome.
Are you doing it from the YouTube thing?
Yeah, I just go to YouTube, use a little clip thing, and just make the clip, put a title on it, and share. Copies the clip address, and then you can just post it. Super easy.
Nice. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Now, when I was playing those clips, you could hear it pretty well through my microphone, right?
Yeah, it sounded really good.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I think it works pretty well.
Yeah, it sounded great.
The best clip ever.
Who said that?
Rayleigh Criterion in the text chat. He's got a meme. Yeah.
That's a really good clip. Curved lines can be straight lines. What?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. When you say that to anyone, they'd be like, "You what? Are you okay?"
I know.
Because
Are you
flat
sure you
earthers
don't
are
need?
saying that.
Uh-huh.
No, because flat earthers are saying curved lines are curved lines and straight lines are straight lines. You're like, no, you're a flat earther. You're wrong.
Yeah.
They have a syndrome.
It is, man. And I think we've become more or less like psychologists.
Mm-hmm.
Identifying these logical fallacies that these people are using over and over again, all kinds of weird stuff. You're like, really? Are you sure you don't want the psychiatric emergency response team? We can call these people. You can get help because obviously you're having some kind of meltdown, and I don't think it's healthy. So.
So they literally have a problem. I'm starting to feel bad for them a little bit.
Yeah, I have too. And I mean, sometimes I come off kind of harsh. I'm trying to mellow myself. I'm trying to mellow myself a little bit though, to enter into the conversation. I only really get impatient if after this one person I was talking to, I forget who it was, but after an hour of talking to this guy, being very calm, very patient, just presenting the information, presenting my argument as I see it, and the information at hand, the data, the facts, then he's like, oh, okay, so I get it. So ball Earth is fake, gravity's fake, airplanes are fake. He just went off like that. So now I was like, you just have a religious belief. And so AI came in at the very end of it, and he started admonishing me a little bit in the chat, saying, Sonny, calm the chat down. And I'm like, I spoke to this guy. I was calm for an hour. And I think some people notified him, that I was talking to him in a normal tone of voice, just like I am now, presenting the information. And he just went off at the end. That's when I got impatient. After, he acts like he's listening and then comes off with all this horse shit at the end. Oh, you think the moon is fake. Like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, it does be like that. You'll be talking to someone and they're like, you know what? Fuck this guy. I'm going off.
Yeah. I see Alpha. Alpha's posting our stats. Alpha, he must be at work, but he's posting our stats. Oh, no, I guess. I don't know. He doesn't have a red mic. Probably just popped in. Let's see where we are here. 11,899 hours. Whoa.
God damn.
Yeah, we're like the highest. Politics itself, the whole politics server has 12,227 hours of. I guess that's talk time, and so they have 12,227. We have almost 12,000.
God damn! Dude, honestly, that's such a W, bro. Holy smokes!
So everybody else, all the other channels all together only add up to like 228 hours. And we've got like nearly 12,000 hours. 12,000.
Imagine how that feels for someone that's like, yeah, this is the dumbest thing ever, blah, 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 blah. And then they go look and it's like, well, wait. Why is it so hot? Why is everyone over here? Why are people paying attention to this? This is the hottest call in the whole freaking server, bro. Like, people got to be triggered by that for sure.
Yeah, I guess what it is now. My bad. I think I misspoke. So we have the politics server. We have the different channels. So the channel, I guess, the actual politics channel. Yeah, they have a little bit more than us. They've got 12,227. We've got 11,999 or 11,899. So they only have 227 hours more than us. And they're the politics part of the politics server. They're the channel, the actual title, politics, right? So, yeah, you have...
which one has 12? The politics or the politics and religion? The main one?
Yeah, I'm talking about the stats Alpha posted, which is for this server, the politics server. So on the politics server,
the PNR.
Yeah, the politics server, of course, has the different titles of these separate channels. So the first quote I made was wrong. The first quote. So on the politics server, they have the politics channel. They've got 12,227. 24/7 Flat Earth has 11,899. So they're only like less than 300 hours more than us.
Well,
and they're the actual
politics and religion to it, which is really, we bounce back and forth between the two. Then added that one, I'm sure it would be like not even close.
Yep. So all the rest of them, the general chat has 706 hours. U.S. politics has 653 hours. Religion chat has 343 hours. Danny Dialectic has 23. I think these are 23 point. I think those are decimal points there. So let's see. I could be reading these wrong.
I remember DB was, I don't know if it was DB, it was somebody was giving us numbers one day, like how many times your name was searched.
I remember that. Yeah.
I was like, that's freaking wild.
Yeah, man. I remember looking at that too. It was crazy.
Yeah, Matt Nuclear was kind of coming in here and saying something about it. So he was like, the flat earth has been dethroned and all that. But it's not. It's just we've only been at the politics and religion. That's why we're not putting our numbers up here on politics. So we already have people like... Yeah, by politics, the channel politics. So it's because we haven't been active over here on this server. We've been in politics of religion.
Yeah, we've been splitting it. So technically, we'd probably be at like 15. What was it 3 months ago? What was the hours 3 months ago? It was like 15.
16. We're at 16.
Oh, there you go.
It's funny you say that because like that's people would talk shit about Fresh and Fit. They're like, oh look, you're declining your numbers. Yeah, they split their audience just like we are. We're splitting it up. We're doing some here, some there, some on YouTube, some on Twitch. Like we're splitting it all up. So now if we combined everything, like imagine if you combined everything. Booked.
Yeah, but the thing is, numbers are what like usually people pay attention to. So all we got to do is just be in here a little bit more, and then we'll overtake the politics room because we usually do
right here.
We're taking over or what, bro?
Oh, your mic's a little hot there.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, my bad. I got a new mic, so.
Nice.
Yeah, so what brings you to the room, man? Hello?
What?
So what brings you to this room?
Flat Earth theory.
Flat Earth theory? It's not a theory, but do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
It's a theory.
No, the Earth as a globe. Do you have any evidence?
Do you have any evidence?
Oh, here we go.
Are you okay, dude?
I know you are, but what am I?
You understand English, sir?
Let me translate. He asked, do you have any globe Earth evidence? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm asking, does he have any
evidence? What would you doing the asking?
He asked you first.
The guy's like, well,
I fucking asked him second, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
You will be doing the asking, and you're telling people with a mute button to shut
you're
up,
basically you're basically a beta, dude. Like honestly, like who are you talking to, bro? You're a beta. I can just answer the question, will you?
No, I'm a
Maybe
Zeta,
you won't
bitch.
be.
Shut the
we don't need to
fuck up.
ask
I'm
you.
Zeta.
We know.
I'm Zeta. Omega.
Yeah, you're really not
I'm
what
the
you think you
Omega.
are. Anyway, are you able to speak about any evidence of the Earth being a globe, or are you just going to be there acting like you don't know what you're doing?
Are you able to fucking stick that?
Yeah, here we go.
Stick up your ass.
Here we
a
go.
little bit further?
The best just diversion away from the answer. You're diverting away because you don't know, do you? You don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I'm asking you if you have any evidence of the fucking globe being a fucking globe.
You need to clean the wax out of your ears because I asked you first, dumbass.
I fucking asked you second, bitch.
I give a shit about what you asked.
Stand up
Are you
and
gonna be able
fucking
to
prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, bitch.
Jordy,
fucking do it.
Jordy, how proud are your parents right now? Do you think on a scale of 1 to 10?
His dad never.
I think they're very fucking proud.
Yeah, really. Then answer the question. If you're able to have some kind of scruples, you'll be able to answer the question. Do you know if the Earth is a globe or not? Hello.
Do you?
McFly.
Do you?
I'm asking you, dumbass. Like once
I'm asking you, bitch.
If you can't answer the question, just say fucking no, dude. We'll move on to the next guy.
Just fucking answer the fucking question.
See how
Shut
you
the
don't do
fuck
it?
up and fucking answer it.
That's what I thought. You're just a little punk bitch.
That's what I fucking thought, bitch.
Little punk bitch.
What the
Yeah, sit your ass
fuck?
down.
Little fucking punk bitch.
Sit your ass down.
You shut the fuck up. You fucking tell me if it's a fucking globe, bitch.
Yeah, sit your ass down.
Oh, what? Did you just learn cuss words today? Like, this is cringe, dude.
The guys that come in here, they acted all hard and shit, but they don't have any globe evidence. It's obvious. Epic failure. Every time. They turn it around like they're trying to ask us questions, but they divert away from answering the question. So in 2025, not a single body has the answer to if the Earth is a globe. It's crazy.
It's my favorite. You ask them a question, they can't answer it, they decide, I'll ask you the same thing. While it says 24/7 Flat Earth on the header of the channel, what do you think? Answer already answered for you.
Dude, this is a common phenomenon. Hey, is it girl? Oh, so how's it flat though? No, no, no. Pay attention.
That's
Do
the
you
question, though.
understand the words that come
No, it's easy. If he didn't have the answer, he could have just said, "No, I don't know."
Right. But
To be honest,
instead, he's like comes into your house. You let him in your house. Then he sits on the. Then he pulls his pants down, sits on your couch, and puts his feet up on your kitchen table or something, and then starts spitting on the floor. And then he's calling you a bitch.
Sonny, Sonny added a little extra on that one. I don't know if I have
That's some
put
extra
pants down,
context.
but
I didn't pull his pants down.
what kind of guests you've been having at your house, Sonny? Like, what's going on, man?
I don't know, man.
Stevie wants to know what kind of company you got.
That's the image I got of that guy. It's like he's like sits on your couch, farts, like pulls his pants down, like rude behavior, like he's in your house. Like what?
I would have used the idea that he had muddy boots, putting them on your couch, but that's just me.
I guess that works too.
It's just... Anyway,
is he still here? Holy bro!
Nah, he left.
That was bored.
That was
it's always
weird.
turning it right back around to us, but I mean, avoiding the question.
They always do that.
Maybe he was upset because I was playing the guy saying, just because it's a curved line doesn't mean it, or just because it's a straight line doesn't mean it can't be curved. Like he didn't like that. He got pissed.
I don't know, man, if that's why he's just upset because he's a young person who thinks he knows everything. And when asked the question, he doesn't know how to respond. He doesn't know any globe evidence, so he's deflecting away by asking us questions. Pretty simple.
I don't understand what they don't understand about how they're answering is giving us, basically they're giving it away. They're giving their stance away by how they respond. Like we don't know this after all these years. We know it. We know you, bro. You don't have cloaking. You're not hiding from us. We know exactly where you're coming from. Just keep it coming. We like the support you given us. It's great.
Be right back.
And the next Glober, come on in. Anybody, any Globers, any Globers listening on YouTube? We want you to come in and provide your globe proof. Come on in. Open forum. I got to cut out for a little while. I'll catch you guys a little later.
Already centered.
Kids are funny. Kids, you see, won't they? Kids. They're always there. What are you getting all excited about? A minute. What are you getting all excited about? What is it? Alright, you just run around then.
Hot mic, dude.
Shut up.
Are we live?
Bloody phone.
you were basically kicked.
Right?
Yeah.
So is Mr. Logic's statement now that the 24-hour Antarctic sun proves there's topography? Because that's what he means by not flat.
Yeah.
What?
Let me see.
That guy is a fucking sophist, derailer, fucking freak, dude.
Yeah, he's a freak, no doubt.
Yeah, you called it not to unban them. I was like, hey, let's unban them, see what happens.
Oh, that dude. Hell no.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these guys kind of champion themselves as the logic guys. You know, they're like, we're the only ones out here using logic. We're the only ones who have any arguments, right? And not flat to him just means there's hills. And that observation doesn't prove that. What the fuck, dude?
Look at here. Look at here. Look at here. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead and I took a picture of this and I put it in the chat. It's all nice and neat, like right back to back. So there you go. Let me see. Get out of X. Post it in here. Check this shit out, boys. Let's see. Bada bing, bada boom. There it is. Check out his logical statement. Oh, let me see. The show more part didn't come out. Hang on. I gotta extend that one. Just give me just a tick.
Yeah, if
this is
say
so.
Yeah, I got the one.
Premise is about what we say.
Yeah, let me. I saved the wrong one. This is the one that I should have put in here. Here, let me erase this one.
Yeah, the show more is important there.
The message. Put the right one in there. There you go. There it is.
Their map.
Yep.
Show map.
Well, I mean, that's just okay. So he's just okay. He wants us to falsify a globe map, but he's calling it ours. Well, I mean, there have been people out here who have claimed it, like Jaren and stuff.
Mm-hmm. But he is all patting those guys in the back. Let me see if I can get the one where you can see him doing that. I think Clipcord did a good job getting that.
He's hurting. The dude just has beef. That's all it is. He's just looking at
check this shit out. Yeah.
Wait, who's that?
Here, let me put another image. Yeah, I think that's the one. Clipcord, thank you. That's the one I put. It's also the one that you put there at the bottom. Look at that. Everyone knows his globe.
That's being illogical. What he just posted right there for sure. I've always known the Earth wasn't flat, and he's talking about hills. And now he's saying that going down to the Antarctic and watching the sun go around you now proves that. Proves that it's not flat, as in it has hills.
He thinks it's a globe now because of that.
Is that what he thinks?
Yeah.
Because when he says not flat, I mean, he's talking about hills, isn't he?
If you've ever heard him actually because he's like one of those that you can never get him to actually say what he's saying.
He just like fucking runs around in circles, and I don't know. I don't like that.
Yeah,
that's why he needs to get out of here. Yeah.
Yeah, the same. Like when I talked to him, one time I got him to finally say there is nothing in creation that he can describe as flat. Nothing is flat.
No,
there's nothing. I go. So why does that word even exist? And that's when he'll start chasing his tail. He couldn't. Yeah. He can't, because once you follow him to a conclusion, then he can't use his own conclusion. Okay,
well, if you want to be that pedantic, you can't say anything exists. You can't say a ball exists because it never would in its ideal form if you're being that pedantic.
Yeah, that's where he gets his shtick from. His shtick is like when they like to insult people too. Be like, oh, you sound angry or you sound whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, sure. I mean, do I care what you have to say? If you want that to mean something, I would have to care what you say. You give me reasons not to care what you say. You can't even define the word flat. You think you're going to be able to find the word angry or upset?
People like that are just mental, dude. Because, I mean, if you wanted to flatten like a countertop or something like that, you're doing carpentry or building or something like that, right? You're going to have some goofball coming up to you telling you that, like, nothing is flat. Well, what purpose would that serve?
Yeah. It's off by 10 microns, Heretic. Come on.
Yeah.
You know it's not flat.
Yeah, it's indeceivable from virtually 100% flat. And Bev's like, that's not flat. Okay, so what would make it flat? Nothing. It's not possible.
No, because yeah.
Go ahead, Elf.
No, I was going to say the word flat doesn't exist. You got to scrub that word off the dictionary. Whoever invented the word flat, yeah.
Nothing
you can't
can be
say flat.
No. Nothing is flat.
So if nothing's flat, then how could it be a not that? How could something be not that if nothing is that? I got a word here to describe that nothing is it. Okay, well, just don't use that word, dude. You'd say, hey, it's not. Okay,
he's got flat phobia.
Yeah, he got wrecked. I'm saying my take is this is my personal take. That he got defeated so badly, so brain fucked by trolls that his brain is just like mashed potatoes. Like trolls, like internet trolls, like on Twitter and stuff, or X, whatever it's called, just brain fucked him so severely that like his brain just turned into a puddle of goo. He can't even parse out anything anymore. He's just basically confused all day. He's scared to say something because he's going to get trolled if he does. And the whole time he thinks he's right by saying nothing at all.
Yeah, I think it was funny though because he was sitting in the chat and talking about logical syllogism, and I mean, if you've seen what he posted, it's pretty crazy, dude. Like for him to actually say that he has one.
So he's just trying to get flat earthers to publicly say something. So that's not a proof of the globe. I mean, are they just finally trying to get flat earthers to publicly state something? Is that the final thing?
I think that guy's just here to like distort and confuse. He's not really here for the sound arguments. Not him, anyway.
Mad at half of the people in here, I think. They're carrying every time they come in, they're just like, I mean, his entourage, they're really angry. You can tell that none of them like any of us for some reason. Well, because Bev probably is the one who has the original beef, and the rest of them are just kind of rallying around it.
Well, he's purging his own numbers too.
In group. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, he's purging his own people. You just had Cleary, or no, Turnup. Sorry, Turnup just came in here a couple weeks ago, and he's like, "Dude," I go, "What happened? Why are you not over at like Try Thinking or whatever?" He go, "Man, Bev and Emma just lost it. They cracked." I go, "Holy shit, what happened?" He said, "Yeah, I suggested that they move on from this not flat thing, and they took all my rolls away. They timed me out, and I barely got 3 or 4 words out. And they said that I had been compromised, and like I need to be quarantined, and I'm like,
that's super culty.
Yeah, I was like, wow,
that's really cultish, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, and that's turned up. That's been one of the guys.
You must be reprimanded.
Like how
they're weirdos. Nobody's going to be listening to them in the end at all about anything.
It says it's not flat, or it gets the hose again.
A very weird cult. I mean, pretty much their entire thing is just based on us. Already a really small portion of the population, and they're just kind of responding with their own weird little thing to something that most people already have no clue about. It's just such a weird little oddball thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I just found it funny. He was responding to some of the things I was saying in the chat bubble at the bottom. But he was there anyway, because he wants to just some way. He wants to buddy up with those guys, the Globe Earth guys. Who knows, man? He wants to get famous through them or something. He's trying to catch in on some of this fame. So he can be popular somehow.
That guy, I don't think it's happening. He's just way too weird, pedantic, just in his own corner. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I guess he does have some staying power with some people. There are those that become what we call Bevites. That happens, but
he loses Bevites too, though. Domesticated Primate, Cleary, Turnip, got Scalpel,
Monkey Ball.
Yeah, Monkey Ball. I mean, with the guy who trolls us still, even though he's not Bevite. Oh, Mishu. Mishu got outed, but he wants back in.
I just feel like most of them seem to have a bone to pick with us. It's like a personal thing. It's I don't know.
Well, they're
like a rival gang or something like that.
Yeah, they see their streams or their YouTube channels and Discords. I mean, they get 2 views, which is basically their sock account.
Who fucking wants to listen to it? All they do is complain about other characters on the internet that most people haven't heard about. Just, who cares? It's you're...
Yeah. It's all drama shit, dude, really, at the end of the day. They're only just talking about other people. They're not, taking down the arguments that are being put forward or formalizing any, statements to, move the conversation in a direction where people can actually think about reality in a way that either they're going to know or not whether it's what they think it is. And he's pushing this very niche argument of it not being flat, and he's I guess trying to popularize that as much as he can and get the word out, and writing on everybody's coattails that he can in the comment section, bro. When somebody notices him, and he's happy to know that somebody says, "Oh, Will Duffy said what's up to Try Thinking." Oh, well, that's got a lot of impressions, so maybe people want to hear what Try Thinking has to say. You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude. Eventually, they're gonna get to hear him speak, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, what the fuck? Who's this guy?"
I don't know why an average Glober would get on board with him, because they're not trying to prove hills, are they? They're trying to prove their globe.
Yeah, but I think the way they are looking at it is a friend, an enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the Globers overall want to do whatever it takes to shut the argument up. They don't give a damn. They'll befriend Try Thinking. They'll befriend fucking the lowest of the low, just to get us not to talk about this shit. That's them.
Well, I just mean, if he wants widespread appeal, I just don't think he's doing it the right way. I don't think that will resonate, that little shtick of, oh, there's hills, not flat. I think for most people, that'll just be really weird and pointless.
Well, I think they're really riding the drama train. I think they're trying to do that. Did you hear what Nathan said the other day?
If that's the angle, that could be, that could go somewhere. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's people. Well, people like drama shit. You know, they're like, "Oh, what is Christ Aiken talking about? Is it more drama today?" He's like, "Oh, guess what I heard Nathan saying." And you know what? We were at the 24/7 chat, and those guys, they're off their rocker, and everybody's like, "Ooh, tell me more!" Like, because people don't really give a shit. They just want drama because their lives are boring and shit like that. You know, so if it's not for the logical arguments and figuring out reality, people just, and that's probably why they're listening to him, not because of what he's. Dude, we probably give two shits. Or like when it comes right down to it, like if you ask him, what logic has he brought to the table? And there's a few Bevites that might say, well, we can't say anything's flat. Really? So what are we going to do with that word? We're just going to take it away? Delete it? Do you want to erase it from history? What's going on here? Because the word actually means something. So anyway, yeah, it's dumb. Some of the shit we got to put up with, man.
A lot of distractions and derailments.
Hey, we got Sal in the chat. What's up, Sal? How you doing, bud? Maybe not, Sal.
What about, actually, that was the same guy I was thinking of. Never mind.
We got Kala that just joined us. What's up, Kala?
What's up?
Not much, man.
Yeah, I know Creation Bear from the other server. I think you guys know me by now. I just changed my name. Equalizing the game. This is equalizing.
Maybe. Are you an OG? Like, what? You been with us a while?
No. Well, I've been in the Flat Earth server for like 3 years or 4 years.
Your voice sounds familiar, dude. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, Creation Bear knows me from Fresh and Fit server.
Oh, are you part of Fresh and Fit or what?
Yeah. I was a part of the server. It's a male improvement self improvement server, but it got taken down. I think it got taken down.
Why? What happened?
They banned people for literally no reason. There's a guy.
It's crazy that you can't help out males in this world. You can only help out females.
No,
that's what Myron. That's what it boiled down to. When you're helping other males improve or self-improve,
yeah,
the
corporations don't like that, so they took it down.
Off of Discord, yeah.
That's not even close, dude. You had some crazy mods who would freak out over anything they didn't like this guy called Chemo. He was like literally banning people over. All I did was post science and space news, and he banned me, and then blocked me. Then I DM'd him. I'm like, okay, well here I'll just DM you the science and space news, and then he blocked me. This guy offered no help. That server was no help to men. If anything, it was detrimental to men. If that's what you think is, would you?
Well, the old mods. No, you're talking about the server when it had old mods, the new mods with Viking and Big Mo, the sound engineer from Fresh and Fit. He's in another server. I just came from another server. He's live in there with Icy, the regulars of the show who helped the show.
Well, here, send an invite because. He basically the last server
because he a Viking Spear. No, they have a new mod team. They have a good mod team.
Well, here,
listen. I could vouch for that mod team. The new mod team that had like Rain, Spear, Deadly Germany.
So DM me.
Wait, hold up. There's a new couple mods. Yeah, they didn't let shit go. They didn't let. They wanted people to improve, and if you didn't show results, you were basically kicked because you had a lot of people who were just learning Red Pill and they were just raging all the time. Like there's this one white dude who came in, his wife was cheating on him or something like that, and he was just Red Pill, and then he started getting angry. That happens.
Okay, dude, hold on. You'll need to go into all that. Let me see how moderated they are. Because if they're men and they really are about men, they would be able to like take any man under their
the old
wing.
server, I'm not gonna lie, the old server was just a roasting. Like you probably went in there when I came in there in 2022 when it was a roasting like they were roasting people for like it was crazy. But then the new moderation team took over and everything went back to normal. They used to have self-improvement classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, lectures from people making like $150,000 in there from the town hall meetings. Yeah, they changed up the server.
All right, so what server do you have that's doing this now? Like, are they willing to discuss?
I could share that the new server that they
yeah, don't share it. Listen, is he so against this?
No, not share it or like in general, like DM wise for those that
DM it.
Yeah, but right now they have to start over a new server. So yeah,
Okay, they haven't done that yet, right?
they did, but I gotta ask Big Mo. He's right there right now. Like, what's the status of me like sharing the server?
Yeah. Oh,
because they run everything over there too.
Let me ask you a question, man, real quick. You know the guy Zerko, right?
Yeah, John Zerko, who's on Fresh and Fit. Yeah, he was he was even. But I knew John Zerko before Fresh and Fit.
Well, and the reason why I'm asking you is because there've been a couple of us in here that wanted to kind of chat with those boys about like this topic, right? And so this topic is pretty hot, especially if you have people that can articulate their points really well. And I mean, mind you, Zerka probably did an okay job doing it, but we've been carrying these arguments for quite some time now. I think we've been challenging people at a different level. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe run it up to Big Mo or just like put a bug in his ear about it if you get a chance.
About what?
About some people in here in this server, man. Want to like have a chat with them, but I don't know how they feel about it because they might have just had like a moment in time where they were talking about flat Earth. But I don't know, like it's not really a topic that they're really discussing because
I would have to ask Big Mo himself, like, hey, what, like, get him in touch with you. But basically, I don't know what he's gonna say.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't care. I'm not bothered by it.
I can tell you, Big Mo, even when off the podcast, there's times where they're still talking about female nature and red pill stuff, but there's times where we're gaming like now.
Yeah,
like they're playing game. They're just gaming, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a platform, and people talk about true things. So I was just gonna say, like, man, we'll throw our hat in the ring, man, if we want to. But if they're like, nah, fuck that, that's fine. I don't care. Just ask, to ask them.
Yeah.
It's no biggie, man. If they say, nah, fuck that, no, it's cool. Whatever. But I mean, I just go over there just to talk to those guys because I think, a lot of the perspectives they hear are not coming from people who have been doing this for a while. So
they're kind of heavily censored. You can't critique females in this day and age. Everything is backed by feminism. All the universities, corporations, and like as soon as you
hell yeah, dude.
As soon as you talk about like bash, they look at bashing females when women can't even hold themselves accountable for the choices that they make. Yeah. So they're telling them on the podcast. So it's like, and then the corporations are like, nah, this is gonna, a lot of people know the truth. But they say technically Fresh and Fit is right, but they can't technically state on camera. A lot of these celebrities.
You can't because of the situation where cancel culture will take you out of the game, man. Especially when they're in control of like most of the platforms. Most of the platforms are run by people that they have the cancel button. You know what I mean? So you can do what you do only in a certain niche group until you start getting more popularized. And then when you get more popularized, then other corporations take control and be like, all right, so what's all this? Like, what are we going to deal with this? And is this going to be mainstream? And like, they make decisions, dude. So it has to come from like a grassroots movement. You know what I'm saying? All the way up to like making big moves from just like the people, not like corporations, man. Because corporations are going to take control. You might as well not even. You're going to be heavily censored, dude. If you even get to a platform that big.
What you're looking at too is flat Earth is this manosphere and womansphere that you guys are looking for. In flat Earth, men are men and women are women. We've got long-term healthy relationship, family men and family women. This is the space with all the people you're looking for.
It's just talking about the nature of reality and the way things are the way it's supposed to be, man. And how we could take a look at it like from a different perspective. I guess you could slide in a bit of like the way they view the world, because everything nowadays has been turned on its head. It's sideways and backwards, and so the truth has been misaligned or malaligned. Sorry. So it's been used like so that people can start to think about reality as not being what it is, and because the perspective now is you don't have to think of the earth as a globe, or else you're just like an outcast. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not with mainstream like narratives, you're an outcast. So you got to think like it's like a group think. If you're not with them, then you're against them, kind of shit.
Groupthink is mentioned in 1984.
Yeah, cool.
And
which is important.
But it's like, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but there also seems to be this new like social movement of woke culture that's associated with these controversial topics of discussion. You know what I mean? It's like we have these buzzwords that are affiliated with it, like red pilled or the Matrix, or like that's so based or meta, or like whatever.
Yeah, so, we have that. Hold on, we have that right now. You've got somebody called Mick Looney Tune or McDuffie. He's on the final experiment. He stayed woke apparently for 24 hours and then called someone up on Discord and had a thermonuclear meltdown, just yelling the person was a liar over and over again, and eventually hung up the phone. He literally acted like some scorned ex. Like, this is what we're talking about on the anti-flather side. They seem to be unable to form any coherent logical idea. They're just angry about what other people do or don't do. They're not being woke. They're being a Karen.
Yeah, there seems to be this reoccurring problem with the majority on the server that we're creating division amongst humanity when we can't easily identify the true orchestrators of corruption or who's leading the sheep. So, you know what I mean? Like there's always going to be those groups of people that are like, I'm so Aryan or like whatever, and like I'm genetically corrupt, and then they're like blaming Indians.
You don't think it's more of the case of like self-sabotage? Because I mean, we could blame other people about things, but when you internally view yourself, I think that could be the reason why. Because we all can get in our own way, right? So
well, even in that moment, like I was blaming a group of people, so I feel like it was just more so an example of like, because that's like a form of hate that I don't understand, because I don't know, it's kind of like how there'll be like Indians rape kids and they murder people, and they're the reason that population rates are this.
Hey, stop. Okay, we are like on politics and on YouTube, and in this channel, certain violent acts can't be referenced for TOS reasons.
Okay, but
so you got used.
No, okay, have you ever been in any other like chat room besides this one?
Yeah, you have to use SA if you want to use the R word. Say the word SA. Okay.
But listen, have you ever been in another VC besides this one?
Yeah. Okay.
People throw around those words like it's.
I know, because it's not being.
You know what I mean?
It's not being recorded. It's not being live streamed. So a lot of the mods kind of like overlook it and just let things turn into a dumpster fire for shits and giggles. But when we're streaming their server across multiple platforms on the internet, they want.
Is this being recorded?
Yep. We're live streaming on
YouTube. We're live streaming on YouTube.
Well, how many people are watching?
It doesn't matter.
Well, I know it doesn't matter, but I'm just asking because I said.
Yeah, no, hey, look, it's just a no-go. The moderator told you that.
No, I agree. No-go.
Not a negotiation or a debate. Like, just, okay.
I didn't know that, and I apologize, but now I'm asking you how many people are listening.
You don't.
Okay, we're just going to drop this. Let's go somewhere else, because, I mean, this person's not getting it.
Yeah, don't
like the fucking moderation of the room.
But see, now do you see how you're creating division against me? I apologize, and I recognize that what I said was wrong.
Okay, I want to say something else anyway.
Okay.
We should take the so-called clockwise sun from Embo, right, and then overlay that over clockwise star trails facing the southern celestial pole. And then ask him which one, like, what is this, clockwise or counterclockwise, and see what he says.
Yeah, you can think about the argument in the way that. Did you put that GIF or that image up, Crit?
Well, the one that I got a meme I made, but I didn't. There's also a time lapsed. Here, I can pulse that too.
Counterclockwise, Daza said. So again, he went against Embo.
Yeah, did he say am I facing?
Okay.
He says am I facing the sun? Well, it's not facing sun, it's either facing north or south. You have to be facing north or south in order for you to make the statement. Because if you're facing the sun, that's not facing a direction. Direction is north or south. So you have to make it to where it sounds like you're either facing north or south. And then what you see, clockwise or counterclockwise. So I think, yeah, did you get what he was saying? He didn't make it to where he understands he's doing, because facing the sun is not a direction.
He's doing damage control. Now he's trying to make it fit the globe model rather than just saying what people in the globe used to say. As I told him, he's going to regret the day that they've been pounding that flat earthers can't explain clockwise and counterclockwise rotation. And we did. We've been explaining it the whole time.
So they just got a video from the South Pole, so-called, whatever, of exactly the opposite of what they said happens down there.
Did they say it goes? Are they facing south, and then they say that it's going a direction, or are they facing north? It's going a direction. What are these?
Yeah, they're facing north from down there, and then it's going counterclockwise, like we always said it does, dude.
Yeah, like we always said it does. Yeah, we always said that.
Yeah.
Here it is, right here.
So if you could, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can't call that clockwise in any way, right?
Here's a video.
Well, no, I was saying though, if you're facing south in the north, you're gonna see it go clockwise, yeah.
Yeah.
If you so this it's it's the same argument. Like I don't know.
Yeah, and Embo was saying that right there is clockwise over and over. It's clockwise. Just kept saying it
multiple times and doubled down on it. I'm like, people were interrupting. I'm not really interrupting, but there's people who are laughing and stuff. And I'm like, hey guys, I want to get some really good audio clips here. So Embo, will you say it again, please?
Yeah. I mean, if you put that with the stars facing north as well, it's clearly going to be counterclockwise motion. But I just want to put that with what actually is clockwise, like do a time lapse of the southern stars facing south, and then overlay that, and then just ask him what is it, counterclockwise or clockwise, and then he'll have a meltdown because they're clearly contradicting each other.
Hey, do you reckon they ever see the moon going in a circular path 24 hours?
Probably. Yeah.
Because it has an analemma too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. These globalists are going to learn right now that they're going to regret all the sky magic they threw into their model. It's going to come. It's coming down like a house of cards. They thought they were being clever by invoking sky magic because it was unadjudicatable. They could say whatever they wanted, and no one could parse it out. There's no way to experiment. The only thing you could do is just observe something and observe and declare. But now, if you hold their observations, to a reality check, they demonstrate their version of flat Earth by not being a globe. The sun did not rotate clockwise. And you got Duffy on record saying this. He said it in the final experiment. The two things: 24-hour sun, clockwise rotation.
Clockwise, yeah. If you're facing south, always has been. Face north, get the opposite. Always has been. I hate it that we have to argue that. Like, I mean, it's just, if they want to set up a premise based on what's happening in the sky, can they at least get the phenomena right? Like,
this is why the globalists always they purge their text chats, every so often. Like, and they don't ever record their YouTubes. Like, it gets deleted every 12 hours. And like a couple times a month, they completely purge your text chat. Because they don't want people to go in there and say, oh yeah, boom, you said right here. Clockwise and counterclockwise.
yeah, I don't know why they won't just look at like a 2-minute video of star trails just to understand what's happening. I don't get it. They'll spend years being wrong about something they could take 10 seconds to figure out. But just looking at it happen. But I've even done that, where I've shown them videos and been like, look, you point the camera south, here's what happens. And they'll still just deny it. Or there'll be like some trickery or something weird went on, or, like... So I got to kneecap them right there. If you're going to just make an incorrect statement about the sky or anything, and then try to follow that to any kind of conclusion, I'm going to have to stop you right there. It's already non sequitur talking about the sky when you're trying to make a point about the ground, but they can't even get the sky right. So they're being wrong about the sky and then trying to tie that to some sort of conclusion about the thing they're looking away from. It's just multiple levels of stupidity.
Dazzler just did a hard reset. He's saying clockwise now. He said counterclockwise earlier. I gotta go back and see if he deleted the comment.
Anyone who believes that the world is a globe is a fucking retard, bro.
Are y'all talking about the clockwise, counterclockwise at the poles, like the star trails? Or are you talking about the sun setting?
The sun.
They all go together the same.
Moon.
They go the same way.
Yeah, basically. So is anyone here a glober?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, there's a few of them in here. Mushkin's a glober.
Yeah, but this is what we do here. We let people sound off when they want to. We don't probe or poke or try to provoke someone into engaging.
Yeah.
They'll engage when they want to.
Precisely.
I know a glober here. His name is C. Cody.
No, I mean
Cody's a glober.
I'm a reformed flat earther. You could say.
Reformed.
Yeah,
reformed into what? A globetard?
No, I was at one point a globetard, and now I'm a reformed flat earther.
Okay, well,
what does that mean? What's a reformed flat earther? What is
guys, Professor Phil's coming, so just.
Well, see, there's a lot of variations in ideology when it comes to flat earthing. I used to think that
flat earthing.
Yeah. I used to think that the flat Earth. I used to think that the Earth was like a donut shape, a flat donut shape. But after a lot of deliberation with my flat Earth friends, I've come to the conclusion that it's just a flat Earth. Just a 2D plane.
I'm gonna evoke heartbreak.
All right,
get this troll out of here.
I'm not a troll. I'm fucking serious, dude.
No, I like him. It's all right.
Yeah, no, Professor Phil's here. We got to make room for the top.
Dude, I'm serious.
Oh.
No, I would literally.
Yeah. Sit down. Sit down. Listen.
We're gonna let the poor man Colonel Sanders come on the mic. Go ahead,
sure,
Professor Phil.
I'll be quiet. All right.
Hopefully, there's a lot of intelligence coming up.
Are you good? You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. I just wanted to. I was just listening in and seeing how you guys are really like chooks in the chicken house with a fox there.
Yeah. You couldn't help yourself, huh? Yeah, I know you can't. When you're listening to us, you just can't help yourself. You're like,
If I could just have
good entertainment.
I need 5 minutes. You're like, I need 5 minutes in that room. That's all I need. Just 5 minutes. And then, But I told you, all you have to do is log into Twitter and go on to the X Spaces that I told. I'm not
interested in Twitter. Anything to do with Elon Musk, I'm not interested in.
Oh, God. You're not one of those guys, are you?
Beta.
I've got principles.
Yeah. Anyway, what tidings of Globe do you have for us today?
Well, no, we just thought you might want to discuss what happened in Antarctica.
What happened? Something big happened? What's going on?
Well, you know that they watched the sun go 24 hours in the sky.
Of course.
And part of that time was due south from them.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
while it was midnight for them, the sun was not only south of them, but it was actually over Australia at the time.
Okay.
Which comports exactly with the way the globe is, the way the globe says it is.
Really, how do you know?
Exactly.
Hang on a minute. How can it be over Australia and over them at the same time?
Beautiful question.
No, beautiful question. You're such a fucking weasel, dude.
All right, so let me explain it, how it can be over Australia and over them at the same time. See, the sun tracks around the Tropic of Capricorn, which goes, it's northern Queensland, northern Australia.
Hold on 1 second. Can you define the Tropic of Capricorn?
Yeah, it's the furthest south that the sun gets.
Oh, so that's just the path that the sun takes on that day. That's called the Tropic of Capricorn.
No, not just on that day. It's the furthest that the sun takes, and on the day that'll be on the 21st of December. That'll be the furthest the sun takes.
Capricorn would be the sun's path through the sky on December 21st, right?
On December the 21st, the Tropic of Capricorn will be the furthest south that the sun gets.
Will that be its path through the sky?
That'll be the perceived path around the Earth, at that latitude.
Okay, so when we say Tropic of Capricorn, we're just talking about the path the sun.
You don't know about Capricorn. If you don't know about Capricorn, we're not having this conversation because you're way behind.
We're defining this properly because Capricorn.
You are seriously uneducated if you don't know what the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer is.
Don't lose it. He's just trying to make it clear that it's the sun's path.
Yeah, it's the sun's path.
I said it is. Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's the perceived path. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. It's good. And that's the furthest south that it'll go. It doesn't get any further south than that.
Yeah. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Interesting.
23.4 degrees south. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm trying to explain why you can see it over Australia. Okay. Now the Tropic of Capricorn actually does go over Australia. Okay, in the northern part of Australia, so northern Queensland, Northern Territory, the Tropic of Capricorn is still over the Australian continent. So obviously we get to see the sun, during the day, right? Because it's not that far. It's far enough away, but not that far. Now the thing about it is that so we can see the sun, but they can also see the sun. Because they are at the South Pole, if you like, looking towards the sun.
Yeah.
So they can see the sun too. So the sun they can see the sun in the sky at the same time, because they see it very low in the sky, at the same time that we can see the sun. So at midnight for them, it's around about 2:00 in the afternoon for the people in Melbourne and Sydney, and noon for the people in South Australia.
Based on the sun's path. Yeah, the sun's doing what it's doing in the sky.
So that's how I'm trying to explain to the Australian guy. I'm trying to explain to the Australian guy how it is that the sun is over Australia, and at the same time they can see the sun from where they are at Antarctica.
Within their field.
The other day, you told us that you could see it setting south of your position, and you said you were Melbourne, I believe it was.
Yeah, and from Melbourne, when the sun's out, when the sun is setting in Melbourne at this time of year, I can face south and see the sun towards. I face south, I'll see the sun setting towards my right.
Interesting. If its zenith is the Tropic of Capricorn, why are you seeing it south of you?
Beautiful question. Beautiful question.
Well, because you got to ask what the sun is doing.
Let me explain it.
What path is the sun?
I really got to hand it to the Aussie guy because us Aussies are a bit like that.
Yeah, go ahead,
okay. We get down to it and we can smell BS from 300 yards. So the reason that's the case, the reason I can see it southwest, okay, is because for the same reason that the people down there can see the sun at the same time that we can see the sun, it's because the Earth is tilted.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Can you prove that logical connection?
Oh, totally, absolutely. So I mean, you can just get a model of an Earth and have a
Can you prove that that's a conditional for this to happen? The sun to do what it does in the sky.
It absolutely is a condition. If this didn't happen like that, then this whole entire model for how Earth moves is wrong. It has to do that.
That's what we're trying to tell
Wait a minute.
Phil. I'm glad you're learning it.
You're saying it has to do that, Phil. Hold on.
Yeah,
you're saying it has to. You're saying it has to do that. But what we need to ask you is there any way that you could formalize this in a logical statement, Phil?
I did the other day, and then you ignored it.
I know, but that's why I'm asking you because hold on.
I know.
Wait, Phil. Because I'm just going to give them a little clarity for the people that don't know what happened. When I was asking for a logical syllogism on X Spaces, Phil was listening, and I didn't mention it to them yet. I was going to. Phil was mentioning in the DMs that he wanted me to read his logical syllogism, but if he wants that to be the case, he needs to come in here and do it. So that's why I guess now is the opportunity. So go ahead, Phil, tell him your logical syllogism for the necessity of why that's the case for your son doing what it does. Go ahead.
Well, I just got to work out how to get to it because I'm on the same device that where I wrote it. Why don't you hang on? Okay, I can get to it. It's all right.
You got to prove that a tilt of a ball is a logical necessity. There's a lot of steps.
Yeah.
I think
So what I wrote.
Go ahead. Put in the text, will you?
Okay. I don't have the facility to do that. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So I'll read it out to you if I can get to it.
Well, I mean,
wait a minute. Do you have it?
Yeah, you can DM me.
I'm just on the phone.
Yeah, DM
it to Crit, and I'll post it.
Do you know how to copy paste?
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't know how to use.
Bro, DMing is just as hard as him posting in the chat.
Yeah, but for some reason it's not. Like, he's got issues on servers on where to find text channels, but he knows how to DM, and he knows.
He DMs. He DMs.
Okay,
me.
are you ready?
He DMs me. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So, on flat Earth, semicolon. Actually, I should be able to DM it to you. Hang on a second. I'll just copy the text.
So, because some people are better visual, learners than audio, so it helps to have cover as many learning types as possible.
I actually want to. Yeah, you should get it posted for sure. Yeah, I'm eager to hear it now.
Okay, so Crit, it's with you now.
I see it. I'll post it here in the text chat. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so it's done.
No, I've clipped it too. Here, I'll put it in the text chat. It might be this one, but here, I'll put it in the text chat. I've already clipped it. Let me see, where is it at? Here it is.
You read it out, man. It's your.
Mine's a little cleaner. Go ahead.
Well, can you read it?
It's your logical syllogism, man. It's yours. You got to read it.
On flat Earth, the sun's northern limit tracks the Tropic of Cancer, 66.6 degrees of latitude south of the North Pole in June. Okay, the sun's in other words 23.4 degrees away from the equator north. The sun's southern limit tracks the Tropic of Capricorn at 23.4 degrees south in December. The sun cannot be observed by south of the Tropic of Capricorn. The sun is observed to be south of the Tropic of Capricorn the Earth cannot be flat.
You gotta, yeah, but you've already defined Capricorn as what the sun is doing on that day, so that doesn't follow.
Oh, yes, it does follow. It follows
That's
perfectly.
incorrect because you claimed
There's
earlier
nothing
you see the
incorrect
sun
about what I
set
said.
southwest of you. If it sets to the west of you or below, your syllogism fails.
No, my syllogism
And
says
you've already
that if-
claimed that it
Hey,
sets to
shut
the
up.
southwest of you, Phil. True or
Yeah, it
false?
sets southwest of me, correct.
So it's not possible if it's following the Tropic of Capricorn.
Well, the Tropic
said
of Capricorn
if
is
the
just what
Earth
the
is
sun
flat.
is doing that day. It's just what the sun is doing that day.
My syllogism presumes the Earth is flat. So you're quite correct. It's impossible.
Yes, your third premise is flawed. That's the issue. The third premise is.
Are you what?
I gotta agree with the percentage on that one.
Yeah, it's just defined as what the sun is doing that day, so you got to ask what the sun is doing on that day. If what the sun is doing on that day is making a circle that is somewhat concentric or whatever to the southern celestial pole over a horizontal plane, then what you're saying can't happen will happen. So it's just what the sun is doing that day. If that's what the Tropic of Capricorn is defined as, bro, if 23.4 degrees south is defined as what the sun is doing on that day, and if what the sun is doing is making some kind of a loop around the observer south of that latitude, then yeah, you will see it on a horizontal plane. So that's incorrect.
You just completely said a lot of gibberish. Now let's just read it
nice
again.
rebuttal. I like it. You didn't comprehend what I said.
Let's read it. Let's read it again, would you? Is that okay with you?
Well, if anybody else wants to hear it, but I'm kind of past it.
Yeah, of course you are. The sun's southern limit tracks the Tropic of Capricorn at 23.4 degrees south in December. Is that true or not?
Your NPC resetting, buddy.
Is that true or not?
Yeah, and what's that defined as? The Tropic of Cancer.
We'll go with it. That's true.
You know what the Tropic of Capricorn
Was
is.
that the sun's path on the summer solstice?
We went through that already.
That's the sun's path on the summer solstice, right?
Yes, south of the equator. Yes.
Well, you said Tropic of Cancer is north, bro.
No, I'm talking about the Capricorn. I was reading.
Okay.
Capricorn.
So what you're telling me is the sun's southern limit is what the sun's path is on that day. Okay, go ahead.
The sun's southern limit tracks the Tropic of Capricorn at 23.4 degrees south in December. Is there anything wrong with that statement?
Yeah, and that's defined as what the sun is actually doing on that day. That's where you get that
said
tropic.
Yeah. You got to tell me what's wrong with that statement.
Well, I mean, you're just saying that the sun is doing what it's doing on that day because that's what it's defined as.
Is the statement wrong or right?
It's correct.
Good. That's all I wanted to hear. Next statement.
Okay.
The sun cannot be observed south of the Tropic of Capricorn if the Earth is flat.
False. That's incorrect.
Why is it incorrect?
Because the statement prior to it, because this is why I kept clarifying the statement prior to it. You're just telling us the sun's going where it's going on that day. Okay.
Yeah, tell me what's wrong.
That's what Capricorn is defined as. Capricorn is just what the sun is doing that day. If what the sun happens
it's
to
not
be
just
doing
that day.
Yeah.
That's
Hold on, Professor Phil. I just got to add that in your logical syllogism, you didn't add that the Earth is not flat on that one. You're adding it now. It's an addendum.
No, I'm not interested in.
This is an addendum.
The Earth is not flat. This is nothing to do with anything but flat Earth.
No, I know, but you just said that within your logical form.
This set of syllogism is only about flat Earth.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you're incorrect, though. You're incorrect.
Can I address this?
Which is the part that's incorrect?
I've already told you like 6 times.
No, you didn't.
Because you're assuming flat Earth is the AE model. We don't have a model.
That is the underlying assumption.
I did not assume that Earth is the AE model. I just said.
Capricorn is literally just what the sun does that day. So if what the sun does that day is a loop, concentric or more or less concentric to celestial south, then you're going to get the very effect that you said can't occur on a horizontal plane.
It goes around the North Pole.
Down. No, it doesn't. See, this is what he just said. You're strawmanning us with an AE model.
You're strawmanning.
We're not saying that the sun is making concentric loops to the North Pole. We're not saying that. We're not saying that, bro.
Let's go through it again.
Dude, look, no, let's go through this. No. Dude, you got to listen. You got to listen. You got to listen.
You guys are really, really frightened right now, aren't you?
We're not. I'm trying to help you.
Yes, you are. Why don't you shut up then?
I'm trying to
Why
help
don't
you
you shut
find
up
your
then?
shit.
Shut up and let me finish
I'm telling you why I'm not shutting up. I'm trying to
Let me
help you
finish it.
figure this out, dude.
I don't need
Listen.
help, mate.
Yeah, I do. We don't want to hear it again. I'm going to try to help you, okay? All right.
Like asking help from a donkey in a.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I know. That's how bad it is for you. You got to get help from the donkey. That sucks. I'm sorry for you, but you just gave it away.
You should be sorry that you think the Earth is flat. Now listen.
For a second. Listen. You got to take this, and then I'll shut the hell up. But you just gave it away that you are strawmanning with the AE conception, right? Because you said it's going around the North Pole. We're not saying that, and that's what I've been trying to get at with these questions that I've been asking you. It's not necessarily doing that. If the loops it's making aren't concentric to the North Pole, then all of this falls apart, because that is the fundamental assumption that you've made for this argument. Okay? I'm trying to help you. That's all. Now go ahead.
Does the sun follow the Tropic of Cancer?
Okay, he's resetting. Go ahead, guys.
Is there something wrong with that statement?
Are you assuming that the Earth is the AE map in any way, saying that it's flat, but it's following the path? So the path of this.
Assumptions. You might put that in your mind. Whatever you think the Earth is, I don't care. But the fact is, this syllogism is a fact. The sun's northern limit tracks the Tropic of Cancer at 66.6 degrees.
Wait. You're saying at the very end of your logic form is saying the Earth is not flat. Yes? Is that the end? The conclusion?
The Earth is flat. I didn't say it's not flat.
Yeah, look at look at what. Oh my God.
Where do I say it's not flat?
Okay, can I read it one more time for you?
Oh, the last word, my last sentence says that it's not flat because it follows from the other statements that
Phil, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you got lost and maybe you didn't mean to put that in there, but that's what you're saying in your logic form. That's what it says.
Let's that is
no, you're not running away from this, Phil. You're not running away from this.
Buddy. That's the conclusion.
I know. Your conclusion is the Earth cannot be flat.
That's not my syllogism. That's the conclusion.
I know that. It's the conclusion. Yes, it is.
Right.
It's the conclusion. Okay, so if you're saying that the sun's path
is the syllogism is incorrect.
The fucking final thing. You're saying the Earth cannot be flat. That part.
No, that's just conclusion.
The conclusion is wrong. It's based on a faulty premise. The premise is. Are you gonna let me finish? You're gonna let me finish? I'm gonna tell you if you can shut your pie hole. Okay, so all right. So if you're saying that the sun's path is such a way that you've described so far, right? The sun's northern limit tracks of the Tropic of Cancer, 66.6 degrees latitude south of the North Pole in June. The sun's southern limit tracks to the Tropic of Capricorn at 23.4 degrees south in December. The sun cannot be observed in the south of the Tropic of Capricorn. The sun is observed to be south of the Tropic of Capricorn, right? So all these observations you're making are of the sun's path, according to an observer, apparently watching what it does going from Cancer to Capricorn. Yeah, so much of that we understand. We got that much, right? The observer is seeing the sun do all of this. Now, the conclusion is the Earth cannot be flat. Now, what I was telling you is that conclusion cannot be stated in that way because there is no way that you looked at the Earth. It was only spoken of as a conclusion because you're saying the sun's path is due to the fact that the Earth cannot be something that you're saying it is not. But that doesn't follow. Your conclusion can be something that the Earth cannot be if you're only looking at what the sun's path is. How does this detail to you in any way that the Earth is anything? If you're only telling me that the sun was moving from an observer's perspective, why are you attributing
elevation angle
why
to
are
the
you,
sun?
Hold on. I'm not talking about what the Earth is, or neither are you. But yet you made a conclusion that the Earth is not flat based on what your observations of the sun's movement in the sky, according to Cancer to Capricorn. So how is it possible that your conclusion followed your premise?
Can I explain it now uninterrupted?
I'm waiting to hear how you're going to tie this all together.
Okay, good. All right. In the last syllogism, the sun is observed to be south of Well, I'll go over the last two. The sun cannot be observed south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
False.
It can't be
Bullshit.
if the Earth
False
is flat.
statement. A false statement. Capricorn
cannot
is
be.
just what the sun is doing on that day.
Phil?
That's all it's defined as, bro.
Phil,
If the
I
sun
want
is
you to
there with
ask
you,
Phil, before you
have
have a
to take
meltdown.
north to see it.
Phil, stop yelling. I want you to ask any Aussie that's watched the fucking sunset in summertime. They'll all say it sets just to the south of west. West, southwest. Right, so if it's doing
the
that,
Earth isn't
and
flat.
Phil, yelling at me is not going to help you. If I live on the 32nd parallel and it sets west, southwest of my fucking location, it's not following the Capricorn.
You nailed it, Matrix, earlier. You nailed it when you said that he is strawmanning with an AE model, because right after that, he said, well, the sun's going around the North Pole on your flat Earth, right? And what we keep trying to point out to him is we're not fucking saying that that's what the sun is doing. So there's no necessity for the sun to be doing that, man, is what we're trying to tell you. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. You have a choice, and you're getting desperate. You're getting desperate. You need to. You need to take this back. Because you got to take this back to the workshop, bro. You're getting desperate, and you're now strawmanning.
We know how these maps are made, and meanwhile, you're giving us latitude to the sun, which is an elevation angle, which is taken from the observer reference, assuming a horizontal plane of reference.
Here's an idea. Why don't we have a look back through history and go, right, how are all those maps... Can you shut up for 5... Oh, I'm going to fucking help you. That's it. You can just sit there nice and quiet. Why don't we all just take a step back and go, right, how are these maps constructed? What are they based off? Some are based off stars. Some are based off the moon. Some are based off the fucking ground because people have sailed around them. These things might not all operate the same. The stars have a particular function. The sun has a particular function. The moon has a particular function. None of them do the same shit. At some stage, some of you have got to step back and go, oh, fuck, they don't do the same thing.
Yeah, so Phil, all I have to do is say, well, maybe the sun's going around celestial south that time of year. There you go. What you're saying can't happen, will, and has to happen on a horizontal plane. I'm sorry.
Yep. And the Earth measures flat underneath the sun the whole time. Go figure.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
exactly.
dude.
Which is why your conclusion didn't follow your premise, Phil. That's what I was trying to tell you. You can't have your premise following a conclusion that you're stating the sun's path, and at the end you're saying the Earth isn't a particular thing. You can't. It doesn't matter if you're affirming the Earth being a globe or disproving flat Earth. You haven't talked about what the Earth in correlation to the sun's path is like in relate. Why is it related? You're only talking about an observer, and you agreed with me, making these observations about the sun's path of what he sees every day, movement from the sun across his sky. He's not talking about the Earth, the observer. So how are you making your conclusion at the end of your logical statement, which is it's not logical. That's not at all. Because you're saying that you're talking about how the Earth isn't something. That's what I'm trying to raise to you. You didn't rebut that in any way. I'm wondering why.
Am I muted?
No.
Okay.
But did you hear what I said? Because how was it your conclusion that follows? How did it follow?
Of course I heard what you said. Okay, so listen very carefully, okay? You either agree or don't agree with each of these lines. Now, we both agreed because we're trying to get to this place where
reset again.
What do we agree with? We agree
to define what latitude is.
Limit
it doesn't sound like he knows what latitude is.
66.6 degrees latitude.
Yeah, that is to say the sun tracks its path.
On that.
Yeah, we agree that the sun tracks its path on the summer solstice. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and we agree that it's 66.6 degrees south of the North Pole.
Yeah, that's how we defined it, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And actually, you know that you're at 66.6 because you can look at Polaris and work out exactly what your latitude is.
Just say 23.4 north, bro. Stop being a weird statement. Go ahead.
Okay, so now we've nailed that first one. Let's see if we can nail the second one.
Latitude. How'd you figure out latitude?
The southern limit tracks the Tropic of Capricorn at 23.4 degrees.
Wait, hold on. How do you define latitude? Jedi's got the question.
How do you figure out your latitude?
Can we all agree that the sun's southern limit tracks the Tropic of Capricorn?
You're not going to get past this question. How do you figure out your latitude? It was in your statement. We can figure out our latitude. How?
Figure out celestial navigation you can use to figure out your latitude.
And what do we do within celestial navigation?
You can use a sextant. You can use a GPS if you like.
And we can use a sextant, can't we?
You can use a GPS. Forget the sextant.
Hold on. We can use a sextant, can't we?
A GPS is fine.
No, we can use a sextant, can't we? Because this is how latitude was developed.
Of course you can use it. Well, what do we
measure when we use
you can't point at. You can use a sextant, but you won't be able to point at Polaris from 23 degrees. I guarantee it.
And that's lovely. But you said that we can figure out our latitude north of the equator at 23.4 degrees north, to get it correct, by using an angle measurement requiring a horizontal plane of reference. That's mean sea level.
It doesn't. Horizontal doesn't mean sea level.
It does.
I've got a table in
if
my
you're
kitchen
taking an elevation angle up from it does.
No, it doesn't. I've got a table in my kitchen that's horizontal. It's nothing to do with the sea. The sea is over there, a mile away.
How do we, my friend? If we're using a nautical sextant, what do we reference?
Horizontal attitude, and the star.
So the star and a horizontal plane of reference.
No, not a plane. A point.
So we don't agree then. So your statement's false straight away. We do not agree.
No, do you have to agree with the statement or not?
No, you've brought latitude.
Because the GPS can give you your latitude.
Mr. Phil, we do not agree because you brought latitude. To have latitude, you require a horizontal frame of reference. That horizontal frame of reference is mean sea level. So we do not agree.
You don't like the GPS?
Mate, you brought up latitude. Unfortunately, we know how.
Latitude.
I'm rebutting you. This is what
you get your latitude of your GPS.
This is what happens when people are scared. They want to
I'm agreeing with you that this syllogism agrees that the Earth is flat. It starts off by agreeing.
No, it doesn't. It's a straw man account.
No, it's not.
Yes.
Let's.
So what? Okay, Phil, we're going to do this the sensible way. What model did you use to prove that the Earth is flat, or to link it to the flat Earth? What model did you use?
No
bullshit.
No.
You already answered that, Phil. Phil's lying. He's already said that the sun must be making loops around the north. He's using an AE concept.
Obviously, from what I've seen over here, that
yeah, I know. Desperately strawmanning. We've told you. No, we're not claiming that's what the sun is.
So you don't agree that. So you don't agree.
That's it right there.
You don't agree. You don't think the Tropic of Cancer is something, do you?
No, I didn't say that. That's another fucking strawman. Go ahead, Alpha.
No, I was going to say he just admitted it. With that, he just gave up the ghost, because if he's using that, it's a reification fallacy for him to say that he's kind of projecting the AE map onto every flat earther and then making this logical syllogism based on that. It's based on that. So it's his foundation. Like that's other than that, he doesn't have an argument.
And then when you go to that, which is the crux of it all, he melts down and goes, "No, you have to claim this."
Yep.
So does the syllogism debunk the flat AE map?
It's not a flat map. It's a globe map.
Yes, it's a globe map, dude.
Okay. That's a globe map now.
Yeah, it always has been. What are you talking about?
Okay.
AE map is not too bad as long as you stay within the equatorial line. Outside of that, it's fucked. Random shit. Stuff doesn't line up. There's all sorts of weird crap going on. But inside of the equatorial line, it's pretty tidy.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be useful for certain things, not everything. As in an overall world view map, which is what a lot of people have done and taken it to the degree that they have. And it's like right now, it's used in arguments to argue against the globe and stuff. And we've talked about it being a reification fallacy a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you clowns are still talking about it, projecting that onto us even today.
Because some flat earthers claim it. That's why.
Yeah, but so do you want me to do that to you? Because some globe earthers make a claim, I'm going to make you sound like whatever they sound like?
By that logic, some globalists claim AE. So you could use your logic to both adjudicate some and some, and then maybe compare the sums. So you've got one flat earther and maybe some of his followers, Jaren, who claims the AE map, and then you've got thousands, maybe millions of people who say everyone at the UN, like the UN General Assembly, who is claiming the AE more in terms of people? Jaren and his 10 followers, or his 10,000 or whatever, his 1,000 followers, or the whole UN General Assembly?
Well, the UN General Assembly will say that's a projection of the spherical Earth.
Then go in there and tell them it doesn't work.
Right.
You need to go to the
right.
Your life's work now is to make sure every single member nation, all their people, all their leaders know that map doesn't work because you've got a McDuffie who went to south and saw the sun rotate counterclockwise.
Basically McDuffie disproved the UN, right?
Yeah, so, well, no, not because the UN doesn't think that that's what the world map actually looks like. They say it's a projection.
Yeah, so why are they using it on their flag if they don't think it has any validation?
It's just a symbol.
Yeah, it's a symbol, but why are they using it?
Because they want to try and include every country in the world in one symbol.
Okay, why don't they use the square Mercator?
Because this is much fancier. It's nicer.
Oh, bullshit. You don't know any fucking reason why. He's just making.
Read on it.
You just
publish why they did it.
Crit knows, I know that came straight out of your ass. That answer right there.
You can actually read why they did it.
Fucking hell.
Read it.
That was straight out of your ass, dude.
Why? Look up the history of the UN logo. Look up the history of the UN logo.
Dude. Now, you can't reason your way out of this shit. On top of that, you already were shown that you can't paste your AE map projected onto any other flat earther in here because you want it to stick. Your argument doesn't stick. It's not sound.
Biggie.
It's not. It doesn't work, dude. Like, why are you making it sound to us like you're gonna just project it onto us and we have to take it?
Miggy, we've known each other a long time, right?
So what?
Oh,
okay. So can you just let me speak for a bit?
He's gonna say bros.
Oh God!
He's gonna filibuster for a bit.
Yeah, because you're
bros. Wrong. Why don't you just admit your error?
Dude.
You strawman us with the AE map, okay? Why don't you just admit your error? Yeah. Okay, you won't. All right, you're just not going to. You're going to stay in denial.
I just want us to reach common ground on a few things. Do you agree that the Tropic of Cancer?
Another fucking NPC reset? What the hell are you, dude?
Is no matter where you are. Do you agree? No matter where you are on the Tropic of Cancer, you'll be 23.4 degrees away from the equator. Do you agree with that or not?
Fucking hell, dude. How many times do we have to say this shit? Like, I mean...
They don't agree with it.
That's how the fucking equator is defined. That's how the tropic is defined. It's all based on the stuff in the sky, bro. Yeah, that's what it is.
Of course.
Not a position on the ground. It's what the sky is doing.
He fucking said that like 3 fucking times to you. How many more times is he going to have to say that? Like, why do you have to keep repeating yourself?
I'm trying to get us to be
just asking us, is the sun? Do we all agree that the sun is doing what it's doing on the solar? Yeah, it is.
Okay, and then we agreed with the second premise, which is the sun's southern limit is the Tropic of Capricorn.
Phil, these are observations. These are observations being done by somebody, right?
Do you think the sun goes?
Like you're not going to answer my question. That wasn't implicating you in any way.
Of course, it's thousands of years ago.
Okay. So many times throughout the duration of this chat, we've already agreed fucking maybe 4 times now. This may be the 5th. I don't know. Fucking heretic.
No, and then Jedi came in and then disagreed.
Yeah, because you start bringing up latitude and stuff, which you're going to require a horizontal plane to measure it from, dude.
I don't care how it's measured. Cool. I'm agreeing that the Earth. That we are assuming the Earth is flat.
Earth, then. So yes, the Earth is measured flat for you to talk about.
Fine, whatever.
Good. So the Earth is flat.
We've agreed to assume the
I'm
Earth
taking
is flat.
elevation angle measurements utilizing a flat baseline of the sun going around me. Yeah, that's cool. Good stuff. Thanks.
We've agreed to assume the Earth is flat. Okay, Jedi?
No. We're measuring it flat for you to talk about
whatever
the sun
you
is.
say.
Assume the fucking position.
Jedi, I'm on your side. I'm on your.
Good.
I'm not disputing you.
Then why are you crying?
I'm on your side.
I don't want him on flat Earth, Jedi. What the fuck?
All I want you to agree with me, Jedi. All I want you to agree with is that the Tropic of the limit south that the sun goes is the Tropic of Capricorn.
Fucking hell, dude.
And the distance to the Tropic of Capricorn is the same everywhere.
The limit of south being Capricorn is just based on what the sun is doing. So again, you're just asking us, you agree the sun does
5 times. 5 fucking times.
Do you agree that the sun goes around every country?
Oh,
and
shit.
it's the same distance from the North Pole? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
That's your claim to prove.
Yeah, wait.
The argument for that?
You're saying it goes around.
What do you think the 23.4 degrees is from?
It's from an angle measurement. I'll ask you for the argument, dumbass nigger.
Where do you think the 23.4 degrees
for
that
the
is
argument, stupid nigger?
Where do you think the 23.4
from
degrees
an angle measurement
is?
to the sun?
The 23.4 degrees, where's that come from?
Yeah, celestial south and north. And they,
How do they know it's 23.4 degrees?
Because it's.
How do they know that the person at that latitude? I'll tell you what. The person.
He's not gonna let you, Jedi.
Sorry.
The person looks straight up, straight over their head at noon. They see the sun, and if that, for them to know that their latitude, they look at Polaris.
Mm-hmm.
They can see their latitude to Cancer is 23.4 degrees.
He's just belaboring the point, man.
And the north, yeah. I'm not going to do that.
I'm trying to get Jedi over the line.
Oh, Jedi's well over the line, mate. I'm waiting on the other side with a nice piece of flat Earth for you to take this measurement from.
Now, if I'm standing below, in other words, if I'm standing south of the Tropic of Capricorn, I must have to look north to see the sun. I must have to look north to see the sun.
Not necessarily.
How can I see the sun south if the sun is north of me?
Maybe I'm bad at English. Does someone want to interpret? I've told them already.
Go ahead, heretic.
Is this man
tell me how you see the sun. How would you
I
see
said
the sun
already.
south?
Other people have said it. You're making the assumption that in our paradigm or on a flat Earth paradigm or
Answer
whatever,
the question.
that the sun has to be going around the North Pole. We're not saying it's necessarily doing that.
Can you please just answer the question as I give it to you?
Yeah, if its motion is such that it's arcing around the South Celestial Pole, then
listen,
that will happen.
I got a better idea. How about we check this out?
I don't
Phil,
know.
check this out.
Maybe I just can't speak English. Maybe somebody else.
I don't believe.
Check this out, Phil. Hey, Dazza,
okay?
You there?
Oh, Dazza can't talk. He can only listen right now.
Bugger. Dazza, can you type up in the text chat where you see the sunset? And if you'd like your location, just so Phil can get a rough idea, just so you know.
He'll get south of west, just like I do.
So it's not to the north then.
Okay, I got to. Yeah, sorry.
Go to the north. Of course, it's not to the north.
I got a better way to do this. The sun.
That's
is it
the
going,
problem.
Yeah, the sun. Is it going around the North Pole on the December solstice?
Of course.
Wrong. We're not saying that.
How can you not say that?
Okay, what if it's going around celestial south on the December solstice?
How can it be going around celestial south and then
I'm just asking you
Europe?
what if I'm asking you what if it is?
How can it be in Europe then?
I'm asking you what if it is?
It can't be. Because the people in Europe see
stonewalling the question. Just gonna stonewall the question.
It can't be because the people in America see it. The people in Europe see it.
Yeah, it will for part of that circuit then.
So it can't be just going around the South Pole.
Hey, you're just gonna stonewall the question.
No, stop pretending you don't understand.
Okay, so what if it's going around celestial south, not north?
Listen, I want to speak to the Aussie because us Aussies,
just
we're pretty
answer the question. What if it is?
No, I don't want to speak to you anymore. You're too dumb.
Stonewall me. Yeah.
You're too dumb. I want to speak to the Aussie guy.
No.
Which one? There's two of them.
Talk to me.
Oh, any one of them. Aussies are we're pretty straightforward. We know what. We have this word.
Yeah, dickhead. Yeah. No, you can't strawman me with it's going around the celestial moon. Can't do it. Just answer the question. What if it's going the other way? South. Celestial south.
Not. It can't.
No, just answer the question. What if it is?
The European Sea.
Yeah, so what if it is?
It isn't.
Okay,
They would still technically see it the same.
Yeah, so what if it is? The entire problem that so-called that you're showing to us wouldn't be a problem.
Guys, they know what it means to be fed income.
Oh my God.
You guys.
Hey, look, you didn't prepare for this. Like, you just came in with an AE conception. You're not going to let it go. Okay, you fucked up. You think everybody in this room is going, it's an AE. It's an AE map. It's an AE world. We're not, okay? If the sun's path is something else on that day, then what you're saying doesn't follow. Because it necessarily has to be to the AE concept.
Well, even if you want
Is there any...
Well, hold on, Reezy. Even if he wants to say flat earthers use the AE, he could use the same reason. They use it for aesthetics, just like the UN does. Or, once you're done with flat earth, you're going to have to go to the UN and tell them they're wrong too. Otherwise, you didn't complete the mission. You only got about 5% of the job done.
The UN doesn't think that the world is a flat thing with, like, that's not what the UN actually thinks, so we don't have to do that. But, like,
exactly.
Can you come up with okay, so can you come up with, can anyone in here come up with any map that will make the sun's path work on the Earth? Can anyone?
Everybody already has. All the coordinate systems are based. The coordinate system. It's not the fucking globe, dude. Those coordinate systems are just based on the celestials. That's all they are. It's not a fucking globe. It's a coordinate system based on the things in the sky and what they're doing, etc. Then you project the lands onto it how you want.
So, is there any map that anyone can make in this room that will work with our observations?
Alpha.
Who's taking a shit right now?
No, Alpha's hot miking.
Alpha,
I want to speak to the fed income people. What
are you whining about now, Phil?
I want to be fair
about that.
Well, you want to be fair suddenly. Okay, that's a nice change. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So those people who live in Australia, they know if they face south, they'll see the sun setting south of west.
Yeah, that's great. So what if the sun is so is the sun going around the North Pole on a flat Earth?
All us Aussies know.
Is the sun going around the North Pole on a flat Earth?
You're not an Aussie, okay? So shut the fuck up.
Doesn't really matter. Is the sun going around the North Pole on a flat Earth at all times?
I'm speaking fair income stuff. Us Aussies, we're fair income.
All right, well, you don't get to dictate here. Like, you're trying your bullshit again. Like, if you want to bring your bullshit up again, then we'll just bring the same answers out again. Is the sun going around the North Pole on a flat Earth necessarily?
To Aussies.
Okay, well, shut up, Phil.
Well, how about if Phil can address the thing with the final experiment, the sun going counterclockwise?
Okay.
An explanation for that.
Yeah. All right.
Right above your head at moon.
Phil, nobody's listening to you. I muted you like a minute ago. Well, it was actually less than that, but nobody's heard any of this psychobabble. So let's just go to Crit's question for you.
Okay, so Professor Phil, have you heard the argument that there's like two celestial spheres or poles, and that in the north things go counterclockwise, in the south the stars rotate clockwise? Have you ever heard?
Of course.
Okay.
They don't actually move clockwise or counter. It's the perception that they are.
That's good. Nice.
The stars only move in one direction.
Correct.
Okay, so the perception is when you're in the south, you see it move which direction?
Counterclockwise.
He's fucked up.
What?
If you look south, you see it going one way. If you look north, you see it going the other way. That's just a perception. It's still all going one way.
Just be fair, he's got it. That's exactly right.
Yeah, you got the right answer. I'm just hoping now that you can spread the word to other globalists that these.
What are they saying that's different?
They're saying that the sun, everything in the south moves clockwise, and everything in the north moves counterclockwise.
No.
Yeah, they say that every day on repeat, over and over and
all
over.
the stars move in the same direction all the time.
Well, you're the only glober I've ever heard from that actually gets this.
I told you I'm fair income, okay? I don't bullshit. I'm fair income.
Yeah, nice job. At least on this point. Thanks.
Okay, now, can we talk about that though?
Sure.
All right. So, do you think the stars are going around your head?
Yeah, I guess so.
Above you, yeah. They're not going
or they going below the ground.
No,
they're going above your head or below the ground.
They're not going below your feet. That's for your feet.
No. Just please, just help me. Are they going below your head, like around your head, or below the ground?
They're above your head. They're not in the dirt.
They're going above your head.
In the sky.
So they're going to circle around your head.
Yeah, the stars are in the sky above your head.
Okay, they're going to circle around your head. Good. Okay. Now, just imagine there's an aeroplane out in the distance going around your head. Doesn't it look like it's going horizontally?
It's measured to go horizontally, yeah, the aircraft.
Doesn't it look like it's going horizontally across your field of view?
Airplane doing donuts.
Not only does it look like that, that's what it's actually doing too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going horizontally across your field of view, right? So how can the stars be doing a circle then, in at the South Pole?
Well, that's what they look like.
How the hell can they be doing a circle at? How can you see a circle at side trails at the southern horizon when they're supposed to be going horizontally across your field of view?
Well, what direction is that?
It doesn't matter about direction.
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
It doesn't matter. If there's something going around your head, like the aeroplane, you'll see it going horizontally. You look around, you turn around, it's going horizontally around your head. It doesn't go around in a circle in front of you.
What direction are they going?
It doesn't matter.
Is it about mind over matter? If you don't
Come on, I want to hear the fair income people talking, because I know that they know this is fair income.
Well, I mean, it depends on the stars you're looking at, too.
Do you know what fair income means, you Yankees? Do you know what fair income means?
I think hands are upset. Calm the fuck down,
not
Craig.
upset.
It means
I want to hear the Aussies talking.
It means you have a Mercedes.
Don't get to dictate who speaks in here. That's not a you thing. That's a moderator thing. You're not.
I don't want to hear pommies. I don't want to hear pommies. I don't want to
You
hear
just
Yankees.
keep doing it. You're just doing exactly what the moderator told you now that you don't get to do. Fucking idiot.
Can I please ask a question?
Yeah, hold on. We got to address this fair income. It basically means that you got Mercedes in your front driveway, but your garage is packed full of shit, so it can't fit in there.
I'll translate for you all and put it in my words. Someone who's fair income is not here to fuck spiders. Phil, pull your head in.
Yeah, your ears printed on.
So it really depends on the positions of those stars. I mean, it would depend on the position of the plane. What if it's not making a loop around your head, but it's just making a loop somewhere out in front of you? Okay, then the thing that you're talking about will happen. This is all so dumb, dude.
That's why, Phil, I told you earlier, the globe is coming down like a house of cards. This final experiment is literally the end of the globe, one way or the other.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was it. I was just going to double down.
Well, it's like you hear how desperately he is clutching to the AE map for us. Like, we keep telling him, like, we're not saying that. That's not our concept of the Celestials. We're not reifying that map into reality and saying that's necessarily the way all the luminaries work. And he goes, they have to! Like, man, it shows the desperation.
See,
what I don't understand
where else to go
is why people say the stars.
Hold on. With Phil, too, like, I think he's worried that this is the end of the road. Like, for him or other people, they're going to be exiting the debate, and he finds this fun and engaging. This has been his, 15 minutes of fame. He's been kind of like an internet celebrity, and he's worried that now, with it all being over, now his 15 minutes of fame are over, too.
Well, I mean, I can reassure him it's not over. You didn't prove anything, so you can continue being an ass on the internet, for celebrity status and whatnot. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Hey, guys, I'm here to learn about Flat Earth.
So, real quick, I was just going to say something about the star trails, about going right to left and left to right. I hate that description
if you guys are open to teaching.
No, you're a dickhead. That guy's a dickhead. He wants to shellac him.
What I hate is
what are you talking about, dude?
Oh my God! Let me finish talking. So, if you're looking at, say, Polaris, the North Star,
at once. Which one do you want?
All the stars that appear above it are going right to left, but all the stars below it appear to be going left to right. So I hate when people say, is it going right to left or left to right? Because everything that appears above it. So if we imagine Polaris, and you imagine everything to the right being the 3 o'clock, and everything to the left being 9 o'clock, everything above the 3 and the 9 go right to left, but everything below the 9 to 3 go left to right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, that is a more accurate description.
Maybe the flat Earth is the fucking.
So that's why I hate when you guys say, are they going right to left or left to right? That doesn't make sense. They're going both.
I agree with you. It's not a complete description of what clockwise or counterclockwise means. I agree.
So they do go counterclockwise when you're looking at the North Star facing the north. But in the south, they appear to go clockwise when you're looking at the Southern Cross.
Thank you.
That's now the only thing that on a flat plane, if you're both looking, let's agree that on a flat plane they would be both looking directly up. Yes. If you're on the North Pole and on the South Pole, you look directly up. Yes.
No,
doesn't matter where you're looking at.
You're looking down to see the stars.
If you're actually what? I'm talking about if you're on a flat Earth. I'm saying on a flat Earth. If you're at the North Pole and at the South Pole,
if you want to see the stars, you look down at your feet. You look at your feet if you see the stars.
You know that when you're lying down and looking up, that you can still turn around, right, and lie down the opposite
yes.
way?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So, let's just agree. You have two people standing on the North Pole and the South Pole on a flat Earth.
You can switch your left with your right, and then it can go from left to right, from right to left, right, and then I'm doing the left to right and right to left because you pointed out that that's the whole motion, right?
Try to stick with me. Just stick with me. You have two people. One's on the North Pole. One's on the South Pole. They're both looking directly up. Yes. Same direct, and on a flat Earth, they'd be looking in the same exact direction.
It's not the flat Earth. If you got two poles that are bipolar from each other, so their feet are facing each other and their heads are pointed away, that means you've got multiple downs. You got two cases of downs. On the flat Earth, there's only one down, no down.
Right. So on a flat Earth, if people look straight up, they'd both be looking direct in the same exact direction, yes?
With one down. Up and down.
Yes. On a flat Earth, if people look up,
Like head, shoulders, knees, and toes. That's what you would use. You'd use
Okay,
head.
so I'm facing. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So everyone's looking directly up, like in the same exact orientation. We're all looking in the same, right? On a flat Earth. Yes, on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm on a flat Earth.
That's called a parallel. Yes.
Okay. So how is it that two people looking up at the sky, looking in the same orientation, are seeing one thing go counterclockwise and one thing going counterclockwise?
Okay, let me help you. So, like, one of them was facing north and he laid down, and then the other one was facing the opposite way south, and then he laid down.
No, they're both directly as far north and as far south, so they're just looking up. There's no looking north or,
So one's
just looking
facing
up.
Yeah, so one's facing north where he lies down, or whichever it is.
No, they're not facing north. They're just looking up.
Well, they would have to be facing one way or another when they decided to lie down.
They're on the poles. They're on as far north as you can go and as far south as you can go.
And which way is he facing when he decides to lie down?
It doesn't matter. What do you mean?
Draw it out. Draw it out. Let's see what it looks like.
Yeah, which way is he facing when he decides to lay down at the North Pole? He must be facing south, right? Because he's got the.
It doesn't matter which way he's facing, because his head is literally on the North
Pole. He must be facing south, right? Because he's got the North Star.
No, he's not facing south. He's facing up. He's not facing south. He's facing up.
Well, tell me, when he's deciding to lie down, which way is he facing?
Up.
No, when he decides to lie down, before he's done it, right? He's standing up. Which way is he facing?
He lies down one way, then he rotates 90 degrees, and then he's still looking up, and he rotates 90 degrees, he's still looking up, and then he rotates 90 degrees, he's still looking up. So he's facing every single... It doesn't matter which way he's facing when he decided to lie down. He's
because you can still turn around 180 degrees when you're lying down. So you can still switch your left with your right. Like this, I mean, another example of like your spatial challenges, dude.
Let me try this with Jarizi here. So you're at the very top of your Baltard. There isn't.
No, we're talking about a flat map now.
Yeah, but I'm using your Baltard for a second so you understand it, because you won't understand the flat Earth. So let's dive into your worldview where hopefully you're able to parse something out.
Uh-huh.
So inside your worldview, I've got me and you, we're holding hands. We've walked all the way to the North Pole. There isn't anywhere, we're done. There's no further way we can go north. The next step is now going south.
Okay.
If we take a step back, we're going south. If we take a step to the right, that's south. If we take a step to the left, that's south.
Okay, and if you're looking up, what direction are you looking? Just up. You're not looking south. You're not looking east. You're not looking west. You're not looking any of those directions. You're just looking up.
If we spin clockwise, what direction is that?
If we spin clockwise, what direction is that? What do you mean, what direction?
Okay, so every single direction you're facing is south. If we were to say spin, and we do decide that we're going to start doing country line dancing, and they say grab your partner round and round, make her flip, whatever. Okay,
you're not understanding. We're looking directly up, so there's not a direction
we're not looking up yet. What we're doing is determining which direction is which, okay? So we walk, me and you, we're holding hands. I got my left hand out, you got your right hand out, we're holding hands all the way there. We get to the North Pole, the very top of the ball.
Right.
One step forward is what direction?
Will we be looking horizontal then, not up?
Okay, it doesn't matter which way your head's pointing. If your feet move forward, what direction did your feet move?
South.
If your feet go backwards, what direction did your feet move?
South.
If your feet go to the right?
South.
And the left?
South.
Okay, now what?
Okay, fine. I answered your question. Hang on. I answered. Now, wait. Hang on. Now you take a step up. You take a step up. Wait, you take a step up. You climb up. What direction are you climbing? What direction are you climbing?
You've only figured out south. Let's figure out
direction. Hang on.
You've only figured out south. Figure out west and east and north. Okay, so how will we figure out what east is? Well, if we were to rotate on the axis where our hands are clockwise.
Okay.
What direction would that go? Well, which way will we rotate? Towards you or towards me?
If we're rotating, then we're constantly changing direction, according to you.
Yeah, which is what? East or west?
It depends how far we're rotating. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay, so if you were to draw say the North Pole, we walk all the way to the North Pole. My left hand's holding your right hand. The palms of our hands are going right through the North Pole.
Okay.
And we rotate towards me, so you're going to be passing in front of me, and I'm going to be passing behind you.
Okay.
What direction is that?
It's constantly changing if we're rotating.
It's not east? That wouldn't be rotating east and west?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And because if I were to rotate into you, would that be west?
Yeah, like,
okay,
sure.
So now you know everything in the sky rotates east to west. And we figured out which direction east and west are.
That's only if you flip, like, when you agree that, like, that. So then you are agreeing that the North Pole is the center and everything around it is concentric circles?
No, I'm inside your worldview right now.
No.
Not mine.
All right. So, all right, fine. I answered your questions. Now, like, we're doing that. We're holding hands, right? We're at the North Pole, or my right hand and your left hand are at the North Pole. Now we don't go left, right, forward, or backwards. We just go up. What direction is that?
That's up.
Okay. So I'm saying that's the direction that you're looking at the stars. Just up. Not left, not north, not south, not east, not west. It's just up.
Facing.
Not facing north, not facing south, not facing east, not facing west. You're just facing up.
Yeah, your chest. What direction? So right now we're holding hands. Our heads are forward and up.
Nope.
Which direction?
We lie down. Now our heads are touching at the North Pole, and we're looking directly up.
Okay,
that's not looking east. That's not looking east. That's not looking west. That's not looking south.
Okay,
that's not
right.
We agree.
Right before you lay down, did you lay down stomach side or did you lay down?
We're head to head, on our backs.
Okay, and so what direction were you when you went down?
So wait. If we're head to head and we're on our backs, would you agree that if I'm looking north, then you're looking south, according to what you're saying? Or I'm looking east and you're looking west, according to what you're saying?
No, according to what you're saying, they would all be south. Every direction you're facing would be south.
Every direction. So we're looking at the North Star facing south. And which way are they going?
To west.
East to west. And when you go to the South Pole, they're going east to west?
East to west.
But they're going in opposite circles?
No, the same circle.
No, opposite circles. Because one's going clockwise, one's going counterclockwise, yes?
No, it's always going east to west.
Is one going counterclockwise, one going clockwise?
No, apparently now with the final experiment, they demonstrated it goes counterclockwise in the south also.
No, they didn't.
They didn't? Okay, hold on.
Where's this? Show me the time-lapse footage of this.
Yeah. Are you able to access the text chat?
Yeah, show me the time-lapse footage.
So we'll do this one step at a time. Hopefully,
hopefully they didn't mirror the camera.
No, it's not mirrored. So right here, look in text chat. So A or B.
I'm looking in the text chat.
Which way will the sun move? They're in the south. Will it go A, counterclockwise, or B, clockwise?
Wait, will it go which way?
Yeah, which way does it go? A or B?
I don't understand, because you're not telling me where you're looking right now.
Right. Yeah.
You're not looking. That's not looking up. That's looking. So I'm confused.
So the sun is down, or is the sun up?
No, we're talking about star trails, not the sun right now.
Yeah,
so
the sun follows the star field. The same. Everything moves east to west.
Okay, but I don't see where south is on this. Like where the sun's cross is supposed to be. So I'm confused. You're not giving me an orientation.
Yeah, the orientation is you're looking up at the sky. at the sun.
No, they're not. They're not looking up. They're looking horizontally. They're not looking up.
No, horizontally would be at the horizon. They're looking up.
But they're not. No, they're not looking up. They're looking.
In the video, you will see the camera is pointed up. You will.
Doesn't it look like it's pointed up? It looks like it's pointed about like 23 degrees above the horizon.
Well, there you need a flat Earth for that. Then, welcome to flat Earth.
No.
Yeah, 23 degrees above the horizon. That would be a flat Earth measurement.
No, it's not.
Is a curved Earth measurement?
Yes.
It's an angle measurement
of a curved Earth.
No,
of a tangent of the surface of the Earth. It's of a tangent of the surface. Yes, it is.
Yes, no tangent here, dude.
It's the tangent.
It's up from the plane of the horizon. It's an angle
tangent.
No,
of a tangent.
It's up from the plane of the horizon.
Of a tangent.
Here. There's no tangent here.
Yes, it is.
No, there isn't.
He's off on
the plane of the horizon.
The tangent is he's off on the tangent. Is what he's doing.
So basically, you're not showing me like where like the Southern Cross is in that picture, Crit. So like, try to do better.
Daytime.
Yeah, this is why this is interesting. They can't answer the question because they told you on their globe card.
You can't answer the question.
On the globe card, they got 24-hour sun, and they can't see the Southern Cross, so they don't know what direction they're facing. What a perfect!
No, you could just like have him like whip out a compass right there, like where we can see it.
Right there. Yeah. I put a clock right there. So if you were to go, if you go from the 12 o'clock position to the 11 o'clock position, is that clockwise or counterclockwise?
That would be clockwise.
Okay, I'll just a double check here. So you're saying that if the
from 10 o'clock to 1
12 o'clock to 11 o'clock.
Oh, 12 to 11, well, that would be counterclockwise.
Okay, and if it goes from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, what is that?
Yeah, that would be clockwise.
Okay, so in the south, what direction does the sun move?
In the south, which direction does the sun move?
Yeah.
That's a very general thing.
In the direction, what direction does the sky rotate? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
Clockwise.
So in this photo, will it go to the right or to the
clockwise left? Around the Southern Cross.
Okay, so in this photo right here, which way do you predict the sun to go?
I don't know where they are.
They're in Antarctica. This is the final experiment. This is a screenshot of the final experiment right before they start. Right before you.
Is the sun north? Is the sun to the north of them or to the south of them right now?
Holy shit! Just pretend like you didn't ask that.
No, I'm going to pretend like I did ask that. Is that sun to the north of them?
They're in Antarctica. Is the sun ever to the south of them?
In the sunrise, yeah, right. Well, the sun doesn't rise right now in Antarctica. So, tough. At what time is this?
That's tough, dude.
At what time is this?
This is daytime.
And at what time? At what time?
This is
what time?
This is a 12 o'clock position.
That's at 12 o'clock?
No, the 12 o'clock position on the clock.
No. Like, what time is it actually right there in this picture in Antarctica? What time is it?
Daytime.
That's not a time.
It's the only time they've given you is daytime.
Okay. Well, that's not enough information then. What time is it in this picture?
What would knowing the time of day do for you?
It would help me out which way they're facing.
Well, they're facing the sun from just about the South Pole. So which way are they facing?
Does a circle around them.
Yeah, well, sir.
So I need to know what time.
The sun does a circle. The sun does a circle all the way around them, clockwise or counterclockwise. All the way around. It goes. So which direction is that? To the right or to the left?
I mean, with your clock to the right, but if we like flip the clock over, then it'd be going to the left if you're facing the other way.
Randomly flip the clock over. The clock is orientated so in their 12 o'clock.
Can you just tell me what time this picture was taken?
Yeah, so you would the whole day.
Why are you just saying daytime? It's 24 hours of daytime, so that doesn't help
if
me.
you just follow the clock, like
it doesn't help me. What time of day was the picture taken?
Anytime you face the sun, all the way the sun moves all the way.
You could be facing the completely opposite direction in Antarctica. You can be facing any direction. The sun is always up right now, so that doesn't help me. What time of day was this picture taken?
Daytime.
Okay. It's 24 hours of daytime right now.
Yeah. So anytime
that doesn't help.
That's what I'm saying. Anytime you look at the sun, all 24 hours, which direction will it go? To the left or to the right? Anytime.
Again, we just went over this to the left and to the right. That doesn't work because
anytime.
Clockwise is both left to the right and to the right to the left, depending on if it's.
That's what I'm saying. Andy, this will show you
left to right doesn't help.
This will show you 24 hours. The sun moving one direction the whole 24 hours. Does it move
What
left?
time of the day was this picture taken?
Daytime.
What time during the day? What time during the day? What time during the day?
Daytime.
What time during the day?
During the day. Daytime.
What time during the day?
Okay, hold on. FES or FER. Why is the time important?
Because then I would know which way they're facing.
Wait a minute.
It doesn't matter. They're in Antarctica. There's a camera set up. Which way is the sun going around the camera? Clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Clockwise.
Which
That's
direction?
all we wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, which direction is that? To the right or to the left?
He said clockwise from the perspective of the camera. That's it.
Okay. Is that clock to the left or the right?
I don't know. Is it below the 3 o'clock or below the 9 o'clock, or is it above it?
The whole time. The whole
when
day.
You say left or right, is it I don't know which way I don't understand which you have to tell me the time of day it is. That's the thing. But you won't do that.
Okay,
so since
how about this?
To answer the question,
how about this?
Just pulled up to my job.
Pick any time you want during the day, whatever time it is. You pick. It does the same thing the full 24 hours. So pick the time you want. Just make it up. Just pull out your ass. Because it does this one thing the whole 24 hours. Doesn't change. So if you want to be 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. It won't matter. It moves one direction the whole 24 hours. No change. They bounce. Yeah. Figures.
Okay,
This is where they know they're done. This is their globe is over. This is Glover right now.
Glover.
I just have a question, if that's all right. It'll be real quick.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just really curious because I'm only just starting to learn about flat Earth and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering, in the flat Earth cosmology, what is the I don't know if there necessarily is a consensus, but what is the consensus view of the formation of the Earth?
The consensus here is that we don't have a claim to that.
Okay. That's all.
Yeah. I don't know. We don't like to do lore versus lore so much.
It's not really, yeah, that's fair enough. I just thought maybe it was a common curiosity for others. I'm not sure, but I could be wrong.
Oh, it's a curiosity. It's just we don't really use this chat to discuss it that much. Except, we do have a thing, Speculation Sunday, where we try to let loose a little bit, talk about stuff like that.
Are there any resources I can check out, to read more about, maybe to answer that question elsewhere in the meantime?
Send him a link to our channel. I think would be a good idea.
Yeah, I got a resource called Genesis. Most people will probably bring that up, to be honest, if you want a consensus. There you go.
Sorry, Janet. Am I understanding correctly? Do you mean Genesis as in the Bible? Or do you have a series called Genesis? I'm not... Sorry, I didn't understand.
You said consensus, and the Bible.
Oh, okay. Okay. And maybe just while we're on that topic, if I may, feel free to cut me off. This is off topic. Does that mean that the age of the Earth also conforms to, like, in your view, does the age of the Earth also conform to, like, the Bible's age?
No, man, not a clue.
Okay.
I should have probably just stuck with I don't know, but
the only reason I ask is
the reason why I use Genesis is because it's quite glorious to use Genesis, since the globe side uses Genesis also. So that's why we're able to get a consensus, because it cuts through both flat Earth and globe Earth. Then you take your personal interpretation. Like at Apollo 8, are you familiar with the Apollo program? Have you heard of it before?
I have heard of it. Yeah, I'm not Apollo 8. I'm not very strong.
Yeah, Apollo 8. Apollo 8 was supposedly did a flyby of the moon, and their mission dates included Jesus' birthday. So what they did as a special thanks to Jesus, they stopped flying to the moon. They turned their ship around, faced the Earth, and broadcasted a special Jesus birthday to the Earth. Really? By doing so, they read from Genesis and gave the glory to God before they turned back around and continued on the way to the moon.
I didn't know that.
So this is why it's interesting, because also in the firmament is referenced in Genesis, and you've got Bill Nelson, the director of NASA, constantly calling the sky the firmament. You've got Copernicus. Copernicus put the firmament right outside of Saturn. Von Braun, the first director of NASA, inscribed on his tombstone about going to the firmament, getting all the way to the firmament, and then put the biblical reference. I mean, we could go on and on. So when the heretic or another flat earther says, you ask a question, what is the consensus? The hard, fast consensus would be the book of Genesis.
Okay. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Now you would say, what is your personal interpretation of that?
Like
if you have one. Do you have one?
Right? Day 4 is the good day. That's the one we care about.
Yeah. I like day 7, because you got to kick your feet up once in a while.
Yeah.
When did day 7 end?
So, Sean, just very quickly, my friend, I sent you a link to our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth. If you scroll down to the bottom of that to additional information, you'll find lots and lots of resources, my friend.
Right, thanks.
Okay, when we need to where the sun sets on day 7.
What's the question about it? Use your interpretation.
If the sun doesn't set on day 7, day's not over.
Yeah. What day was the sun made?
Oh, day 4.
Okay, so how did you have, if your worldview in your interpretation that days require the movement of the sun, how do you explain day 1 through 3?
Well, once I got to day 4, I just started on like general relativity, and I'm still stuck there.
So you haven't gotten past day 4 yet.
Well, it says the point of day 4 is to learn time from studying the stars. So I'm like trying to do that.
But you got lost in the sauce.
Yeah, your path. Yeah, your path is kind of broken here. Maybe you're reading about, like, say, the stations of the cross, and when Jesus put the cross down, you shut the book. No, keep reading, dude. There's more to the story than that.
Oh. Do you believe in the long ending of Mark?
Do you know what I'm talking about, right? What the different stations of the cross?
I mean, in Mark, he gets crucified, and then...
Yeah, but, like, what does he drop? Does he drop at some point, does Jesus drop the crucifix, the cross? Does he drop it?
It depends who you ask.
Which station of the cross describes that he drops it?
But does he drop it in Mark? I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, he does. Does he drop it in all of them?
No.
Oh. So what do you do about the ones where he does drop it?
It's called witness testimony. Not everyone sees exactly the same thing.
I'm just trying to understand what Mark's trying to say, you know?
You try to get the best possible picture of what happened. Like,
I think
all the people.
Mark. I think that's what happened, right? They copied Mark.
Well, hey, if that's your interpretation, go ahead. So this is why when you asked for a consensus, do you have your consensus yet, or are you still confused?
I don't even think anybody knows who Mark is, you know, with modern scholarship.
Okay, well, there you go. Then don't use that eyewitness testimony.
Oh, but it's all based on Mark.
Not for you.
Okay. Yeah. I have to think about it like that. That's sort of like, I feel like that relativistic perspective, though, is like inspired by quantum mechanics, which is probably nonsense, you know?
Which you don't know anything about either, too, right?
Actually, that's my main interest now. That's what I got sidetracked after
You got a bunch of papers. You got some papers and scientific research, and you go into like research laboratories.
I have a ream of papers. They're all blank, though, but I did figure out a thing about quantum mechanics. I figured it out.
So your first state, in terms of consensus, your first day of creation or your first station of the cross would just be a bunch of blank papers.
Well, you know, I think the cross, doesn't that appear in like the newer books?
If quantum mechanics was your cross to bear, you don't even know what it looks like yet. You're still searching for it.
Okay, I mean, I'm not sure that's going to make sense because, like, there's a Lamb of God involved. There's some sacrifice stuff. I don't know what that has to do with quantum mechanics.
Say if quantum mechanics was your creation, you haven't even started day one. You're still wondering what it would look like. You're not even at the drawing board yet.
No, I don't believe in like the quantum math. I don't believe in that.
Okay, you don't believe. Yeah, you have a lack of belief.
No, but I also have like a belief in an alternative. So that's
a lack of belief with a belief. That's contradictory.
Yeah, there's one thing I don't believe and another thing I do.
That's irrational.
Oh, really? But those are two things, one of which I believe and the other inconsistent with that I don't believe.
Okay, so then you just added in some random variables that don't have anything to do with the topic at hand.
I thought the topic at hand was like on day 4, God says, this is all put here so you can study time.
No. The topic at hand was you were looking for some kind of consensus, and the answer given to you was Genesis.
Well, I mean, some people don't consent to that.
Then don't.
Oh, did I cut out? I said it's not a consensus, right?
No, it is a consensus. Both flat Earth and globe Earth.
What about the Quranist flat earthers? Do they believe in Genesis?
Yeah, there's also, they believe in Genesis too.
You couldn't consent shit out your ass.
Genesis 2? Because that one
also
Genesis 1 are like
Genesis
similar.
Genesis also.
Got it.
Yeah, just like Jewish people, they use the Bible. They call it the Quran.
They call it Tanakh.
I think most people in this day and age do not believe Genesis in terms of like the Earth was created in 7 days and.
Hey Phil, Professor Phil, you're not liking.
Because most of them have all these stupid ideas, like it's a ball that exploded out of nothing.
Oh, I'm not muted
anymore. Was there first, and they've got everything backwards and stuff. So.
Professor Phil, you haven't been muted for quite some time.
Oh, I haven't noticed.
Oh, okay.
Professor Phil wants to be muted. That way he can declare victory. He can be like, they're scared of me.
I don't have there's no victory here, mate.
You just act.
What are you talking about?
You just act badly in BC so that you'll have to be muted. And then
I'm just moving this nosy door, mate. It ain't nothing.
Yeah, and then you can go, they're all scared of me.
Most of you guys Christian or
well, you invited me in now, so you're not scared, obviously, to talk to me.
Okay, that's progress.
You used to be.
Oh,
But I never was. I don't know what you're talking about. You've been welcome here the whole time.
No, rubbish. I've been banned for years.
I've never banned you from here. This is my chat. I started this one just a little bit more than a year ago.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, it's a different channel, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not
all right.
the holster. Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, that's good. Well,
Let's have
thank
a
you
bad
for
time.
inviting me.
Even though we're on our own computers on the internet right now.
It's fun talking to you guys. So.
What percentage of flat earthers actually believe in Christianity? Like,
lots of globies do.
Yeah, but would you say that, like, I heard that something like 90% of flat earthers are Christian. Is that correct or not correct?
90%.
Oh, dear
probably.
God. No.
Probably 99% of globies are Christian.
Bullshit.
Because usually the flat Earth narrative is prevalent in Christianity. You know, because they didn't have an idea of a globe back then, I would assume. So
yeah, there's not many atheists around.
You can't be older than 40 conflating flat Earth and the Bible together. Great job, bud. Cheers.
But usually, I mean, back then they did think it was flat. I mean, up until like what, 1600s?
2,500 years ago. That's when they thought it was round.
Okay. So, like, the main reason why you think it's flat is not because of the Bible or whatever; it's for other reasons. Perhaps.
No, the Bible doesn't prove flat Earth. Flat Earth proves the Bible is correct.
Okay,
Mr. fucking Phil.
So, when it comes to the flatness of an object that's flat in space, I would assume that would have to be like intelligent and like designed by an intelligent designer.
Did he say flat object in space?
Yeah, well,
Yes,
it's not in space.
How come Demok's quiet? He's hilarious.
Does it float in space? Like where does it reside? Because if it happens,
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a Jedi mind trick. This is not the space you're looking for.
No, but I mean, like, there's no way it happens naturally, because it seems like there has to be some sort of intelligent designer to make it, because a flatness doesn't happen automatically. A sphere with gravity happens automatically.
A cool story, dude. Fucking fairy tales for you, eh?
No, I'm saying that a sphere is naturally occurring, not a flat
floating in space and fucking
gravity.
So let me get this straight.
into existence.
There's absolute nothingness. Gravity appears and then makes a sphere.
No, gravity.
Where the fuck did the spheres come from, dude?
No, gravity's a symmetric.
What, everything just fucking popped up and it was there. That's it, right?
No, it's not like that. Okay.
Well, what is it like then, man?
With gravity, it tends to create spheres.
Where the fuck did gravity come from, dude?
Gravity. Who knows where it came from?
I can explain gravity.
Well, that's probably
I'm
why
saying that it's a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Yeah.
So, when it comes to a flat plane with Earth on top of it, I mean, with like countries and whatever on top of it and land, it implies a intelligent designer that makes it. There's no way it can happen on its own. Would you agree?
No.
You think they would just happens on a flat Earth happens on its own by nature?
Well,
a flat earther would think that, right?
I mean, you're just saying a sphere does. Like, can you confirm that any naturally occurring sphere that you claim actually is a sphere?
Well, isn't it obvious that the moon is a sphere? By the way,
Can you even confirm that that's naturally occurring? Because what if it's the same thing that you say the Earth is? It was constructed somehow. How do you know one way or the other?
Constructed. If you know the natural.
So my point is that you can't confirm that these celestials.
Gravity.
Yeah, but Mobius, my point is you can't verify that these celestials are either naturally occurring or spheres. You can't confirm either of those.
No, but the way gravity works is that it's symmetrical. So it occurs like on all sides, like all around an area. So then if you have any clump of any material, enough of it will clump into a
story, dude. You got an origin story for the things in the sky.
No,
you
it's
weren't
not
there
a
to see any of
story.
the form. Yes, it is. It's a model. It's a representation. It's not necessarily.
So are you saying that Einstein's general relativity, okay, which describes
experiments that verify
quantum mechanics, describes this? You think that's just like a thing that's like makes no sense?
It's a description, dude. You just said it yourself. That's all it is. It's
you want me to explain
an idea of how this stuff came to be. It's a model. It's a mathematical.
You want me to explain it?
No, that's why you keep getting me to for this guy.
Yeah, hold on, Phil. We'll get in here. The main thing is that even if you use Einstein or Newton, you still have the same answer to your first question. Their consensus was God did it through Genesis.
No,
so you haven't.
No.
Oh, yes. Newton was virtually his whole life study. Like people,
forget about Newton.
No, hold on. We'll take it one step at a time. We'll go chronological. Newton, he was a incel who played with dolls, never married.
He was not an incel.
Okay, we can look. I'll demonstrate it for you if you need to. Just don't blurt. Okay, let me get it out, and you can counter. Yeah, he never had one relationship romantically with a woman.
Oh, I'm saying
but that doesn't mean he's an incel, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what incel means.
It does not mean an incel. Incel means
involuntary. He could have wanted not to engage with women. You don't know that.
No, it was involuntary.
Yeah. How do you know that?
How do you know that it was?
Because he had.
Maybe it was voluntary.
No, because people said he had romantic relationships with his doll collection.
Oh my god.
Again, but
that aspect, just forget about it.
But if he just liked dolls more than women, it would be voluntary still.
That's what I'm talking about. So he wanted to be.
It's very disrespectful.
But he wasn't involuntary celibate.
Okay, and then his
basically made most of science.
No, he made most of the Bible. He made most of the Bible interpretation. He wrote over 1 million pages interpreting the Bible.
Whoever gave you that source is lying to you.
Newton was religious, okay? Just get that.
How do you know?
Because he wrote about it.
How do you know it's not photoshopped, what you read?
Oh my god. Can somebody point me to one single sphere that was naturally formed? Just one, that they can actually verify. They can actually verify. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. That's one. Good. Keep going.
Spheres are natural. It naturally forms in nature all over the place because it's a symmetrical object.
You said eyeballs.
Well, he named bubbles.
Oh, I thought eyeballs because bubbles or eyeballs. That's counter to gravity. They push outward, not pull inward.
Guys, I've got another one. Pearls. Pearls are spherical as well.
Okay, so we got bubbles, eyeballs. He said pearls.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah,
when it comes to grand objects, big objects, once you start clumping big objects, it turns into a sphere.
I don't know if we can take eyeballs because then you'd have to prove that the origin of man was just like naturally occurring and that there was no design.
Okay.
I don't think we can put that one on the table.
Yeah, good.
Big clumps of matter naturally form spheres.
Where do you see this?
The sun, on the moon. So you don't think the sun is a sphere?
No, the sun's not a sphere.
Oh my fucking god!
How would you know?
If anybody's got some questions, I'll hang around. Otherwise, I'll shoot through. Okay.
Oh yeah.
We'll see again. No problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to explain gravity quickly to you?
Yeah. Let's hear Phil's gravity.
What is the sun?
We're gonna hear.
What is that big shiny ball in the sky? What is it?
The sun is a fusion reactor.
You've got questions. Now we got Professor Phil who's going to give you answers. Okay, so listen instead of talk.
All right, so I'm going to explain gravity to you very simply, okay? Exactly. All right. So if you think about space-time as time moves on whether you like it or not, and space is there whether you like it or not. Now, if you think about if there was absolutely nothing there, no objects at all, then both space and time would be uniform things. Okay, now, because the Earth is there and all the other things, because they are in this space, they actually warp this space. They change its nature. It used to be nice and even. It's no longer nice and even now. So what happens is that it creates what we call a gravitational field. All around it, there's a gravitational field. So anything that's got mass has a gravitational field. Right? Just like a magnetic field, just like an electric field, a field. Now, the point is that we got no way. How do we know and how do we measure this field? How did we actually know this field even existed? Well, one of the ways we noticed was if you drop two objects, they hit the ground at the same time. They accelerate towards the ground. We think, well, why the hell do they accelerate? There must be something that's causing this thing to accelerate towards the ground. And not only accelerate, no matter how big and heavy it is, they accelerate at the same rate. So therefore, that tells us that the field is the same for everything that's caught inside that field. So what do? We say, well, how the hell can we measure it? Well, you know what? We can measure acceleration. We can measure how fast something hits the ground and how fast, how much it changes velocity as it heads towards the ground. That's the way we'll do it. So we'll say, okay, so if we measure gravitation, that tells us how the strength of the gravitational field. They're different things. The acceleration and the field are different things. Acceleration, that's just the tool that we use to measure the gravitational field. Okay? So there's a gravitational field and there's how we measure it. Now,
what kind of nonsense is this, man?
You're making a leap.
What can we use to prove that this is true? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. All over the world, they have mineral deposits. Okay? And wherever there's a mineral deposit, it's going to be more dense or less dense. So, if we take something where we can measure the acceleration at a particular spot, so we take a machine out there, we measure the gravitation there, we measure it over there, we measure it there, and we say, well, shit, that's a lot of bloody acceleration over there. That must be really dense in that area. And then we dig it up and bang, there goes some minerals. We find some minerals. Jeez, that was amazing.
Yeah, there's something really dense in this area as well.
Yeah, so wherever we take this machine and we say, well, okay, well, if we want to look for some minerals, take this machine around, measure the acceleration, and because the acceleration measures the gravitational field, that's able to tell us where there's some really, really dense stuff deep underground. It's not magic. Okay? So that's how we know that and that's the proof of it. The proof of it is that how the hell it's not magic. We don't go digging.
So basically, you could summarize to dense stuff causes downward acceleration.
You bet.
And redshift measures it. Redshift measures gravitation.
And now this other idiot's talking about redshift, which is a sidebar.
A left field thing. Else, okay? Yeah. Redshift just tells us about how fast. Redshift is the Doppler effect. Okay? So you know what the Doppler effect is?
Well, I mean, to summarize all that crap, can you provide a scientific experiment which shows, dense stuff causing downward acceleration?
Absolutely. I just told you. You told me.
I just wonder if you could cite it.
No. I told you. So a modern day evidence for this will be the machine that you take out.
Do a citation. Just fucking post it.
Just look up gravimeter. Just look up gravimeter.
Okay.
That works. Okay.
Let's try a real world example here. Okay. Well, Prof, just 1 second. A real world example would be in terms of the applications of the Einstein's general theory of relativity. Because one of the main implications is time dilation, okay, and without time dilation, the satellites that control the satellites that control the actual gravitational. What do you call the
Okay,
you're right.
No.
I won't cut you off. I'm just telling you. I know what you're telling me. I've spent the last 12 years working with the satellites, so I know.
Yeah,
we do have to adjust. We have to adjust the time. We have to adjust the time on the satellites because of time dilation. Time dilation's a thing. It's real. Those clocks go out of sync, and if they do...
Sir, do you have an experiment for your earlier claim or not? Come on, man.
I told you the experiment for the early claim. What we do is take this machine called the gravimeter out to the field.
What was the
and look for mineral deposits that are deep underground.
Excuse me. What was the experiment? Yeah. What was the experiment titled?
The first experiments back in the 1970s, when I first started working with this, was back in the 70s when we were actually testing out these machines to see if it actually worked. Okay, that's
so
the
gravimeter. What's the independent variable? What's the experiment? Dude, what's the experiment? What's the independent and what's the dependent variable? Go ahead.
The independent variable is the location that you take the gravimeter to.
Okay, so location causes rate of downward acceleration.
You change the location, and the location of where you are changes the gravitational field strength. The gravitational field strength changes with the location that you are, based on what minerals there are.
Wait a minute. You got to clearly define your variables here. Which one is which? The independent is location.
It doesn't matter.
And dependent is what?
If you don't understand it, I'm cool with that.
That was a great deal for an experiment, bro.
If you don't understand it, I'm cool with that.
You're looking at.
Do you understand? Do you understand?
Maybe you don't understand.
Just listen for a bit?
I don't understand because I don't think you do. I need you to tell me clearly
listen to a bit?
Which variable is which. Independent is location. I will listen when you tell me which is the dependent.
Probably be the strength of the magnetic field, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course. The acceleration of the ball is the thing that changes.
Okay, that's excellent. Can you cite it now? Can you cite it? That's great. We have your claim now.
Look up gravimeter. That'll do. I'm not going into
is that the name of the
Google for you.
Is the experiment called gravimeter? Will I find that?
Yeah, just search for gravimeter in Google.
Could you just do the citation? Could you just post a citation just so I can have it?
There'll be plenty of them in gravimeter. Just look up gravimeter in Google Scholar.
Well, I mean, I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to go on a.
Neither do I. I don't want to do that either.
Well, I mean, it's your claim, though. I mean, I thought you would have this.
I'm having enough trouble getting around this bloody thing. All right, I'm not going to do that.
For Christ's sake, dude! All I need you to do is post a citation in the chat. Just DM it.
I don't know how to. So fuck off.
It's there. It's posted.
Sir, are you saying that are you saying that gravimeter instruction manuals have the experiment inside of them or something like this?
Look up Google Scholar and you'll have a scientific paper on the use of gravimeters, okay?
Yeah, I just need an experiment. You gave her.
I don't want you to look up an instruction manual.
You more or less gave us your hypothesis claim. Now I just want to see it cited. Let's see the work. Let's see who actually did this and tested it out. Went to the field.
I told you, go to Google Scholar and look it up.
No, you do it. It's your claim.
No, I don't care.
Okay, well then we'll just discard. I
don't give my students I don't give the sightings to my students. I tell them to go and look for it.
Fucking claim. We'll just discard everything the professor said as a tall tale.
I don't care. You're free to do that. Do your discarding if you like. I don't care.
Well, I mean, you didn't back it up, so yeah, I'm just going to hand wave it. Thank you.
Well, fine. Okay, good. Okay, well, I just explained to you how gravity works, okay? And how a gravimeter works.
I know, Professor, you told us a story.
If you don't like it, it's cool.
I was hoping for something slightly more academic than that, Professor. Thank you for the story, though, nonetheless.
This is as academic as it gets. So this is what I tell my students.
And then refusing to cite
my students say, Professor, what is an example? What is an example of how we can test if there's a gravitational field exists? So I explain to them how we discover.
Oh my God!
How we use a gravimeter.
Oh my God! I can't listen to any more of it because this is what he does. After a certain point, it gets to a brick wall. You're like, okay, can you back it up? Can you cite it? Can you answer to this? Can you answer to this rebuttal or whatever? Blah blah blah. And then he won't, and then he just repeats the claim ad nauseum. So.
Well, I just want to go back to the GPS satellites. Okay, the GPS satellites, okay, would be completely off sync if it wasn't for these equations of general relativity. Okay, you'd be off by kilometers. So, how do you explain that? Once you incorporate,
are you saying that general relativity is true because satellites work? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean the preciseness of the satellites is because of incorporating the general relativity theories. Okay, so
you're saying So you're saying general relativity is true because satellites work accurately, yeah?
No, well, these GPS satellites, because of they take into account time dilation, because time does
yes or no?
Time is faster around the orbit versus the Earth because time.
Is that yes or no then, sir?
Closer to the Earth. Right?
So you're saying all these theories are proving
down closer to the Earth means
So you're saying all this is proven because satellites work, yeah? So yes or no?
It's not because satellites work. Okay, it's because of the fact that. It's no coincidence that these equations describe the time actually slowing down closer to the Earth versus around the orbit. Okay, that means that that there's something really big to these equations. Okay, and if you did not have any, adjustment to these equations because of adjustment to the time of these satellites because of these equations, then it would GPS would be off by several kilometers. Okay, like probably fucking like 100 miles or something.
So you're saying general relativity has been proven true because satellites work accurately and efficiently.
No, that's just one application. Okay, we're talking about the precession of Mercury.
So that's not your claim.
Which is actually the biggest reason why general relativity was taken seriously is because Newtonian mechanics does not actually take into account the precession of Mercury's orbit. Okay, which is a very tiny perturbation of Mercury's orbit. All of a sudden, general relativity comes in and cures it. I mean, completely solves that. Along with there is this thing called gravitational lensing. With light going around galaxies or whatever, with telescopes you can see this. So it proves the warping of space.
That's true.
Warping of space implies gravitation having this warping effect. Okay, so it's not.
How do we know anything that's true, sir?
What?
How do we know anything of what you've said is true? How would we know what you said is true?
Einstein's general relativity has been proven through experiments. It's not just a series of equations. It's not just a series of equations. It's many experiments. I told you about the precession of Mercury. I told you about the time
dilation. Which experiments? Post it. Which experiment? Describe.
I want to hear
There's so many of them. There's like 10 experiments.
Explain one of them. Pick one and explain it.
You talking about the Einsteinian one?
I'm not going to explain each experiment. How am I supposed to know the ins and outs of these experiments?
Pick any one of them and explain it. Go ahead.
Okay, let's talk about gravitational lensing. Okay, you can even see this in telescopes. There's little lines around
Where's the experiment for it? Come on.
See, what you're doing is, okay, you're saying all these experiments that have been done in the past.
You're not showing me any experiments. You're not showing any experiments.
The thing is, you can go and you can do a Google search to see all.
Why don't you show me the experiment? You're the one claiming it. Come on, you're like the other guy, man. You're losing your feet. Come on.
There's one in the side chat. There's one in the side chat.
And actually find these experiments.
Did someone post one in the side chat? Let's have a look.
Do you have GPS on your phone?
You got Professor Phil here.
It's really an observation.
You have GPS on your phone. You have GPS on your phone.
Why is this idiot talking when we got Professor Phil here?
No, I'm saying, how does GPS work on your phone?
Yeah,
how does it know where you are?
Sit down and shut up, because we got Professor Phil who can explain it.
How do you know where you are with your phone?
I can't explain it. Wait, whoever posted this Eddington thing, whoever posted that, the first line says it was an observational test. So it wasn't an experiment then.
That's exactly what I said. It's more of an observation than an experiment. This is the link name. The link is
experiment, is it? I mean, they called it an experiment, but it's not really an experiment, is it?
You don't actually know what an experiment means, do you?
So what's the dependent variable? What's the independent variable?
What fool told you that had to be the case for an experiment to happen?
The definition for scientific.
Which fool told you that there's only one way to do an experiment?
Harvard professors told me that.
Which was the fool who told you that there's only one way to do an experiment?
Yeah, my science
professor told me that. Harvard professor, the entirety of the Harvard Mechanical School told me that.
Do you guys have an experiment for proving flat Earth then?
You're just an idiot.
No, that's a shape. Or well, that's geometry.
Yeah, but if you want to learn about experiments, I'm an experiment. I've been doing them for the last 55 years.
You've never been to Harvard, sir. You know nothing.
Do you have an experiment?
Observational experiments are a real thing. What are you talking about?
No.
So why do you believe in flat Earth?
Surface property, dude. That's not a cause and effect relationship. That's what experiments are for, cause and effect.
How do
I'm asking, do you have an experimental proof flat Earth?
How does your cell phone know where you are on
the same spot? It's not spinning that fast.
You think you got a
How does it know where you are?
Holy fuck! How many different conversations are happening right now?
Oh, I mean, how does your cell phone know where you are? Your location.
Why did Professor Phil get muted?
I'm talking about health insurance.
Because he was shouting through everybody. No shit.
We had
Could you guys link an experiment proving flat Earth?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so flat, that would be a surface property. You wouldn't do an experiment to determine that.
So wait, how do you know the Earth is flat?
Oh my god, dude. It's a surface property. You don't perform experiments to determine surface properties.
Yeah, but how do you know it's the whole thing is flat?
Hey, look, I'm just going to put you on mute if you don't actually listen to the answers to your questions. Otherwise, you're just talking through people for no reason.
It's a surface property, right? But we're talking about the shape of our planet.
No, we're not.
We're not talking about flat Earth?
No, there's no planet Earth. We're not talking about a flat planet. No.
Planet doesn't exist? The thing we live on?
Planets exist. You don't live on a planet, well, unless you can prove that you do, but I don't see any evidence for that.
What do we live on? Where are we right now?
We live on the Earth. I don't see any similarity between it and those things.
What is the Earth?
Okay, so what is the shape of the Earth?
Okay, I don't know the shape, but the surface is generally planar, it would seem, which therefore means it cannot.
So you're observing. That's an observation. Can you give me an experiment?
Yeah, so water's flat and level when it's at rest.
That's an observation. Can you give me an experiment?
Yeah, I was just telling you how water's observed to be flat, right?
Yeah, but I want an experiment. Observation, please.
I told you the first thing
It's an observation.
You're not listening, so you might as well not. Yeah, no, you're not.
I'm doing exactly what you're doing to that poor guy. You guys don't understand that you can observe. You
can't be listening because you're talking while I'm giving you the answers that you're asking for. So there's no way you're listening. Plus, you also demonstrated you didn't listen to the first thing I answered you with, and I said it like 3 times. So are you just going to waste our time?
I'm just asking you what's the shape of the Earth, and you said you look at it and it looks flat. That's what you said to me.
No, I didn't say that. You're just hearing things. I don't know.
No, you said that.
No, maybe just let the crystal meth wear off and then try again. Who else is next?
You guys have to understand gravity. It's a very strange notion. People in Australia are literally upside down.
Anyone
the water
ask you what gravity is?
The opposite of where we are. It seems like, people. If you think about, if you're talking to somebody in Australia right now, they're literally upside down. It's weird.
Dude, who are you talking to right now?
Everybody. Gravity is a weird thing. It's hard to wrap your head around.
Anyone you're talking to right now? Who are you talking to?
Everybody doesn't believe in gravity.
Okay, yeah. Who is that?
Which is everybody.
Okay, so even yourself. Okay, let's get Professor Phil here. He's a college professor. This guy has a blank piece of you, Morbus, have a blank piece of paper. I'd rather hear the guy who's actually wrote his name down on something at least. You haven't even done that yet.
Wrote his name down on something?
Yeah.
It's the same.
Go ahead, Professor Phil. I know it's difficult. Hey, Professor Phil, just real quick. I know it's frustrating when you got a bunch of rank amateurs trying to overtalk you. Okay.
Go ahead. It's okay. Listen. So experiments. There are about as many experiments as there are ways of doing experiments as there are experiments being done. So one of the chief ways of doing experiments is to observe something. Okay, observe and record. So you make a hypothesis and you say, this is what I expect to see. This is what the prediction that I make. Now I'm going to do a test to see if to see and design the experiment to see if this actually happens. I observe it happens. Now, mostly when we're doing that type of experiment, we're actually trying to falsify it. Falsifying is actually the strongest way to do science. Okay, you want to try and show that it doesn't happen.
But Phil, I thought experiments were only valid if you had an independent and a dependent variable, and that was the correct scientific experiment procedure.
Is this a Phil? Is this a scientific
That's absolute nonsense?
Is this a scientific experiment, Phil?
In an experiment, you always observe the result.
There isn't just the quantum eraser version of experiments. Okay,
Phil, I'm asking you: is this a scientific experiment?
Which particular is what a scientific experiment?
What you're claiming is to be an experiment. What you're talking about?
Observation? Yes.
Observation is an experiment.
Yeah, it's called observational experiment.
Experiment, yes, absolutely, it's experiment.
Just looking at something is experimenting.
Sure, absolutely. What you do is,
dude.
Okay,
observation is how you record things.
Is that a scientific experiment?
Of course.
Okay,
you guys do.
Okay, now shut your mouth. Your name's not Phil. Shut up. Okay, so can you post a citation for the scientific method you're using that fits this description?
Okay. Can somebody there do this for me? Can you type in Google observational experiment, please?
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll do it for you, buddy. Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is going to be a scientific experiment. So I want the scientific method that
it will be scientific. Don't worry. Scientific.
The
word science.
Yeah, hold on. I want a citation. Yeah, no, I want a citation.
Scientific.
Be quiet. You're getting one.
Yeah, I want a citation.
Word scientific.
Okay, all right.
So, Phil, I have
no.
Okay,
no.
I'm asking him something. Hold on.
You're going to shut your mouth. Actually, that's.
Oh no, they might give us evidence. Oh,
okay.
Oh my goodness!
No, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to post it for Phil. You're not supposed to talk for Phil. Phil is the speaker. You're the do boy.
So I'm looking for a scientific experiment. So you're going to cite a version of the scientific method that does not use a hypothesis, including dependent independent variables. That's what we're looking for. Whatever fits the criteria what you just laid out and is regarded as a scientific experiment via the scientific method. Okay? Thank you. Just clarifying what we're looking for, okay?
Okay, so how we're going to...
They all use a hypothesis.
Okay, Professor Phil, one thing real quick. Okay, so I know you've got some tech issues, so we're going to have Sid here be your fetch boy. He's going to be your do boy.
Okay.
You tell him what to grab. He'll grab a screen cap and post it and say if that's good or not. Give him feedback. Right. So we're looking at stuff that is also matches what you're talking about.
Okay. Observational experiment. That'll do.
A scientific experiment?
Scientific is the pursuit of knowledge. That's all. Okay?
Okay, so this will follow...
using the word experiment.
Okay, so the observational experiment, so-called, is going to follow
What scientific experiment did you use to work out that the Earth is flat?
Is it going to... That's a non sequitur. Is it going to follow the scientific method? Is it going to follow...
You apply the same same thing to me.
Okay, no. You're not going to filibuster like this. I'm asking you if the observational experiment you're going to give the citation for follows the scientific method. Is that what we're dealing with?
Of course.
Okay, this is a citation for the scientific method, which will not be including dependent, independent variables, but will be following the criteria you laid out. Okay, I'm ready to hear it. Go ahead, post it.
There's stuff in the
I'm waiting for for the person helping out.
It's in the side chat already.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting. This is a revolution.
It's in the side chat. Phil, do you know how to open the side chat or no? Phil?
Man, I thought you said this guy was a college professor, man. Seems like some dropout school kid at the moment.
Hold on. Yeah, so we've got a link. We don't have a citation though. Let's see. We have Gizmo who posted a chat GPT response. What? We don't have a citation yet.
Yeah, come on, boys.
Do you want an ML
come on, college professor?
The site that he's citing, or
I think we have to tell the professor what a citation is. Unfortunately,
doesn't the professor have a book on his shelf that he can just look this up in? No,
you really are a piece of work. You piece of shit. I've spent the last 55 years as a fucking educator, and you're going to tell me how to do a citation? You fucking piece of shit.
Look, looks like wherever you've been educating, they've wasted their money.
Like, you can operate satellites.
Oh yeah, every year my students graduate, get 6 figures.
Oh, shut up. You can operate satellites, but you can't operate Discord to post a motherfucking citation. But you're supposed to be this great academic, dude. Oh, come on.
Yeah. And his evidence for his great teaching skills is they earn a high salary at the end. Wow, what a fraud.
Feel for your students.
I mean, that would be a pretty good.
That would be really shitty, sir, because if I made a bunch of crappy salesmen, they'd make a lot of money. It wouldn't mean they're highly educated, would it? Come on now, think about it.
In the thing that you taught them.
Blah, 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 whatever, dude.
Get your fucking salesman to design buildings.
Whatever, dude. Post the evidence to your crappy claims. Post your fucking citation, man. Stop getting sidetracked.
To design buildings, you fucking moron.
Hey,
Come on, old timer.
Phil, is that what you do with your students when you make an assignment for them? Like they just tell you, hey, fucking find it yourself, man. Screw you. I'll find the evidence for this paper myself. And you go, yeah, that's fair.
The most common light redirection that everybody knows is a reflection, right? You've experienced that in your life. You see a reflection, you know light's bouncing back at you, right? It's hitting the surface and it's bouncing off at an angle. That's governed by a law called the law of reflection, right? And refraction also has a law that governs it called the law of refraction. And when you look it up, it doesn't apply to the atmosphere. So the claim that they say, well, it's refraction causing this is false. Now, here's the problem. What they meant to say was it's optical. And so they're just using refraction, which is what I already told you. They're just going to say it's an optical effect. Now, they don't know what optical effect is causing it. They have no idea how to quantify it. It's just an excuse. It's just a word that they sprinkle on the steak before they even taste it. It's like, here's a nice steak made by your mother. Oh, give me the salt. I'm going to pour it all over. Doesn't matter.
See, and that's like what I was bringing up the other day too. I'm glad you clarified, because refraction always confused me. Where I was wondering, is it something they made up to further the claim, or is it something that they're perverting that is real, but they're just perverting the use?
They're perverting it. You're correct. They're perverting it. So the principles of refraction, reflection, and the consequences of those things is well known. It's a demonstrable fact that occurs. However, in the case specific where they need to claim it, what they did is, here's what actually happened in history, bro. They looked at the stars. They made all these assumptions about the stars in relationship to the Earth. They constructed this entire cosmology based on those assumptions, and then they reinterpreted their views from those assumptions. So what happened was they said the celestials are here, the stars and the sun, compared to the Earth. Then what happened is they started getting observations that didn't match their geometry claims. So they said, wait a minute, the only way this is possible is if light is not taking the path we think it is. Since I already want to keep my claim of the model I created of the Earth relative to the other objects, I'm just going to claim that the light bent. And so they just claimed it, and that's all it ever has been, a claim.
Right, because they can't go back on the foundation of what they're claiming, so they have to make it fit with perverting some law of science. I got it.
Yeah. And rather than just make up something new completely and totally out their butts, they picked something that everybody can validate for themselves, that everyone's experienced. So you've experienced refraction too. Like, if you look into a river, you stand in a river and look down at your legs, they're crooked under the water. Like, that's refraction. And then you see your face looking back at you, that's reflection. So you've experienced these two things your whole life. So if somebody uses these terms, you're like, oh yeah, those are real. Now, back up one step, dude. They did the same thing with the term science. Like, Elbow was correctly critiquing you for miscategorizing science where it didn't apply on geometry, and they fooled everyone into thinking that the shape of the Earth is a science question when it isn't. It's a geometry question. And the reason why, my friend, is because people are established from childhood that science is an arbiter of truth, that it has a systematic methodology that results in a truth statement. And so if you sprinkle science on the steak before you even put it down, people are like, oh, yeah, that steak looks delicious, covered in science.
Makes sense. I just remember when refraction was talked about back when Scott was here, that you guys did stump him on the question of, well, like, what's the maximum distance where refraction changes how we perceive what we're looking at? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, wait, how can you not know, but you're claiming this is what's distorting what we're seeing? I thought that was pretty funny.
Right, and then there's the other types who, if you say how much long of an observation would you concede that what you claim refraction is couldn't achieve the result you needed to achieve, and they will reply, no, refraction is such that no matter what observation is given, refraction can explain it, making it unfalsifiable. So like you said, Scott yielded his hand, and that guy yielded his hand. That their refraction is just an excuse that they use after the fact.
It was really funny too, because I was here so many times when you guys debated him, and he always had some answer for something, and to hear him say that he couldn't answer or didn't know was like just hilarious.
Well, he also had another answer which was very telling, and that was this: that if indeed he found out the Earth was flat, he would check himself into a mental institution, because he would no longer be able to trust himself. Because he said that my faculties have informed me that the Earth is a globe so obviously that if I found out that I was mistaken, that I would doubt my faculties and I would check myself into a mental institution. Now, notice how he didn't say, oh, if it turned out that the Earth was in fact flat, I would just say, oh, maybe I was mistaken, and then I'd accept my mistake and go about my life. No, why did he have to make it so dramatic? I don't know. That's for him to answer.
Well, I think it's because his ego is attached to the belief in a significant way, especially given that he's defended it to the extent he has. So he's kind of like,
Yeah, there'd also be a high probability he'd have to give up his atheism as well. So I think that's a defense mechanism. Check himself into a hospital rather than give up atheism. But that's neither here nor there. The main thing I wanted to tell you as a new guy is like claims that can be parsed out with quantities. The quantities have to be taken into consideration. So, for example, someone might say, like you guys were talking earlier, that Neil said it's chubbier at the bottom, so why don't I have a picture of a chubby Earth? Well, if their claim of the chubbiness is in such a way that you couldn't really discern it at that scale, then you wouldn't expect to see like this dramatic pair floating in mid space, right? So to then say, oh, this image is contradictory, it would kind of make you look silly if somebody pressed you on the particulars, wouldn't it?
right.
You'd be putting yourself in a bad light saying they claim it's 20 miles difference. That'd be subpixel in this image, but you say it should be a dramatic pair. So it just shows that you're not actually properly scrutinizing the info, and you probably believe in flat Earth because you saw it on YouTube and just thought it was cool. Now, I'm not saying that's what you did, but that would be a worthy critique of somebody who's your opponent.
I guess.
So always do your due diligence, brother. Don't just take it on face value. Go look at the data. Go look at the numbers. Go look at the primary sources. Go read the quotes that people claim, people quote. Or you know what's an even easier way to do it? Demand that the other person giving you information provide the sources for their info. And don't do it in a rude way. Just be like, hey, I'd like a citation for that. I want to, dot my T's, cross my I's.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you guys have any claims? And if not, it's fine. I'm just curious because I know there's no model. But do you have any claims of what's
No, there is a model. There is a model. Before you go on, there is a model, but we can revisit that later. But go ahead with your question.
Well, I guess that's if you do have a model, and I'd be curious to see it actually if we're going to go down this, because I think that's the heart of my disagreement. So can you show me that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the model of flat is all points on the surface, on the extent of the surface, greater than the extent of the height, are arranged between two parallel horizontal planes. That's the model. Full stop.
But there's no conceptualization of this. This is just verbal.
No, dude, look, all points of the surface are arranged between two horizontal parallel planes. You could try to draw that however you think serves the purpose, but conceptually it's a drawing that cannot be drawn because it's infinite, right? And it's infinite in concept and indefinite in practicality. What I mean by that is two parallel planes are infinite, correct? Like a line is an infinite ray. A ray is a portion of a line. that's in one direction, but a line goes in both directions, and it just goes forever. So if you take two horizontal parallel lines and you arrange the points of the surface of the Earth, they're all going to fall between them. No matter how big it is, right? It could be much, much bigger than we know. Who knows? It doesn't matter.
Okay, but if we haven't been beyond like the ice wall or whatever, how can we make how can we know the definitive of the claim without exploring the full aspect of what we're on?
Well, that would be the difference between the type of shape. So, for example, if the surface of your table is flat, you're not including the legs in that equation, are you?
No.
Right? Nobody includes the legs in the equation of did I make a flat table when I planed my table, right? So it's not part of that. It's not part of the argument.
Okay.
Now you'll notice how in that model, which is just a model of flat, that's just literally the functional mechanical definition of flat itself, dude. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I think I'm getting it now. You guys aren't necessarily making a claim of the structure, but more so just the flatness aspect of it.
Correct, which is what we have access to. And likewise, I didn't include the sun in that. I didn't include the moon in that. Because just like the table legs, the lampstand in your kitchen are also irrespective of whether or not your table's flat. If your table's flat, the mood lighting that you have when you're about to have a romantic dinner doesn't change the shape of your table. And the table legs don't change the shape of your table, do they?
Yeah. Okay. So I have a better understanding of what you guys are saying now. Okay.
So when Globers ask us for a model, in their minds, they want to see a flat Earth pizza disc floating in the cosmos with all these celestial objects that they believe in some three-dimensional location relative to the shape of the Earth or relative to the object location in free space. Like, that's what they're imagining because they've been pre-programmed to expect that. But that just has so many assumptions. Like, one assumption is that the Earth is a particular object in a particular relationship to the other objects, and not that the Earth is the star of the show, maybe the floor, maybe the center, right?
Right. Which I guess gets to my question, and maybe you guys can explain it in a better way than what I've heard, is why is it not something that we're able to model based off what we know?
Because no one's been to the extent of the boundaries of the depths or the extent of the boundaries of a vantage point where they can turn around and look at the thing. So it's entirely speculation. The model speculations are there.
But what about the model based on the extent of what we have knowledge to?
Well, the only possible thing you could be asking for in regards to that when it comes to the surface of the Earth is the particular arrangement of the land, right? Relative to its location in the water, relative to each other, or, a topographical top-down map, right? Now, to construct such a thing is problematic. Like, for example, the old map of the old world, took hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years to map, and it took money of kings and queens, right? So, the flat Earth, quote-unquote, resurgence, let's call it for lack of a better term, has been around for a decade. And rest assured, there are a few flat Earth millionaires, but there's no kings, queens, or billionaires interested in mapping the flat Earth. So so many people have attempted to by using things that they can have access to that are on the cheap, like, for example, cell phones, angles to the sun. Antonio Subarats did that. Yeah, maybe, but flight paths are kind of arbitrary, right? They can't be controlled, but you could do it yourself if you could take the reins of the plane. So yes, it is possible, at least in principle. It's just not practical in a sense that the amount of time and money and effort that's been put in would yield a true result yet. However, Trent, check this out. Interestingly enough, on the horizons of the future, coming down the pike is supposedly a 3-axis atomic gyro that's able to do like a dead reckoning positioning from its original location and chart a three-dimensional line, much like in a video game map. And in principle, that if that device acts in the way in which they claim it acts, you could just take it all around and find out that everywhere you went, you maintained the same altitude and didn't rotate, and that would prove that you were on a flat surface. And it would map you out, and it would digitally record it. That would be pretty good, and it would be relatively inexpensive.
So, if I'm understanding, because I do want to know, are you saying that it is possible that one day we could get this model or map based on what we're talking about, but it's just not achievable yet because the resources and time and money to create such a thing is not something that anyone's putting their resources towards, but it's possible.
Yeah, right. And like I said, some people have. Don't get me wrong. Some people have tried, like Subarats, and how he did it was a bunch of people across the surface of the Earth sighting the sun at different times and correlating them together. Go ahead.
I was just reiterating your point when he clarified it is technically possible, but it's a gargantuan type of task. It would take an awful lot of time, an awful lot of resources, and if we're talking about mapping the world, well, you can't just freely march into people's countries and start surveying it, can you? So it's going to take a lot of time. You're going to have to ask. It's a huge task, dude.
Right, and then we have the same problem that they had in the first place, which is how do you coordinate all the measurements? That's the key. So how they coordinated the measurements in the past were from angles to the things in the sky. They used the things in the sky to retro-engineer their locations relative to the previous location. So they said, well, if I'm here and there's this angle to the sky thing, and you're there and there's this angle to the sky thing, then we can make these conclusions about our relative locations to each other. Well, if their assumptions about the three-dimensionality of the object in question relative to where you're at is wrong, then maybe your output is wrong, and maybe that's how we arrived with this idea that we're on a globe in the first place. So you need a more efficient methodology that actually deals with the surface itself relative to itself, not relative to something else.
Gotcha. I guess the reason I'm asking this is because, and the reason I wanted to ask you guys the definitive of, is it even possible, but just no resources? Because if that is possible, but we just don't have the resources, then it kind of discounts the other theory that it's because every model that's tried to been made by other communities in the past of flat Earth, and they've all been they haven't meshed with other things that we know, such as how the sun moves and things like that. I'm almost curious: is it something that can be mapped at all? If it might be changing, I don't know. That's the question for me.
Well, you made the mistake. You made the mistake, bro. You said, "Can it be mapped?" And the errors were with the assumptions of where the celestials are. You have to remove the celestials from the equation. It's the only way to get a true accurate result on the ground. You have to come up with a different way to mediate all your different measurements together. Because if you use the sky, you're going to end up with the same problem, which is that the celestials can't be triangulated. Okay, that's the problem for globe earthers. That's a problem.
Oh, they don't have a set pattern.
No, they can't be spatially coordinated with triangulation methods to know their true location in free space relative to your location. Okay, that can't be done on either view. So to use them to try to chart the Earth accurately, you're going to always have conversion errors or assumptions that result in errors. You have to find a way to do it on the ground without using the sky. And so, for example, that gyro that I told you, that would be one methodology that could efficiently do it, at least in theory.
I guess I'm wrong, but I was under the understanding that those things in the sky is the most efficient because those have set patterns that go over areas, right?
Do I have a question?
When it comes to the light, hold on, bro. He asked the question. No, he asked the question. It's his turn to get his answer, not your turn to ask a different question. So you bench your question, and when we're done talking to him, then we'll ask. You can answer your question. All right. Fair. All right. So the answer to your question is The only thing we have is ultimately is the arrival angle of the light of the celestials at that particular location. We don't know their true locations in free space. So to start making geometric claims about locations just based on arrival angles of light isn't necessarily going to yield truthful results. So again, the only way to really know is to measure the Earth in a manner that doesn't require the lights in the sky. It's the only way to truly know.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question. What do you think about the Flat Earth Society?
Controlled opposition.
Does the Flat Earth Society fund any kind of groups on Discord, etc.?
Don't know. Go and ask them.
No,
they're like a troll group. They're like a troll group. So they just put out a bunch of nonsense claims so that when people go looking into Flat Earth, they look at them and then they dismiss the idea as nonsense because they put out silly claims. So don't be looking to the Flat Earth Society for any genuine information, would be my advice.
I would not.
Okay, cool. What's up, everyone?
I guess I have one more question.
Go on, man, with your question. Sorry, dude.
What?
Oh, is he done, or is he still? Are you guys still talking to him?
Yeah, he's done. He's done.
Okay, so I guess, and I want to loop back to this, and I think I'll close it at this for this point because I know it's keep talking about it, but it's something I do want to harp on. Just one last point on, which is the depth of the ocean, right? Which, if we're going to judge the surface of the water and how it operates based off of what we know from lakes, like things like that we can measure the full depth of, right? We have a knowledge of. If the full extent of the depth of the ocean isn't discovered, then isn't there a missing variable now to like the claim if we don't know what's beneath?
The claim that the surface is level.
No, more so back to the last point we were talking about, which is like mapping also the topography and just the perception of what it is. Like, isn't that an important factor?
Yeah, if we're talking about depths, there's only so far, for example, that we can experience or measure or know about. So, yeah, it's an unknown variable. We don't know how deep the Earth is, for example.
So that's why, like, when you guys talk about the surface level of the ocean, and when there's a missing variable to that, I think, I don't know, it's something that I think about of like, because it's the same thing you guys use against the Globers, where it's like, well, based on what we know from like other things we reference, but this kind of throws a wrench in because we don't know if water reacts differently based on the largest mass of water when we don't know what's beneath it, which is something that I have to kind of think about.
And then you'd be assuming that. And then you'd be assuming that mass, whatever that is, would have something to do with something, wouldn't you? Would be another assumption.
Sorry, can you say that like in a different way?
Yeah, what's mass got to do with it? Where did that come from all of a sudden?
What do you mean mass? I'm confused. Sorry.
You said the mass of the ocean beneath the water and how it reacts differently. So what's mass and what has it got to do with this? Why has that sprung up into the question all of a sudden? Where's that come from?
No, it's more of the nature of how the water is like comes to be surface level is my question of like, we don't know what causes it in the ocean to be surface level because we don't know the full depth. So like it kind of like if you invoke that ocean as the frame of reference when there's an unknown variable to this rule that we're talking about, then I just get confused as to how we can use the ocean as a reference point for that.
Because we're talking about the surface, not the depth. It's the surface of the Earth that should be curved or flat in either argument, the surface. Doesn't matter about the depth of the ocean or the topography beneath the surface of the water. We're talking about the mean sea level, the surface of the Earth, where everything is elevated or taken in depth from. And understand why we're talking about depth, and that's got something to do with ruining the surface argument.
No, it's more so the point of the conformity of water to the thing it's attached to, not more so the topic of depth. It's the rule of what creates a surface level with water, but the largest mass of water is an unknown variable of what creates that surface level.
So the mass of the water is going to dictate the surface of the water.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Sorry, I'll bow out now. I can't really elucidate what I'm trying to say. So.
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Maybe somebody else does understand you.
I don't know. I would just say that the whole point is that the physics of nature shows us that regardless of the quantity of water that we put in this body of water, it will take the shape of the container and the surface will be level. So regardless of what the quantity is, what the mass of the water body is, they're only shown to find level. So it doesn't really matter if it's bigger or smaller. It's level anyway. I was just going to say, though.
True. The claim of its level is true. I agree with that. Like I said, I can't really elucidate or try. Okay.
That's our only point, because that alone is sufficient to debunk the claim that we're on a ball, the level nature of the surface. I just went to send you the link to our home server, but I see I sent it to you at the start of 2024, along with some videos and things. So have you been researching, or did you not really look into it and now you've started researching again, or where are you at with it?
I've definitely been in the Discord and I've researched things within it and clicked on links and stuff. But the problem I run into sometimes is the understanding of the concepts. So that's something that I'd probably just have to talk to someone one-on-one about to get better understanding of the more complex things.
Yeah, for stuff like that, it's good to come into a place like this channel and ask questions like you were doing with AI. Because it sounds like you were understanding what he was explaining to you.
Yeah, and the more I talk to you guys, I like this format because in the past I wasn't doing this, but I like the format of now because you guys are usually debating Globers, which I love. It's entertaining. But as I was saying the other day, I get lost a lot because you guys jump around to things that I don't understand. So I'm more so not really grasping what the content is and soaking it in. But I do like how I can now ask you guys questions and gain better understanding. So I'll take notes of things I see and come back and ask.
Well, you're welcome to come back anytime. It's always nice to speak to someone who's actually willing to have a proper conversation. So thanks for that. And yeah, if there's any topics that you're like, oh, I don't understand what you guys are talking about, don't be afraid to put your hand up and just say, hey, can someone explain what the argument is? Because that's why we're here. We're basically explaining the arguments, and we've got a wide audience of people, and if you don't understand it, then chances are there's other people who don't understand it. They've just jumped in at a particular time. So yeah, just ask.
And on that topic, I actually did have one lingering now that it came to me. There's this thing, and I'll try to explain it because I forget the name of it, but there's some object where they say like it measures, it's like a big thing in the community, not ours, I'm talking about like the Glober community, where there's like some place where it like this thing moves around slightly, it's like a ball or something, and that's supposed to prove somehow that the Earth is rotating. Are you guys understanding what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're probably talking about the Foucault's pendulum.
I think that's it. Yeah, what's it called again?
Foucault's pendulum. Foucault. French guy. Yeah, it was back.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about. So can you guys explain to me how that is not proof of what they're claiming?
Foucault's pendulum. Anyone want to take it? I would firstly say, before hearing our explanation, you should try to understand how they are claiming it's a proof. Do you understand what they're claiming?
No, and you can make a good point. I'll look into that.
Well, I mean, yeah, someone here can explain that to you as well if you want. But yeah, you should try to understand.
Cyclone, like you said, he's probably better off looking it up himself and then coming back to us.
I wasn't going to get into specifics over detailed about it, but if he does just do a little research into the pendulums, they'll see that they are actually mechanical and started by hand.
I'll do that right now. I'll look into that, what they claim, and I'll come back and I'll read it. But my question, if I read it off the Wikipedia page, is that a good baseline to understand what they're trying to say?
I mean, it'll give you the general idea, but there might be some terms that you're not too familiar with, and you might still not understand exactly what they're saying. But that's part of the process. Right? Just go and look it up, see what they're claiming, see if it makes sense. You might want to find some more in-depth links than Wikipedia. But yeah, go and have just a quick review, and then you can let us know what your thoughts are, and then we'll let you know what our thoughts are.
Sounds good. I'll do that right now.
You're going to come right back? All right, he's going to stay. That's cool.
Yeah, I'll be here. I might mute indefinite if it gets too loud, but I'll be reading.
All right, yeah, check that out. Because when you come back, I wanted to ask you, like, what was the most interesting topic, from your perspective, what is the most interesting or most relatable topic that they talk about in regards to Flat Earth? But yeah, check that thing out.
Sounds good.
It'd be nice if this is how they all went. You have to fight.
The only stupid question.
Word. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he asked these guys a stupid question. I said the only stupid question is the one the person doesn't ask. There's no stupid questions. If you're thinking it, I guarantee at least one other person's thinking it too.
Facts.
Yeah, especially when it comes to this subject, which, I mean, they're not teaching really things like Foucault's pendulum to the general class. Maybe if you get into physics, you might gloss over it briefly, but when it comes to this subject, a lot of it's pretty new to people. So yeah, it's always worth asking the question. Got any other people in while he's looking at that? Questions, comments, concerns?
It's pretty quiet in here.
Yeah, it seems like a really nice moment right now. It's like how can the flat earthers help you guys? Like, where is it that you feel like they're lacking? Where could they improve? And then we can work on that stuff.
How does the sun shine on the underside of clouds and not the top at the same time?
No one can answer him.
You ever heard of Earth Shine?
That's just a fancy term for reflection.
Well, actually, reflection is the reflection of light off of reflective surfaces.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth shining because it's reflecting the light from the sun.
But the Earth isn't a mirror.
So water doesn't. So surfaces don't reflect light now.
No.
The moon's not reflecting the sunlight anymore. He just debunked that.
See, this is why we take our time to answer idiots. The silence in the room is us composing ourselves before we start this fucking battle again against invincible ignorance.
Hey, you calm down.
Light? Do you think seeing light on the underside of a cloud tells you that you live on a spinning ball?
Not on
your
its
balls
own.
are spinning.
No, I didn't hear that.
Flat man.
Does that tell us we live on a spinning ball? We see light on the underside of a cloud.
No, not on its own.
Okay. So how do we prove that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Is there any skydivers in here?
I don't know. I'm just interested into how the sun can shine on the underside of clouds while not shining on the top.
Oh.
Okay. Well,
any skydivers in here to answer that question?
What if there's any skydivers in it?
Yeah, because then they would know the clouds because they can go above the clouds.
Yeah, Flatman can in here does skydiving. He's
Flatman can. Let's get him in here.
No, it doesn't matter anyway.
Why? Sorry, what's the question here? You're wondering why the light is on the underside of the clouds?
Flatman can.
Sorry, what's the question here?
Flatman.
How does the sun shine on the underside of clouds whilst
You were
not
told
shining on the
already.
top of them?
Weren't you told that already?
Yeah, and I don't know how that is in relation to skydiving. Anyways,
Because
go
you
ahead.
go
Just
above the
continue here.
clouds.
Just continue here. Yeah, no, clouds don't bend, and light on the bottom of clouds doesn't prove Earth curvature. Go ahead.
No one ever said that clouds bend.
But why does the sun shine on the underside of clouds and not on the top at the same time?
It does. I
That's
just
That's
showed
why,
you a picture
why does that
shows
happen on its
sun
own?
on the top of a cloud and the underside of a cloud.
Yeah, what do you mean not on both sides of the cloud? The sun, anyways, you need to do some research, man. Go look at some photos of nature.
Photos aren't everything, Flatman.
I've seen many. I've
Notice the sun
taken
is
my
shining
own
directly to the
photos.
underside of the clouds in the first place.
So what?
Okay.
Light, I mean, you
Flatman, you definitely believe everything you see on the internet, bud.
So, do you think that the moon is lit up by the sun, or is the moon its own light source?
How is that in correlation with anything that we're talking about?
Well, if the moon's lit up, wouldn't the Earth be lit up?
Incorrect.
Oh, so that's incorrect now.
I mean, can they prove that the sun is shining directly onto the underside of clouds? Like, that's the claim. I would like to see evidence.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not talking the albedo, like, because there's called earthshine. The word in astronomy for that is albedo, which you guys seem to be in denial of. So can you differentiate albedo from direct sunlight?
Again, we just need someone that has some skydiving experience in
No.
here.
I want you to show us this claim. We don't just auto-believe claims around here, dude. Like, is our default position just automatically believe that your claim is correct? Show us the claim. Show it like you're just imagining stuff right now, as far as I'm concerned. I want you to
Examples
differentiate earthshine
in the
albedo
chat.
from direct sunlight.
Examples in the chat.
Yeah, differentiate that from albedo. Your claim from albedo.
What's albedo?
It's called earthshine. That's albedo. It's an astronomical term. Now differentiate it.
The heck is an albedo, dude? You just making words up now?
You know what your claim is, Alex. Like, you're just for crying out loud.
When he talks,
Yep,
are you
you guys lost. I win, you lose. The end. Can we move on to someone else?
Can you clarify what albedo means, please?
Oh.
No, we're done. I already clarified it. Go rewind the tape.
No, how about you actually have a conversation with us?
Explain the term. Why are you going to throw words around if you can't explain it, dude?
I already said it's earthshine. It's a reflection of the sun off the surface of the water, like Jedi said. You've got specular surfaces, and you've got Mybertian reflective surfaces, too.
There
all
you
over
go.
Earth.
Thank you for the explanation. That's all we needed.
Jedi already explained this to you, and you asked for the explanation again several times.
You did not.
You have short-term memory loss? Are you guys on drugs, or what's going on?
Are you on drugs?
Yeah, dude. It was literally the first thing anybody said when answering that question. It's the first thing we said.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
I don't think that completely answers why the sun shines on the underside of clouds and that light isn't overcome by the sun above the
I haven't
clouds.
shown that to be the case in the first place.
There are images in the chat.
No,
If the
that's not
sun
that. That's
was
albedo.
shining directly
Hold
on the
Vito.
top,
That's not
if the
directly
sun
shining
was
underneath.
shining directly on
It's
the
not
top,
shining directly underneath.
if
Oh
the
my
sun
God, are
was
you this
shining
retarded?
directly on,
It's not shining directly underneath.
Yep, and just mute him when you were losing the conversation. When you're losing the argument, you just mute him. That's what you guys do. These are idiots. Especially you.
You know how to keep your mouth shut while two other people are talking?
Hey, dude, hold on. The problem, he's muted because he
the sun is shining on the
Shut
top
up.
of the clouds, how is its reflection overcoming it?
Asked and answered. Asked and answered. Both. You asked and it was answered. You asked and it was answered.
All right, that was easy. Next.
Oh wait, we're going to go around in a circle again. Watch.
Nope, I don't have patience for that. I tossed them both.
Fair enough.
The audience is tired of hearing these two dope smokers go around in circles for the 5th or 6th or 10th. Might have been 10 times, actually.
Yeah, your hot dog. Go ahead.
No, I was just listening.
By the way, I'm back after he's done. I researched and I think I gained an understanding.
No, you go ahead.
So, if what they're basically claiming is since they started the pendulum by pulling it in one direction and then it goes north or south, so it's static, it proves that we're rotating because over time the pendulum will start to go in a more non-static and it'll rotate in a sense, right? Because of the rotation. Hello?
Sorry. Are we talking about Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, okay. I was lost for a second there.
Well, what did the Wikipedia say is the cause and the effect of this demonstration?
So Wikipedia, I started there. It was kind of convoluted, difficult. So I went instead to ChatGPT, which is where I gained a better understanding. And basically, the pendulum, from what they're saying, you pull it one way and it starts going in a static way, like north or south, right? But because the Earth is rotating beneath the pendulum, eventually it's going to start to make more non-static movements in like a circle or northeast, southeast, things like that, and that proves the rotation.
I'm gonna go set up a pendulum in my garage, and if it doesn't do that, then what?
Well, I guess I'd have to understand the mechanics of why this one's so special, which I don't know that yet.
It's not. There's nothing special. It uses magnets to run.
Okay. Oh, okay.
What's it supposed to prove?
Well, if the Earth is truly moving beneath us, then surely if it starts changing the direction except from north and south, then that proves the Earth is rotating in their claim.
Okay. So the Foucault's pendulum shows us two reference frames, one in motion, the surface of the Earth beneath the pendulum. Right? So this is a demonstration of the Coriolis effect, an observation of an apparent drift. That's what it's showing us, right?
Correct.
Cool. So that would mean if this was true, that the pendulum's not quote unquote attached to the surface of the Earth and is independent of the spinning reference frame beneath and drifting because of our placement on that spinning reference frame, then everything else that when we're attached to the surface of the Earth would appear to drift to us. That means airplanes would appear to drift in the sky at 15 degrees an hour. In actual fact, if the object above the surface of the Earth was not attached to the surface of the Earth, it would change flight times east to west and west to east. If the pendulum was true, everything like a helicopter would just have to wait for the surface of the Earth to travel beneath it before its location appeared beneath it.
So if I'm
Go on, carry on.
If I'm understanding, you guys are then claiming that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it was manufactured and designed and created in such a manner to prove the outcome rather than to prove the premise. Like, it's basically proving that their claim, but it's not created under a truthful way. Like, there's magnets, someone said, right? Like,
yeah, there's also things within the device itself that help it stay in motion. For example, when the motion to the thing is supposed to be given from the Earth, we get this later on with Coriolis forces and so on. But ultimately, yeah, the thing is started to swing independently by the person who lets it go. It doesn't start swinging by itself. It's kept in motion, for example, by motors and magnets. Yeah, it has to be correlated. For example, if you just start swinging it, you might not get the result that you want, and you have to calibrate it correctly.
That's correct.
do they admit that within the design there are the magnets and things, but they just claim it's a different use than what it is?
There's a calibration procedure when you set them up for where you're at. If you don't get the expected result, you have to do other things to it to make it work.
The motors and magnets are primarily for places like museums where the thing needs to run for a very long period of time in suboptimal conditions.
What's a long period of time?
They're there just as a helper, right?
What's a long period of time?
What's a long period of time?
Yeah.
For a pendulum that's not big enough, over a few hours, it's probably going to start to slow down, right?
It doesn't really work then.
If you want to do this as a proper experiment, you need a big, long pendulum. It is not motor assisted.
How big?
I don't know. Brad, one off the top of my head, exactly how big?
So this isn't nowhere near. It's not an experiment.
Not an experiment?
No, full quartz pendulum is not an experiment.
Yeah, it depends on your definition of experiment.
I mean, shock horror, right?
We could all go in our garage
The definition of experiment.
and let it go and call ourselves upside.
The definition.
Well, we could say it's experimental in nature then, wouldn't it? You're trying to observe
nature
behavior of a phenomenon, right? It's a natural phenomenon.
Yeah. What phenomenon? Sorry, pendulum. Pendulum, the man-made device with, calibrations and magnets and shit. And that's not natural. So where do we first observe?
Part of the experiment.
Hold on. Yeah, part of the experiment. First, we have to observe the natural phenomena, the thing happening in the physical natural world, not in the experiment yet. Haven't made that. We're still trying to formulate the hypothesis.
Itself, dude.
No, but this depends on your definition of natural, right? So even though it's man-made, the phenomena is natural.
Physical
behavior of the pendulum is caused by natural phenomena, right?
Man-made. So what phenomena? Sorry. No. What outside of the experimental setup do we observe?
Sorry, you're breaking up there, Jerry. What was the question?
First step of the scientific method, to observe the natural phenomena taking place. Then we're going to create the hypothesis, the prediction of the cause of the phenomena. Somebody else take it.
Foucault probably saw the pendulums processing.
Oh, where in nature are pendulums?
Like, nature is all around us, right? Just because it's man-made doesn't mean the phenomenon is not natural.
Already.
They don't exist by themselves in nature. They are man-made.
Right,
The phenomena of a swinging pendulum is natural.
That is the end of your experiment.
Yeah, you have no naturally occurring phenomenon, dude. So you're not doing science, you're doing engineering.
It's not engineering because the phenomena exists, right?
It's not natural. Bro, listen, it doesn't do anything unless you build a contraption and you set it in motion. Same with the Sagnac effect.
Swing, right? A broken tree branch.
Yeah, but
will
nobody's
swing,
seeing
right?
anything processing from a broken tree branch, dude. You're just making shit up right now.
But why is it so important that these things that we observe have to exist by themselves in nature before we can experiment?
That's what science is. That's what natural. When you're trying to determine if something is happening if you're trying to determine if something is actually happening in nature, you want to see something happening in nature. Nobody sees Earth spinning in the first place.
So what made?
Why would man cause a phenomenon and then ask what caused it? Isn't he the cause?
No, man's not causing the phenomenon, heretic. Man is starting the motion of the pendulum. The phenomenon is natural.
They built the pendulum too, dude. They built the pendulum and then they had to start it with intent.
But the pendulum swings due to natural phenomena, right?
So that's natural.
So you're trying to observe the natural phenomenon that impacts the motion of the pendulum. The pendulum itself might not be natural, but the cause of its motion
assuming a phenomenon
is
that
natural.
nobody sees in the first place. You're assuming there's a phenomenon.
He must have
You
seen
haven't got a
something to make
phenomenon.
him think of this, right?
Your claim is that Earth is spinning. You have no phenomenon to naturally observe to give you that indication.
Well, a lot of people would
that's the problem.
would
That's
see
what
the
we're
celestial
defending. It's
sphere
called
moving
science.
at night.
Yeah, that's not
A lot of
Earth
people would see
spinning.
A lot of people would
People
see
can
the
say
celestial.
anything.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, right? That's what an observation is. You see something that makes you think, okay, what is going on? So the Earth spinning thing, people saw the stars rotating. They thought maybe the Earth is spinning, not the stars.
Yeah.
Right? So that's
So
enough
then
to
where
trigger
does the
that
pendulum
process of
come
thought,
in?
right? I don't know why Foucault thought
Yeah,
the
me neither.
pendulum. But he wanted to investigate the natural phenomenon of the Earth motion, right? So he designed an experiment. So the motion of the pendulum is not the natural phenomenon, it is the experiment.
Sorry.
What natural phenomena of the Earth in motion? He pointed at the stars.
Oh, yeah. So if you're looking at the stars and you see them rotate, you might think that, okay, is the Earth rotating or are the stars? That might be enough to trigger the chain of thought, right?
Yeah, meanwhile, you have nothing on Earth that gives you that impression. You don't see water sloshing around at rest. You don't have difficulty stacking rounded rocks on each other and balancing them perfectly and they stay up all day. You have absolutely nothing else to give you this indication.
Yeah.
You look up at the sky and see stuff moving like birds and clouds.
And stars.
And stars.
Yeah, and the stars
So
move
it's the effect,
very slowly, right?
Yeah. Is the effect isolated to this pendulum?
Because you're detecting Coriolis, right? This is Coriolis that you're presuming exists.
Yeah, pretty well. It's Coriolis, yes. It's the effect of the pendulum trying to move in an inertial motion inside a rotating reference frame. So,
right.
Yeah.
Only it doesn't move unless you move it. You already have it. What you claim is that, hey, listen, you already have what you claim is one accelerative frame. That's all you need. Only one. Why do you need two?
I have a question for Sporadic. I have a question for Sporadic. If that's true, shouldn't we set football stadiums up east to west so that kickers can get an advantage kicking one direction versus the other?
Right. You know, airplanes should have problems landing on runways north and south. I mean, we have no other indication that anything is happening.
Yeah, every one runway should be east-west, but several airports have runways facing northwest, southwest, east-west. You know what I'm saying? So come on, man. Think about it.
Are we going to get him to tell us if the effect is isolated to the pendulum?
Which effect we speaking of, heretic?
Coriolis.
That's right. It's only the Earth under the pendulum that's moving, not the rest of the Earth. Sorry, I forgot.
So what
You
pendulum
tell
is
man can.
what the pendulum is trying to show is that the inertial motion of the pendulum is moves at a particular rate relative to the Earth, right?
Well, no, Earth is accelerating. Earth is accelerating in your worldview. It's not a constant velocity.
What kind of acceleration are you talking about here?
Angular rim velocity. It's a tangential rotation. So therefore, it is constant acceleration. So why don't you experience that? Why do you need, again, 2 non-inertial reference frames when Coriolis only requires 1?
Where are the 2 that you need?
You have an accelerating frame called the Earth rotation and an accelerating frame called the pendulum. When it's in motion, why can't you leave it at rest and detect any Coriolis?
Because Coriolis requires motion relative to the rotating frame.
Am I freaking batshit crazy here? Like, you need only 1 accelerative frame for the Coriolis effect to be apparent.
You need to have motion relative to a rotating frame.
You need to have 1 accelerative frame and 1 inertial frame.
Yes. Yeah, but you have to have something move.
Thank God. Okay, so why doesn't it happen? The accelerative frame is the globe rotating, dude.
Yes, but you need
the inertial frame is the armature of the pendulum with the string attached, and it doesn't fucking move.
The pendulum itself is moving, right? So the motion of the pendulum is...
No, that's what you're trying to determine, and you have no evidence that that's happening.
Will you let me finish what I'm saying? So the motion of the pendulum...
because you're wrong.
A swinging pendulum forms a plane, right? Would you agree on that?
No.
So a pendulum doesn't swing in a plane?
No, because the pendulum arm and the string it's attached to, that forms a radius, and it's actually drawing an arc, not a plane.
Yeah, it's an arc in a plane.
Yeah, okay,
right?
so you're wrong again. Crash and burn.
No.
Want to try a third time?
Wrong.
The pendulum is actually tracing an arc that's part of a circle.
Yeah,
that surface is not a plane.
That arc lies on a plane. Can I draw an arc on a plane?
Not the way the pendulum's swinging.
So what's so different about the pendulum swing to
back to my original point? What's different is you keep saying you need 2 accelerative frames to detect Coriolis, and that's false.
No, that is not correct. That is not what I'm saying.
Then how come you don't detect Coriolis with 1 accelerative frame?
You need an inertial reference frame, right? And the pendulum creates the inertial reference frame
when it's at rest. When it's at rest, Casa. Yes. Listen, yeah. If the pendulum's swinging, it's not inertial.
It is.
No, that's accelerating and decelerating back and forth over a period. What's a period?
But you can describe...
Is that a change in direction? You got a change in vector? You got a change in velocity?
But you can describe its motion using Newton's laws, right? So
fuck's sake. Okay, that's a red herring. Why do you need 2 accelerative frames for detecting what you claim is Earth's Coriolis effect when you only need 1?
You are not analyzing the path of the bob.
You're not answering my question because you know you're cooked again. All right? How about you concede?
I'm not going to concede because you were wrong.
Then answer. No, I'm not wrong. You only need 1 accelerative frame to detect any Coriolis motion. Okay?
So
you don't have that when the pendulum's at rest, do you? Where's the other accelerative frame at?
You don't have a frame of reference when the pendulum is at rest.
Oh, fuck me. So then what are you detecting?
That's why you need to swing the pendulum.
No acceleration when it's at rest.
You need to swing the pendulum to establish a reference plane.
Okay, good. Why do you need that when you already have an accelerative frame that is the Earth rotation?
Because there's no reference plane that you can lock onto with a pendulum.
What do you mean? It's at rest. It's completely locked onto it, dumb fuck.
Okay, how would you define that the plane of the plumb bob? What is inertial
If
about
it's a
the plane
globe,
of the plumb bob?
if it's a globe, it's accelerative.
Okay, so if you've got the plumb bob hanging there and you want to treat that as an inertial object, right? And that makes
Why would you treat it as an inertial? Okay, you're trying to detect for an accelerative frame below the plumb bob.
Yeah, relative to an inertial frame, right?
Right.
Okay.
So you've got the armature that's attached to an accelerative frame called the Earth, and a plane of the Earth underneath the Foucault pendulum supposedly accelerating. You dangle the plumb bob on it, and it doesn't change direction. Why is that?
No. Because
why isn't it changing direction?
The forces on a stationary plumb bob are just infinitesimally small, right? There's no
So you can't detect it. So it's so small, it's infinitely small. Good job. Good self-own there.
So that's why we swing the pendulum to create a reference plane that has strong inertial characteristics.
Why can't it be its reference frame with respect to the accelerative Earth? Oh, because it's so small you can't detect it. Mods, you need to be quicker on this. I don't have my phone in my hand right now. How many mods we got in here? Like 12? Holy crap, guys.
And that's the best they've got for globe proof.
All right, I'm stepping out. Daza, have fun with the rest of these guys.
Okay. We should walk through the Wikipedia maths on the pendulum one day.
No, you should actually read what the Coriolis effect is that you're trying to detect.
The Coriolis requires velocity.
Yeah, define velocity.
So velocity relative. So in an inertial frame, you need velocity in an inertial frame relative to a rotating frame to get Coriolis effect.
No, you only need one frame that's going at a velocity relative to the other. The other can be completely stationary. You're wrong.
Where's your evidence for that? Where's your evidence for that?
Who are you talking to?
Where's your evidence for that?
Me?
Yes, all of you. Where's the evidence?
So if you look up anything about the effective Coriolis force, there's a velocity term, which is the velocity relative to the inertial
relative
frame.
to what? Inertial, right? So
yeah,
the pendulum is not moving.
Yeah, so if you create an inertial frame on the pendulum, stationary pendulum, hanging plumb bob, there's no velocity.
How do you do that? How do you do that on an accelerative frame? It's changing direction.
Yeah, and that's another good point. So
I got lots of great points. Thank you, Daz. A good concession. I'm going to step out.
So, yeah, go for it.
He's leaving because he got owned. That's sad.
Oh, not in nature, no experiment. Didn't even have to go on.
Wait, but technically aren't testicles a pendulum because they're on a string?
Well, you don't have any.
Back to the experiment thing. I'll say again that I don't know what the observation was that Foucault made, make him think that the Earth was rotating.
There wasn't one.
But the experiment is doesn't have to be just in nature, right? They can be man-made. So
you're not going to pull that engineering stunt with me.
So he's come up with an idea about something. He's worked out a way to test it using man-made objects.
And it doesn't work because when I swing a pendulum, it stops swinging.
Yeah, and that's why you need a... How long was your pendulum? What was it suspended by? How much did it weigh?
Doesn't matter. 7,000 feet long.
You're just... I don't know. You've got nothing useful to contribute ever. Blurt out this crap. It's unbelievable.
If the Earth's spinning beneath it, right, you wouldn't even need to swing it. You just like hang a plumb bob, right, with spikes on either side, horizontally facing, like whatever direction you choose, north, whatever, north and south, east and west, whatever. Like just position them anywhere you want, and then just wait, right, and they would appear to change position respective to the ground or anything that's on the ground over time.
Yeah, I think the problem there, T-Dub, is that so your initial conditions there are that the plumb bob is fixed relative to the Earth. So it has...
No, it's not. That's the whole point of it being
no.
gimbal.
But when you start it off, it is fixed relative to the Earth, right? It's just sitting there hanging on its rope. It is starting off with... You are giving it some initial conditions. You're hanging it. You're making it still. And that stillness are the initial conditions. And that effectively is setting it up to start off at whatever motion the Earth has, right? And then you're relying on... Well, it would appear to be zero, yeah. Relative to the Earth, it certainly is.
Accelerating constantly, though. The Earth is always moving away from the pendulum.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, except it doesn't.
Okay. I just posted something in the chat, which is a...
we know the claim. The claim is wrong, okay?
Well,
the claim is wrong because you have not determined that there's any accelerative frame. You don't witness one in nature. Foucault himself probably didn't even witness one in nature. There's no natural phenomenon in nature for any of this. And the whole pendulum claim itself has never produced reliable results in the history that it's ever been done.
Doesn't work for me.
No, don't not
never freaking work anyway.
So if it doesn't work,
it didn't work for those scientists. Those scientists went to Antarctica and it spun backwards for them, and they didn't realize till 2 days later that they had it wrong. Like, dude, I mean, it's so jacked up and broken. I'm surprised you're coming at us with this.
It goes the wrong way.
I didn't come at you to say why the Foucault works.
Wrong, or is it what's going on if it goes the wrong way, Gaza?
So I don't know, right? The physics is complicated, and it is a very sensitive experiment. So I came in here. I came in here for two reasons. One is that you were claiming that they all have motors and magnets, which is false. That is not how the experiment is conducted.
That's how they run.
That is only there for the presentation in museums and things like that, where they just want to have a thing running, right? So when you do this as a real experiment, you don't have motors.
Okay, I did it as a real experiment, and it stops moving.
Never works. It never works. You have no consistent results of any reliability whatsoever. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that.
So is it set up wrong, or are we doing it right and Earth's not moving? Which is it?
I'm not able to tell you the details about the consistency of the experiment. All I was saying is that...
Show us the data. If you don't got it, then say, sorry, I don't got it, and we can move on.
I told you I don't have anything to talk about the consistency of the experiment. I can tell you why it should work.
So you're making bullshit claims about theory. Great. Thanks for wasting our time.
If it worked the way
it's not an experiment, dude.
Hey, look, if it worked the way they said it does, and it was consistent and reliable, we wouldn't even have fucking GPS. They would have made some sort of system out of that. You would have been able to know your latitude and longitude at any time with your little fucking Foucault pendulum.
Well, that's what inertial navigation systems do, effectively, right? You can have gyroscopes rather than pendulums.
They swing a pendulum?
No, I said they have gyroscopes rather than pendulums. That's how they do their stuff.
So don't stop. Just stop digging a hole.
So we don't need GPS then.
No, you do. You do.
It's funny, ring laser gyroscopes are like the Foucault pendulum, right? Because they don't do anything unless you spin that wheel. Unless you spin that Sagnac table with the lasers, it doesn't detect any motion otherwise. Again, it's the same problem with Foucault's pendulum.
No, well, in the case of the ring laser gyro in a INS, the motion that you're imparting to it is the motion of your vessel or whatever you're navigating with. The laser is the rotating light source. You don't have to spin the ring laser gyro. It is stationary. There's effectively no moving parts in an RLG.
Yeah, so with the Sagnac effect that you would claim is detecting this rotation, you also have to spin it like a Foucault pendulum. Yeah, you're back where you started again. Yeah, because it doesn't detect it on its own. You have to start it.
So
even then, it's not reliable.
No, so the Sagnac affecting ring laser gyros is detecting the rotation of the assembly, right? It is not. If you want to measure a rotation, you need to have a rotation.
Yeah, prove it.
So what do you want to prove? So I'm just feeding my dog.
Prove the rotation by itself.
Prove it's picking
You're
up
saying that Foucault pendulum.
Yeah,
You're saying that
the case is rotating, dude, like you said.
I think we've agreed that Foucault's pendulum is a very sensitive experiment. It's hard to get right. And you might be right to doubt its repeatability.
Right. You won't answer this question yet. When do I know that I have it right? I'm going to go set it up.
Well, you would expect, you'd have to really make sure you've got it right, you have to do it in 3 or 4 places, right? Because there's a couple of variables, like latitude is one. So you would need to run it multiple times in multiple locations with different latitudes to know whether you got it right or not. But yeah, it's a sensitive experiment. I doubt that you've got the experimental skills to pull it off.
What do I need to just get one right?
Now, you do need GPS, T-Dub, because there's a whole bunch of...
To be able to say, to justify me doing it 3 more times, I have to get the first one right, or the board will not approve this. So tell me what I need to do to get the first one right.
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't done the experiments. I can't vouch for its repeatability.
Like
you guys seem to imply that it's not very reliable, so you must have the data.
With answers like, I don't know.
And we're not implying it's not reliable. No reliable data has ever been produced. That's not my claim or evaluation. It just has never happened.
It's never happened? So they've never actually got the expected result. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said reliable. Look, people get the expected result the more they fuss with it and fiddle with it and get it to do what they expect it to do. It's never produced any data that we can say is independent of anything. They always have to mess with it.
Okay.
Why do grandfather clocks make a perfect swing every time they're not affected by it?
You're blurting out bullshit again.
Oh, I'm not.
You jumped to inertial reference systems before, which operate off the Sagnac effect. And I was trying to tell you that those are the same problem that you're stuck with Foucault pendulum. You don't get the Sagnac effect unless you move it and rotate it in the first place. Again, a human or somebody has to spin that wheel of fortune of laser beams on a table in order to produce the phase shift that's attributed to it being at rest, which is silly. I mean, you guys are stuck in this mindset. It's absolutely asinine.
That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. So the Sagnac effect is caused by the change in the time of transit when the optical beam is rotating, right? When the beam is rotating relative to an inertial reference. And the
is that what I just said? So you rotate it, and then you have to look and say, oh, look, it seems to happen in a preferred direction. But unless you do that, you don't see any effect whatsoever. You set up those lasers, they ring combine at the sensor plate, and they don't produce a phase shift effect in the east-west direction on their own. You have to spin that table around, don't you?
I don't think that's correct.
That is absolutely true. And you also have to start the Foucault pendulum the same way.
But certainly in ring laser gyros, they detect the rotation in all three axes.
In my experiment, two grandfather clocks. I have one grandfather clock. I'm going to set it up.
Pull your head in. That's a childish flat Earth argument. You're just making bullshit up.
Don't ignore me. And then I'm
going to ignore you because it's an asinine, childish
how long
argument,
keep
right?
accurate time going north and south? Then I'm going to swing it, put it on the east-west wall, and I'm going to do that. If on the east-west wall it gets a different time all the time than north-south, then we must be spinning, right?
You're just one notch above Demok, I tell you. I'm not even going to bother answering your questions.
In fact, you shouldn't have to wind up the grandfather clock on the east-west wall.
Everybody points to Bob's failed fiber optic gyro setup.
Yeah. But the fact is, right, that those ring laser gyros in inertial navigation systems,
they operate off the Sagnac effect.
Yes,
and the
that's
Sagnac effect is only produced if the Sagnac effect device itself is already moving. Otherwise, there's no phase shift detected.
That's right. So they detect the rotation of the Earth and the rotation of the device they're attached to.
Only when you start it like a Foucault pendulum. Jeez, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So let's consider a specific case. Hang on.
And they actually don't because they're not reliable.
So inertial navigation systems are reliable.
You don't have a velocity. No, you don't. No, and the Sagnac effect is not. You don't have a velocity measurement unless you pick a reference frame to assign the phase shift to in the first place.
The phase shift is observable from all reference frames.
Only if you assume a moving reference frame. It could also be due to no moving reference frame.
No, the phase shift occurs regardless of where you observe from. You don't need a special reference frame to detect Sagnac.
Well, how do you get the velocity measurement? How do you get the velocity then out of looking at the phase shift of the Earth?
So
you have to pick a reference frame, right? So some of these flat earthers, dude, will say, well, it's the ether frame, right? But
the reference frame
that's tied to the stars. Why couldn't it be the sun? Why couldn't it be the moon frame?
It could be. All you need is, but when you're doing the actual phase,
change your velocity calculation, isn't it? How about no frame? How about nothing's moving? And this is just a feature of electromagnetic propagation.
We'd be able to influence it in other ways. But the Sagnac effect in these gyros,
no detection of any phase shift at all, of any velocity when the thing's at rest, and you have to move it.
No, you have to rotate it. You've got to rotate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Wang did it on a conveyor belt, actually. So he moved it still.
There's lots of
I know.
conversation about that, right? And I don't think either of us are in a position to be able to analyze Wang's work ourselves, right? So we just rely on what somebody else
maybe
says.
you're not. Maybe you're not. I'm looking for this mysterious reference. So here's what happened, Daza. They got this phase shift that they couldn't explain, and they looked around in nature for explanations. What's wrong with that? Is that science?
No, because it's
everybody
man-made,
from
apparently,
Michelson
according to you
Morley to
guys.
Sagnac and so on.
Apparently,
They
it's not
looked around
science
in
according to
nature.
you guys.
No, because they looked around in nature for explanations without testing the presumed cause. That's what's wrong with it. And like I said, they could have chosen any reference frame to explain it, from the stars to the Earth, like we get from those ether cosmology dorks versus the Globers. But nobody considers the solar frame instead. Nobody considers a lunar frame out of preference. It's a choice. And nobody's assuming that this could just be a feature of everything being at rest in these frames, except for the device moving itself relative to an inertial frame.
Okay, so Sagnac is about rotation relative to inertial frames, right?
Crying out loud. Yeah,
So
you
a
have to move
Sagnac-
it too to make it appear.
But if
Yeah,
if
otherwise
you've
it
got
doesn't
one-
appear.
Okay, right. So if you've got one sitting stationary on Earth, and it's detecting a 15 degree per hour drift, you would.
It doesn't do
logically
that unless you're
conclude-
moving it too. You got the problem of two accelerative frames, like with Foucault pendulum. Why is that?
No, you don't. You don't have to
Yeah.
move a ring laser gyro to detect
Yeah,
Earth
you
rotation.
do. Yeah, you
No,
do.
you don't.
That's what the Sagnac effect is. He
It
didn't
only
get
has to be
anything
fixed
until he
to the
started
Earth.
moving it. Like you even, why are you going back on what you said 10 minutes ago? You're like,
Yo,
yeah, first they have to move it.
sporadic. You're like giving reason, and he's like, no. So like, there's no point in having an argument with Daza. He's a flat earther. What do you expect? He's an idiot. Just saying. Aw. Did I? Oh.
Kill the conversation.
What is it? Y'all want validation for your shit? That y'all want to give explanations for, but not actually test the cost for it?
Sorry, who are you talking to then?
Oh, I thought they were still here.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just assert that something's the cause because you have this theory about what you expect to see, and then you see it, and then you have this reason why you thought you'd expect to see it. Therefore, that validates the claim, right, of why you saw what you saw. That's not science. You haven't manipulated anything. You haven't manipulated an independent variable. You haven't even observed a natural phenomena.
They had to engineer a device to induce an observation in the first place. Whether it's Foucault pendulum or the Sagnac effect, both have to be set into motion for them to claim that there's any motion of the Earth that's happening at the same time as the motion of the device. And Coriolis, like I've been saying for the past 3,000 times, only needs one accelerative frame. And you guys keep having to reproduce the effect with two. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I mean, it kind of says something about what's really going on, if you ask me. There is only one accelerative frame. That's the device itself, because Earth is stationary.
The tip of the pendulum is not the reference frame in the Foucault's pendulum experiment. It is the plane of oscillation of the pendulum.
So would we see the plane of oscillation of the pendulum is fictitious. The pendulum is real, and that is moving when you start swinging it.
Yeah, so you start swinging it, and that establishes a plane of oscillation.
Yeah, so why do you need two accelerative frames for either Foucault pendulums or
No.
Sagnac effect? For
The
both of them,
frame
you have
of-
to have two.
The coordinates of the reference frame of the pendulum aren't the tip of the pendulum. It is the plane of the pendulum.
It doesn't move until you move it.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
someone just said the naughty word.
So how do you do any experiment then if you cannot provide human input to it? How do you manipulate
Straw
the
man.
variables?
That's a straw man.
without-
How do you claim this is science if you don't have a naturally observed phenomenon in the first place?
I don't know what he observed.
You're
to
funny,
deduce
man.
that the Earth might be rotating, or
Yeah, he imagined it.
maybe he thought
Just
that
like you.
24 hours in a day, perhaps the Earth is rotating and the Sun is stationary. That's
Yeah,
all
he
you need to
imagined
observe,
it.
right?
That's an imagination.
That's fine. If you imagine
No,
something,
that's
that's
not. Then you're
fine,
not
right?
doing science, dude. It's science fiction.
Okay.
And you don't have the consistent results from Foucault pendulum to demonstrate.
Yeah, like I said, I've got no data about the consistency.
Right. So this is a waste of time.
You have data about the consistency, like meaningful statistical data, not just from one person, but across every, like a very large sample set.
Yeah. Regarding what claim?
I'm
asking you to put up for yours.
That the results are repeatable or consistent. I don't have any information about the repeatability. I was just talking about whether or not it's experiments and whether or not it is mechanically assisted.
Well, yeah. I mean, in order for them to produce the expected results consistently, they've had to create mechanical drives, electric drives.
They don't use those in the experiment. They used in...
I know. And when they do, right? They don't produce the results that they expect. And if you have the results that are expected and a good data set from all of this stuff, it'd be great to examine. You said that you don't have that. And guess what? I don't think anybody has that.
No,
we've been looking for it, dude.
Reverse either, right? You don't have good data saying the reverse.
No, I'm not claiming that there is one to debunk. You are claiming there is one. I'm asking for you to provide the evidence for your claim. I'm not going to auto-believe bullshit.
I've made no claims about the reliability
from Foucault's
of the
imagination.
I'm just here to remove misinformation about the experiment, such as that it has to be motorized.
Yeah, you're here to derail a conversation, waste our time without any information to back up what you're saying. We know that there are Foucault pendulums that have been attempted without the magnetic drives, and they all fucking fail.
They don't all fail.
Well, then get us the proof that they succeed again and again and again and again. Like you Globers claim that it's just so easy for them to do all the fucking time. Let's see how easy it is. Let's see the data. Let's see the good results and the bad results. Let's see their trials. Let's see what they were fiddling with to get it to work all the time. Let's see what happened. Let's see what their p-values ended up being.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that we can get that sort of information.
That'd be great, dude. We've been trying to look for it for 10 years. Maybe you'll be the first. Yep, go get it, Tiger.
Why is it so important? It's a historical experiment. Whether or not you believe the results are kind of irrelevant now.
It's not an experiment.
No. And it's important because this is some pseudoscientific bullshit they teach kids. Literal child abuse.
It's not.
Oh, well, then go get us the data to say so. Because you're like, nobody has it. I don't know where it is.
Did you see the link I posted a few minutes ago about the analysis of the pendulum? Can you tell me?
Why don't you go read it to the audience? I'm not looking at the text right now.
You don't have analysis of the entire parameters of that.
Is this the same fucking document the last guy showed us from the Globe server?
Sorry, what was
trying to pass it off? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. If anybody remembers what that was, and they can take a look at it. The graph that they popped up, where like the deviation after like 3 trials started widening so big you could drive a bus through it sideways.
No, this is just an analysis of the physics of the pendulum.
Oh, so yeah, science fiction, like Star Trek technical manual kind of stuff. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, an analysis of what could be if Earth was a globe if we only had the proof and evidence to back it up.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of evidence. You just don't like it.
No, that's why I said there is no evidence.
Yeah,
you've got no consistent results to show anybody.
He doesn't have technical analysis of that structure, of that mechanical structure that's happening. You don't have any technical analysis of it.
No, they need to be very careful around the design, though, don't they?
You don't have it. Yeah, you don't have it.
No.
Otherwise, you'd be able to show me all the tension data from the object that's supporting the plumb, that wire or cable, all the tension data in 360 degrees around its total circumference.
Well, so
how many trials did they run?
That's the start.
How many trials did they run in this document?
Now, the document I've got is just an analysis of the physics.
Fuck. So it's not even no field data, no test data like we've been asking for. You're trying to pass off bullshit like a freaking undergrad student getting a C in my class. And hoping I don't notice, hoping I'm none the wiser. Good job.
And just making empty statements about technical analysis that you don't have.
The physics of it gives you a pretty good idea of what's important in terms of the structure.
You don't know what the physics of it is.
Yeah, well, we know what the claimed physics is, right? We know what the claim is. Yeah, so
claim physics.
You keep showing us the claim again, and we're like, yeah, we're past that point. We already know what is supposed to happen. Where is it actually happening? And you're like, I don't know, I don't have it. But I have this thing instead.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't have data around the reliability of the experiment. I'm going to call it an experiment because it's
okay, fine. Well, you don't have data. You don't have the data. Then.
Go get it. Go get
and then you can come back. Okay? Can we move on to a different topic until you do? Okay, I don't want to hear you mention this or anything until you go get the data and post it. Maybe we can move on to another topic. We'll put a pin in it. Okay, we're not tucking this away or sweeping it under the rug.
I don't have it.
We are putting a pin on this, and we're going to say we're going to come back to it once you get us the data to talk about.